This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Girl in the Ward. White. All I see is Snow White. Whether it's the white paint on the wall, the bedding on the bed, or the curtain swinging in the wind by the window, all are white. This is a VIP ward on the 16th floor of the Internal Medicine Inpatient Building of W Hospital. C City. S Province. H Federation. The owner of the ward, the black-haired girl, just sat quietly on the bed by the window, letting the breeze blow her long hair and turning her head to look at the scenery outside the window. All this looks so peaceful. The girl's face reveals fatigue. Her thin body and pale skin make her look like a sickly girl walking out of a painting. No. To be precise, she is the best embodiment of the word sickly girl. But the girl's narrowed eyes and the smile on her face made this sickly look more peaceful. Ouyang Qianjin. This is the girl's name. It is said that her father and mother decided it after discussing it all night. For boys, they would be called Guzi to make them easier to raise. And for girls, they would be called Qianjin to mean a rich lady. In the end, the Ouyang family welcomed their own rich lady. In fact, the Ouyang family did not have a double surname like Ouyang. Originally, the Ouyang family had the surname O. At that time, Qianjin's father had not yet made a fortune, so the surname O was nothing. But later, when the business grew bigger and bigger, O's father felt that calling boss O and boss O like this might become beating the boss if he slapped his mouth. During a dinner party, O's father mentioned this casually. I don't know which gossipy guy said after hearing it. Since beating the boss doesn't sound good, why don't you change your surname to Ouyang? Ouyang boss sounds completely different. So, on the second day, including O's mother, Qianjin, and the household registration book, the surname became Ouyang. Originally, Qianjin's parents were orphans. Except for a younger brother from her mother's family, there were no relatives. So the whole family became Ouyang. To put it nicely, the family is open-minded by nature. To put it bluntly, Qianjin's parents are actually gentle and fun-loving people. They just like to pursue happiness at home. Every day at home is full of laughter. Perhaps it is precisely because of this optimistic and cheerful character that Ouyang's father can manage his business and connections so well. But the good times did not last long. When Qianjin was 10 years old, the family of 3 went out camping happily. But they were hit by a car on the road. To this day, Qianjin Ouyang still remembers what her parents said to her with a smile at the last moment of their lives. Qianjin, Mom and Dad are probably going to travel to another world to become heroes or swordsmen. No one will be with you in the future. Remember to smile happily. After saying this, Dad and Mom left with smiles on their faces. Then, Qianjin Ouyang's memory stayed in this room. On the day of the car accident, Qianjin Ouyang, who was sent to the hospital, was diagnosed with ALS. So this room became her place of activity for the next 8 years. At first, nurses would occasionally take her out in a wheelchair to relax in the pavilion or garden of the hospital. But as time went by and her condition worsened, she had fewer and fewer opportunities to go out. But is it really so? 8 years is not a long time. The 17-year-old Ouyang Qianjin has seen and heard too much. The uncle who was originally friendly took on the responsibility of the family when Qianjin's parents died, and he was still young, although the business did not continue to grow. But with the size of the Ouyang group at that time, it would not have gone extinct as long as there were no major mistakes. But the problem was that the inheritance of the Ouyang group was in Qianjin's hands. Her uncle only had the right of management as an agent. When Ouyang Qianjin turned 18, that is, in a few days, the group would be handed over to her after she came of age. Money and power move people's hearts. Even the uncle who used to be as cheerful as her parents changed after he took charge of the group's affairs. In fact, both Ouyang Qianjin, the heir, and Ouyang Shizhou, the agent, are aware of the current situation. With Ouyang Qianjin's physical condition, it is impossible for her to have the time and energy to manage the company. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought that after reaching the federal age of 18, she would completely hand over the company to Ouyang Shizhou. Of course, the premise is that she did not hear her Shizhou's words to her and whom she had never met. Why do you want to do it? Anyway, they are all going to die. Why dirty your hands? Yes. When the doctor diagnosed it, the deadline given was before the age of 20. That is to say, even if Ouyang Qianjin reached the age of 18, She would only have about 2 years to live at most. To be honest, if it weren't for the optimistic and cheerful character inherited from her father and mother, she might have died early due to the torture of illness. Of course, it is not ruled out that Ouyang Qianjin had long been indifferent to life and death, and laid down directly. What do you mean by time travel? I don't know whether you two have time traveled through time. But I, your daughter, have been reborn. Gently stroking the family photo of the three of them smiling heartlessly in her hand, Ouyang Qianjin murmured. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin was reborn. She was reborn from 2.5 months later. 2.5 months ago in the previous life. Or more accurately, today. The end of the world is coming. The world changed, and alien races and beasts invaded. All this indicates that the originally peaceful world will fall into chaos again. Order, morality, and law will no longer exist. The world will also be gamified on the first day of the apocalypse. No, it should be said to be gamified. It is gamified, but not completely gamified. Whether it is combat professions or secondary professions, or those equipment and skills, they sound similar to games. But in fact, there is no key value. This also applies to health points, magic points and other things. To many people, including Ouyang Qianjin, it feels like some indescribable powerful existence is forcing them to adapt to a new set of rules. It is very abrupt and inconsistent. However, all this is just the prelude to this apocalypse. As for what will happen in the future, Ouyang Qianjin herself has no idea. After all, she died early in her previous life and knew nothing. It's about to start. Talking to herself, Ouyang Qianjin reached out and grabbed the electric wheelchair parked at the head of the bed. She lifted the blanket covering her legs and lifted her thin legs with her hands. Her feet had completely lost sensation due to her illness. But fortunately, her buttocks could still move, slowly moving from the bed to the wheelchair. This was an action she had repeated thousands of times during the 8 years she was hospitalized, and it had become muscle memory. After sitting upright in the wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin first went to the door and locked it from the inside to prevent someone from breaking in to avoid monsters. Then she pulled out a fruit knife from the fruit basket on the cabinet next to her. After all, this is a ward. Apart from this fruit knife, there was nothing else that could be used as her weapon. That's it. It was something that her uncle had brought in a long time ago and was hidden by Ouyang Qianjin. In the past, someone would deliver food and fruit every day at mealtime. But later, fruit was delivered from time to time, and the food was getting worse day by day. She knew that this was her uncle's doing behind her back, but she didn't care. After all, from today on, even finding food can only rely on myself. Others are really unreliable. Saying this, Ouyang Qianjin controlled the electric wheelchair and slowly drove towards the bathroom. Chapter 2 First Kill. The bathroom in the ward is not very big, because it is a VIP ward. It is separated into dry and wet areas, and there is a bathtub in the shower area. The reason why Ouyang Qianjin came here is that the blue drow that landed in her room in the previous life came out from this place. However, Ouyang Qianjin was not sure whether the other party landed in the bathroom or the bathroom, so she could only sit at the door and watch with a fruit knife. No, this is not a solution. If the other party landed in the bathroom, it would be okay. There is a tempered door to block it, which can buy me some time. But if the other party landed in the bathroom, with the attack radius of my fruit knife, I guess he would die on the spot. In the previous life, Ouyang Qianjin relied on an electric wheelchair and a spacious ward to deal with the other party, and almost died before killing the other party. Now that he has changed to a brand new track, the way of playing must naturally change. By the way, attack radius. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up when he thought of this. And then he took out a mop from the closet next to the wash basin. This is what the cleaning staff left here for daily cleaning. Although Ouyang Qianjin is so small, she wouldn't make a mess. But it's still a token of appreciation. After all, people pay a lot of money to the hospital every day and every month. It's a technical job to take the mop head. Ouyang Qianjin's hands, which were already weak, banged the mop handle against the wheelchair for a long time before it broke. So, Ouyang Qianjin got a stainless steel rod about 1.34 meters long. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about the sweat and pain all over her body. After all, the blue drow is about to come. Survive. There is definitely hope if you survive. This is the only information Ouyang Qianjin got in the and a half months of survival in her previous life. Although she was abandoned by her teammates in the end and died in the mouth of a wolf. But she didn't blame them. After all, everyone has the right to want to live. They just made the choice that most people would make at the critical moment of life and death. If she can still kill the blue drow this time, successfully change her job, and get a profession, she doesn't plan to take revenge or anything. At most, let them pay attention in the next life. After obtaining the stainless steel pipe, Ouyang Qianjin bang 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 a few times, smashing one end of the stainless steel rod into a sharp point. There is a fruit knife for close combat, and a stainless steel spear for long range. Everything is ready. The advantage is mine. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin wore a smile on her face, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, sitting in a wheelchair blocking the only entrance and exit of the bathroom. She had the aura of Zhang Fei guarding Changbanpo. Never forget to smile. Never forget your own fun. This is the greatest wealth left to her by her parents. Face danger with a smile. Face death with a smile. In this way, Ouyang Qianjin stared at the empty space in front of her with a smile, to ensure that no details are missed. If you want to survive in the chaotic Doomsday, it is particularly important to kill monsters and get the opportunity to change jobs. Newcomers will get a job change item after killing a monster for the first time. Only by becoming a professional with a job change item can you be qualified to survive in the Doomsday. Here it comes. Just as Ouyang Qianjin's eyes shifted from the corner of the bathroom, he saw a subtle change on the toilet. Descent does not appear in a snap. It slowly turns from illusion to reality. Although the time is short, only about 2 or 3 seconds. But it is enough for Ouyang Qianjin to locate the other party's position. She did a lot of this kind of reconnaissance work in her previous life. Gurgle. Ouyang Qianjin was a little nervous. But only a little. Tightening the stainless steel spear in her hand. After taking a deep breath, Ouyang Qianjin shouted to cheer herself up. Sounding team. Charge. After holding the stainless steel spear tightly with one hand, Ouyang Qianjin shouted a slogan she saw in the comics. And the other hand holding the wheel of the wheelchair began to exert force. After all, compared with the electric one, this way of using hands can get acceleration faster. And the stainless steel temporary spear also stabbed into the belly of the blue drow, holding a wooden stick in his hand 3 seconds later. Blue drow. This is the information I learned after changing my job in my previous life. The average height is about 1.4 meters. The skin is blue. The blood is green. A piece of rag is wrapped around the waist. And the clothes are relatively wild. The corners of the mouth can be stretched to the back of the ears. Except for the blue skin. It looks no different from the goblins in games and comics. However, compared with goblins, blue drow are much more timid. These guys are tribal and social species. If they were not dispersed by the advent, it would be basically impossible to kill them one-on-one. Because the opponent is relatively timid when alone. Only when they're in large numbers, or when they're sure that the prey is weaker than themselves, will they boldly attack. This is why Ouyang Qianjin in the previous life was able to get so much time to move from the bed to the wheelchair calmly. Because the other party spent a lot of time in the previous life to confirm whether he was stronger than it. And now, after being pierced through the abdomen by Ouyang Qianjin's spear, Lan Sagewar also threw away the wooden stick that he had originally held in his hand. Even with tears in his eyes, he clasped his hands together and begged for mercy at Ouyang Qianjin. Bully the weak and fear the strong. When Ouyang Qianjin thought that he was chased around the house by such a bastard in his previous life, he was furious. Put away the gun and stab. Put away the gun again and stab again. Repeatedly for more than a dozen times. Lan Sagewar's belly was stabbed into a sieve. And Ouyang Qianjin stopped. Who? The seriously ill Ouyang Qianjin looked at the blue drow lying on the ground in the green liquid, and the 2 light balls beside it, and smiled again with difficulty. The 2 light balls were one blue and one golden. The blue one was the talent stone, and the golden one was the job transfer halo, controlling the wheelchair. Ouyang Qianjin came to the 2 light balls, not caring about the green blood. After picking them up, she took the blue talent stone and covered her forehead with a slap. It was very fast. Ouyang Qianjin's pale forehead with sweat beads turned red. Nothing else. I took it myself. Get the talent stone and start generating talent. After integrating the talent stone, Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and felt the voice in her mind. Talent generation. Obtain talent erosion. What the hell? Yang Qianjin had a confused expression of subway. Old man. Mobile phone. You know. The talent in my previous life was not erosion, but scattering. It is precisely because of this that I... Could it be because of my rebirth that my talent has changed? After all, talent is given by the color of the soul. Now that I am reborn or with 2.5 months of memory, it is not impossible for the color of the soul to change. Forget it. Anyway, I have already obtained the talent. What else do I need a bicycle for? I'd better change my job and become a professional. Smiling and shaking his head, Yang Qianjin also slapped the job change halo in his hand on his forehead. Pa! Does it sound good? A good sound means a good head. Yang Qianjin didn't care about the slight pain coming from his forehead, and continued to feel the voice in his mind. Obtain job change halo. Warrior. Mage. What job you choose? It's still the familiar 2 choices. But this time, Yang Qianjin decided to change the track. Chapter 3 Job Change, Necromancer. Warrior. Mage. In her previous life, Yang Qianjin also faced the same choice. But it was called a choice. In fact, Yang Qianjin had no choice at all. After all, as a person who could only move with the help of a wheelchair, she would never choose a warrior. A profession like a mage that outputs by standing still is suitable for her. She thought so in her previous life and now. But the difference is that in her previous life, Yang Qianjin chose the magic profession priest when she changed her job at level 9. It is also commonly known as a wet nurse. Originally, she wanted to rely on this mysterious power to treat her illness. Even if she couldn't treat it to the point of being well again, she should at least be able to slow down the condition and buy herself more time. But after changing her job, she found that the priest profession was useless for her illness. Whether it was holy light or healing aura, this made her very depressed for a while. Later, when she discussed with the people in the team, she realized that maybe it was not useless. But her level was low. Maybe it would be okay after she changed to a high-level profession. Of course. In addition, it may be necessary to have some other profession, such as a mysterious, rare hidden profession to be able to treat. But one thing Yang Qianjin can confirm is that at least the possibility of existence has not disappeared. This is enough for her to survive desperately. I choose the mage profession. She made her own choice in her mind. This time, she wants to change to a profession that can output standing still. For example, ice or fire professions. One has more control. The other has higher damage output. However, this is what people often say. When Yang Qianjin was thinking about what job she would change to at level 9, a prompt that she didn't expect suddenly came to her mind. Choose the mage profession to confirm. The mage profession selection is successful. Due to the influence of the talent skill erosion, the professional characteristics are eroded, and a suitable magic profession is deployed. The deployment is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden profession and successfully changing to Necromancer. Please silently recite panel and choose a skill from the 3 initial skills as your new starting point. What's the noise? Necromancer? And a hidden profession. Yang Qianjin, who was originally a little tired and leaning on the back of the wheelchair, couldn't help but sit up straight. A hidden profession. This is a rare profession that I have never encountered in the past 2.5 months. I didn't expect that after being reborn, it would fall on my head. What a good sign. I've just started and I've been given a big surprise. Good news. Definitely good news. So, excited Yang Qianjin called out her own panel. Name, Yang Qianjin. Profession, Necromancer. Talent, Corrosion. Level, LV1. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Optional skills, Skeleton Transformation. Bone Spear. Venom Spray. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. As soon as she finished looking at her panel, Yang Qianjin clicked on the description of her talent skill and took a look. Erosion, passive, will have a good or bad impact on your profession and skills. Yang Qianjin was silent. Talent will affect profession and skills? This sounds a bit nonsense. To put it bluntly, talent skills are an extra skill and an extra guarantee in the novice period. For example, the scattered talent in his previous life. Although it can also be used on skills, so that the holy light obtained at level 1 can be divided into countless beams to heal the whole field. But it can also be used alone without using the scattered talent. It is precisely because this is equivalent to having group healing at level 1 that Ouyang Qianjin was not abandoned at the beginning in his previous life. That is to say, talent skills and professional skills exist independently, and there is no interference between them. But this erosion has really affected his profession. It turned the originally chosen mage into a necromancer. This beaver? At least Ouyang Qianjin thinks it is unreasonable. But now there are magic, skills, alien races, and beasts. What else is unreasonable in this world? Ah, forget it. Let it be. Anyway, mysterious things cannot be judged by common sense. Why am I entangled with this? After sighing, Ouyang Qianjin turned his attention to the column profession, Necromancer. Necromancer, it has powerful summoning, control, gain, and output capabilities. It is a very comprehensive profession. Because of the special nature of this profession, you will be promoted after the job transfer tasks at level 49 and level 99. As a house girl who likes to play games, watch anime, and read novels in the ward, Ouyang Qianjin is naturally very clear about the gold content of the Necromancer. Control, gain, and output are just additional gifts. Summoning is the core technology of the Necromancer, and the only choice. To put it bluntly, it is a summoner who summons. When there is something, I will go up. And when there is nothing, I will be busy. Although no matter what game, the summoning profession has a tendency to gradually become a taxi driver or a freight driver. But you have to admit that the Necromancer is in the leading position in the summoning world. Not to mention other things. In terms of quantity alone, it has an absolute advantage. And this is what Ouyang Qianjin needs now. But what does it mean that you can only get promoted after the job transfer task of level 49 or 99? I can understand that the professional subdivisions such as Berserker, Swordsman, Assassin and Crossbowman that can be obtained after the warrior's job transfer at level 9 can only be obtained through the job tasks of level 49 or 99. What about level 19? What about level 29? Will these upgrade tasks not be stuck on my neck? In the previous life, Ouyang Qianjin changed her job once. The level 9 priest changed his job to a full-time healer. So she understood what this kind of job promotion was. But now the panel introduction tells her that the Necromancer has only 2 job upgrades. And it is not selective like other professions. That means she will no longer have any career choices. One less option. One less worry. This is also good? Yeah. Ouyang Qianjin patted her pale face, which was a little stiff after the 2 introductions. Forget it. It's done. There's no point in worrying about it now. Strong optimism made Ouyang Qianjin turn his attention to his alternative skills. Skeleton transformation. Summon skeletons with corpses as the medium. And the number of available skeletons doubles every 10 levels. Bone spear. Summon a bone spear and attack the enemy in a straight line. Spray venom. Spray venom that can kill a cow with 1 milliliter. And attack the enemy in a fan shape. There's nothing to say. Even in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, there's nothing good to see. What is the core gameplay of the Necromancer? It's the sea of skeletons. It's the military power of 1 man against an army. It's the destructive power of the undead scourge. Chapter 4 Skeleton Transformation. And Ouyang Qianjin had no choice. After all, you can't expect her to do more things when she can only move in a wheelchair. On the contrary, if there were several, even dozens, hundreds, or thousands of loyal slaves working for her, Ouyang Qianjin felt that this scene was beautiful just thinking about it. Can't move? Then let the skeletons be a sedan chair to carry you. Don't have food to eat? Then let the skeletons go to farm. Go to harvest. Go outside to plunder supplies. Come back and cook 2 dishes for yourself. Isn't it? Farm. Must farm. If anyone comes to disturb her, she will drown the other party with a sea of skeletons. Still don't believe that thousands of skeletons of various colors can't cure you. Although summoning is definitely a younger brother in the early stage, and the skeleton is still very fragile. It is not as strong as other summoned beasts, and it will fall apart after a few hits. But what can we do about it? It's better to have someone push the wheelchair than to control the remote control device alone. And according to Ouyang Qianjin's experience in the previous life, you can choose professional skills once every 5 levels. Each time, you have to choose 1 out of 3. The correct choice is to survive first, level up, and then supplement the remaining skills. As for the Necromancer, he uses the summoning flow. The first choice among the 3 is the summoning skill. The second is the curse, buff and other skills that can stack buff or debuff. Finally, if you don't have the first two options, you can choose the attack or defense skills, so that you can also OB on the side during the battle and do some tricks. Oh no! It's not some old 6. It's the art of war. Our main focus is the art of war. After determining her skill selection route, Ouyang Qianjin clicked on the skill skeleton transformation without hesitation. Please confirm whether to learn skeleton transformation. Yes/no. Yes. Ouyang Qianjin confirmed on the prompt on the panel without hesitation. Successfully selected the initial skill. Obtained the general skill Eye of Identification. Obtained the initial skill skeleton transformation. The skill Eye of Identification changes due to the influence of the talent erosion. The skill skeleton transformation changes due to the influence of the talent erosion. Eye of Identification, a basic skill that can be obtained by all professions to see some information on items. Erosion effect. You can see the unknown information hidden behind the item. Skeleton transformation. Transform skeletons with corpses as the medium. And the disposable quantity doubles every 10 levels. Corrosion effect. 1% chance to retain the elemental attributes of the corpse before death. 1% chance to transform into a skeleton with wisdom. The prompts are constantly updated on the panel. Ouyang Qianjin closed it immediately. And then checked her panel again. Wait! I can transform 4 skeletons at level 1. In my previous life, the summoner I met had 3 pets at most. I only have 4. Thinking about it, I could cast a lot of holy light spells at level 1 in my previous life. Could it be that because I have been fighting against the disease for a long time, my mental strength is relatively strong? This guess is not impossible. As an optimist, Ouyang Qianjin feels that he seems to have found something different. But there are 4 at level 1. And 1 more for each episode. If the number of skeleton transformations doubles every 10 levels, then, for plus 9, * 2 equals 26? I had 26 skeletons at level 10. Level 20. 72. Level 30. 164. Level 40. 348. Level 100. More than 23,000. Oh! That's right. That's right. It's getting more and more like this. Little brother. Slurp. Wow! After sucking the tears from the corners of her mouth, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help laughing. She seemed to have seen a bunch of white skeletons waving at her. Turtle. Necromancers are awesome. That's not even counting the erosion effect entries that appeared after 2 skills. She was originally worried that her talent would have a bad impact on her skills. But now it seems that she is lucky. A general skill and an initial skill have been strengthened. Needless to say, the Eye of Identification. The information about Blue Drow is known by this thing. The erosion effect of skeleton transformation is even more amazing. Retaining the elemental attributes of life. It means that it is very likely to be able to use elemental skills and become a skeleton mage. And if there is a skill like Corpse Explosion, it can even cause elemental damage. Just thinking about it. Ouyang Qianjin's mouth left happy tears. As we all know, corpses have no attributes. Although Corpse Explosion may have additional elemental effects, corpses definitely don't have them. The explosion is also physical damage. And it's even more awesome if it is wisdom. If you encounter a powerful enemy that transforms into a skeleton with wisdom and memory, then you will be like having another skeleton general. Although the skills you had before you died may disappear, your experience as an intelligent creature can be retained. Although the probability is extremely small. Ouyang Qianjin is very satisfied. It is already satisfying that it has not eroded in a bad direction. What else do you want? After all, in Ouyang Qianjin's view, probability is really a more metaphysical fate. If it is in your fate, it is there. If it is not in your fate, it is not there. Just like drawing cards. No matter how much money you spend, you can't expect to get the card you like. It really has nothing to do with the probability of a few %. Wait for the ship to sink. No problem. Hurry up and hire a bodyguard for yourself. Ouyang Qianjin put his index finger and middle finger of his right hand together, bent his little finger, ring finger and thumb, just like pinching a sword, and then raised it. Skeleton transformation. No one shouted out the name of his skill like a middle school student. He just thought about it in his mind. The corpse on the ground began to change under the effect of Ouyang Qianjin's skill. The blue drow's skin seemed to be cut open. And then the flesh and bones separated. Oh my god! Is this what it means to use the corpse as a medium? Although she was mentally prepared and had been struggling for 2.5 months in her previous life, The scene in front of her still shocked Ouyang Qianjin. She never thought that the so-called transformation was to use the bones of the corpse as the skeleton itself. But well, it seems that I have seen it in a game or novel before. No. After a brief shock, Ouyang Qianjin regained her calm and composed smile. Although the description seems very detailed. But in fact, the time it took for the skeleton to crawl out of the blue drow's body was only about 2 or 3 seconds. Looking at the ribbed skeleton, which was about 1.4 meters tall like the blue drow, and had blue soul fire in its eyes, Ouyang Qianjin further realized the seriousness of the matter. In other words, what kind of corpse you use, what kind of skeleton you get. If the corpse is a dead wild dog, then what you get should also be the skeleton of a wild dog. It can be said that you reap what you sow. Chapter 5. Okay. Okay. Let's play it this way. Right? Okay. Okay. Let's play it this way. Right? Ouyang Qianjin's smiling mouth twitched. Although the transformation process is really hard to describe. But at least the skeleton is different from other creatures. It has no morale, and is extremely loyal. So although he said dissatisfied words, Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had begun to flash scenes of games and animations in his mind. If this is the case, does it mean that as long as he finds the corpse of a dragon or a giant, then he can get a skeleton dragon or a skeleton giant? If he puts armor on the skeleton giant and equips it with a sword, a Mathura's. Oh no. It's Susanoo. Yeah. You can lean towards this. For armor, don't make that kind of bamboo armor. Just use plate armor, which is resistant and durable. For weapons, don't make fancy samurai swords. Use axes, maces or meteor hammers. One hammer will kill a bunch of people. TSK. It is worthy of being called a war machine in any game. Either a small boss or a big boss. Thinking about it this way, it is really good. With just a simple association. Ouyang Qianjin thought of the interesting part of this skill. People who like to have fun naturally have to consider whether there are interesting things first. Whatever is interesting, do it. Otherwise, what else can you think about in the future? Strength? That can't be. Strength is just a means needed to have fun. It is definitely not the result that people who like to have fun want. However, although Ouyang Qianjin had a good idea, she had to admit that she was still very weak. Weak people have no other purpose except to seek death. Although the skeleton was transformed, it was inevitable that there were still some bits and pieces hanging on it. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little disgusted. So she blurted out, well, go to the bathroom. Turn on the faucet. Wash yourself. Pick up everything. And make yourself clean. It's not that Ouyang Qianjin has any cleanliness. In her previous life, she even set a record of not taking a bath for 1.5 months. That sour feeling. Even after rebirth. Ouyang Qianjin remembered it by heart. And just after she said this, the skeleton soldier really did it. Opened the glass door. Entered the bathroom. Turned on the faucet. Wiped his bones with his fingers. And even did not let go of the bone seams. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin's order was executed to the extreme. Hey! So this is the order. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and became interested. Come out. Take out a towel from the cabinet next to you. And use it to wash your body. She ordered again. And the skeleton soldier carried out her task again. But this time she issued the order in her mind. That is right. After the experiment just now, Ouyang Qianjin was extremely sure that the skeleton soldier acted according to her orders. Whether verbally or in her mind, the skeleton soldier would execute. It seems that this necromancer really made the right move. At least for her now. This method makes her very relieved. While the skeleton was cleaning up the hygiene problem on her body, Ouyang Qianjin also used her corroded identification eyes to take a look at the pool of meat on the ground. Deboned blue drow. The tribal system is timid and cowardly, and cannot act alone. They like to be submissive to the strong, and like to hit the weak with heavy punches. If you encounter a lone blue drow, please don't be afraid. Go up and fight it. You can do it. If you encounter a group of blue drow, please don't be afraid. You should still be able to turn around and run away. Hidden information. I heard the voice of God. He brought us to an unknown place. I met a woman. This woman is very beautiful and should be delicious, but also very dangerous. She kept stabbing me with a spear, and it was useless even if I begged for mercy. I am going to die. I am so unwilling to die like this. I haven't eaten this woman's meat yet. Is it a revolving lantern before death? Yang Qianjin looked at the information popped up by the eye of identification in front of him in silence. This eroded information is very interesting. You can see things that you can't see in your previous life. As for other things, Yang Qianjin didn't feel anything. For a person who has only 2 years to live, she has no interest in any supernatural things. It is more important to live every day happily. Thinking of this, Yang Qianjin controlled the wheelchair to the door of her ward. She had locked this place before, so there was no need to worry about someone breaking in. And she could listen to the chaotic noise outside quietly like Lao Lu. Help! Run! Roar! Ah! The sound filled Yang Qianjin's mind in an instant. Roars. Begging for mercy. Running for life. Footsteps. The muffled sound of someone falling to the ground. The bang of equipment falling to the ground. All of them proved the noise and chaos outside. Yang Qianjin, who was smiling and listening to the sounds outside quietly, was thinking about another problem in her mind. I am now at level 1. And I can bring up to 4 skeletons. That means I need at least 3 corpses to be full. But it's so chaotic outside now. If my skeleton goes out, it may be killed by some brave guy who has completed the job transfer. That would be a loss. Let's wait. Just wait for an hour. 1 hour should be enough time for the people outside to run away. Then I will go out and use the corpse of the dead to transform the skeleton. Anyway, no one stipulates that the medium required for the skill of skeleton transformation must be someone killed by yourself. Oh! Don't say anything like watching someone die without saving them. Moral corruption, etc. In the eyes of a sickly girl who has already faced death. If she dies, the world will be destroyed. So she has no psychological burden. And moral kidnapping is useless to her. Protecting yourself with the only means is the right way. Of course, it is useless for a necromancer who deals with corpses, skeletons, and death every day. Ka! The sudden sound from behind scared Yang Qianjin, who was concentrating on listening to the sound outside. She turned her head suddenly and found that it was her own skeleton, which was washed watery and white, and had blue soul fire in its 2 eye sockets. It doesn't look very smart, Yang Qianjin complained in her heart. Speaking of which, I haven't read your information yet. After experiencing the erosion effect, Yang Qianjin became interested in the information of the skeleton. As she spoke, she used the eye of identification to check the basic information of her own skeleton. Skeleton soldier, a low-level combat unit transformed by the evil necromancer with corpses. The starting point of all skeleton warriors. Maybe you can try to let him pick up a weapon and see. You are evil. Your whole family is evil. Yang Qianjin was a little indignant. But unfortunately, there was no hidden information, nor any dying words. After all, it was transformed by his own skills. But this one is still very useful to Yang Qianjin. Looking at the other party's empty hands that were still dripping with water, Yang Qianjin thought for a while, and then handed over the fruit knife on his body. Chapter 6. There is no such thing as evolution. It's just a puzzle. Skeleton assassin. It is considered a swift existence among the light skeletons. It can quickly and quietly come behind the enemy and give a fatal blow. Huh? It's just a fruit knife. But the difference between the information before and after is so big? The starting point of everything. It seems that there is no hope to upgrade the skeleton like in some novels. But you can change clothes? Compared to upgrading or something that requires various conditions, changing clothes is much simpler. Go and pick up the stainless steel spear in the bathroom. After taking the fruit knife from the skeleton, Yang Qianjin ordered. Skeleton spearman, as a single entity, it is not very strong and has no outstanding features. But if you have a team of spearmen, then quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Looking at this information, Yang Qianjin is deeply concerned. After all, there are many famous typical examples of spearmen's phalanxes in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. Yang Qianjin was excited when she thought of hundreds, or even thousands of skeletons holding spears in a neat row. Wait! Since it's a costume change, if I equip the skeleton soldiers with swords and shields, can they become sword and shield soldiers? If I transform a skeleton horse or skeleton wolf and let the skeleton sit on it, can it become a skeleton cavalry? If I put on heavy armor and hold a spear, can it become a skeleton heavy cavalry? If I give those skeletons with elemental attributes a staff, can they become skeleton mages? Hee hee. What upgrades are there? It's just an interesting jigsaw puzzle game. After Ouyang Qianjin figured out this starting point of everything, he began various experiments. But none of them are ideal. After all, in the ward, apart from the fruit knife and the stainless steel spear he made, there is only the blue drow stick that can be used. But the stick is not counted in his skills. Yes, that's it. Tie the two pieces of cloth together. Very good. That's it. Carry it on your back. Looking at the skeleton soldier carrying a slightly transparent plastic basket, Ouyang Qianjin used the eye of identification. Skeleton baggage soldiers. How can there be no logistics on the battlefield? The baggage team can solve this problem very well. The skeleton baggage soldiers without muscles can even carry baggage that is dozens of times more than their own weight. Of course, as a logistics soldier, they are more suitable for handling chores than other soldiers. Ha ha ha. Seeing this tip, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help laughing. Unlike many apocalyptic novels, I don't have spatial ability. Even if I want to run away, supplies are a big problem. Not to mention anything else. The medicine she needed to take alone was not something she or a few skeletons could take away. After all, there would be no such store after this village. Although Ouyang Qianjin had a strong endurance. But with the help of medicine, it seemed unnecessary to endure it by herself. Right? Now with the appearance of the skeleton baggage soldiers, this problem was solved. Supplies dozens of times their own weight. This completely solved Ouyang Qianjin's urgent need. No! I can't wait! I'll go out later. Go out to collect food, weapons and medicine. These things in the end times are very precious. Especially medicines, which I don't know whether they can be made in the future. Eat less and less. I'm such a genius. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but praise herself. After the experiment just now, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the problem of supplies. So she suddenly had an idea and took out the storage box used to store her underwear in the cabinet. Let the skull drill holes. And then tied a cloth strip to make a strap and carried it on her back. Unexpectedly, she really made the army she urgently needed. But a storage box is still not enough. There are not many things in it. But with this general direction, it's fine. Ouyang Qianjin is not in a hurry. Anyway, medicines are not things that will become outdated in a day or two. What we need to worry about are foods such as meat, fruits, and vegetables that are easy to spoil. Damn it! Why don't I have a space that can stop time? Ouyang Qianjin, who is getting more and more angry, couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is a good way to adjust her mood. Then when she inhaled, she smelled a strong smell of blood. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin, who had been in an excited state since before, realized that the boneless blue drow in the bathroom had not been dealt with. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin didn't plan to continue living here. Whether there is a physical body or not doesn't make any difference to her. Put those fruits and snacks in your box. At Ouyang Qianjin's order, the skeleton baggage soldiers went to deal with it, and he controlled the wheelchair to a wall in the room. He opened a sliding door on the wall that was integrated with the wall. There were some game consoles, comics, novels, anime discs. These were the spiritual food that supported Ouyang Qianjin for several years. If you want to leave, you must take these with you. You might have hesitated before, but now that you have the baggage soldiers, Ouyang Qianjin is reluctant to give them up. In this way, the master and servant were busy in the ward. Soon, they piled up everything they thought was useful in the middle of the room. Whether it was the fruit knife, stainless steel spear, fruit, snacks, or bedding on the bed. Even the wooden stick of the blue drow was not spared by Ouyang Qianjin. In the previous life, the water and electricity were cut off after 3 days. In this chaotic situation now, it is always better to prepare more. As for going out, or leaving the hospital building where she was imprisoned for 8 years, Ouyang Qianjin has a yearning in it. But the problem is that the Necromancer, an absolutely weak profession in the early stage, is basically giving away now. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, if she wants to leave, she should at least wait until she reaches level 10 and the number of skeletons doubles to more than 20. Even so, she doesn't think it's safe. After all, 20 or so unequipped skeleton soldiers don't seem to be able to make any waves. Not to mention that they have to protect themselves, who have difficulty walking. It is safer to reach level 19 before leaving. At least there will be 35 skeletons at your disposal, and your subordinates will be more relaxed. In the 2.5 months of the previous life, Ouyang Qianjin and many others reached level 19. However, after reaching level 19, the level was stuck. Nothing else. Because there was no news of job transfer. Everyone was helpless. That is to say, at least in the 2.5 months that she knew, she could only reach level 19 at most. What should I do for the whole 2.5 months? In Ouyang Qianjin's view, it was unrealistic to want to survive in this ward for at least 2.5 months. So she had to choose a better place to survive. Chapter 7 Upgrade. Ouyang Qianjin frowned and thought about it. There are very few places where you can survive to level 19. The only place close to here with water and food is the canteen of the inpatient department. The canteen is so big that it is impossible to hold on. But there is a small shop next to the canteen. There are not only food, but also bottled water and drinks. As long as you occupy that place first, and then move the food and other things from the canteen over, you will not lack food and drink. But there must be many people who hold this idea. At least those teammates in my previous life must have thought of it. So I have to be quick next. After thinking about the next way to go, Ouyang Qianjin started to act. I will open the door later. After opening the door, you rush out and move the corpse to the door when you see it. Understand? After about an hour, there was no noisy sound outside. Ouyang Qianjin sat at the door and pointed his finger at the little skeleton holding a fruit knife and transformed into a skeleton assassin and said, "Gaga." The skeleton nodded to show that he understood. Ouyang Qianjin then opened the lock and put his hand on the door handle. "Go!" It happened in a flash. Ouyang Qianjin quickly opened the door, and the skeleton also rushed out quickly. Then Ouyang Qianjin closed the door, then fastened the chain on the door again, and then opened the door. In this way, he could see the situation at the door, and the blue drow who might pass by outside would not break through and rush in to kill him and eat him at the first time. Quiet. The ward was surprisingly quiet. Ouyang Qianjin held a stainless steel spear in his hand and stared at the open door. If she found a blue drow trying to rush in, she would thrust out her spear immediately. After all, blue drow would never be alone except in the initial stage of their arrival. Seeing one proved that there were at least several around. But fortunately, about 10 seconds later, her own fruit knife skeleton appeared at the door. After throwing away the corpse it was dragging, it stood still, waiting for its master's order. After seeing the corpse, Ouyang Qianjin immediately used the skeleton transformation, and her strength was doubled in an instant. With one more skeleton, things became much easier. Just half a minute later, like a snowball, Ouyang Qianjin had 4 skeletons, which was considered a full complement. But a full complement was just the beginning for Ouyang Qianjin. She opened the door, controlled the wheelchair, and slowly left the ward. Then took out the key from the cloth bag hanging on the side of the wheelchair and locked the door. There were still a lot of things and her own medicines inside, so she couldn't just open the door and let anyone in. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by people or monsters. There are actually a lot of people in the inpatient building. Nurses, patients, caregivers, security guards, and the salespersons of the medical equipment company who are jumping up and down. It can be said that there are many people and the composition is complicated. But this also gave Ouyang Qianjin an opportunity. She searched in each ward and finally equipped all 4 skeletons with weapons. Well, they are all fruit knives. But is it strange for an assassin to kill monsters with a fruit knife that looks like a dagger? The answer is no. In addition to weapons, Ouyang Qianjin also collected a lot of cold medicines, disinfectant alcohol, gauze and other things. Chi-Chi. When Ouyang Qianjin was about to go downstairs along the corridor, she heard the unique cry of the blue drow. Something is happening. Ouyang Qianjin immediately commanded a skeleton to go down to check in her mind, while the other 3 took her to the ward next to the stairs. The ward was dim and without lights. But for Ouyang Qianjin, who had changed her job to a necromancer, she was still very accustomed to this darkness. Not long after, the clacking footsteps of the skeleton soldiers and the strange cry of the blue drow were heard outside. Since you are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, then I will invite you into a trap and close the door to beat the dog. Right? Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting behind the open door, sneered. And the clean-shaven skeleton baggage soldier next to him silently put down the storage box with fruit snacks on his back and took the dagger handed over by Ouyang Qianjin. This is the benefit of changing clothes. 1, 2, 3. 3 blue drow. Although I don't know if there are more behind. But it doesn't matter. After letting 3 in, Ouyang Qianjin immediately closed the door. Then, 4 against 3, they easily killed 3 monsters in the dark room. Ding! You've upgraded, and you can summon +1. Just after the 3 blue drow were killed by the skeleton assassin, Ouyang Qianjin upgraded. It's level 2 so quickly. Is this the joy of having exclusive experience? Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. In her previous life, she didn't reach level 2 until the next day when she teamed up with others. But this time she upgraded on the first day. How could Ouyang Qianjin not be happy? And it was so easy. This inevitably made Ouyang Qianjin a little proud. Pride? This is the power of numbers. Tears streaming down my face. The benefits of enjoying the experience alone were fully reflected at this moment. Sure enough, you still have to kill monsters yourself to level up quickly. Hidden professions are different. It's so scary that a sick person like me can also level up. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin once again raised her right index finger and middle finger in a very cool way. 3 seconds later, a brand new, steaming 1.4-meter skeleton crawled out of the body of a blue drow in the room. Then, Ouyang Qianjin handed it the fruit knife she had collected. In the previous battle, Ouyang Qianjin was not idle either. She also observed with her eyes that could barely see clearly in the dark. It was found that the 3 1.67-meter skeletons transformed from human corpses were not as useful as the 1.4-meter blue drow skeleton in this kind of battle. To be more precise, it was not suitable. The small skeleton was flying up and down with a fruit knife, looking extremely flexible, while the other 3 skeletons were not so flexible. Could this also be related to the hidden or non-existent values? Forget it. I'll see about this later. The confidence of the Qianjin, who has 5 skeletons, came up immediately. For Ouyang Qianjin, who has no values and doesn't know how many to kill to level up, it is natural not to waste after finding this method of killing monsters. So waves of blue drow were lured to this room. From the initial 3 or 2 to the current 5 or 6. And the skeletons under Ouyang Qianjin have grown to as many as 7. Now it is level 4. One more level up, and I can reach level 5 and choose the next skill. For a better future, Ouyang Qianjin is full of expectations. Oh, right. Aren't I going to occupy the small supermarket first? Ouyang Qianjin, who forgot what he should do after killing monsters, finally remembered the original intention of leaving the ward. Let's go. Let's go to the small supermarket. With 7 of her men armed with fruit knives, Ouyang Qianjin headed downstairs. Chapter 8 Weakness Curse. Ouyang Qianjin did not choose the elevator, although she knew when the blackout would happen. But it was still very dangerous to take this kind of elevator under the current circumstances. After all, the elevator used a dedicated line. If some blind monster suddenly pulled the switch, wouldn't she be at a loss? Although there were skeletons, she could find a way out. But she didn't want to waste this time. So taking the stairs was the best choice. Of course she couldn't go downstairs. But if the skeleton princess carried her, it would be no problem. Not to mention, although the bones were a bit hard and a bit bumpy, but Ouyang Qianjin felt the strength. It felt like the skeleton was holding her, as if he didn't use any strength at all. Although there was no muscle tissue that was deliberately exerting strength. 7 skeletons. 1 was clean and holding Ouyang Qianjin. 1 was carrying her remote-controlled wheelchair. And the other 5 were protecting the team with 3 in front and 2 in the back. The cafeteria of the inpatient building was on the 1st floor. And Ouyang Qianjin's ward was on the 16th floor. The corridor was also full of corpses. Some were dead, some were dying, and some had signs of being eaten. But what concerned Ouyang Qianjin the most was that some of the corpses were obviously caused by knife wounds. But she did not see any blue drow with knives. Could it be that other monsters had descended? That didn't make sense. In her previous life, she had never heard of other alien races existing in the hospital besides blue drow. With this question, Ouyang Qianjin continued to move to the lower level. I don't know if I killed too many monsters just now. It was strange that she had not encountered any monsters along the way. Qianjin. Aren't you Ouyang Qianjin? You are still alive. Come and save me. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was full of doubts, a familiar voice interrupted her. She looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was her caregiver, the fat woman in her 40s with a shiny face. At this moment, the woman was hiding under several corpses, struggling to push the corpses away. But because she was pressed tightly and she was a little fat, she couldn't pull them away for a long time with her short arms and legs. She was just getting anxious here. Then she saw 3 skeletons coming down the corner of the stairs with fruit knives in their hands. Originally, after seeing the 3 skeletons, she wanted to continue pretending to be dead. After all, a walking skeleton would scare anyone. She would wonder if it was in the same group as the blue monsters just now. But after she saw Ouyang Qianjin being held by a skeleton, this worry disappeared immediately. She felt touched as if she had met an old friend in a foreign land. So she couldn't stop herself from shouting out, wanting Ouyang Qianjin to help her. However, Ouyang Qianjin ignored her and directed the skeletons to continue to move forward in her mind. After all, she had no reason to save this fat woman, although she was her caregiver. Ouyang Qianjin knew very well that this woman smiled at her on the surface, but she had been plotting against her in private. She even cursed her to die early more than once or twice. However, Ouyang Qianjin was magnanimous and didn't argue with this guy. The relationship between her and her was just that of an employer and an employee. The other party paid for the work. It's good that he didn't add insult to injury now. Come back. Ouyang Qianjin. You damn girl. You didn't help. You have no conscience. Come back. You deserve to be sick. You ungrateful guy. You will definitely die a miserable death. You damn plague god. You killed your parents. And now you want me to die. Come back soon. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin ignored her, the fat woman Huangma didn't care if there were any monsters around, and she started to curse Ouyang Qianjin loudly. She had said these words to others many times, but it was the first time she said them in front of Ouyang Qianjin. Not to mention, there was a sense of relief in her heart, although Ouyang Qianjin had eavesdropped a long time ago. But it didn't matter. What a big deal. Just pay attention in the next life. Alas, I'm so kind to let you go. Why don't you cherish my few kindnesses? Go and see her off. While continuing to walk down, Ouyang Qianjin gave an order to a skeleton guarding the rear with a cold face. She likes to laugh. This is the last words left by her parents when they died. She also likes to endure pain and overcome difficulties with a smile. She thinks this is very fulfilling. But this does not mean that she is easy to talk to. Nor does it mean that she has no reverse scales. It does not mean that others can use her own parents to make fun of her. No one can. Ah! What are you doing? Come and save them. Gah! The curses from the corridor finally disappeared, and the skeleton jumped back to Ouyang Qianjin in a few steps, looking at the bloody fruit knife in the other party's hand. Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. Along the way, Ouyang Qianjin and his party were relatively smooth. However, when they walked all the way to the 8th floor, they encountered a group of about a dozen blue drow. This is not the most deadly. The most deadly thing is that among this group of monsters, there is a blue drow that is obviously a circle larger, holding a short knife and a round shield in his hand, and wearing a necklace made of teeth around his neck. No need to think. In the jargon of the game, it is to encounter a small wild monster leader in the novice village. Drow Captain has stronger strength and courage than ordinary drow, and has the ability to obtain iron weapons in the tribe. Hidden information. The day I became the captain and obtained weapons was the happiest day for me. Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes after reading the hidden information. It seems that this hidden information cannot always bring surprises to myself. Fight. Now that the eyes are met, it is impossible to retreat. So the skeleton holding her quickly put her on the stairs next to him, then picked up a fruit knife from the electric wheelchair and rushed out. As for the other skeletons, they went up as soon as possible. Fortunately, the corridor was not spacious. 20 or so moving objects could not be used here at all. It made up for the lack of manpower. Your skeleton is dead. Use skeleton transformation. Your skeleton is dead. Use skeleton transformation. As long as the skeleton under his command is indicated as dead by the panel, Ouyang Qianjin will transform one from the corpses in the corridor. I have a lot of fruit knives. Just charge. In this way, the number of monsters dying is getting smaller and smaller, while Ouyang Qianjin has always maintained a lineup of 7 skeletons. This is the advantage of the Necromancer. However, the opponent's larger blue drow is really good at killing. Or it can be said that he has a weapon advantage. Most of the skeletons that were judged dead were basically killed by the opponent. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use Summons +1. You have reached level 5 and get a skill selection. Just when there were only 3 enemies left, Ouyang Qianjin finally heard the upgrade prompt. So she couldn't wait to open the panel and then check the skills. Alternative skills, Bone Spear. Curse of Weakness. Ghoul Transformation. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. Just a glance. Ouyang Qianjin, who is in a hurry, clicked on the introduction box of Curse of Weakness. Weakness Curse reduces the physical fitness of a group of enemies by 10%, making their movement slow and weak. Chapter 9: Unforeseen Disaster in the Previous Life. No need to choose. Just this one. Ouyang Qianjin, with bright eyes, immediately chose to learn. The skill Curse of Weakness has changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Ouyang Qianjin quickly looked at the erosion effect after the change of the Curse of Weakness. With blinding and confusion. Good guy. It really is 2 skills. Right. No. If divided according to the game, this should be 3. 1 weakness, 1 blinding, and 1 confusion. But now Ouyang Qianjin has no time to be happy. After all, the front line is still fighting. Ouyang Qianjin, who was thinking of using the skeleton to slowly wear down the opponent, immediately raised his hand and threw out a Curse of Weakness. The remaining 3 blue drows immediately turned red and green, obviously hit by debuff. And the 7 skeletons also took this opportunity to reap their lives. But even so, 2 of his skeletons were killed by the big drow, who was blinded and confused and wielded the dagger. It's okay. It's okay. Just transform it again. There is still extra mental power. So it's okay to die. When the battle was over, Ouyang Qianjin, who was relieved, ordered them to clean up the battlefield. In fact, there was nothing to clean up. It was nothing more than confiscating the big drow's dagger and round shield. This is a rare weapon. The round shield is nothing to see. It's just a round wooden board covered with 2 layers of leather shield made of unknown animal skin. And this dagger is about 80 centimeters long and about 5 centimeters wide. It's a bit heavy and looks a bit like a Roman dagger. It's just that the sword is covered with rust. It seems that it has not been carefully maintained. Huh? After getting the weapon, Ouyang Qianjin looked at it carefully and found that this was not the weapon used by a teammate in her previous life. So it turned out that it was obtained from this monster. Ouyang Qianjin felt a little ridiculous and smiled, and then gave the short sword and round shield to a human skeleton. Don't say. You really don't say. After the equipment was equipped, this skeleton sword and shield soldier really looked like that. Then Ouyang Qianjin prepared to leave. But before that, he had to replenish the troops. So Ouyang Qianjin used the large drow and 2 blue drow to replenish the 2 lost skeletons and the extra 1 after upgrading. But unfortunately, the skeleton transformed from the large drow is still only 1.4 meters tall and short. This hurt Ouyang Qianjin a little. However, after upgrading to level 5, she now has 8 skeletons at her disposal, plus the horrible existence of the 1-shot 3 shots curse skill. Although the big drow didn't contribute a big skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin was not too disappointed. Anyway, even if it was a big one, it would only be about 1.5 meters tall. If that's the case, it's better to find a human skeleton. At least it's 1.7 meters tall. This has nothing to do with personal height or body shape. Ouyang Qianjin noticed this during the fierce battle just now, because the corridor was full of corpses. At the beginning of the battle, after his own skeleton was judged dead, Ouyang Qianjin used human corpses as a medium. The transformed skeletons were all about 1.7 meters tall. After the monster dies, Ouyang Qianjin will use the monster's corpse as a medium. The skeletons transformed are basically about 1.4 meters tall. From this point of view, Ouyang Qianjin thinks that the height and even the body value of the skeletons transformed by this transformation skill should be related to the race, rather than the individual. After replenishing the troops, Ouyang Qianjin was ready to leave. But before leaving, she saw the tooth necklace hanging on the neck of the large boneless drow. As a priest and battlefield sweeper in her previous life, she knew very well that cleaning the battlefield had to be careful, especially this kind of game like Battlefield. It is not like a complete game that kills monsters to explode gold coins and equipment. You can only get them by looting corpses and looting. So she thought about it and looked at it with the eye of identification. Poor quality wolf tooth necklace can increase your courage and strength slightly. Unexpectedly, it is an equipment that can add 2 attributes. This is beyond Ouyang Qianjin's expectations. After all, I didn't see anyone wearing this thing in my previous life. It seems that either it was missed, or Lao Lu and the team hid it. But no matter what, now this thing belongs to me. Let's take a look at the extra entry. Hidden information. This is a necklace made of the teeth of the Blue Wolf tribe. Wearing it will give you strength and courage, but also the hatred and pursuit of the Blue Wolf tribe. Blue Wolf tribe. Isn't this the group of wild wolves that occupied the park area next to the North River in the previous life? Although Ouyang Qianjin has not left the hospital for 2.5 months. But she had heard about this from assassins or scouts of the reconnaissance team. She originally thought that they had just come from another world and settled there. But now it seems that there was an irreconcilable contradiction between the Blue Drow and the Blue Wolf tribe in the other world. These damn guys. In the previous life, Ouyang Qianjin died because of the attack of the Blue Wolf tribe. Now it seems that this group of Blue Wolves came to cause trouble for the Blue Drow. And they might just be the incidental gifts and suffered an undeserved disaster. But the Blue Wolves, if their skeletons are matched with the skeletons of the Blue Drow, they should be able to form a skeleton wolf cavalry of moderate size. Let's go! Waving his hand, Ouyang Qianjin directed the skeletons to leave, while thinking about the possibility of forming his own wolf cavalry. It was still the clean skeleton baggage soldier holding Ouyang Qianjin, and the team continued to move down. Soon they arrived at the first floor of the inpatient building. Compared to the crowded corridor, the lobby on the first floor seemed much more spacious. There weren't even many corpses. It had been about 3 hours since the monsters came. Those who should have run had already run. Those who didn't run either hid or died. But this was not what Ouyang Qianjin should be concerned about. Carrying 8 skeletons, she went out of the lobby and turned a corner to the small supermarket next door. This was a supermarket of about 100 square meters. There were a complete range of food, drinks, clothes, and daily necessities. But unlike the large floor-to-ceiling windows in other supermarkets, there was only a double door made of tempered glass. The door was separated by a soft transparent plastic curtain. At this time, there was a corpse lying at the door. She knew this person, and was very familiar with him. He was a delivery man in the supermarket. When needed, Ouyang Qianjin would call the supermarket and ask them to send some snacks and treats. Sometimes when she was bored, she would even ask several delivery men in the supermarket to help buy some novels, comics, games, etc. The errand fee is of course necessary, since I have money in my pocket anyway. But that's all the relationship is. One party pays, and the other party works. It's just a transaction. And Ouyang Qianjin sees it clearly. Chapter 1080. Drag the bodies to the canteen next door. After giving the order, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the canteen door next to the supermarket and walked into the supermarket with the skeleton. Although it is the end of October and the weather is getting cooler, but for a long time, there will still be a smell. But these bodies are all the reserve soldiers, and it is not suitable to be replenished if they are thrown far away. The canteen is just right. It is close, and there is a wall. There will be no smell if the door is closed. Of course, the most important thing is that there are warehouses and cold storages in the canteen. The food inside will definitely be coveted by the survivors. Piling up more corpses can also have a deterrent effect, so that it will not be occupied by others in the early stage. So the canteen can only be wronged. The supermarket is now surprisingly quiet, the kind where you can hear a pin drop. But Ouyang Qianjin is not careless. 8 skeleton soldiers are divided into 2 areas for reconnaissance, and the other 6 are guarding the cash register where they are now. This place is good, with only one exit. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. Ouyang Qianjin sat on the chair at the cashier counter, quietly waiting for the scout's feedback. Chirp. After a while, a skeleton assassin rushed out from one side of the shelf, with 3 blue drow holding wooden sticks. Go! Kill them! At Ouyang Qianjin's command, 7 skeleton soldiers started a righteous fight against the 3 drow. After a while, the 3 drow were killed. Ouyang Qianjin looked around and found no special objects. So she asked the skeleton soldiers to throw these bodies, along with all the bodies in the supermarket, to the cafeteria next door. Then Ouyang Qianjin inspected the entire supermarket. The supermarket of about 100 square meters is neither big nor small, with a standard square structure of 10 by 10. There are 4 sets of island shelves and 3 sets of single-sided shelves, as well as 2 sets of fresh shelves and a promotional shelf. There is also a small warehouse, an employee lounge, and a bathroom at the back. The bathroom is a timely rein for Ouyang Qianjin, who has been busy all day and sweating. In the absence of internal threats, Ouyang Qianjin did not check the warehouse first. but let 6 skeletons led by sword and shield soldiers guard the door to prevent people from coming in. And she was carried by the wash skeleton, and took a human skeleton carrying a small stool to the bathroom. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin is a little entangled now. Supermarket, canteen. Which of these two places is more suitable for her base camp? Both places have food and water sources. Needless to say, the supermarket is small in area, and only needs to defend the door to be one man guarding the pass. But considering the comprehensive consideration of living there for a few months, undoubtedly, the canteen with a large area, a lot of storage space and gas is more suitable for me. Well, why not just connect the two places? The supermarket has only one double opening door anyway. Just weld it shut. In this way, I only need to defend the canteen. The key is still the manpower. I am afraid that I can't defend such a large place with just 2 or 3 kittens. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Ouyang Qianjin, who hadn't figured out a solution yet, came out of the bathroom and sat in her electric wheelchair to command the skeletons to start smashing the wall. Although I don't know how big the canteen's kitchen is, but it is at least much bigger than the supermarket of about 100 square meters. So Ouyang Qianjin chose a place farther back. Bang, bang, bang. 80, 80, 80. Several skeletons hit the wall with hammers in their hands, while Ouyang Qianjin sat beside them to cheer them up. She looked much more energetic now after taking a shower, eating some fruits and medicine. She even had the energy to shout. The other skeletons without hammers closed and locked the supermarket door, and then emptied the shelves and display cabinets and moved them all over to block the door. That is, Ouyang Qianjin didn't have a welding gun. Otherwise she would have welded the door shut. While the skeletons were busy, Ouyang Qianjin was not idle either. First, she shouted for a while. Then she started to count the things in the supermarket, including the warehouse. The supermarket has a lot of instant noodles, instant vermicelli, self-heating hot pot, a treasure porridge, beverages, soda, mineral water. In addition, there are some vegetables, meat, fruits and noodles. But what Ouyang Qianjin cares about most are the sanitary products and piles of hospital gowns in transparent plastic bags. After all, it is a supermarket in the hospital, so such things are definitely indispensable. So she quickly changed her clothes, except for vegetables, fruits, and meat that are not easy to preserve. The rest of the things are completely enough for her to live alone for 6 or 7 months with some left over. But because it is a supermarket in the hospital, there is no alcohol, not even beer. However, there is a lot of hard currency such as tobacco. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't smoke, it's still good to use it for trading in the future. After all, everyone has needs, especially for those who have completed the first kill, successfully changed their job, and dare to fight. This desire will be magnified countless times. Just imagine, will an ordinary person swell after obtaining supernatural mysterious power? Yes, definitely. In the 2.5 months of her previous life, Ouyang Qianjin had seen a lot of them. Even in her team, there are such people. They all think that the sky is the boss, and they are the second. And as time goes by, this chaos in the early days of the end of the world will gradually subside. At that time, humans will form survivor bases one after another. The primitive trade of barter will also be reopened. That time is the best time for Ouyang Qianjin to use these things to exchange for what she needs. What? You ask what you need? Of course it's the equipment of the skeletons. Haven't you seen that a skeleton sword and shield soldier can kill indiscriminately when facing a blue drow? If it is equipped with heavy armor or something, it will be able to ascend on the spot. Ouyang Qianjin has already thought about it. This fish pond building will be contracted by her alone. The Necromancer is too fragile in the early stage. So Ouyang Qianjin needs to work hard to kill monsters and level up in the early days when everyone has not recovered. Ouyang Qianjin, I want to enjoy the experience of the whole building alone. No other meaning. Just one word. Will it be unable to upgrade because it is stuck at level 19? This is not something she considers. What she wants is the leading advantage in the early stage to shock those who may covet her territory outside. Let them have a taste. Don't think about your territory every day. Know that there is a price to pay for going here. That's it. Boom. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about it, the wall-breaking team finally knocked down the wall. Ouyang Qianjin excitedly stepped forward to check the wall, found that it was only 1 brick thick. I guess this shouldn't be a load-bearing wall. after it continued to expand and became big enough for a person to pass through. Ouyang Qianjin asked the skeletons to stop. Chapter 11. There are many good things in the cafeteria. Let us not talk about whether there is danger in the cafeteria for now. Looking at the fruit knife, with a curved blade or a gap in the hand of her skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin felt sad. Others have at least a dozen steel knives, crossbows and so on when they start a war. I have conquered a huge supermarket, but I only have a sword and shield that can be regarded as a weapon. Difficult. Too difficult. Change clothes. Must change clothes. Change all into brand new fruit knives. Although I don't have other weapons now. At least fruit knives can't be missing children. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin opened the small bag hanging on the side of her wheelchair and took out a bunch of fruit knives with wrapping paper from it. This is a product from the supermarket, but now it belongs to her. So the skeletons changed into brand new fruit knives. Not to mention, the skeletons that were all washed clean and matched with new fruit knives look more or less fresh. Even the skeleton sword and shield soldier was ordered by Ouyang Qianjin to use a whetstone that he found from nowhere to sharpen the dagger. There is no other explanation. It just looks more impressive, and the deterrence and power can be further enhanced. For skeletons without flesh and blood, the rusty dagger is just a blunt weapon. But for those people or monsters with flesh and blood, the sharp dagger is extremely deadly. No health bar. That means you may really die if you are stabbed. If facing a larger blue drow again, Ouyang Qianjin is confident that his sword and shield soldiers can cooperate with the fruit knife assassin to kill it within 1 or 2 rounds. After changing clothes, the skeletons, who looked brand new, surrounded Ouyang Qianjin and came out of the hole in the wall and came to the cafeteria. At a glance, there was no one in the cafeteria, and it was surprisingly quiet. Only the corpses on the ground, the messy tables and chairs, and the food and soup spilled on the ground proved what happened here before. Strange. There are no blue drow here. Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. After all, this is the cafeteria, a place to eat. The blue drow would never let go of the place with meat. To be careful, Ouyang Qianjin still let the skeletons hold fruit knives to surround herself. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers led the way to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. Ouyang Qianjin, who had never been to the back kitchen of the cafeteria, found out after entering that there were not only kitchens and warehouses behind the cafeteria, but also disinfection areas, vegetable washing areas, vegetable cutting areas, and rice steaming areas. Chiji. Just when Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to go to the warehouse to see if there were any good things, he found that he heard a subtle sound coming from the warehouse. Blue drow. So you are all eating rice in the warehouse. Right. Although I don't know if the drow eat rice. But now the whole cafeteria is considered as Ouyang Qianjin as private territory. Isn't this just eating her own rice? I can't stand it. I must strike hard. But before that, Ouyang Qianjin first let the human skeleton holding a fruit knife evolve into a kitchen knife skeleton. Although it is a kitchen knife, but the lethality is definitely stronger than a fruit knife. As for those drow skeletons holding fruit knives, Ouyang Qianjin did not move. After all, the difference between skeletons cannot be generalized. The warrior team and the assassin team should still be distinguished. Of course, she didn't throw away the fruit knife after changing clothes. What family? Weapons are so scarce now. And you still want to throw away the fruit knife? No matter how much she dislikes these things, she will not throw them away, and will give them to the new ones after upgrading. So particular. Work hard. And when I become rich next year, I will equip you with a dagger that can cut hair. Patting the shoulder blade of the 1.4-meter skeleton assassin, Ouyang Qianjin encouraged him. He is just like a capitalist boss who paints a rosy picture for everyone. As for fighting monsters, of course, the old method is still used. A weak skeleton goes to the warehouse to lure the monsters out, and then the skeletons gather together to kill them all. After all, if these disgusting guys spill their green blood on the food, wouldn't it be a waste? However, you don't know until you see it. You will be shocked. Nearly 10 blue drow ran out of the warehouse. One of them was a drow captain holding 2 crescent-shaped hand guards. TSK. I didn't expect to meet a dual-wielding monster who came to give me weapons. While exclaiming happily, Ouyang Qianjin's hands were not slow. While ordering the skeletons to rush forward, he raised his hand and cast a weakening curse. Or else it is said that group skills are good. No need to name them one by one. And after her talent erosion, She can use one skill as 3 skills. If there is any disadvantage, it is that Ouyang Qianjin cannot specify who will be affected by what debuff. The curse buff obtained by the opponent is completely random. 1 per person. The highlight is that it is a card draw, and whatever you draw counts. To put it bluntly, it's a gamble of life. Weakness, blindness and confusion. But after observing for a while, Ouyang Qianjin found that this skill is good, but not completely good. For example, the guy who was lucky enough to draw confusion. Although it was just an ordinary blue drow, he was now swinging a wooden stick in his hand and smashed his 2 skeletons. Of course, he also killed one of his companions. Double-edged sword. This is. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help complaining when she thought that her curse skill actually had a buff that could improve people's potential. What can I do? I have to use the skills I chose even if I kneel down. Besides, she has no choice. After dealing with this group of drow, Ouyang Qianjin leveled up again and transformed the drow captain whose neck was directly cut off by the sword and shield skeleton. He got 9 skeletons. Sure enough, fighting monsters means leveling up quickly. While complaining, Ouyang Qianjin asked the 2 kitchen knife players to change their weapons, and then went to the grindstone in the operation room next to him to sharpen their knives. Just now, Captain Zhuer died in 2 clicks under the attack of his own sword and shield skeleton. Sure enough, sharpened weapons are more useful than rusty ones. After cleaning the battlefield, Ouyang Qianjin went to the warehouse to look regretfully because he did not find any equipment with entries. There are 3 warehouses in total. A staple food warehouse, which contains rice, flour and dry noodles. A non-staple food warehouse, which stores some bacon, ham, sausage, dried fish, eggs, canned food, nuts, soybeans, kidney beans that can be stored for a long time, as well as some potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, winter melons, and leafy vegetables that were not used up today. The remaining one is a condiment warehouse. All kinds of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, sugar, message, and chicken essence are in here. And there are quite a lot of them. Think about it. 2. This kind of canteen needs a lot of seasonings just to make a meal. From the purchase order that Ouyang Qianjin got, they have to buy goods every 4 or 5 days. TSK. Business is really good. A certain former group heir complained like this. Chapter 12. I want to announce loudly that this cafeteria is under my contract. Walk around the cafeteria. After clearing out all the corpses inside, Ouyang Qianjin sat at the door of the cafeteria and thought about what to do next. The supermarket has been blocked by himself, so there is no need to worry about that side. But the glass windows on a whole wall of the cafeteria made Ouyang Qianjin feel troubled. Although the glass is also hard-tempered glass. But this thing can't withstand the skills of boxers or barbarians. There are too many professions that can break tempered glass. Even if it is only a level 1 or 5 professional. You must know that professionals all look at skills. As long as the skills are well chosen, tempered glass can be easily broken at level 1. It turns out that it still needs to be upgraded. And considering the problem of subsequent gas outage, it is necessary to collect combustibles in the building. Wood is definitely the best choice. But now in the hospital, except for office desks, it is difficult to get other wooden products. The only VIP wards on the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th floors of the entire hospital building have wooden furniture. It would be a good idea to move all of them down and put them in the spacious cafeteria. They can be used as firewood and obstacles. In this way, it feels like all the useful things can be moved down and used as obstacles. There are also curtains, sheets, and quilts, which can be pulled down to block the view outside the glass. After all, she is an 18-year-old girl, and her privacy is what she doesn't want anyone to peek into. There is no time to lose. Ouyang Qianjin immediately prepared to leave the cafeteria with her men. However, when Ouyang Qianjin walked to the door, she saw a team of about a dozen people supporting each other from a distance and coming towards the cafeteria. Hey! Aren't these my teammates from my previous life? After seeing the few people leading the way in front of this group of people, Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows and immediately asked the skeletons around her to be alert. She also asked the 2 assassin skeletons and the 2 skeletons holding scimitars to hide. Although the 9 skeletons lined up in a row gave a strong sense of deterrence. But in Ouyang Qianjin's view, she was only a skeleton. Before reaching the sea level, It is normal to hide part of your strength as your trump card. Sense of security. For Ouyang Qianjin, who lacks a sense of security, this is a very necessary thing. Although she is confident that she can eat these people with the 9 skeletons and her own weakness curse. But at this stage, when there is no conflict, it is better to go for the 6th wave and see the situation. If they can leave by themselves, that would be the best. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin might have to go on a killing spree. Stop! Stop! What are you doing? I have taken over the cafeteria here. Leave now. Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, took out the loudspeaker she found in the supermarket and shouted at the people in front of her. Although her voice was not loud, but with the help of the loudspeaker, her momentum could be said to be comparable to that of the dormitory manager downstairs in the girls' dormitory. She really stunned those people. Hello. Hello. We came from the outpatient building and want to rest here. A man with a fire axe in his hand walked out of the dozen people and said politely to Ouyang Qianjin. The man's name was Li Mu. He was also the captain of his team in his previous life. 36 years old. And he changed his job to a soldier. How to describe this person? If I use one word to describe him, it is hypocrisy. When he sees someone in trouble, he will go up to help. And when he sees someone in a bad mood, he will also speak to comfort him. It's okay to let others help him block the knife. But it's absolutely impossible to expect him to pay anything practical. If Ouyang Qianjin had learned group therapy at level 1 in her previous life, she might not even be qualified to join this team. After all, what use can a person who moves around in a wheelchair have? It's a burden. A drag. But human nature is a complicated thing. Who can say that this is good? Oh! If you want to rest, you can go further away. Now this building has been occupied by me. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and swore her sovereignty. What? You want to occupy the supermarket by yourself? And the cafeteria as well? There are so many things in there. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? The other party is just one person. We can still get it even if we kill her. Yes. What are you afraid of? We are all on the same starting line now. If she doesn't want us to live, we will kill her. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, more than a dozen people on the opposite side started to talk. Among them, there are some people who clamor to kill Ouyang Qianjin. After all, after a period of killing, they are now very brave. What killing or not killing? In their opinion, surviving is the real thing. In this regard, they are no different from Ouyang Qianjin. Or it can be said that Ouyang Qianjin is no different from them. After all, now it is a mess. And everything has become ownerless. Isn't it that whoever occupies it will own it? Ouyang Qianjin heard this from Li Mu in her previous life. She felt it made a lot of sense. In the new world, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Look at the skeletons around her. Maybe she is a necromancer who has changed her job? Don't tell me. It's really possible. Maybe she is a lich? According to those novels and games, necromancer is also possible? You are arguing. Aren't dead spirits and undead the same thing? Just called differently. There is no way. Skeletons are really too eye-catching. Anyone who can drive skeletons will probably think of Ouyang Qianjin's job. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin was able to adapt to her job in such a short time. Isn't it also because of the effect of those entertainment works in the middle? Yes. My job is necromancer. Is there any problem? Ouyang Qianjin is single. Anyway, the skeleton soldiers can't be concealed even if they want to. Since it has been guessed, it's better to be high profile and give yourself a layer of mysterious veil. After all, those who really know about the necromancer, even if they know it in games and movies, are also aware of the advantages and weaknesses of this profession. Humph! A necromancer with 5 skeletons. At this time, Li Mu stood up with a fire axe and started to speak harshly. There are more than a dozen of us. If you know what's good for you, give up the cafeteria. We won't regret not giving you a bite of food every day. But if you resist stubbornly, you will die here today. However, Ouyang Qianjin didn't listen to his words at all. Her mind was full of the fire axe in the other party's hand. Fire axe? This is a powerful weapon. One axe will either kill or cripple him. Why didn't I think of this thing? It seems that I have stayed in the ward for too long and my thinking has become rigid. What kitchen knife? Fruit knife. Disgusting. Looking at the majestic fire axe in the strong man's hand, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head with a smile. It seems that you don't want to give way. So don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin smiling and shaking his head, Li Mu thought that the other party rejected his statement. So he tightened the axe in his hand with a gloomy face and pressed forward step by step. Chapter 13 Die or Run Away. It seems that you don't want to give way. So don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin smiling and shaking her head, Li Mu thought that the other party rejected his statement. So he tightened the axe in his hand with a gloomy face and pressed forward step by step. In fact, Li Mu is not as brave as he appears now. He also has a headache now. Originally, he brought his lover to drive his brother and his brother's wife to the hospital for treatment today. Unexpectedly, just after arriving at the clinic and not registering, a blue monster that was neither human nor ghost suddenly appeared beside him, as a gay man who had been strolling on the street. After being startled, his first reaction was to kick the monster away with a flying kick. Then he started to say so scary. But maybe because of good luck, the monster that was kicked away happened to hit the corner of the table opposite and died. It would have been fine if it died. But 2 light balls exploded. Although Li Mu had never played computer games, he would still play mobile games in his spare time. This game-like scene made him curious. So he went forward and picked up 2 light balls before everyone came to their senses. After getting the hint, he first extracted the talent and then changed his job to a warrior. Then he told his lover, brother, and brother's wife about this. With the joint efforts of the 4 people, the other 3 also quickly changed their jobs. But the hero could not stand up to the wolves. If he hadn't thought of the fire axe in the fire cabinet in a hurry, the 4 people might have died long ago. Originally, he wanted to rush out and leave the hospital, but he found that there seemed to be more monsters outside the hospital, and the types were more complicated. So he thought of finding a place with food and water to hide first, and get familiar with the power he had just obtained. By the way, wait for the patrol team to rescue him. As a result, he finally brought his lover, brother's wife, and the cannon fodder who gathered to block the knife for him to the canteen. But he didn't expect to encounter a roadblock. Necromancer. This should be a VIP profession with white hair special effects. He was so unlucky that he encountered such a thing on the first day. But seeing that the other party was sitting in a wheelchair and looked pale and thin, he should have some serious illness. And the skeletons around her, except for one with a dagger and a shield, the rest were holding fruit knives. If that's the case, maybe we can fight. Focus on the one with a sword and shield first, and then deal with the rest. Without weapons, I don't know what you can play with me. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. This is the most basic fighting style of a gangster. So after thinking about it, he turned his head slightly and winked at his beloved relatives and brothers around him. This strongman who also held a fire axe was also a sensible person. After seeing the other party winking, he immediately understood what his brother meant. So he went forward with Li Mu. The 2 female mages behind him also began to prepare. With this posture, how could Ouyang Qianjin not see what the other party wanted to do? How come they are going to fight before they even said a few words? Ouyang Qianjin was confused. Of course, she didn't know that her initial strong declaration and the shaking of her head just now caused Li Mu, the leader, to have a little misunderstanding. But for her, these are nothing. If someone wants to attack her, then she will decisively kill him. So she immediately controlled the wheelchair to retreat, and ordered the 5 skeletons around her to attack. Everyone, come together. The Necromancer itself has no attack ability. It's just 5 skeletons. Let's have a few people to hold them back. We will capture the thief and the leader, and kill that dead girl first. Otherwise, there is a difference between people and monsters. Li Mu and his brothers made an extremely correct judgment. To capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. And to shoot a person, you must first shoot the horse. There is nothing wrong with the tactics. But they didn't know that Ouyang Qianjin is now level 5. And compared with them, who are only level 2 or 3 on average, she has one more skill. Heavy attack. Charge. Wind blade. Fireball. Ice ring. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the battle on that side was already fierce. And Li Mu, his brother, and the other warriors passed the 5 skeletons and rushed towards Ouyang Qianjin. Hey! It's time to show your real skills. Seeing the actions of several people, Ouyang Qianjin still had a calm smile on his face. This is the benefit of having a trump card. It can make others misjudge tactics. Weakness curse. Ouyang Qianjin raised his hand, and everyone present, except the skeleton, had a layer of gray, green, or purple on their bodies. They were either blind or so weak that they couldn't walk smoothly. The brother of Li Mu, who was holding a fire axe in his hand, even took the lead and got chaos. Following closely behind were the 4 skeletons that Ouyang Qianjin had just hidden in the cafeteria. What happened? I suddenly lost my sight. Me too. I feel so tired. It's a debuff. That damn woman gave us a debuff. What? Doesn't she have a skeleton? How come she has a second skill? She has more than 5 skeletons. A few more have popped out in front. Run. Turn around and run. The 10% reduction in physical fitness is no joke. And the stronger you are, the more obvious it will be. Especially for those professionals who have been strengthened by their professional characteristics. The moment he was hit by the buff, the smart Li Mu knew that the other party was not simple. They are only level 2 or 3 now. And the highest one is only level 4 without a second skill. That means the Necromancer on the opposite side is at least higher in level than them. And it is a skill that applies a curse buff. The most annoying thing is that this damn girl actually hit part of her skeleton. 5 people in the back and 4 people in the front double team cheese. Can't win. No way. So after shouting loudly, Li Mu gritted his teeth and dragged his weak body to retreat, leaving behind his beloved relatives and brothers who were hit by the chaos and were still waving fire axes indiscriminately. He did have this chance to escape. But those who were hit by blindness and chaos buffs were not so lucky. You can't escape even if you want to. In response to this, Ouyang Qianjin still squinted and smiled to face it. What teammates in the previous life? Isn't he running fast too? I think when I die, Li Mu should be like this, running so smoothly. In a short while, the original dozen people died or escaped. Only 4 people are still holding on. Ouyang Qianjin looked down at a pink mouse watch with 2 black ears. She had never had the chance before. But now, with her wise tactics, she had the time to do a small test. 10 seconds. This is the duration of her buff. Although she didn't know if this time would increase as her level increased. But for Ouyang Qianjin now, it was enough. Chapter 14 Wilderness Corpse Assault Assassination Array. After estimating the time, Ouyang Qianjin focused on the situation of the battle in the field. Although he had the blessing of his own weakness curse. But fighting with these skilled professionals, several of his skeletons still died. As expected, skeletons are still effective only if they have the word C at the end. Otherwise, such small-scale conflicts are really too disadvantageous. Sighed. Ouyang Qianjin raised 2 fingers. And the corpses on the ground were transformed into several skeletons. Restaffed. You hold these skeletons. I'm going to kill that damn bastard. The barbarian professional abandoned by his brother carried his fire axe and launched a desperate attack on Ouyang Qianjin. It is definitely impossible for him to run in this situation. Only by taking down Ouyang Qianjin can they have a chance to survive. But no matter how good his idea is, the skeletons will not give him any chance to break out. Ouyang Qianjin also continued to release curses and transform skeletons in the back. The battle after that was not interesting. After a scimitar skeleton chopped off the opponent's head with his scimitar, the battle was declared over. Ouyang Qianjin's side lost 0. Li Mu's side lost 7 people. This is a complete victory. A complete victory without any consumption. It is a great victory. Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, opened his arms, and announced his victory. The skeletons threw away their weapons and began to applaud Ouyang Qianjin. Of course. How could the skeletons applaud? This was completely controlled by Ouyang Qianjin in her mind, forcing herself to add drama. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your applause and bloody flowers. Now start cleaning the battlefield. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand, and the skeletons picked up their weapons again and started cleaning the battlefield. In fact, there was nothing to clean. There were only 2 fire axes, a few kitchen knives, and the same stainless steel spear as Ouyang Qianjin. After giving the order, Ouyang Qianjin began to think about the battle just now. To be honest, there was nothing to note. It was completely relying on their large numbers and the effect of the curse to win. Or in other words, if she didn't have the curse skill when facing skilled professionals, the skeletons would not be enough for them to fight. Of course, she was not thinking about this. But how could she contract this inpatient building? From the battle just now, it is not difficult to see that if the opponent did not choose to retreat because of the sudden curse skill, although I can win, but I'm afraid it will take some effort. So Ouyang Qianjin looked up and looked around. There was actually nothing to see around. Because of convenience and cleanliness. In front of the entire hospital building, there was nothing except the flower bed in the middle, and the trees on both sides. Sure enough, it's because the terrain is too spacious. Ouyang Qianjin found the problem. If the terrain is narrower, many of the warrior skills will not be able to play a 100% effect. For example, the whirlwind slash that can be selected at level 5 or 10. As soon as you turn around, the weapon hits the obstacle and gets stuck. How powerful do you think this can be? Well, I still have to go up there and think of a solution. But not now. Ouyang Qianjin thought of how to solve this problem. But it was still early, and she was worried that someone would come to grab the territory like Li Mu and others before. So she simply went to the first floor of the inpatient building, commanded the skeletons to move all the corpses inside. Whether they were human or blue drow, they were all thrown outside about 10 meters away from the building. At this time, it was dusk. Under the cover of the sunset in the sky, the corpses lay there in a mess, looking so gloomy and terrifying. How to say it? It was like a mass grave. Bleak and desolate. However, compared with the real mass grave, without the crooked old locust tree and the cawing crows, the artistic conception was still a little lacking. But this scene was incomparably in line with Ouyang Qianjin's identity as a necromancer. It fits very well. The premise is that she is not wearing a hospital gown, but a wizard's cloak. The current situation outside the hospital building was inspired by Ouyang Qianjin's previous battle with Li Mu and others. If someone comes to attack, they must pass through this area first. At that time, her skeleton will go over and intercept them all in this area. If the opponent is weak, it's okay. If the opponent is a little stronger and her skeleton fails to kill the opponent's people in the first time, then she can use these corpses to replenish her troops calmly and in time. And this will not cause a situation where there is no man available. And it can even catch the opponent off guard. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Of course, weapons are indispensable. Ouyang Qianjin threw the fruit knives and extra kitchen knives she collected next to the corpses. This ensures that the skeletons can obtain the power of counterattack as soon as they are transformed. She gave this tactic a nice name: Wilderness Exposed Corpse Assassination Array. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin didn't want to do it. If she had a skill like a corpse-raising ground, a cemetery, or a re-spiritual ground, she would definitely preserve these corpses well. But the conditions are limited now. Next time. Next time for sure. So, a capitalist surnamed O silently painted a pie in his heart for these corpses. Promised them that when they have this skill in the future, they will never let them be exposed in the wilderness again. As for changing the terrain, Ouyang Qianjin has also thought about how to do it. Just wait for nightfall and start the action when the time is right. But before that, she still needs to do one thing, which is to recuperate. From this afternoon until now, Ouyang Qianjin has only eaten one meal. And it was the kind of fruit. Let us not talk about the physical issues. She had released so many skull transformation and weakness curse skills in just one afternoon. No matter how strong her mental strength was, she needed to rest first. What else more? She was ill. For her, the experience during this period could be regarded as high-intensity work. It was even more impossible to work all night. Eat, take medicine, sleep. Then, there was the mental night battle. So Ouyang Qianjin returned to the cafeteria and took out a few breads. For the first time, she asked Skull to get a self-heating hot pot from the supermarket. You know, when she was in the hospital, no one would even let her smell it, let alone eat it. Once before, the VIP next door ordered a takeaway. Just smelling the strong smell of butter and chili made Ouyang Qianjin drool. In her mind, hot pot is still on the paper of comics or on the screen of movies. Although she had eaten it when she was a child. Such a long hospital life has long made her forget what hot pot tastes like. And she was only 10 years old at that time. So it is understandable that she can't remember it clearly. I heard that hot pot and beer go well together. But there is no beer here. It should be okay to use lay-by instead. And beef. Go cut a few slices of beef. See if there is coriander and sesame oil in the food warehouse. Ouyang Qianjin directed Skull to start working. When I was watching a movie before, someone put instant noodles in it. It seems that this thing should also taste good. Ouyang Qianjin, who had long forgotten the taste of hot pot, relied on her imagination to prepare ingredients for the self-heating hot pot. However, What she didn't know was that the capacity of the self-heating hot pot could not hold so many ingredients. But I heard that hot pot is very spicy. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt. Ouyang Qianjin remembered some advice she saw in the video, but gave up after thinking about it. It's just a little pain. Is it as painful as when you get sick? Funny. I'm not afraid at all. Today. Me. Ouyang Qianjin. You should face death with equanimity. Chapter 15 Clearing the Inpatient Building. Night. It was about 11 o'clock. There was such a strange scene in the canteen corridor on the first floor of the inpatient building. A girl with white skin, long black hair, and who looked like a doll was lying on a bed, curled up with a frown. Even the smile that had always been on her face had disappeared at this moment. Instead, her face was drooping. She looked very painful. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin was indeed in pain now. Before going to bed, when eating hot pot, Ouyang Qianjin, who was not self-confident, felt that the taste of the self-heating hot pot was just so. It was a little spicy, but not much. Originally, she was mentally prepared, but found that the taste was not as strong as expected. So Ouyang Qianjin, who was very disappointed, asked Skull to go to the supermarket to get another bag of hot pot base, the kind marked extra spicy on the package. Ouyang Qianjin, who was fearless and brave, poured all the ingredients she had prepared into the big iron pot in the cafeteria and stewed them. Then the current situation occurred. She slept, but not well, except for the beginning. She tossed and turned like this during the nearly 5 hours of sleep. If there hadn't been a circle of skeletons guarding her, if she had covered her with a quilt and adjusted her sleeping position, she might have rolled off the simple camp bed moved out of the supermarket. But it was a good thing that she fell asleep. She didn't feel the pain of burning in her stomach. The reason why Ouyang Qianjin chose to make the bed in this place instead of in the supermarket was because she was worried that someone would rush into the cafeteria and steal her supplies. If you sleep in the supermarket, you won't be able to hear someone coming in, even if there are skeletons guarding it. It won't work, because you can't be sure how many people will come. Only by sleeping in the cafeteria can you give the skeletons enough support in the first place. But fortunately, the few hours of sleep were relatively peaceful, and even Joyer didn't come to disturb her rest. Bang! 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 When the hands of the pink mouse watch hanging on the bedside pointed to 12 o'clock, a skeleton holding a wooden stick and a stainless steel basin rang the death knell. Well, is it time? Ouyang Qianjin, who was obviously not awake, sat up from the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes with one hand, and muttered. This was set before she went to bed. What she was afraid of was that she would oversleep. Then the upgrade would be delayed. But it's said that skeletons are useful. Really. Although it's just this kind of wake-up service. Once the order is given, the other party will resolutely execute it. This is much more real than those summoned beasts that look furry or soft and cute. I won't say anything like heartbroken Gigi. Honest man. Good. Don't worry. After the skeletons helped Ouyang Qianjin get up, wash, and change clothes, Ouyang Qianjin took the flashlight prepared from the supermarket. In the night, she led the skeletons to start clearing the hospital building. Tonight, Ouyang Qianjin's plan is to start from the second floor that has not been cleaned up yet, and clear up layer by layer, whether it is the blue drow or the corpses, or the main focus is a desktop cleanup. And her goal tonight is to reach level 10, through what happened to Li Mu and others yesterday. Ouyang Qianjin has fully understood her situation. In this world, there are always more dogs than people. And now she is one of the people with sausages in her arms. How many dogs are eyeing her? So she needs to upgrade. Upgrade to level 10. After all, after reaching level 10, the number of her skeletons can be doubled. It won't be like now that there are only 3 or 4 kittens, which seems a bit stretched. And at level 10, she can choose another skill. Now that she has offended people, it is better to improve her strength quickly. Originally, a little girl alone has no sense of security in such a doomsday full of dangers. In addition, Ouyang Qianjin herself has a strong sense of crisis. So even if she doesn't sleep today, she has made up her mind to upgrade to level 10. The corridor at night seems very quiet. Ouyang Qianjin, who did not try to turn on the light to attract hatred for herself, led the skeletons to open the door on the second floor stairs from the stairs without monsters that she came down yesterday. When cleaning the first floor yesterday, Ouyang Qianjin killed several blue drow that came out from the second floor. So there must be monsters on the second floor. Sure enough, after Ouyang Qianjin entered the second floor, he saw a group of blue drow lying in the nurse station in the distance sleeping. 12 o'clock in the evening. This is the best time for a sneak attack. Although I don't know what the blue drow's schedule is in the previous world. But here, based on the experience of 2.5 months in the previous life, Ouyang Qianjin still knows some of their customs. This is why Ouyang Qianjin chose to fight at night. Go up with a fruit knife and quietly stab them to death. Ouyang Qianjin issued her combat order. And the assassin skeletons showed their professionalism at this moment. In a few twists and turns, 1.4 meter tall drow skeletons rushed to the nurse station. Then, they cut the necks of the 4 drow, who were still sleeping soundly with a knife. They were silent and performed as stealth. But that was all. Go! When the assassin skeletons started to act, Ouyang Qianjin also shouted softly. Except for the sword and shield skeletons and the washed baggage skeletons. The rest also rushed up and fought with the drow, who were awakened by the cut throat. Weakness curse. For these drow, Ouyang Qianjin only needs to add a buff now. This group without even a captain is just an appetizer. What she really wants is a captain-level enemy. After all, killing high-ranking monsters will always give you more experience than killing low-ranking monsters. Right? This small-scale sneak attack should have been a battle without suspense. But after Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons launched the attack, the drow also shouted chi-chi. They were dying. They were shaking people. They were supporting. There was a steady stream of drow rushing out from the wards on the second floor. Toilets, water supply rooms, and even the stairs leading to the third floor on the other side. Among them were the captains of the drow. But Ouyang Qianjin still withstood their crazy attacks with the support of 2 magical skills. If the skeletons are gone, transform them. Pick up the weapons and continue fighting. If the buffs are gone, stack them again. As long as the buffs are continuous, your side can hold on. Lift. You can lift them. They are just some jumping clowns. What are you afraid of? The nature of this battle has changed from the initial sneak attack to the current war of attrition. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care. Because this is what she wants. Or maybe the timid drow have this habit of shaking people. I just use their habits to kill monsters. Your skeletons are dead. Use skeleton transformation. Weakness curse. Ding! You are upgraded. And you can summon +1. Your skeletons are dead. Use skeleton transformation. Chapter 16 Level 9 Upgrade Task. After about half an hour, the blue drow stopped this meaningless charge. This also gave Ouyang Qianjin a chance to breathe. She felt a little breathless after a full half hour of high-intensity combat. But fortunately, she upgraded 2 levels in this wave. Reached level 8. 1 step away from receiving the task. Unlike this kind of experience, using monsters to stack. After reaching level 9, you only need to complete the tasks given on the panel to upgrade directly to level 10. Chase. Point at those big guys with weapons, and kill them. Seeing that the blue drow were about to escape again, Ouyang Qianjin launched a counterattack without hesitation. Before, this group of monsters suppressed her. But now it is a change of offense and defense. After all, she is just 1 step away from the final blow. If these drow who came down run back to the 3rd floor, then she will face another war of attrition that is no less than the previous one. This won't work. At least, I have to wait for half an hour or an hour to rest and recover my mental strength. So, in order to keep this wave of drow on the 2nd floor, Ouyang Qianjin took great risks to use the sword and shield skeleton beside him. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If not now, when will you fight? Although withdrawing the guards around him would put himself in danger. But Ouyang Qianjin is now bloodthirsty. How can he care so much? Besides, there are still baggage skeletons. Although he also used a fruit knife. But as long as he can use the weakness curse in time, the problem should not be too big. Unless a monster higher than the captain of the drow suddenly breaks in, there is nothing to worry about. But the probability of this happening is very small. After all, there are only a few types of drow. And they are all seen by Ouyang Qianjin. She didn't spend 2.5 months in her previous life for nothing. How could she be outflanked so easily? Ha ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will happen. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was laughing in her heart, the staircase door was opened. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw 3 blue drow holding 2 rusty daggers rushing in from the door. Steel Thorn Drow. It is less vulnerable than ordinary drow. But don't take it lightly. They are more difficult to deal with than the captain of the drow. Hidden information. This is an evil thing that was deliberately imprisoned to restrict its growth. They are artificially created assassins. But they are also extremely fast killing demons. Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew what this thing was. After all, in the previous life, I was almost killed by them several times. But shouldn't they be on the upper floor? How did they get to the second floor? Fuck you. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about so many things and threw a weakness curse at the first time. However, she only hit 2 of the 3 steel spike drow. Another rushed towards her at a very fast speed and raised the dagger in his hand to stab and kill her. Hey! At this critical moment, the smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face became ferocious. She was seen remotely controlling her electric wheelchair to move forward, and then cast a weakness curse around herself. Then the neck tilted, and the right hand raised. Clang! Puff! The dagger of the steel thorn drow barely pierced through the side of Ouyang Qianjin's neck, and the other dagger in its hand pierced Ouyang Qianjin's arm firmly. This surprised the weakened steel thorn drow. However, when it looked at Ouyang Qianjin's arm, it found that under the other party's blue and white striped hospital gown was a U-shaped stainless steel plate tied to the arm with USB wire. And inside the plate, there were compacted sponges and cardboard as buffers. You don't think that mages don't use knives to kill monsters, do you? Said so. Ouyang Qianjin held a fruit knife in her free left hand and inserted it straight into the neck of the steel thorn drow. Then she used her left hand to pull hard to the left. Puff! The steel thorn drow's neck was cut open by her, and green blood gushed out. Just when Ouyang Qianjin solved this monster, the baggage skeleton also solved the other 2 steel spike drow that had been debuffed. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 9. And now you start to assign advanced tasks. Assignment completed. The task is kill. Search for nearby task monsters. Search completed. Please kill the drow priest on the 4th floor. Killing can directly upgrade to level 10. 4th floor. Drow priest. After reading the information on the panel, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't hold it anymore. She is now on the 2nd floor, which means she can only go to the 4th floor after clearing the 3rd floor. What? You mean to go directly to the 4th floor from the corridor? You're risking your life. If the monsters on the 3rd floor come up and attack from both sides, Ouyang Qianjin will have to jump off the building to survive. And there's also that drow priest. Just thinking about the other party's ability, Ouyang Qianjin felt a headache. Forget it. It's still early anyway. Let's rest for an hour, and then go to clear the monsters on the 3rd floor. Speechless Ouyang Qianjin sighed secretly, and then called back all the chasing skeletons to recuperate. Of course, it was she who recuperated, not the skeletons. The corridor on the 2nd floor was now full of drow corpses, and the weapons left by the dead drow captain. These all needed to be dealt with. Although she was a little tired, Ouyang Qianjin still gained a lot. After all, just 1 layer plus another layer of reinforcements allowed her to reach level 9. The number of skeletons available also increased to 12. So Ouyang Qianjin asked 8 of them to throw the bodies down from the 2nd floor window. At the same time, some tables, chairs, benches, cabinets, and so on were thrown down. Most of these things were made of stainless steel. After throwing all these, Ouyang Qianjin directed them to throw the wooden tables and chairs down from another direction. After all, these materials that can be used later still need to be separated. Otherwise, they will be piled together and have to be pulled out from the garbage dump. This is a waste of time. Among the other 4 skeletons, 2 skeletons protect themselves, and the other 2 skeletons sort out the spoils, especially the weapons. After this battle, Ouyang Qianjin became rich. 3 short swords, 8 scimitars, 4 shields, 2 two-handed giant swords, 1 rapier, 1 one-handed long sword, 1 meteor hammer, 2 double axes, 8 fire axes, 2 long-handled war hammers, 1 short-handled war hammer, 3 spears, and 6 daggers. Although the fight was very difficult this time, it was also quite profitable. It can be said to be a wave of fat. At least the damn fruit knife can be abandoned among these weapons, except for the fire axe, which Ouyang Qianjin pulled out from the fire cabinets on the 1st and 2nd floors. The rest are spoils of this battle, but they are also rusty. But it doesn't matter. Knowing that this situation would happen, Ouyang Qianjin took out 2 whetstones from the cloth bag hanging on the side of the wheelchair, and threw them to the 2 skeletons to let them hurry up and sharpen their knives. Maybe the devil is just like this. Chapter 17. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Jumping back and forth. Of course. In addition to those things, Ouyang Qianjin also asked the skeletons to loot everything in the ward. Those unfinished or unopened medicines, snacks, and other things. Ouyang Qianjin specifically asked the skeletons to deliver them to the lobby on the first floor and pile them up. This will make it convenient for her to move them back to the cafeteria when she reaches level 10 and calls off the troops. Especially the medicines in the pharmacy on the second floor. Among them are medicines that delay Ouyang Qianjin's illness. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to rest for half an hour before clearing the third floor. But she found that there were still a lot of things on this floor. It took a lot of time for her 10 skeletons to throw things downstairs. This was only when she sent her guards during the rest time. And she was able to move or throw away everything on the second floor, including corpses and beds, after nearly an hour. However, although some time was wasted, but everything that should be taken away was taken away, and Ouyang Qianjin got enough rest. This way, it is more secure to go to the third floor. After the things were dealt with, Ouyang Qianjin led 12 skeletons holding sharp blades to the third floor. After getting rich this time, Ouyang Qianjin equipped 4 sword and shield skeletons. For assassin skeletons, 2 axe skeletons, 1 warhammer skeleton, and the old acquaintance baggage skeleton. 2 of the 4 sword and shield skeletons are for protection, and 2 are used to resist the beating in the front row. The rest are free to play, and the lineup suddenly becomes luxurious. As for the rest of the weapons, Ouyang Qianjin did not move them down. Let the skeletons take her to the third floor. Although she didn't expect to level up on the third floor, she should be able to use it after going to the fourth floor. After all, after killing the priest, her skeletons will double. At that time, these weapons that have been sharpened will definitely be more effective in killing monsters than rusty weapons. There is no way. There are many monsters around the Drought Priest. After reaching the third floor, Ouyang Qianjin asked the skeletons to put down all the extra weapons, and then launched an attack. She originally wanted to fight a hard battle, but unexpectedly, there seemed to be fewer monsters on the third floor. After thinking about it, she figured it out. After all, the reinforcements on the second floor all ran down from the third floor. Now that she has killed a lot of people on the second floor, there will naturally not be many left on the third floor. But that's all. It is completely impossible for Ouyang Qianjin to reproduce the scene on the second floor before, because the Drought Priest is much more timid than the Blue Drow. It is impossible to send her own troops down to support or something. You have come up to call for help, which means the people below are very powerful. I won't go. I will never go. It is precisely because of the mentality of the Drought Priest. It didn't take long for Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons to clear the third floor, so another wave of moving work began. It was still a familiar taste, still a familiar routine. Open the window, and you can divide the corpses, flammables, and sundries into 3 categories, and throw them in different directions. As for other things, they were still moved to the lobby on the first floor in the same way. This back and forth took more than an hour. When the time came to about 2:30, Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton soldiers finally emptied the third floor. Go 2 people, and see where the priest on the 4th floor is. After finishing the transportation, Ouyang Qianjin gave instructions to his assassin skeleton. Your skeleton is dead. Not long after the 2 skeletons went up, Ouyang Qianjin's panel popped up a death judgment. But all this was within Ouyang Qianjin's calculation. After all, that was a Drow priest, and it was lucky that only 1 died. Then, the other skeleton came back. Where is it? Ouyang Qianjin took the skeleton to the floor plan of the third floor, and then his fingers began to move slowly on it. It is completely unrealistic to expect the skeleton to point it out to you. After all, it can't understand the floor plan. But if you move it yourself, the other party will still understand what you mean. Haha. When Ouyang Qianjin's finger pointed to the nurse station in the middle, the skeleton responded. Here? The skeleton reached out and moved Ouyang Qianjin's hand down. TSK. Here? It's a bit troublesome. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the room opposite the nurse station and curled her lips in astonishment. Not to mention the central area. The key is that you are still hiding in the room. However, Considering the timid character of the Drought Priest, Ouyang Qianjin expressed helplessness. If that's the case, then divide the troops. Ouyang Qianjin gritted her teeth. She was willing to kill the Drought Priest. Anyway, he had to be killed. So how could he not be killed? Put the extra weapons at the staircase of the 4th floor. Ouyang Qianjin took the 3 assassin skeletons, and the skeleton holding his baggage to the 4th floor, while the other 8 had already gone up from the corridor on the other side. When she came to the 4th floor, she happened to see a man standing on the platform of the nurse station, holding a dagger shaped like a bull's horn and a long skeleton staff, jumping up and down and shouting quack quack to command his men to attack the 8 skeletons coming up from the other side. However, in such a short time, 3 of the 8 skeletons have died. Without the help of the Necromancer, the skeletons are really easy to die. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not have any extra time to sigh. Seizing the opportunity that there were not many monsters in the back row, Ouyang Qianjin immediately ordered 4 assassin skeletons to rush towards the Drought Priest, preparing for a decapitation operation. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 skeletons were stopped by a Drought captain just halfway through. The other 2 continued to rush. However, the matter has been exposed. The chance of assassination is very slim. This time, Ouyang Qianjin's plan of making a feint to the east and attacking the west completely failed. I can only fight hard. It's a bit regrettable, but it is also a fact that I don't have enough troops now. Ouyang Qianjin did not find an excuse for her failure. She immediately recalled the 2 assassinating skeletons to fight with the captain of the Drow, and then raised her hand to curse plus transform the 2-piece set. The captain of the Drow and his men who stopped the 2 assassin skeletons were covered with various debuffs. The fight was lively over there. Ouyang Qianjin was not idle either. The newly transformed skeletons had no weapons, so she threw the extra weapons one by one. Of course, with her physical strength and power, she could only throw lighter weapons, such as daggers, short swords, scimitars, etc. Forget about the rest. She couldn't even pick it up. Not to mention how many people were injured, although the 8 on the opposite corridor were wiped out. But this side has stabilized the battle situation, so Ouyang Qianjin was not stingy. Leaning against the corner, she transformed and cursed. Then he let the baggage carrier hold him, jumped down the stairs, and quickly moved along the corridor on the 3rd floor to the entrance on the other side of the 4th floor. Chapter 18 Level 10. Skeletons doubled. Transform. 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 This is a battle against time. Although the baggage skeleton ran fast. But when Ouyang Qianjin came to the other side of the 4th floor, 4 or 5 of the 11 skeletons on that side died under the absolute strength of the opponent. But it doesn't matter. After the skeletons on this side transformed, they picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed up. The Drought Priest, who was originally concentrating on fighting the 11 skeletons, saw that another skeleton had appeared on this side. He was so angry that he jumped on the platform of the nurse station. If it wasn't timid, it would have rushed up and hit the head of the Necromancer with a staff. There was no way. It could only divide its forces to fight the skeletons that appeared on this side. After all the skeletons on the other side died, and all the 11 skeletons on this side were complete, the baggage skeleton carried Ouyang Qianjin to the other side. After repeating this countless times, the entire 4th floor was left with only Ouyang Qianjin's 12 skeletons, 6 Drow captains, and 1 Drow priest. Ouyang Qianjin did not rest either, and the 12 skeletons mounted and launched a siege against the monsters. When 2 of his own skeletons died, he finally killed one of the other captains. So Ouyang Qianjin raised his hand, and the corpse immediately turned into a skeleton. One side gained while the other lost. When Ouyang Qianjin had only 6 skeletons left, there was only 1 Drow priest left on the opposite side. Hee hee. Now let's see how you die. Go! Give it a quick death. Ouyang Qianjin grinned, waved his hand, and 6 skeletons including the baggage skeleton rushed up. Chi-Chi. The Drow priest was so angry that he waved his skull staff. A fireball came out of the staff and headed straight for Ouyang Qianjin. Bang! The sword and shield skeleton moved and blocked the fireball with the shield in his hand. The Drow priest himself was also killed by several assassin skeletons. Huh. It's finally over. When he saw the Drow priest fall down, Ouyang Qianjin, who had been tense, finally relaxed and slumped in the wheelchair. Ding! You killed the advanced quest monster Drow priest and completed this quest. You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 10 and get a skill choice. Under the influence of the skeleton transformation skill, your summons can be doubled. Oh, my dear old baby. Finally level 10. Haha. Skeleton doubled. Ouyang Qianjin kept a smile on his face and opened his panel in ecstasy. Name, Ouyang Qianjin. Race, human. Profession, necromancer. Talent, corrosion. Level, LV10. Skills, Eye of Identification. Skeleton transformation. Curse of weakness. Equipment, Poor Wolf Fang necklace. Disposable units, 526 skeletons. Optional skills, skeleton enhancement. Bone burning phosphorus. Ghoul transformation. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Now with 26 skeletons. Ouyang Qianjin is almost so beautiful that her nose is bubbling. Skills. Let's take a look at the skills. Wipe the sweat off her forehead. Ouyang Qianjin ordered her skeletons to start working. And then clicked on the introduction of 3 skills. Strengthen skeleton, passive skill. Can strengthen or repair all skeleton-type undead creatures' calcium enhancement. Bone burning phosphorus, it has a lighting effect. Can burn the impurities of the flesh. Will not be extinguished by water. The casting distance is 15 meters. And can be used in water. Bone spear. Summon a bone spear and attack the enemy in a straight line. Strengthen skeleton? This doesn't seem to work. No matter how much the skeleton is strengthened, it is still a pile of bones. At most, it can enhance some strength. But can it be strengthened to the point where it is as hard as steel? Steel bones? This is obviously impossible. At most, it can enhance some hardness. But it will never reach the level of steel bones. What is this called? Calcium supplement? Forget it. Past this. Bone burning phosphorus seems to be somewhat useful. Mainly as an attack method. Which suits me very well. With transformation and curse. It seems good to have an active attack skill now. And it is still long range. Although it is only 15 meters. It is enough. At least in the future. If you are in the wild, you don't have to bother making fire. Then let's do this. Summon first. Curse second. If you don't have the first 2, choose attack. As for the skill of Bone Spear, Ouyang Qianjin has never considered it. She is not interested in being a bone mage. The skill Bone Burning Phosphorus changes due to the influence of the talent Erosion. After Ouyang Qianjin chose Bone Burning Phosphorus, the panel gave a prompt. She hurriedly checked the erosion effect. And then, hiss. Ouyang Qianjin widened her eyes, and took a breath of cold air at the short 9 words, and an exclamation mark. Erosion effect, burn with the soul. Wow! I'm so fucking awesome. This effect is awesome. The original physical attack now directly adds soul damage. This is going to be heavenly. Ouyang Qianjin complained, while touching herself left and right. Could it be that I have a cheat? That doesn't make sense. I don't see anything special. I didn't hear the sound of system installation in my head. She. Versailles. No feelings. Forget it. Don't bother. After sitting in the wheelchair and touching herself for a while, Ouyang Qianjin gave up. Coming to the Drow Priest, Ouyang Qianjin first used it to transform a skeleton, and then let the skeleton take the horn dagger of the Drow Priest. Rough sacrificial dagger. Wearing this item can slightly increase the wearer's mental power. Hidden information. This is a ritual vessel used for sacrifice. Because of long-term sacrifice, it has undergone a subtle change, which can bring a little benefit to the wearer. But not much. Hee hee. Although it's not an attack item, the effect is still good. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Then turned her head, and looked at the skull staff next to the priest's body with some regret. It's a pity that there is no prompt for this thing. Ouyang Qianjin would have a staff. A mage who has reached level 10, but still doesn't have his own weapon. Is this reasonable? Ouyang Qianjin was very angry. She was so angry that she hit the priest's body with a bone-burning phosphorus fire. Huh? The fire burned up almost instantly. Ouyang Qianjin then heard a chi-chi sound. Looking again, it was found that even though the priest was dead and had no bones, his face was extremely hideous and was constantly changing. This is probably burning the soul. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked at this weird scene with interest. To be honest, she was the initiator. Night. Hospital. Corpse. Weird expression. If it were someone else, they would be scared to the point of peeing. However, as a demon, How could Ouyang Qianjin just let it go? She slapped out with her palm. And another bone-burning phosphorus fire hit her own skull. Chapter 19 Post-War Inventory. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw the bits and pieces of her skeleton begin to burn. However, because there were not many, the fire only lasted for a while before it went out. Is this the so-called burning of the uncleanness of the flesh? Not bad. Not bad. It can also be used as a cleansing skill, which is great. Ouyang Qianjin was full of satisfaction. But in fact, she was still a little worried. Just now when the skeleton was burning, she kept staring at the blue soul fire in the other party's black eye sockets. But the soul fire of the skeleton was not affected at all. Maybe it was because it was her own skeleton, although she didn't understand it very well. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care too much. Anyway, it was her own stuff. Wouldn't it be clearer if I try again after encountering other necromancers in the future? However, with such a big fire, the fire protection system did not alarm, and the sprinkler did not spray. Is the pressure valve broken? Sitting in a wheelchair and looking up at the sprinkler on the ceiling, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and let the baggage skeleton carry her to the first floor quickly. After going out, she began to transform the skeletons with the corpses more than 10 meters away from the door. Why don't you transform them above? That's because the corpses on the 4th floor have been transformed. Now, except for the boneless drow, there are no other drow. Why is this so? In fact, it has to start with the drow's sacrifice. The reason why this guy gave Ouyang Qianjin a headache when he first received the task was because it had a skill that could revive the fellows around it every 3 seconds. Yes, resurrection. And it was just 3 seconds. The time it takes to transform into a skeleton is about the same. If the opponent didn't have this skill to revive his own kind, Ouyang Qianjin wouldn't have fought for nearly 2 hours on the 4th floor. So Ouyang Qianjin would take this consumption method. To put it simply, as long as the corpse on the ground has no bones, then even if it is resurrected, it will be boneless chicken feet, soft and fluffy, and not threatening. This is why in the later stages of the fight, Ouyang Qianjin would first use the skill skeleton transformation when the captain of the drow died. Increasing your own troops is one aspect, but more importantly, it is to prevent the drow priest from reviving and increasing the troops. TSK. Shoo. I'm fighting a game of one side gaining while the other loses. As long as I'm fast enough, you can't revive. To be honest, this style of play makes the drow priest angry, but helpless. Who can be blamed for not winning in a hand speed competition? He deserved to die. Upgraded. I'm so happy. Ouyang Qianjin took the newly transformed skeletons that had been burned by the bone-burning phosphorus fire and went back to the 4th floor to move things. The 3rd floor allowed Ouyang Qianjin to harvest a large number of weapons. From now on, at least, he doesn't have to worry about weapons anymore. Fruit knife? What fruit knife? Oh, you mean those little things. Throw them all into the pile of corpses below with a kitchen knife as weapons for ambush. As for the boneless drow, they were collected together, and then Ouyang Qianjin burned them with fire. Look at the whitening sky, and then look at the time. It's already past 6 o'clock. After clearing 3 floors in one night and reaching level 10, Ouyang Qianjin is already very satisfied. Although I don't know if I am the first person in the level. At least I have achieved my goal. Right? 26 skeletons. It has doubled. Just thinking about it makes Ouyang Qianjin want to laugh. But there are still many things waiting for her to do. I'll finish them quickly so that I can go back to take a shower and sleep. After a day yesterday, the time and opportunity to take a shower are getting less and less. After waiting for the skeletons to move all the things, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and brought all the skeletons to the lobby on the 1st floor. Although the sun outside has not risen yet, but it is already bright. Not as dark as it was half an hour ago. So Ouyang Qianjin simply started to count and pack the useful things in the lobby. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin prepared a lot of utensils for packing things. There were quite a few spare white barrels with lids and green trash cans with wheels dragged out from the utility room. Ouyang Qianjin also asked the skeletons to go to the cafeteria next door and drag the large plastic baskets used to store and wash vegetables, weapons, medicines, disinfectants, alcohol, gauze, masks, for bottles, racks, unopened disposable syringes, infusion tubes and other things. There were even quite a few beddings. Ouyang Qianjin sorted these things into different containers. Then he asked the skeletons to send them to the supermarket one by one to hide them. Not to mention other things. For medicines alone, Ouyang Qianjin packed more than 30 white barrels. And they were not finished yet. There is no other way. There are too many medicines. Especially things like drips. The remaining ones that could not be put in, Ouyang Qianjin could only transport them to the staple food warehouse area. The rest of the things are the same. Those that are easily affected by moisture are put in a bucket and sealed. Those with packaging bags are placed in plastic frames. In short, the final result is that all the containers pulled in are filled. These are only the things on the 4th floor. If the remaining 13 floors are all looted, how many things will there be? Ouyang Qianjin is a little worried about whether the canteen warehouse can hold so many things. But then he thought again. This is because he copied the things in the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. So there are so many medicines and sundries. So he is not worried anymore. Looking at so many medicines, Ouyang Qianjin's smile became even thicker. These are medicines. It is not certain that the base can still produce medicines. At that time, if the drugs are sold by tablets, the disinfectant is sold by drops, and the gauze is sold by rice, it will definitely make a fortune. Alas, I really have the blood of a businessman flowing in my body. I am really good at doing business. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the drugs sent away by the skeleton, and thought about how to trade in the future. I have to say, this is not the blood of a businessman. This is completely the blood of a demon, and the kind of demon hanging on the street lamp. In fact, in addition to these drugs and miscellaneous tools, Ouyang Qianjin also has a big gold item. That is the medical equipment from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Although these medical instruments were destroyed by the drought, but some of them were left. Especially the things in the equipment room, which were not damaged at all. Which is a miracle. From the smaller ones such as thermometers and blood pressure meters, to the larger ones such as oxygen supply machines, such as electrocardiographs, etc. These can be paid back in the future when they are taken to the base. But compared to these equipment, now she is more concerned about her own way of survival and those captured weapons. Chapter 20 Gunshots. If the previous battle on the 2nd floor completely freed Ouyang Qianjin from poverty, then after cleaning the 4th floor, she had completely become rich. What daggers, scimitars, meteor hammers, daggers, spears, double-edged axes. Now she has nearly 60 weapons. This does not include the 16 fire axes she picked up from each floor. There are 4 fire axes on this floor. If she breaks through the entire 17th floor of the inpatient building, she can get 68 fire axes alone. And surprisingly, Ouyang Qianjin also found 2 bows that looked very simple, but not damaged from the weapons collected by the skeletons. Although there are no arrows, there will always be some in the future. As for how many stones or pounds the bow is, Ouyang Qianjin is not sure, and has no interest in knowing. Anyway, I want to use it myself. So why do I know these things? Put them aside for now. They will definitely be useful in the future. TSK. There's no way to use them up. There's no way to use them up at all. Now I'm starting to worry whether my troops can keep up with the speed of capturing weapons. Ouyang Qianjin muttered to herself as she walked out of the hall, and came to the pile of broken desks and chairs. Move all these things into the cafeteria. Start from the innermost part of the side next to the glass and pile them outwards. Originally, these were the firewood she had prepared. It's perfect to pile them in the innermost part. Oh, right. Hang up all the curtains. If you can't hang them up, use transparent tape to stick them up. There's a building across the street. If I had a telescope, I'd be able to see everything. After taking a look at the feng shui of the cafeteria, and then at the outpatient building and the administrative building opposite, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. She also had a telescope in her hand. Should she find time to check the situation on the other side? Forget it. Ouyang Qianjin, who had just thought of this, shook her head. This kind of thing should be discussed after dominating the inpatient building. While the skeletons were moving wood, Ouyang Qianjin returned to the cafeteria, and then asked a skeleton to boil water, and took out the leek and pork dumplings from the supermarket. She simply cooked a breakfast for herself. In the past 10 hours, she just ate a few fruits and 2 breads casually in the middle. That's it. Because she couldn't take medicine on an empty stomach. She was basically in an excited state last night. Killing monsters, upgrading, seizing, strategies, All of these made the canary, who had been locked up in the hospital ward for 8 years, excited. When everything was over, her stomach was already empty, although she was a little sleepy now. But she forced herself to be energetic. After all, in addition to the wood, there is also a pile of junk to deal with. Although the things on the 4 floors are not too many, but not too few. But since they have been thrown down, they must be arranged properly first. When Ouyang Qianjin finished breakfast, the skeletons had almost finished moving the wood. So she directed the skeletons to start diverting the stainless steel cabinets, chairs, stools, and other things. Then one pile became 3 piles, and the 3 piles were staggered to divide the area in front of the entire inpatient building into 2 small paths about 1 meter high that could accommodate 2 people side by side. In front of the path were the corpses, and the fruit knives, and kitchen knives that Ouyang Qianjin had deliberately discarded. That is, there were not many things. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin would have to pile up the 3 walls to 4 or 5 meters. Because only in this way can people not cross over. In the early stage, the warrior's jumping skill can only reach about 3 or 4 meters. If it is really piled up, I can rest assured. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but laugh out loud in a very sultry way. Let's take a nap. After getting up, I will go to the 5th floor. Obviously, upgrading is something that can make people addicted. Especially for a profession like Ouyang Qianjin, who can experience improvement every time she upgrades a level. But Ouyang Qianjin's previous idea was correct. Although it seems that she is really hardworking. But on a global scale, there are people who are more hardworking than her. There are many people who haven't slept yet. And many of these people are higher than Ouyang Qianjin's level. But compared to these hardworking people, more people spent a trembling night last night. For example, Li Mu and his group. After losing to Ouyang Qianjin, they retreated to the outpatient building. At this time, the outpatient building was no longer as chaotic as when they just left. On the contrary, it was surprisingly quiet on the 1st floor. But they didn't dare to enter. So they turned a corner and went to the administrative building. The situation here was similar. Although there were still roars upstairs, there were no roars on the 1st floor. So they bravely went to the cafeteria on the administrative building side. When they went in, 3 waves of people had already hidden inside. They are the 4th wave. Compared to the canteen in the hospital building, the canteen here is smaller. So the supplies are not as rich as those on Ouyang Qianjin's side. Among the 3 waves of people who hid in before, one group started to complain when they saw Li Mu and his team coming. Sometimes they said they would not let them in. And sometimes they said that the supplies were not enough. In short, they did not want Li Mu and his team to come. This is easy to understand. After all, one more person means one more mouth to feed. In this situation, if you can save a bite of food and a mouthful of water, you may be able to hold on until the rescue arrives. Naturally, no one would be willing to share their rations, even if Li Mu and his team are only a few people. In fact, the Virgin Mary is an extremely rare creature in this world. And the Virgin Mary bitch is even more rare. To put it bluntly, the former can only be raised because of a good innate personality and good acquired family education, while the latter is born with underdeveloped brains. So it is a pity that this group of nagging people did not encounter any of these 2 types of people in Li Mu's team. On the contrary, Li Mu had to abandon his beloved relatives, brothers and sisters, and run away because of Ouyang Qianjin's calculation. Now he is full of anger. The result is imaginable. After the other party said that he wanted them to get out quickly, Li Mu jumped and slashed, splitting one of them in half with a fire axe. Then he looked at a group of people who were either dazed or screaming and fled, imitating Ouyang Qianjin's appearance, and taking the cafeteria for themselves very forcefully. If you don't want to, you can get out now. However, who would want to go out when the situation outside is like that? Isn't that courting death? Especially those who failed to complete the first kill job transfer. So Li Mu and others successfully became the boss of this cafeteria. Then they ate a lot and filled their stomachs first. Just when they finished their meal and began to try to analyze the current situation, a burst of gunfire came from outside. They were attracted instantly. Chapter 21 Beloved Friends and Brothers. It's the patrol. It must be the patrol coming to rescue us. I know that sound. It's the patrol's pistol sound. Quick! 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 Don't hide. What if the patrol doesn't see us? Everyone follow me. The patrol has guns. They will definitely protect us to evacuate safely. After hearing the gunshots, almost everyone got excited. Except for Li Mu, who was a bit like a mountain king. But he wanted to leave now. Although the mountain king was indeed a bit interesting. But it was still important to save his life. So he also followed the crowd with a fire axe and opened the door to go out. As a result, they had just walked out of the door for about 5 seconds when a monster's roar came over. Then, there was a violent explosion. And the billowing smoke from the shade of the trees in the distance. It's over. At this moment, everyone knew that the patrol was probably in danger. So they retreated silently again, and added some more barriers at the door to comfort themselves. In this way, about 30 people in the cafeteria sat silently in the corners. Some lost their souls, and some leaned on their lovers' arms and sobbed softly. This atmosphere lasted until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. After a simple dinner, it was a little better. Brother Li, do you think Dong Hai is dead? The speaker was Li Mu's brother's wife Jiang Hong. Her husband hasn't come back for so long. It's obvious that he is in danger. Alas. When Li Mu sighed, his brother's wife started crying. I shouldn't have retreated with you before. If I have to die, I should die with him. Stop talking. Stop talking. Dong Hai has been playing with me since he was a child. He is my dearest friend and brother. It is me, as the eldest brother, who failed to protect him well. As he spoke, Li Mu's voice became low, and he sounded really sad. He reached out and hugged Jiang Hong's shoulders and held her in his arms. Don't worry. I failed to protect my brother, but I will definitely protect you this time. Brotherly. The conversation, tone, and body movements of the two were particularly smooth. Just very smooth. Li Mu's lover Zhang Xingyi was watching and listening from the side. She knew Li Mu's character very well, so she didn't say anything. She just rolled her eyes and lay on a piece of cardboard to sleep. However, although everyone was very tired after a busy day, but when it was time to sleep, no one could sleep. So everyone could only think about their future in the dark, either with their eyes closed or open. There were also people they knew discussing something in a low voice. But the voices were not loud. At least, they did not destroy the peaceful atmosphere in the cafeteria. Until, bang bang bang. The loud noises scared everyone and made them sit up on the spot. Then everyone looked in the direction of the sound, although they could not see what made the loud noise in the dark. Their panicked eyes did not want to miss any clues. After all, if there was any monster attacking, then they could find it in the first time and escape. Damn it! It's almost 1 o'clock after 12 o'clock. Who is so immoral? Li Mu looked at his watch and cursed while walking to the entrance of the cafeteria to see what was going on. He didn't think the sound was made by a monster. After all, as long as it is a living creature, it will unconsciously make a sound with a rhythm. Sounds like throwing things around are obviously not something a monster can do. After all, he is too familiar with this sound. When his wife found out that he had a lover, she also smashed things like this. Brotherly, isn't that the direction of the cafeteria we are going to today? Li Mu's lover Zhang Xingyi said as she looked at the dark night outside. That's true now that you put it that way. Li Mu frowned and found that this matter was not simple. But he was not stupid enough to go out to see the situation. What is that damn bitch doing again? Cursing secretly, Li Mu looked at the night with a little more envy in his eyes. This is a necromancer. Why can't I draw such a good profession? If I can draw it, then I can call the shots in the entire hospital. I don't have to be afraid of the Blue Drow or other groups. I don't have to be confined to the cafeteria like I am now. It's better now. With an ordinary warrior profession. Even if I want to show my skills, I don't have the luck of others. Alas, it's late today. Let's take a rest and recharge our energy. We will know the specific situation tomorrow morning. After saying that, Li Mu looked at his mobile phone. There was still no signal, and all the calls were busy. So he turned off his phone, put it in his pocket, hugged Zhang Xingyi and Jiang Hong's waist, and went back to sleep. What happened in the patrol team during the day made him realize that this world might not be good anymore. Now the only thing he could do was to improve his level as much as possible, and to win over people to be his cannon fodder. However, to everyone's surprise, this sound was still heard intermittently all night. This is good? No one dared to sleep. Everyone listened to the sound outside with their ears erect. The sound stopped only at dawn. Now everyone in Li Mu's cafeteria was listless. They were naturally not in a good condition after not sleeping for a night. Nothing else. Neurasthenia. What What's going on? Some people couldn't help it, and looked in the direction of the sound after dawn. It turned out that 3 piles of things appeared under the inpatient building in the distance. A pile of corpses, a pile of broken wooden tables, chairs and benches, and another pile of stainless steel tables, chairs, cabinets, and beds commonly seen in hospitals. At this person's exclamation, everyone came to see the situation with panda eyes. It didn't take long for those with better eyesight to see teams of skeletons moving something. Finally, these skeletons began to sort out the 3 piles of things. The corpses were laid out. The wood was moved into the cafeteria, and another pile of miscellaneous things was moved to the sides and the middle of the inpatient building under the command of a wheelchair girl. 2 paths were forcibly made in the spacious place. What is she doing? Someone was confused. Humph. What else can she do? She's probably setting up roadblocks. Li Mu, who had dealt with Ouyang Qianjin yesterday, snorted coldly. Of course he knew what Ouyang Qianjin was doing. In fact, he had thought of similar means to create a safe space for himself last night when he couldn't sleep. But this method requires strong support. Let's not talk about anything else. Just these tables, chairs, and beds. At least 3 or 4 layers of supplies are needed to gather them together. It's simply not something his current men can do. So this brain project was abandoned. However, he never thought that the little girl of the Necromancer could actually do it. And it took only one night. Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help but clench his fists. Necromancer. This profession is really powerful. Why? Why isn't it mine? Li Mu's. If Ouyang Qianjin knew that her ideas actually coincidentally matched Li Mu's, she would probably be so angry that she would jump up and down. The kind of medical miracle. Chapter 22, the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Birthday. Ouyang Qianjin woke up. She was awakened by hunger. It was pretty good after working all night yesterday. As for the gunshot, because it was due to internal fighting, Ouyang Qianjin didn't hear it. Even if she heard it, it didn't matter much to her. The first thing she did after getting up was to check her pink mouse watch. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Calculating the time, she actually slept for nearly 10 hours at a time. How long has it been since I slept so soundly? Ouyang Qianjin murmured, not knowing who she was asking. You know, she used to wake up every 2 or 3 hours of sleep. This is not to say that her disease will cause pain and wake her up. It's the kind of anxiety and uneasiness caused by insecurity. But it's different now. There's a skeleton who is absolutely loyal to her around her, which makes her feel extremely at ease. Disease? Ah! She has long seen through that thing. If this mysterious thing can cure herself this time, it would be the best. If not, she must enjoy the remaining time to justify her life in this world. Right? Get up. Wash with the help of the skeleton. And then eat. After finishing all this, Ouyang Qianjin set off immediately. He took his skeletons to inspect the situation around the hospital building. After finding that no one came in, or after observing from the outside, he went to the 5th floor to kill monsters with peace of mind. After reaching level 10 and enjoying the double pleasure, Ouyang Qianjin was unstoppable. Killing monsters was like a god's help. Areas above the 4th floor are basically guarded by 1 or even several priests. But for Ouyang Qianjin, who now has 26 skeletons, it only takes a little effort and time. And this time, after thinking it over, she did not adopt the sustainable exhaustion of fish method on the 4th floor. After all, she was in a hurry to reach level 10. If she uses that method in the future, there may be no corpse as a medium when she reaches the 17th floor. So this time Ouyang Qianjin adopted the method of hitting and throwing. When a drow died, she let the skeleton drag out its corpse and throw it down. As long as there is no corpse, the drow priest cannot be resurrected. Well, it can be regarded as another way to use removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot. It's just a little troublesome, takes a little more time, and is a little inefficient. But there is still a long time. Ouyang Qianjin is not in a hurry. It's enough to hit 1 or 2 floors a day to relieve boredom. It's already level 10. Why bother to fight so hard? In this way, Ouyang Qianjin spent the next 2 days visiting the territory of the drow upstairs, like playing a game. The bodies downstairs piled up more and more. The obstacles on both sides piled up higher and higher. Although it still failed to reach Ouyang Qianjin's requirements of 4 or 5 meters. 5 or 6 meters. But it was slowly growing. 2 days later. October 31st. On this day, Ouyang Qianjin did not go to kill monsters after getting up as usual. Instead, he prepared a table of hot pot. Different from the self-heating pot used as the base a few days ago. The hot pot was made according to a recipe book found in the building that looked very old, and the pages were a little yellowed. Although the canteen is not a vegetable market. But fortunately, there are a lot of seasonings and oil stored in it, so that Ouyang Qianjin will not be at a loss. This hot pot is the first time she really cooks by herself. Although she still controls the skeleton to cook on the stove. But don't delve too much into these details. Another unprecedented thing is that the lights are on in the canteen tonight. The lights are bright. Even if there are obstacles, Li Mu and others in the canteen of the administrative building opposite can see it. What is this bitch doing again? Seeing this scene, Li Mu muttered a few words and closed his eyes, hugging Zhongxing and Jiang Hong to continue sleeping. He was tired after a few days. During the day, he had to organize people to kill monsters and level up. And at night, he had to appease his good brother and wife. He also knew what was going on with Ouyang Qianjin. Although he was thinking about killing the other party all the time. But every day, he could see Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton moving. In the end, he understood that as long as he didn't provoke her, she wouldn't come over. Everyone lived in peace, forgot about each other, and lived their own lives. So no one cared too much. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin squinted her eyes, with a smile on her face. Two cushions under her buttocks, sitting cross-legged in front of the low table. On the table was a hot pot, a small strawberry cake with only 3 strawberries on it, and some small plates with only a little food. And on the edge of the table were 4 or 5 candles. The skeleton stood on both sides of the low table. The whole dinner looked so serious and formal. Click, 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 ding. When the hands on the pink watch pointed to 12 o'clock, Ouyang Qianjin opened her mouth slightly and blew out the candles. Today, November 1st, is Ouyang Qianjin's 18th birthday. If she had followed the original trajectory, she should have celebrated this birthday in the ward and officially became the chairman of the Ouyang group. But fate is so unpredictable. In her previous life, Ouyang Qianjin spent her 18th birthday hiding with a group of people. After rebirth, she spent it alone with her own group of skeletons. No one can say which of these 3 birthday modes is good or bad. Even Ouyang Qianjin herself has some complex feelings. But it's just some. After all, in front of delicious food, this Scorpio woman who smiles all day long doesn't care too much. Pop! Just as she was about to start eating, the bright lights in the cafeteria suddenly went out. Then, Ouyang Qianjin heard roars coming from outside, including in the building where she was. This roar was different from the chirp of the drow that Ouyang Qianjin had heard these days. It was deeper and more creepy. And along with this roar came a series of screams and shouts. Ouyang Qianjin knew. Today was the day when the water and electricity were cut off after the apocalypse. Today was her first birthday after the apocalypse. And today was also the day when those eliminated were eliminated. The so-called eliminated refers to those who failed to make the first kill and complete the job change within these 3 days. According to a doctor, when Ouyang Qianjin was hiding in the hospital in her previous life, it is very likely that these alien species carry some unknown bacteria. After completing the job change, they could resist this bacteria. And those who did not complete the job change were eliminated without any resistance. In the end, they became the zombies without wisdom that people like to see in entertainment works. Yes. To put it more bluntly, 3 days after the alien invasion begins, only professionals will exist in this world. Those who have not changed their profession will all become zombies. The term ordinary people will no longer exist. Chapter 23. It's all my fault for being too soft-hearted. Li Mu and a dozen people hid in an office. The blood stains on his body, and the panicked look proved that he had just gone through a hard battle. He was very depressed now. Originally, he had a good sleep today, and nothing happened. But after 12 o'clock, something strange happened. Some of the people who were in the same cafeteria with him suddenly changed their temperaments and began to bite the people around them indiscriminately. It was already past 12 o'clock. There was no light outside. And they didn't have the courage to turn on the lights like Ouyang Qianjin. So many people were attacked in the dark at the first time. So he ordered his lover Zhang Xingyi to turn on the lights. But Zhang Xingyi shouted in the dark that there was a power outage. Now he was completely panicked. Think about how chaotic the world is outside. It's good that the power outage didn't happen until today. But it happened when he was attacked. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Li Mu had no reason to stay there any longer. Who knows what is attacking them? So he reached out and picked up the fire axe on the ground beside him, and ran away without caring about others. After chopping down anyone who dared to stop him from rushing out, he finally fought his way out. He finally knew what was attacking them just now. Zombies! Some of his own people turned into zombies? This joke is a bit too big. There are monsters outside, and zombies broke out inside. Even if Li Mu ran out, he could still feel the deep malice coming from nowhere. Are they going to exterminate all humans? No! That's not right. Aren't I, Zhangxing, and Jianhong all fine? Wait! The two zombies that stopped me when I rushed out just now seemed to be ordinary people who had not changed their jobs, and could not bring themselves to kill monsters before. Dang! Dang! Boom! In an instant, Li Mu seemed to have figured out the conditions for zombie mutation. During these 3 days, apart from the chaos on the first day, and the little conflict with Ouyang Qianjin, nothing else happened. But on the second day, that is, after being frightened by Ouyang Qianjin for a whole night, Li Mu, who was full of anger, took people to kill monsters. Originally, there were only 30 people in the cafeteria where they hid at the beginning, and some were rescued when they were leveling up. But although the number of people was slowly increasing, but the number of professionals did not increase much. So Li Mu was very considerate and asked those who had not changed their jobs to finish off the monsters. This will not only allow more people to change jobs and be grateful to him, but also increase the number of troops in his hands to protect himself and make himself safer. However, there are a few cowards among these people who can't do it. It's not because they are saints, but because they are completely afraid. Afraid of seeing blood. One is even afraid of knives, metal allergies or something. But what kind of patients can't we meet in the hospital? Li Mu had no choice but to arrange them in the cafeteria to do odd jobs for the professionals, thinking that there are only so many people. We can't drive them out, right? They can be regarded as cannon fodder, and they may be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, it was these guys who dragged their feet and gave the team he had finally pulled together a fatal blow. Brotherly, what should we do now? Just when Li Mu was indignant, Jianhong asked. Her words attracted the attention of the people around. Everyone looked at Li Mu in unison, hoping for an answer. After all, the place where they were hiding now was an office, and it was an office that they had looted several times. There was no supplies for more than a dozen people to hide in peace. In short, everyone should check each other's bodies for wounds. It has been played in the movies. Wounds are likely to be infected. Everyone looked at him. As the leader, he should show some performance. So he coughed and started to assign tasks. It turned out that it would be better if he didn't check. After checking, he found 3 people with bites or scratches on their bodies. Brotherly, listen to my explanation. I scratched myself when I was sleeping yesterday. The man with scratches on his body immediately began to defend himself. But how could Li Mu and the others listen to his lies? Yes, what you said may be true. So what? Who dares to gamble with their lives? So the 3 were driven out of the office with the concerted efforts of the crowd. Li Mu even took back all the weapons on them before they were driven out. In his words, these were the weapons that the brothers and sisters had worked hard to make, and it was useless to keep them anyway because you were all going to mutate. After that, no matter how they cried outside, Li Mu and others ignored them. Even in this kind of noise, they began to discuss where to go next. The first thing is to take back the cafeteria. Although there are many zombies in the cafeteria, the food and water are enough for more than a dozen people for a while. The second is to find another place. One is the cafeteria and supermarket on the side of Ouyang Qianjin, and the other is the supermarket behind the administrative building. After thinking for a while, Li Mu first removed the option about Ouyang Qianjin. Now he is already level 5 and has a second skill. This makes it clearer how terrible Ouyang Qianjin's skill that can add debuff is. Get entangled with her? Forget it. Isn't it good to cherish your life? At this time, face is useless. Besides, even if they go together, they may not be able to beat Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton plus buff skill combination. Choosing from the other 2 options is safer than facing Ouyang Qianjin. Although many people died this time. But it doesn't matter. As long as you have food, you can attract people to join you. Let's go check out the cafeteria. At least zombies are much easier to kill than those blue-skinned drow. Li Mu made his own choice. So retaking the cafeteria in the administrative building became the next task for Li Mu's team. After all, it was already the 4th day. I think the supermarket behind the building should have been occupied by someone. With only a dozen people, Li Mu felt that it would be too unstable to seize other people's territory. Although the other party might have the same chaos as them. But it is also possible that all of them are professionals. It's all because of my soft heart. If I had driven out those ordinary people who were unwilling to kill monsters earlier, I wouldn't have been in such a miserable state today. It's better to go with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, she is the only one there. So she doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Humph. Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help but snorted coldly. No wonder she was so determined to drive him and others away that day. So she was waiting here. Maybe she got some inspiration from the special nature of her necromancer profession. That's why she behaved like this. Damn it! You don't even want to share the news. You deserve to be in a wheelchair. Chapter 24, Ouyang Qianjin's Melancholy. There was no big change on Ouyang Qianjin's side. She still maintained her previous frequency and slowly, bit by bit, eroded the territory of the drow upstairs. But now she had an additional enemy. That is, those mutated zombies. These people who had survived 3 days of fear and trembling without being killed by the blue drow in an unknown place. All turned into zombies without exception when the 4th day came. It brought a small obstacle to Ouyang Qianjin's desktop cleaning task. After all, they were too ugly, and all the joints had to be cut off to stop the attack of these guys. In this way, the days passed one by one. Autumn went and winter came. The hot atmosphere in the sky also turned into cold. It's snowing, cough cough. A girl sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a black top hat, a long black coat and a black shawl, with a horn-shaped dagger wrapped in black cloth hanging from her belt. She looked up at the sky. He stretched out his hand with his palm facing up, and a piece of white snow fell right into his palm. This was the first snow in Sea City this year. It has been more than a month since the Doomsday. In this more than a month, what Ouyang Qianjin did every day was to eat, kill monsters, and sleep according to the routine. It can be said that it was just like going to work, clocking in on time, and leaving get off work on time. Apart from that, she did nothing else. If there is any change, it is that her work and rest time has been adjusted from staying up all night. Maybe for other people, this kind of life is a bit monotonous and boring. But for Ouyang Qianjin, it is nothing. After all, she has been living like this for the past few years. And compared to the past, it is much better to be able to enter and exit the building freely as she pleases. Although Ouyang Qianjin can go out for a walk with her current strength. But in her opinion, it is not too safe now. For more than a month. Except for the first night, when Ouyang Qianjin upgraded to level 10 in a sudden manner. Her level increased very slowly during the rest of the time. So far, Ouyang Qianjin has only upgraded to level 14. That's it. And it was just upgraded 5 days ago. But after reaching level 14, she can no longer upgrade. That's right. Can't upgrade. Or it can be said that she doesn't feel that she has improved at all when killing monsters. There is no urge to upgrade. In these 5 days, she has continuously brushed 5 floors and is about to open up the entire building. But she still doesn't feel the urge to upgrade. Even eager to level up. Ouyang Qianjin even went to the morgue on the first floor to level up. The result was still nothing. Could it be because he had been killing a single monster, causing the experience penalty? According to the penalty mechanism of some games that worry about the emergence of the Shilippo Sword Master, this is possible. But the problem is that he also killed monsters in this way in his previous life. And he even reached level 19. Is it because he killed a single monster? Or is it because he is a hidden profession? Ouyang Qianjin doesn't understand. But if we put aside all the game elements, then Ouyang Qianjin also has his own opinions. But if that's the case, let alone the past life, even the entire team should not be able to reach level 19. How about, try another place? The melancholy Ouyang Qianjin said this, and moved his eyes to the outpatient building not far away. Compared with the 17 floors of the inpatient building, the outpatient building is not that high. There are only 9 floors, plus an underground parking lot. If there is no way to upgrade there, then Ouyang Qianjin can only take the risk to walk out. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin tightened his coat, took 2 pills, and walked towards the outpatient building with 20 skeletons. Although the power, water, network, and gas have been cut off for a long time. But Ouyang Qianjin had stored a lot of batteries for electric wheelchairs before, and they can still hold on. after they are completely used up. I'm afraid I can only let the skeletons push me. When she arrived at the outpatient building, Ouyang Qianjin found that the first floor and the cafeteria of the administrative building next to it seemed to be occupied. She didn't know where Li Mu and others who ran away that day were now. After looking around, Ouyang Qianjin still chose to go to the outpatient building first. Anyway, she was just doing an experiment, brushing 2 floors to see if she had any reaction. If there was no reaction to the upgrade, she would leave. However, when Ouyang Qianjin was about to enter the lobby of the outpatient building, she was stopped by someone who came out. The man was a man, about 20 years old, tall and thin, holding an explosion-proof fork in his hand. You are the Ouyang Qianjin from the inpatient building, right? What are you doing in our outpatient building? The man frowned as he looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was wearing a thick down jacket and followed by 20 skeletons. Huh? How do you know my name? I don't remember knowing you. Ouyang Qianjin tilted her head slightly and looked at him with some confusion. The doctor from our outpatient building said so. The man raised his head. They were very familiar with Ouyang Qianjin. In the past month, the other party had made a lot of noise. Basically, something would be thrown down from the upstairs every once in a while. It was either tables, chairs, or corpses. In short, it was very crazy. Okay. It wouldn't be surprising if the doctor knew that she took it. After all, Ouyang Qianjin was a celebrity here. Many doctors and nurses knew her. To put it bluntly, Ouyang Qianjin had sent away many doctors or nurses who left the hospital in the past few years of hospitalization. She spent more time in the hospital than most doctors and nurses. Okay. I want to confirm something. As for your territory, I don't want to do anything. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin maintained sufficient restraint. In fact, she also felt that there was no need to get angry over such a small matter. After all, it was her own body that would be damaged by anger. Confirm something? The man still frowned. What is it? I can't tell you for the time being. But don't worry. I don't take you seriously yet. So don't worry about what I will do to you. Ouyang Qianjin said lightly with a smile on her face. After that, she took the skeleton to go inside. She didn't care what the people at the door would react. She seemed a little self-centered. But as a person who had been in the ward for 8 years, Ouyang Qianjin didn't know how to deal with others at all. In short, she just thought that she just had to tell the reason for coming here. In her heart, this is the pattern. The big pattern. After all, in front of Ouyang Qianjin, a level 14 boss, the level of these people is not enough. It's already great that she didn't bully people right away. However, what she didn't know was, in the eyes of outsiders, this is arrogance. And the arrogance of others. Not everyone can tolerate it like Li Mu. I told you can't go in. When Ouyang Qianjin walked in with the skeleton, the man rushed over with an explosion-proof fork and was about to fork Ouyang Qianjin. The skeletons had an absolute order issued by Ouyang Qianjin. That is to protect themselves. So when they saw the man rushing over, they all drew their swords and prepared to cut down the guy who dared to disturb their master. Wait! Wait! Don't do anything yet. Chapter 25 Skill Selection at level 15. Wait! Wait! Don't do it yet. At this critical moment, another man's voice came from the outpatient registration room. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked. The man who was walking towards her quickly was wearing a white coat and looked like a doctor. Anything else? Although there was almost an accidental discharge just now. But in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, this was completely the other party's own fault. Who asked him to do it to himself? He. Hello, Miss Qianjin. I am Dr. Tang from the outpatient department. After Dr. Tang walked in front of Ouyang Qianjin, he greeted Ouyang Qianjin happily. Well, hello, Dr. Tang. If there is nothing else, I will go upstairs. It's okay to know each other. So let's do our own thing. Ouyang Qianjin, who is more career-minded, nodded at the other party and went towards the stairs. Miss Qianjin, what's the matter with you this time? Dr. Tang didn't hear what happened outside just now. So Ouyang Qianjin repeated what she had said to the man at the door to Dr. Tang as she walked away. Can you share your experience after the experiment? Whether it succeeds or not. After all, you know that a person always has his limits. If we work together, maybe we can come up with more solutions? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was just going to take the monster for an experiment, Dr. Tang was relieved. He was not here to steal his supplies. That's good. If you can solve the problem without a conflict, why not do it? That's a good suggestion. After arriving at the entrance of the corridor, Ouyang Qianjin stretched out an arm and made a hugging gesture. A 1.7-meter tall human skeleton next to him handed his weapon to an assassin skeleton next to him, then stepped forward to pick up Ouyang Qianjin and walked upstairs. Don't say it. Compared to a 1.4-meter tall skeleton, a 1.7-meter tall skeleton is more comfortable to hold. Although Ouyang Qianjin is thin, she also has long legs of 1.7 meters. When a 1.4-meter tall skeleton holds her, sometimes her feet can be placed on the ground, and her wheelchair is also carried by another skeleton. At the entrance of the corridor, the two people disappeared at the corner of the stairs in their stunned eyes. This skeleton is really versatile, the man holding the explosion-proof fork exclaimed. Yes, maybe Ouyang Qianjin's job is very suitable for her. Dr. Tang also nodded. Then he turned around and instructed the man. Go check the inpatient building to see if there is anyone inside. The medicine inside is too important for us. Yes. The man nodded and ran away. Ouyang Qianjin had already started fighting on the 3rd floor, and had no idea that the people below had already started to calculate her property. There are so many monsters here. They are about to overflow. Didn't those guys come up to clean them up? Ouyang Qianjin said in confusion. In fact, the number of monsters is not fixed. It will refresh like the game. The only difference from the game is that this refresh is a bit unique. Although the first arrival seems to be random. But in fact, the races from the other world are still put together. The only difference is the height difference, which is the floor problem here. In the subsequent monster spawning, it will actually be refreshed every day. But it is different from the first arrival. Although there is also a certain degree of randomness when the monster is refreshed again. But more often it will appear next to the same race. For example, the blue drow. If Ouyang Qianjin did not clean up the 5th floor after cleaning up the 4th floor, then the monsters will usually only be refreshed on the 5th floor or above, unless the upper floors are overcrowded. There is no living space, or there is not much food. Those drow will choose to leave the tribe and migrate to the next floor where there are no drow. Yes, for these alien races, this is not called moving, but migration. This is why Ouyang Qianjin goes to fight monsters every day. In addition to upgrading, there is also the intention to curb the migration of drow. It's just that the people in the outpatient building don't seem to care much about fighting monsters and upgrading. But this is just right. It's just right for me to have the experience alone. Hee hee. Ouyang Qianjin was happily killing monsters. The man who went to the hospital building to steal the house quickly turned back after seeing the skeletons patrolling on the 2 paths. What? There are still skeletons guarding the hospital building. Dr. Tang widened his eyes and looked at the man who came to report to him. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin brought 20 skeletons with him, and he thought that was the limit of Ouyang Qianjin. Unexpectedly, there were still soldiers stationed at home. It seems that I underestimated her because I thought she was just a girl. Dr. Tang, what should we do next? The man asked. Wait for the right time. If it doesn't work, we will tell the news to Miss Ouyang. Dr. Tang said this after rubbing his face with his hands. You mean? Well, this is the only news we can use as a bargaining chip now. I just hope that the other party doesn't know this news. Looking at the somewhat frustrated man, Dr. Tang said helplessly. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use Summons +1. You have reached level 15 and get a skill selection. Haha. Upgraded. As expected. You can't stay in one place for too long. According to the previous time calculation. How long is it? 30 days? Or 33 days? Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as I can upgrade. Really? There is such a broken rule. Are they afraid that everyone will become dependent on one place? Ouyang Qianjin, who has reached level 15, complained with a cute pout, while looking at her level 15 skill selection with a smile. Optional skills, Eye of Fear, Blessing of the Dead, Ghoul Transformation. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. Eye of Fear, Dark Magic, which can make creatures with lower mental power than the caster feel fear in their hearts. Blessing of the Dead, Passive, allowing summons to obtain random skills. And the effects and time of curse and virus skills are doubled. Ghoul Transformation, use corpses as a medium to transform corpses into ghouls. and the number of disposables doubles every 10 levels. It's a bit difficult to choose. Ouyang Qianjin was in a dilemma while sitting in her wheelchair. First of all, I don't want the Eye of Terror. I have the Curse of Weakness after being eroded, which works very well, and my child is very satisfied. There is no need to get another skill to add debuff to the enemy. This is a waste. What really troubled her were the following: Dead Blessing and Ghoul Transformation. The two skills. There is no doubt that both of them will strengthen her now. One is to strengthen her skeleton. The other is to add a summon to herself. Headache. It feels like the choice difficulty syndrome is about to occur. Ouyang Qianjin scratched her head in this situation. Chapter 26. The wind was too strong, and I couldn't hear clearly. Calm down. I'm a necromancer. The ruler of death. It's just that I'm twisted like a maggot when I encounter this kind of thing. Ouyang Qianjin, who suddenly became a middle school student, immediately entered the ruler of death mode. Then he began to think calmly and considerably about which of the two skills would improve him more. Well, after all, it's Dead Blessing, which allows my skeleton to gain skills. On the contrary, the ghoul feels disgusting and can't hug me, so its use is limited. And the passive skill means that I can pay less attention to one skill, which is pretty good. Yes. Dead Blessing. I choose Dead Blessing. Ouyang Qianjin raised his hand with a lazy thought, like a primary school student who wanted to speak in class. Anyway, the dice have been thrown. The style of the painting changed, and the lines on Ouyang Qianjin's sickly face became much tougher. The skill Dead Blessing has changed due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect, according to the positioning of the skeleton. The occupational skills can be given in a targeted manner, and the effects and time of dark and blood skills are doubled. This is the erosion effect I expected. It is worthy of my talent. Great. Ouyang Qianjin expressed great satisfaction after seeing the erosion effect. According to the positioning of the skeleton, it is simply the profession of the skeleton. After Ouyang Qianjin learned this skill, the sword and shield skeleton obtained block. The knife and shield skeleton obtained counterattack. The spear skeleton obtained thrust. The axe and hammer skeleton obtained heavy attack. The assassin skeleton obtained sprint. The single blade skeleton obtained parry. The double blade skeleton obtained suppression. And the baggage skeleton obtained stealth. To put it bluntly, it is a permanent buff that can add skills to weapons. What kind of weapon your own white skeleton uses will give you what kind of skills. It is very practical. Not only that, she also got information about the skills of the dark system and blood system. The Eye of Fear just now was of the dark system. I don't know what the blood system looks like. If I can become a vampire, maybe I can cure my disease. Looking at the 3 words blood system on the panel, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and fell silent. Ha. Miss Qianjin is EMO. This silence did not last long. In a blink of an eye, Ouyang Qianjin started to joke with herself, dispelling the annoying atmosphere just now. This is probably the magic of positive and sunny people. Break monsters. Handsome monsters. Since you can upgrade, you have to brush the 4th or 5th floor of this building first. After the skeletons gathered all the useful things in this building at the stairs, Ouyang Qianjin shouted and waved her hand, leading the skeletons to the 4th floor. Yes, 4th and 5th floors. That is to say, Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to clear all the drow in this building. After all, the mechanism of spawning monsters is there. If I clean up this building, then there will be no monsters in this building. Do I have to go to the administrative building at that time? In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, it is not necessary. After reaching level 19, my level will be stuck. Just spawn the monsters back and forth between the 2 buildings. Anyway, the people here don't seem to like fighting. So even if I grab monsters, the other party will not complain. So Ouyang Qianjin stayed in the outpatient building all day. It was not until the evening that Ouyang Qianjin called back the troops and asked the skeletons to deliver today's spoils one by one to the 1st floor. So many things. As the skeletons ran up and down, taking down the things that had been looted on each floor, the people in the outpatient building surrounded them. Ouyang Qianjin, with the idea, plucked the feathers of the passing geese, took away everything that could be used, whether it was equipment or A4 printing paper. She even took down the surveillance on the wall. Anyway, there was no electricity now, so it was useless to stay here. It would be better to take it away by yourself. And maybe you can use the electronic components inside to exchange for something else later. Careful calculation is a necessary skill for businessmen. These things are all from our building. I don't know which idiot said this. Then the eyes of the people who were supposed to be watching the fun gradually became a little strange. Bang! A skeleton holding a long-handled warhammer smashed the hammer head with green blood on the ground. Instantly, cracks appeared on the ground. Sorry. I couldn't hear you clearly because of the strong wind. Can you say it again? Ouyang Qianjin squinted and smiled at the group of guys with evil intentions. Just kidding. These are all my spoils. If you want them, you can buy them with your life. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't say these words. But the murderous aura emanating from her made everyone know that this girl was the kind of person who would take action. I say you are really amazing. You have obtained so many spoils in just one day. The guy who just spoke without thinking changed his face at the speed of light. He changed his words so smoothly. Yes. Miss Qianjin is really amazing. That's right. If I were to fight with so many things, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. The people around him, who had just had bad intentions, one by one, played the role of supporting roles with a guilty conscience. Oh, really? Thank you for your compliment. I also think I am quite amazing. Qianjin Ouyang shamelessly took the compliments from others for herself, without a trace of hesitation or shyness. That, Miss Qianjin, I wonder if I can have a word with you. After seeing his people save the situation, Dr. Tang stepped forward and wanted to have a secret with Qianjin Ouyang. Is there something? Qianjin Ouyang was a little surprised. Yes. I wonder if you have time. Although Dr. Tang is almost 40 years old, and Ouyang Qianjin has just turned 18. But Dr. Tang knows very well that the world has changed. People with strength can be respected regardless of their age. Okay. I have no problem. But you can't touch my spoils. Ouyang Qianjin glanced at the people who gathered around and said, many of these people don't have weapons in their hands. I swept 4 floors and got a lot of weapons. If they take them, then I will be taken away by others for free? I feel sick just thinking about it. I can't help but shudder. Are you okay? Dr. Tang said with concern. It's okay. Maybe because I was too excited to kill monsters before. I sweated all over. And now it's a bit cold when the cold wind blows. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. I have to boil some water to take a bath when I go back. And then take some medicine. She told herself this in her heart. At the end of the corridor on the first floor, Dr. Tang stopped and looked at Miss Ouyang sitting in a wheelchair, and the 2 sword and shield skeletons she brought with her. I wonder if Miss Qianjin can do us a favor. Chapter 27 Survivor Base. Help? What help? Actually, it's like this. The pharmacy in the inpatient building should have been occupied by you. We need a batch of medicines. That's mine. Before Dr. Tang finished speaking, Ouyang Qianjin interrupted him. Dr. Tang was speechless. Can't you let him finish his words? This young lady is like this? It's a little different from what I know. Why do you need medicines? I think there are priests among you who can treat some diseases? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Dr. Tang strangely. As a priest in her previous life, Ouyang Qianjin naturally knew this profession. Although the priest's holy light can't treat her own diseases, it is still effective for some not-so-serious knife wounds. That's why Ouyang Qianjin suspected the other party's motives. In her previous life, she had never come into contact with this group of people. It can even be said that she had never seen so many people in her previous life, including this outpatient building. It was occupied by people led by Li Mu. Otherwise, so many of them would not be able to reach level 19. Could it be that because I occupied the entire building, things changed? Well, this is somewhat possible. But forget it. Let it go if something goes wrong. Anyway, I only lived 2.5 months longer before my rebirth. And I don't know the specific situation outside. What does a little deviation in such a small place have to do with me? Ouyang Qianjin cleared herself of any relationship in her heart. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's question, Dr. Tang was also a little entangled. That's true. And he and others would not risk going to fight monsters unless they had no other choice. After all, they were just a group of doctors, nurses, interns, and school visitors. They were really not the liver emperor like Ouyang Qianjin and the ambitious people like Li Mu. There are only 2 of us here, so you can just say whatever you want. Seeing Dr. Tang's entanglement, Ouyang Qianjin waved his finger and pointed to the empty aisles on both sides and said with a smile, well, Actually, it's the news of the survivor base. Since the other party said so. A grown man like him can't be shy. Right? So Dr. Tang told the news he knew. Survivor base? Do you mean the one on the airport side? Or the one on the light industrial park side? Or the one on the heavy industrial park side? When Ouyang Qianjin heard about the survivor base, he immediately thought of the 3 major bases of City C in the previous life. The airport base is the international airport located in the southwest of City C. The light industrial park is located in the west of City C. The central industrial park is a bit more remote, in the southeast of City C. In the previous life, Li Mu and others thought about going to the base after they ran out of food in 2 months. But they were attacked by the Blue Wolf tribe before they even left. After resisting for a while, Ouyang Qianjin died. So no one knows the specific situation of the base. At most, they know the name of the base. I mean the international airport. Dr. Tang was a little depressed. Good guy. I only heard 1. But the other party actually knew 3. This is somewhat unreasonable. It seems that my plan has failed. Where did you get this news? Ouyang Qianjin asked with some confusion. In the previous life, Li Mu and his friends knew the news because they rescued a group of people who escaped from outside. As a result, they knew it nearly a month in advance in this life. It seems that the wings of butterflies should not be underestimated. I heard it from the radio. Radio? So, it seems that there is also one in my trophy. Why didn't I think of this thing? Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. In other words, you plan to exchange a batch of medicine from me, and then take your group to the base? She roughly understood the other party's thoughts. Yes, although professional skills can provide some treatment, it is not a long-term solution after all, let alone other things. The holy light spell of this level cannot treat colds and fevers. Dr. Tang was also helpless. After all, in the eyes of a doctor like him, holy light magic is completely unscientific. If he was not a skilled person now, he would not believe in such things at all. But in this month's experiment, he found that even if it was unscientific, it was okay for combat injuries. But if you are sick, holy light magic can't help. Previously, an intern under his command caught a cold due to the cold weather. Since holy light magic was useless, he finally took cold medicine to get better. To be honest, if it weren't for the cold medicine in the ward on the 2nd floor, they won't even clear the monsters on the 2nd floor. So you're going to leave here? Well, now we are all above level 5. Plus we have 3 skills each. The international airport is only about 20 kilometers away from here. I believe we can get there in 1 day. Dr. Tang nodded, then smiled confidently and looked back at the people he had gathered. And Ouyang Qianjin also turned his head to look over. To be honest, there were quite a lot of people. About 40 or 50 people. Although Ouyang Qianjin felt that the journey would not be as easy as Dr. Tang said. But she had no reason to stop people. After all, you can't say something like it's dangerous outside. Let's wait a little longer. Right? With Ouyang Qianjin's poor EQ. She couldn't say that. How about Miss Qianjin? We leave and give this place to you. And you send us some medicines as a token of loyalty. So that everyone can have a good life. Right? Dr. Tang was not embarrassed to see that his little tricks were seen through. After all, he was leaving. So if he could get more before leaving, he would definitely be willing to do so. Ouyang Qianjin felt that it would be more beneficial for him to upgrade after these people left. So after thinking about it, he said, 3 large barrels of medicine in those white plastic barrels. As for what kind of medicine they are. No. 3 barrels of those plastic barrels are too few. And the types of medicines. Dr. Tang shook his head. Forget it. You are leaving anyway. So I don't seem to need to give you anything. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes, interrupted the other party, and said a word before controlling the wheelchair and preparing to leave. No. 3 barrels is 3 barrels. It's settled. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was going to part ways, Dr. Tang immediately stepped forward. Then it's settled. When are you leaving? We'll leave as soon as we get ready. Time? I need a specific time. 3 or 4 days later. Tomorrow. Get ready tonight. And leave tomorrow. Mrs. Ouyang smiled and looked up at Dr. Tang. But her original smile now seemed so oppressive to Dr. Tang. Chapter 28 Squinting eyes are all monsters. Sense of oppression? Humph. In order to make these people leave quickly, Ouyang Qianjin has spent a lot of money. Can you delay so long? Impossible. This is too urgent. Dr. Tang took a breath of cold air. Otherwise, do you have anything else to pack? Or do you have any pots and pans to take away? Do you want me to call a car to take it for you? Ouyang Qianjin said unceremoniously. Here. Give me some more. Give me more. Then the 10 fire axes seized today are the last bargaining chips, which can also increase your survival rate on the road. Well, okay. That's it. Knowing that he couldn't give more, Dr. Tang compromised. Originally, he thought that Ouyang Qianjin would clean up everything above and see if he could pick up something. But now the other party has even taken out weapons. So it seems that there is no chance. This girl is really perfect. But Miss Ouyang just mentioned the survival rate on the road. She is so powerful. If she can go with us, our way to the airport base will be smoother. Dr. Tang thought so. Smiled at Miss Ouyang sitting in a wheelchair, and made an invitation in a flash. Miss Qianjin, you are so powerful. Why don't you just go with us? So that we can take care of you on the way? Take care? Take care of a fart. You want me to be a free thug? Forget it. Miss Ouyang shook her head disdainfully. It's tiring for Dr. Tang to deal with these people by himself. If he goes to the base, there are so many people, and the number of people he has to deal with will definitely increase exponentially. Just thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin felt annoyed. I have food and drink, and servants who are not afraid of death. Why should I join in the fun? Well, but now those who can survive are professionals. There may be many professions in the base that I have never seen in my previous life. And there are even hidden professions. Although the people in the base should be annoying. But Ouyang Qianjin is still very concerned about this kind of thing that may heal me. Wait until I am slightly stronger before going to see it. Now I am too weak. And I might be eaten up by others when I go to the base. Okay. Since everything has been negotiated, I will go upstairs to prepare. Ouyang Qianjin turned and walked towards the stairs. There is actually nothing to say about the preparation she mentioned. Since this place has become her territory, she naturally needs to clean it up. For example, throw down all the tables, chairs, benches and corpses on it according to the layout of the inpatient building. This can also be regarded as a claim on the territory. After all, she didn't know how many people were still in the hospital, and whether Li Mu's group had left. Dividing the territory down could be a warning to the others. Now she had 2 buildings. There was also an administrative building, and another surgical inpatient building that was a little further away. By dividing it up like this, it would be easier for everyone to avoid it in the future. I didn't want anyone to disturb me when I was upgrading. Otherwise, if these people left, someone might move in the next day. This was not what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to see. Bang! 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 The rhythmic sound rang out again. I don't know what happened to others, but every time these people in the outpatient building saw something or a corpse thrown down, they couldn't help but tremble all over. So that's how the sound on the first night came from. This girl is really cruel. Sure enough, squinting eyes are all monsters. When Ouyang Qianjin left with her own skeleton and the captured items, the one who had a slip of the tongue before looked at the others back and murmured. There were also several male interns who left with Ouyang Qianjin. They were responsible for carrying 3 large white barrels. Take it and leave. Don't walk around. Don't look around. After giving the white barrel to the other party, Ouyang Qianjin ordered this. What are you still looking at? Why are you walking? They didn't want to stay in this place that looked like a mass grave for a moment. 2 people each took a barrel and ran away. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, they would become one of the people lying on the ground at the door. A group of grown men are really timid. Ouyang Qianjin felt a little speechless. Although there were indeed many corpses on the ground. But the problem is that because the weather is getting colder, there is no smell of decay at all. Even the ugly corpses were covered a lot by today's snow. So afraid of trouble, Ouyang Qianjin didn't know how these people would survive in the future. The next day, when Ouyang Qianjin got up and went to the outpatient department, she found that Dr. Tang and his group had left. They also took away 10 fire axes that Ouyang Qianjin was very kind to leave for them. However, Ouyang Qianjin didn't carry these weapons with him. Anyway, he had so many weapons. Even if she upgrades another 20 or 30 levels, she probably won't be able to use up all her skeletons. After Dr. Tang and the others left, Ouyang Qianjin left 2 skeletons to stand at the door of the outpatient building and went back. She took a rare 2-day break and didn't go to kill monsters. But this break didn't mean sitting on the ground and rolling around. Instead, She was training her skeletons. What kind of training do skeletons need? The answer is simple. Cooking. That's right. Because she can't stand up. It's obviously unrealistic for Ouyang Qianjin to stand or squat in front of the stove. For more than a month, she has basically eaten cooked food in the supermarket. After all, she needs to upgrade. It's inevitable to eat this kind of food for convenience when leveling up in the early stage of the server opening. But now that the upgrade speed has slowed down, Ouyang Qianjin should also start to consider her own stomach. Eating enough and eating well are two completely different concepts. She still has a lot of supplies in her hands. And now she has plenty of time. So why not try to make herself live a better life? But it's called training skeletons. In fact, it was Ouyang Qianjin who directed the skeletons to do things. It was snowing now. She brought out some containers and collected some snow, which would become ice water after melting. Then she used the ice water to let the skeletons wash vegetables and clothes. It was relatively easy at the beginning, but it was a bit difficult to control the skeletons to pick and cut vegetables. The skeletons are strong. In Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, they are at least much stronger than adult men, probably several times stronger. So they always couldn't control their strength. Or they would crush the vegetables when picking them. Or they would cut the cutting board when cutting vegetables. Ouyang Qianjin tried to let these skeletons pick up spatulas, soup spoons, etc. But it didn't work. White skeletons can't get skills like delicious and knife skills. Chapter 29. Prepare to fight the wolf pack. After all, skeletons are war machines. Not for you to use them for this. However, in Ouyang Qianjin's malicious speculation, she felt that it must be because there was no delicious food in that other world. Otherwise, how could there be no profession like chef skeleton? If other necromancers, especially necromancers in the other world, knew this girl's idea, they would probably learn from the melee mage in white robes and chase Ouyang Qianjin with a long sword in several cemeteries before they would give up. In the end, Ouyang Qianjin took a lot of effort to gradually master the strength of the skeleton. Seeing this, I believe that those who understand have already seen it. This training is actually Ouyang Qianjin training her control over the skeleton. Although she can use words and thoughts to command the skeletons to do things. But this kind of precise control is not satisfactory. After all, she hopes to use these skeletons as her hands and feet, rather than simply not afraid of death and can be consumed at will servants. Are necromancers such inconvenient things? If that's the case, wouldn't it be too boring? As a fun-loving person, the word boring is what I hate the most. If I can't do something big, wouldn't I have been reborn in vain? It was with this idea that Ouyang Qianjin thought of training her control. This kind of precise control might be useful in the future. And now the inpatient building is locked in experience. And the outpatient building needs time to refresh. Wouldn't this just free up a lot of time for study? I love learning. Learning makes me happy. Time flies. The snow is heavy. And City C is covered with a layer of white. In this way, Ouyang Qianjin crash-learned cooking for a whole month, and was barely able to become a master. During this month, Ouyang Qianjin not only learned cooking, she also jumped back and forth between two buildings, raising her level by 2 levels again, to level 18. To be honest, this upgrade speed makes Ouyang Qianjin very disgusted now. On the first day, she was level 10, but she only upgraded 5 levels in the first month, and only 3 levels in the second month. In the previous life, when she teamed up with others, Ouyang Qianjin didn't feel anything. After all, there are so many people. It is normal to have little experience. But now when she is alone, she noticed something wrong. There really is an experience penalty. The higher the level, the less experience you get from killing low-level monsters. Right? Speechless Ouyang Qianjin originally wanted to stay alive. But now it seems that I have no choice but to leave. Leave this broken place, and go outside to fight other monsters. Otherwise, if I only level up here, I will never reach a high level. No! After all, she hasn't figured out how to level up after level 19. Then I can only wait until level 19. Now I have 34 skeletons. And when I reach level 19, I will have 35. Which will make it safer to go out. 1 more level. 1 more skeleton. 1 more guarantee. The only pity is the supplies I looted. There are not enough skeletons. Even if I transform them all into baggage skeletons, they can't carry them all. Well, if you count the days, it will be my death date in my previous life in a few days. Ouyang Qianjin said this, shook her head and smiled. I didn't expect that my death date would come so soon. How could she not feel funny? Wait! Why do I have to go out? Suddenly, Ouyang Qianjin had an interesting ghost idea in her mind. Will those blue wolf tribes not attack the hospital soon? Can't I just wait here? Ouyang Qianjin, who was still a little entangled, suddenly understood. Yes. Why should I go out now that I am weak? Wouldn't it be better to just sit back and wait? I have been tossing here for more than 2 months. Isn't this scene made outside the building just to prevent someone from attacking? Just wait until those guys from the Blue Wolf tribe come by themselves. At that time, with this field card, I can also give those beasts a head-on blow. Of course, the most important thing is that there are a lot of wolves in the Blue Wolf tribe. It's not something she can handle. Yeah, this is a good business. It's good. Anyway, when the animals from the Blue Wolf tribe come, the other animals will definitely not be able to beat them. I've killed a lot for them, and they may thank me for killing them. Ouyang Qianjin, who thought this plan was feasible, immediately began to rearrange the obstacles in front of the 2 buildings. After all, the previous idea was to prevent people from coming in, or to stop the attack of humans. But now we have to face the impact of the wolf pack. So the previous arrangement is definitely not suitable. The wolf pack is very difficult to deal with, and the blue wolf has a strong jumping ability. These 2 points must be sealed, and compared to professionals who walk upright and need a certain space to perform skills, they need much less space. So Ouyang Qianjin commanded his skeletons to reduce the passage that was originally only accessible to 1 person. It only needs space for 1 wolf to pass through or 1 skeleton to stand. In this way, even if his skeletons are less in number than the wolf pack, they can still fight. At the same time, he can buy time for himself to transform skeletons. After all, there is a 2 or 3 second gap when he transforms skeletons. As long as he blocks the first wave of attacks, he can obtain the body of the blue wolf, transform it into a wolf, and let himself have wolf cavalry. When he has wolf cavalry, it will not be something that a small wolf pack can resist. The problem of the number of wolves was solved, and then Ouyang Qianjin began to consider the other party's jumping ability. In the previous life, because he did not pay attention to the other party's jumping ability, he was cut off from the back row. This led to the collapse of the entire front line. However, it is not difficult for Ouyang Qianjin, who likes to play some strategy games to kill time when bored, to solve this problem. It's just jumping. Isn't it enough to make it have no space to jump? It doesn't matter whether it is hanging barbs or stainless steel tables and chairs. It's too simple. There are so many corpses behind, all piled up on top of the necessary straight road. Put some weapons such as daggers, fruit knives, and kitchen knives on it. As long as the skeletons in the front row die, transform these corpses into skeletons again. In this way, the skeletons can not only immediately join the battle, they can also further divide the wolf packs of these animals. Resolve this battle elegantly and efficiently. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin felt that these tactics were very feasible. So he excitedly called his skeletons to prepare for the foreseeable war. So, don't we have to find a place where we can overlook the whole situation? Ouyang Qianjin thought about it, and then focused his eyes on a ward window on the 6th floor of the building. There is a suitable height. Not only can you see the situation of the inpatient building, but also the situation of the outpatient building of the outpost. It is very suitable for overlooking the whole situation and central command. Chapter 30 Bold. Ignoring me. Li Mu's eyelids have been twitching these days, since the group of doctors who were entrenched in the outpatient building next door left more than a month ago. Ouyang Qianjin has fenced off the place with tables, chairs, benches, and beds. This made Li Mu's teeth itch. But what can he do? It was just a confrontation, and Ouyang Qianjin's skills and methods, as well as her determination to kill people without blinking an eyelid, shocked him. Even though his level has risen a lot now, he dare not fight with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, he can level up and improve himself by killing monsters. But against Ouyang Qianjin, if he is lucky, he can run away. But if he is unlucky, he will ascend directly on the spot. Who can bear this? He does have his own ambitions, but it does not mean that he will take such a big risk for his ambitions. But in recent days, Ouyang Qianjin, who is crazy about killing monsters, has not been killing monsters every 3 or 5 days as before. According to the person he sent to watch Ouyang Qianjin with a telescope, She has been commanding her skeletons to make some changes to those fortifications these days. Could it be some revelation skill of the other party's necromancer profession? Or simply the other party's innate skill? In any case, if Ouyang Qianjin has made a big move, then he must follow up. Isn't there a saying that goes listen to others' advice and eat a full meal? Although Ouyang Qianjin did not advise him, the other party's actions are already very telling. No! I have to strengthen the defense at the door too. Putting down the telescope looking at the internal medicine inpatient building, Li Mu immediately began to build fortifications in front of the administrative building. In fact, it was the same as Ouyang Qianjin. He had also thrown down the things from the upper floors a long time ago. However, because he did not have subordinates as convenient as Ouyang Qianjin, he had not taken care of them after throwing them down. He would only take some when he needed to light a fire and cook. Now it came in handy. After all, his 80-odd people were all at levels 14, 15, and 16, so they still had some strength. It was not as hard to lift things as before the monster invasion. That's right. Unlike the previous life, when he was already stuck at level 19. After a confrontation with Ouyang Qianjin, Li Mu became more conservative in killing monsters than in the previous life. So the level was not as high as in the previous life. This was also a small change brought about by Ouyang Qianjin after his rebirth. So, just like an arms race, both Li Mu and Ouyang Qianjin were actively preparing. The only difference was that Ouyang Qianjin knew what was going to happen, while Li Mu was copying without knowing it. The third day, when Ouyang Qianjin finished her lunch on the 6th floor, she finally heard a loud wolf howl. This was the prelude to the attack of the Blue Wolf tribe. She picked up the telescope she had looted from the ward and looked out the window at the entrance of the hospital. After a wolf howl, the wolves began to rush in from the gate. The guardhouse and railings at the gate could not stop these bloodthirsty guys. She also found a lot of high-level monsters in the wolf pack. Or rather, high-level wolves with names different from other ordinary wolves. Blue Wolf, Swift Wind, Clan Manager, and even a few Wolf King guards. TSK. It turns out that I was bitten to death by the Wolf King's guards in my previous life. It's a bit of an honor to think so. While observing, Ouyang Qianjin complained. Although the wolf pack that looked like a wave in the telescope looked a bit scary. But Ouyang Qianjin was not panicked at all. Unless he could flatten the defense facilities he had carefully prepared in one wave. Otherwise, no matter how many wolves you have to come in one by one. As early as when building fortifications, Ouyang Qianjin had already taken this situation into consideration. To put it bluntly, the front of his territory, that is, the row of outpatient buildings, was originally reserved for the wolf pack to collide. Only that row of fortifications blocked the first wave of impact. So even if it fell, it didn't matter. However, just when Ouyang Qianjin was about to start ordering his skeleton to prepare to start the monster, a scene that Ouyang Qianjin had never expected happened in the wolf pack. These wolves actually ignored me. After rushing in from the gate, they rushed straight towards the administrative building and the surgical inpatient building. They actually divided their forces. Ouyang Qianjin widened her eyes, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Don't you treat me as an outsider? Biting the nail of her thumb with her teeth, Ouyang Qianjin stared at the changes in the field. Is it because there are not so many drow in my two buildings? Ouyang Qianjin forced herself to find a reason. After all, the Blue Wolf tribe and the drow can be said to be feuds. If the drow captain wants to become the captain, he must kill a blue wolf alone and bring back the two largest fangs in the other's mouth. Fangs! Ouyang Qianjin suddenly thought of something. She now understood why. Why didn't these beasts come to her side? Fuck you. It's my fault. While cursing, Ouyang Qianjin grabbed a bunch of things tangled together from the side of the wheelchair. It was a bunch of teeth. To be more precise, it was a bunch of poor-quality wolf tooth necklaces, with a total of 21 strings. It was one of the few things with entries that Ouyang Qianjin got in the past 2 months. If I guess correctly, someone should have got it on the administrative building side. The difference is that these things that increase strength and courage are useless to Ouyang Qianjin, a necromancer. So I never wore them. But those people in the administrative building must have worn this kind of thing around their necks, which had a bonus relationship. So the Blue Wolf tribe followed the smell and went over. They didn't come to her side at all. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't care whether these things were tangled together or dirty. He put them all on himself. Whether it was her neck or wrist, She picked up the ones that fell on the ground and put 2 on her ankles. After putting them on, she picked up the telescope and took a look. As expected, the moment Ouyang Qianjin put on the necklace, the wolves split up and rushed towards the fortifications of the outpatient building. What a bunch of beasts. Dog noses are so sharp. Although she meant to curse, Ouyang Qianjin's mouth corners were raised. Compared to the screen, the real war is more intuitive and bloodier. I don't know where Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer, got the emotion. Anyway, now her vanguard team, those skeletons holding swords and shields, have begun to fight with the Blue Wolf tribe. Chapter 31. The monsters are coming. The monsters are coming. Ouyang Qianjin's strategy is this. A sword and shield skeleton in front is holding up, and a spear skeleton is killing monsters in the back. 2 skeletons in a group. The same is true for the back. In the middle of the 2 groups of skeletons, there is a 1.4 meter baggage skeleton as a transport team to drag the bodies of the killed blue wolves back, in order to avoid blocking the entire passage and being unable to kill monsters. After all, there is a difference between reality and games. The body will not disappear out of thin air. In order to allow the baggage skeletons to come and go freely in the narrow passage, Ouyang Qianjin even specially found those small cans for them to carry on their backs. After all, having a skill is better than not having it. Right? Boom! The horizontal fortification of the outpatient building finally fell as promised. Then, the wolf pack rushing towards him was divided into 2 parts. One part rushed into the outpatient building, and the other part rushed towards the inpatient building. However, these wolves were completely blinded when facing the vertical defenses of the hospital building. After all, the first wave of impact had been offset. They were outnumbered and could not retreat for a second attack, so they could only follow Ouyang Qianjin's design and rush into the aisle one by one with their teeth bared. Awesome. This kind of battle carried out in the way I imagined is so awesome. Sitting in a wheelchair, holding a telescope, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help laughing. Then he took out the thermos cup he got from the supermarket from the wheelchair bag, poured a cup of hot tea, and took a sip like an old cadre to warm himself up. In just a short while, more than 30 wolves were killed in the 2 aisles. Watching the baggage skeletons dragging wolf corpses in continuously, Ouyang Qianjin was jealous. But she still resisted the idea of wanting to try something new and convert one. After killing more than 30 wolves, none of her own skeletons were lost. In terms of the battle loss ratio, it can be said to be quite good. After all, skeletons are not flesh and blood like other creatures. No matter how sharp the wolf's teeth are, no matter how strong the bite force is, as long as it fails to bite off its own skeleton in the first time, it will be greeted by sharp spears and daggers. In fact, the wolf's bite force is very strong. Biting off bones is not a problem. But the problem is that Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton has a death judgment. Even if the leg bone is bitten off, the skeleton can still move. It will not be judged as dead until the damage is too severe to move. This battle lasted from the afternoon to more than 7 o'clock in the evening, until the sun was about to set. The cry that should belong to the Wolf King came slowly. The first day of attack and defense ended here. Ouyang Qianjin's casualties, 0. Blue Wolf Tribe's casualties, countless. Another complete victory. TSK. The Necromancer is good. There is no battle damage. Ouyang Qianjin stretched lazily in the wheelchair, although it was said so easily. But in fact, there were still a few dangerous situations in the whole afternoon of the battle today. And these dangerous situations were basically caused by the 2 or 3 seconds of time difference in the transformation of the skeleton. It's still not deep enough. If there is another 30 or 40 meters of depth, it will be more convenient to fight. Ouyang Qianjin leaned on the wheelchair, closed her eyes, and murmured tiredly. This can't be helped. After all, the maximum distance of Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton transformation is only about 50 meters. Except for the open space 10 meters away from the door for storing corpses. Ouyang Qianjin's defensive fortifications are only 40 meters. And she only has 34 skeletons. One passage can only hold 6 groups, plus 3 baggage skeletons, and 3 sword and shield skeletons in reserve just in case. The remaining one is by her side to protect herself. After all, although Hao Wenjing has cleared several floors above the 6th floor, you can't bet on that randomness. What if a monster spawns next to her? 1 or 2 is fine. If a good thing comes in a group, she will have to give it away for free. Having a skeleton to protect herself can at least delay the opponent, and buy time for herself to perform or transform. In fact, this distance was experimentally discovered when she was bored. This is related to the distance between the skeleton and herself. Once his skeletons are 50 meters away from him, they will immediately disintegrate and be judged dead. In simple terms, they are out of the effective range of the skill. However, Ouyang Qianjin firmly believes that as long as his level is raised, this distance will definitely be able to control farther places. After all, the sea of skeletons of the Necromancer is an existence that covers the sky and the sun. How can it be contained in just 50 meters? Not to mention anything else. At a distance of 50 meters, even the basic battle formation cannot be played, let alone war machine. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Drag all the blue wolf corpses over and pile them together. That is meat and valuable wolf skin. And weapons. Pick up all the broken ones. Ouyang Qianjin gave orders to her skeletons while looking at the piled up blue wolf corpses. Just as she said, these blue wolf corpses are good stuff. There is no need to say more about wolf meat. This is a rare delicacy. Since the power outage, the meat in the freezers of supermarkets and canteens has been slowly rotting. Even if the weather turned cold later, these meats could not be preserved. If there were not a lot of pickled meat in the canteen, Ouyang Qianjin might have run out of meat to eat. Now that there is wolf meat, she must have a good meal. This thing can nourish the 5 internal organs, thicken the stomach, cure fatigue, and remove cold accumulation. And wolf skin is even more useful in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion. If the skeletons have leather armor, they should be able to hold out longer in the wolf's mouth. Although Ouyang Qianjin had thought of using artificial leather to make armor for them before. But after thinking about it, this thing is really not as strong and durable as real leather. If you really make it, it will just be a waste of needles and thread. So I gave up this idea. And the skeletons are not yet able to do needlework. It needs to be too precise. And Ouyang Qianjin can't grasp it. Can't wait. After giving the order, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to go to the cafeteria on the first floor. Peel. Cut meat. Marinate. Start a fire. Set up a pot. Blanch water. There are not many vegetables. Just some potatoes and sweet potatoes that are easy to preserve. But there are a lot of seasonings. So Ouyang Qianjin simply made herself a potato and wolf meat stew. As for whether this alien species can be eaten, it is not within Ouyang Qianjin's consideration. But I think it should be fine. After all, I am a professional. Before, even zombie bacteria could not do anything to me. So what is the wolf meat? It would be a pity to throw away so many blue wolf corpses. Why not try air drying and pickling? While eating potatoes and meat. While picking the white rice in the bowl, Ouyang Qianjin began to think about how to preserve food. It is now mid-January. In less than a month, spring will come. Once the wolf meat is thawed, it will start to rot slowly. If you consider the long term, it is best to take the meat now. After all, if it is frozen, how can you cut it? Chapter 32 Assassination. Almost died. And making air-dried meat requires frequent water changes. Now the snow all over the streets comes in handy. First cut into strips. Wash and bury in the snow. Wait until spring comes. Take it out and dry it after the temperature rises. Although I don't know if this can preserve the wolf meat, Ouyang Qianjin thinks that everything should be tried. After all, there is only so much salt in the cafeteria, and it is impossible to use salt to pickle it all. Anyway, I don't have much to lose. However, all this can only be done after the battle with the Blue Wolf tribe is over. Let us go back to sleep. God knows if these guys will come out to attack at night. Ouyang Qianjin said this. Turn around and let the skeleton beside him push him down. Although there are still batteries now. But Ouyang Qianjin thinks that every bit of money saved is a bit of money saved. Awooh! That night, with a wolf howl, the battle started again. Damn it! It's only 2 o'clock. And these dogs are here? Ouyang Qianjin, who was awakened by the shock, got up quickly. Now she sleeps at the entrance of the cafeteria. After all, wolves are nocturnal animals. And she is worried that they will attack at night. So she moved the camp bed and placed it at the entrance. Although she doesn't know if the wolves in the other world are the same. Ouyang Qianjin thinks it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be cautious. Although the location next to the entrance can block the wind, it's still very cold. 5 layers of quilts can barely resist the cold. It's a bit cold. But it's better than being bitten by the wolf again. Unexpectedly, the other party really came. Hurry up. Everyone get to the battle position. Carry me to the 6th floor. After being awakened by the wolf's howl, Ouyang Qianjin immediately gave the order to cut. In fact, she had never withdrawn the skeleton in charge of the passage. However, if she did not watch and command, the skeleton could only repeat some simple orders, which still made her come to the 6th floor. Wearing a coat and wrapped in a quilt, Ouyang Qianjin sat on the table with a telescope to observe the attack of the wolf pack. At this moment, the wolf tooth necklaces on her body had been taken off, but the other side still separated apart to attack her side. So it seems that they remember this place? Humph! Sure enough, wolves are vengeful. After seeing the other side separate apart to deal with her, Ouyang Qianjin said to herself, but compared to the daytime, I bit less this time, which is great. It can let me catch my breath and rest. Ouyang Qianjin was still very clear about the fact that it was better to let my friends die than to let me die. Let the people in the administrative building and the surgical inpatient building help carry it. After all, they have more people. I am alone here, working day and night, which is a bit too much. The early Necromancer. It is really weak. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head regretfully. In her opinion, it will take a long time to reach the realm of the Sea of Skeletons. Ouyang Qianjin yawned. Then she turned sideways, stretched out her hand, and habitually wanted to take out her thermos cup from the wheelchair bag to drink a sip of hot tea. In the end, she found that she was not sitting in a wheelchair at all. What a bullshit! Cursing secretly, Ouyang Qianjin could only bear it. From time to time, she would take down the telescope and wipe the tears from her eyes due to yawning. Coupled with her pale and sickly appearance, she looked a little pitiful. The battle lasted until the sky turned white, and the wolf pack retreated again. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the pile of blue wolf corpses and sneered. Night attack. Right. I can't kill you by sneak attacking with a profession like the Necromancer with built-in night vision. Although Ouyang Qianjin also wanted to lead the army out for a 1,000-mile chase, but her own strength did not allow her to do so. So she could only howl in the fountain for a few words to vent her anger. Eat. Eat. Take a nap after eating. Although she went to bed early last night, Ouyang Qianjin, who had not stayed up late for a long time, still couldn't stand it. Calculating from 2 o'clock to now, another 5 hours have passed. It's better to take a nap first. Life is important. But this time, Ouyang Qianjin was not disturbed when she slept. I slept from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon and woke up. But it was not because I woke up naturally, but because I was worried that the blue wolf would come to me again in the afternoon like yesterday. In the end, the other party did not come. So Ouyang Qianjin took the opportunity to repair the tables, chairs, and benches of her fortifications. Although some of them fell down and some were crooked, but as miscellaneous items, they are worth reusing. The first horizontal one is used to contain the first wave of the wolf pack's charge, and the second vertical one is used to kill the enemy. Will we have to fight at night today too? After reconsolidating the defense line, Ouyang Qianjin looked up at the sky and said with some concern. After all, her current work and rest schedule is very regular. If she tries to fight like this again, she doesn't know if her symptoms will get worse. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it. Chow. Shaking her head, Ouyang Qianjin, who was about to go back to lie on the bed, suddenly felt a strange wind blowing towards her. So she decisively exerted force on her lower back and fell to the ground with a somersault. Bang! The wheelchair fell over and broke at the same time. It was bitten by the wolf's teeth. Weakness curse. Burning bone phosphorus fire. After being hit by Ouyang Qianjin's skills, the swift wind's original speed slowed down instantly, and then it howled in pain in the blue flames all over its body. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin finally saw what the wolf that attacked her looked like. It was about the same size as an ordinary blue wolf, but there was a tuft of white hair on its forehead. It looked as rustic as if it was dyed with highlights. Swift Wind, a stormtrooper of the blue wolf tribe, whose speed is as fast as a gust of wind, always plays the role of a death squad and assassin in the tribe's battles. Hidden message: don't provoke these guys easily. They are a kind of creature that bears grudges. I know these beasts bear grudges. Can you tell me something I don't know? Ouyang Qianjin, who fell to the ground, propped herself up on the snow with her hands in a panic, and stood up to look at the swift wind that was hacked to death by several sword-shield skeletons. And she was furious. Just one. Just a lonely one. But it almost took Ouyang Qianjin's life. Turning his head to look at the bodies of the swift winds in the pile of blue wolf corpses, which also had a small tuft of white hair on their foreheads. Ouyang Qianjin understood what was going on. A big move. I can only say that this Wolf King is very generous. In one day, 2 waves of attacks during the day and night, using so many wolf corpses to cover up this assassination. I have to say that this Wolf King has a pattern. It should even be said that none of these races that can survive in the jungle law of the jungle in the other world are simple. Thinking of the last time, she was also outflanked by the Steel Thorn Drow. Ouyang Qianjin felt that these despicable foreigners seemed to like to use this trick. It seems that we still have to be careful of those assassins in the future. Awoo! With the howling of the Wolf King, a new round of attack kicked off again. Chapter 33 Face to Face with the Wolf King. I finally found the down jacket I like. Ouyang Qianjin was picked up by the skeleton beside her and rushed to the 6th floor. While she looked at the stains on her coat and felt like crying. The suit she was wearing, from the hat to the coat, shawl, belt, and small decorations, were all found in the same ward. It might belong to a military enthusiast, or it might be a suit of a Koza, although I don't know the specific situation. But thanks to this person, Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't think carefully when she left and forgot to bring her own clothes, didn't suffer from the cold, and there happened to be a hat to protect herself from the wind and snow, although she was a little uncomfortable wearing it at first. After wearing it for a while, Ouyang Qianjin thought it looked pretty good. Just cool. But Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't have a change of clothes, had only one thought in her heart at the moment. Fight back. We must fight back on the 16th floor. My clothes are all in there. I just don't know if they were ruined by the break-in. After returning to the 6th floor, Ouyang Qianjin regained her composure and began to direct the battle. First there was an assassination, then another wave of attacks. And it seems that this wave of attacks is more swift than the previous 2 waves. And there seem to be more in number. It seems that the Wolf King has launched a combination of punches, presumably, regardless of whether the previous assassination was successful or not. It would have launched this attack. Right? I just don't know what the current situation of the administrative building and the surgical inpatient building is. Have any important figures been killed in this assassination? Ouyang Qianjin was not worried about those people, but hoped that they would not die so quickly and share the firepower with her. After all, she only had a few skeletons now, and she could not sustain the battle for too long. The victory in the first 2 rounds of attack was entirely due to the fortifications built by Ouyang Qianjin. If it took longer, the dozens of meters of fortifications would definitely be trampled by the opponent's wolf pack. At that time, she would really have to fight with her back to the wall. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. While Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about it, she upgraded another level. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately transformed a corpse of a drow piled on the obstacle, and then ordered it to pick up a dagger stuck in the corpse next to it, and immediately jumped down to join the split sniping of the wolf pack. Because she could not control many skeletons now, Ouyang Qianjin's use of skeletons was completely to fill in the gaps. This tactic of interrupting the opponent's attack rhythm is very effective for the current battle. After all, as long as they move faster, the front line that was pushed back can be pushed back again. It is equivalent to returning to the starting point. The blue wolves can only pay a higher price to push the front line back. However, this tactic also has its limits. That is weapons. Weapons that are too large are not suitable for this cutting tactic. Only short and compact weapons such as daggers, short swords, kitchen knives and fruit knives are suitable. Once the weapons stuck on the bodies on the obstacles are used up, this tactic cannot be used. Woo! Woo! The time is around 1 o'clock in the evening. Nearly 6 hours had passed since the battle resumed. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was about to give up, 2 wolf howls were heard in the distance. Different from the previous howl of the Wolf King, these 2 howls seemed to be lighter, and not as powerful as the Wolf King. Is this a retreat? Looking at the wolf pack retreating like a tide in the night, Ouyang Qianjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it dragged on for a little longer, his front line would collapse. At that time, he was afraid that he could only rush to the territory of the drow upstairs and stage a monster guarding the National Gate drama. But fortunately, the other side retreated. He didn't have to win so embarrassingly. When modifying the obstacles a few days ago, Ouyang Qianjin consciously didn't go to spawn monsters. In this way, the drow will refresh more every day. If he couldn't defend himself at that time, he could only run upstairs and let the drow, the mortal enemy of the Blue Wolf division, to deal with these guys. It was the last way out left by Ouyang Qianjin for himself. However, after killing so many wolves at level 19, she still didn't level up. Ouyang Qianjin knew that she was stuck at the level. Originally, she thought that her hidden profession would only be stuck at level 4999. But now it seems that she thought too well. Huh? Just as Ouyang Qianjin breathed a sigh of relief, she realized that there was something wrong with the wolf pack below. Quickly picked up the telescope. Ouyang Qianjin took a closer look and then took a breath of cold air. After stopping the attack, the wolf pack did not leave the hospital area, but just stood quietly at the door. Then a wolf that was several times larger than them and had brighter blue fur on its body walked out of the wolf pack with powerful steps and kept staring at where she was. Is it the Wolf King? Does he want to meet me? Ouyang Qianjin was a little uncertain, so she just looked at the other party quietly, wanting to observe more. The man and the wolf just stared at each other from a distance. Ouyang Qianjin didn't know if the other party was staring at him, so after thinking about it, he ordered an assassin skeleton to run up. When the skeleton went down again, there were already some things in his hand. The skeleton with the things in his hand quickly walked out of the fortifications composed of obstacles after going down, and then threw the things in his hand in front of the Wolf King. This is the trophy wolf tooth necklace obtained from the Blue Drow. Ouyang Qianjin thought that the Blue Drow and the Blue Wolf tribe became mortal enemies because of that damn custom. So if she handed over the captured wolf teeth, would she be able to tell the other party that she was not her enemy, but on the contrary helped the Blue Wolf tribe kill a lot of Drow? Ouyang Qianjin was not sure, but this idea is worth a try. So she called her own skeleton. Don't say Ouyang Qianjin is afraid of death. She doesn't even dare to go up and fight the Wolf King. What is her identity? Necromancer. Isn't it mysterious? How could she just appear in front of others? And she led so many men to fight the boss in her place. Send out a skeleton to see. This is her last bottom line. This way. After seeing these necklaces made of wolf teeth, the Wolf King's blue eyes shrank. After circling around these wolf tooth necklaces for a few times, the Wolf King was a little irritable and dug a few times in the snow with his front paws. Then he raised his head and howled at the moon in the sky. A woof! The sound was still so long and heavy, and the king's demeanor was undoubtedly revealed. Ouyang Qianjin thought that the other party was going to attack after seeing these necklaces, so he immediately ordered the skeletons to be ready. As a result, after the howling, the Wolf King nudged the necklaces on the ground with his nose. Those two pushes. Aren't they trying to give me those wolf fangs? Ouyang Qianjin guessed uncertainly with a smile on her face. Chapter 34. There is a feeling of being given alms. Uncertain, Ouyang Qianjin controlled the assassin skeleton to walk up slowly, then bent down to pick up the wolf tooth necklaces on the ground. After seeing the skeleton pick up the necklace on the snow, the Wolf King turned around and left the hospital with his wolf pack. He left so casually and without any regrets. Even Ouyang Qianjin, who was on high alert, was a little uncomfortable. You're leaving now? Ouyang Qianjin, who was a little confused, didn't care so much. She had no intention of leaving the 6th floor. She just asked the assassin skeleton to bring the necklace back. When Ouyang Qianjin took over the wolf tooth necklace again, she couldn't hold it back. At this moment, among the wolf tooth necklaces, there was a string of wolf teeth on it, which was much bluer in color than the others. There was even a faint light flickering. Ouyang Qianjin picked it out and looked at it carefully. Poor quality wolf tooth necklace. It can slightly increase your courage and strength, and also make you gain a little king's pressure after wearing it. Hidden information. The Wolf King of the Blue Wolf tribe has recognized your strength, and gave you these wolf teeth that originally represented the shame of the Blue Wolf tribe as a symbol of friendship. You are now a friend of the Blue Wolf tribe, because you received the moonlight blessing from the Wolf King of the Blue Wolf tribe. The two wolf teeth emit a faint moonlight. This? The smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face froze. I have killed so many of your men, and you still want to give me a gift? Give me a blessing? Give me the friendship of the Blue Wolf tribe? What is this? Does it mean that strength is supreme? I really can't understand the idea of the beast. For Ouyang Qianjin, who lives in a civilized society, it is really incomprehensible to the Wolf King's operation. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a show. But this also reflects from the side how friendly that other world is to people with strong strength. As long as you are strong, then you can run rampant. Like now, after 4 confrontations between Ouyang Qianjin and the Wolf King, It was considered a tie. So she won the Wolf King's affirmation. But Ouyang Qianjin also knows that strength or people with strength are objects of respect and affirmation at any time and any place. This rule should be universal in any world. Haha. Damn. Why do I feel like I am being given alms? Ouyang Qianjin scratched her head in confusion. She has never had this feeling since she was a child. It's very annoying. I feel like the Wolf King looks down on me. Okay. I have to admit that you are indeed superior to me now. Speechless, Ouyang Qianjin could only admit that she was weak. That's right. It's been almost 3 months. And she is still very weak. The weakness of the skeleton mage is the suffering in the early stage. But what can she do? I have now upgraded to level 19. And I am stuck and can't upgrade anymore. Before finding a way to continue upgrading, she decided not to go out, strengthen her defense system, and then stay in the hospital and don't go anywhere. By the way, did you see the Blue Wolf Division rush into the outpatient building before? In other words, did they attack the Blue Drow there? Thinking that all the wolves were gone, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the situation in the outpatient building. Anyway, even if I kill monsters now, I can't level up. Those Drow are dead. The key is that the wolves are only responsible for killing Drow. But they didn't take away those equipment. Picking up leaks. Bah! How can the work of professionals be called picking up leaks? It's loot. It's saving. Although I'm weak, it doesn't stop me from looting. At this moment, thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin has already lost mentally. Lost completely. Let's go! Let's go and see! With bright eyes, Ouyang Qianjin immediately let the sword and shield skeletons around her, who were protecting her, hug her, and rushed downstairs. However, when Ouyang Qianjin returned to the first floor and saw the wheelchair lying on the ground, she remembered that one wheel of her wheelchair had been bitten by Swift Wind, who had assassinated her before. Alas, it seems that I can only change one, Ouyang Qianjin said with great regret. After all, he is an old friend who I have worked with for so many years. There is still some affection, although there is an option to change wheels. Ouyang Qianjin, who is in a hurry to loot, does not have time for this. Then sitting on the new wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin rushed to the outpatient building. The outpatient building has a total of 9 floors plus an underground parking lot. It is not very big. Ouyang Qianjin looked from the parking lot and found that the Blue Drow only appeared from the 7th floor. Only 2 floors have been restored. Last time, Ouyang Qianjin left after killing the monsters on the 8th floor. After so many days, it has been refreshed every day. But the population of only 2 floors has been restored, which is a bit less. At least, in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, who was a bargain hunter, it was pitifully small. Then the skeletons began to follow the process. Throw away what should be thrown away. Collect what should be collected. Halfway through, Ouyang Qianjin found that the captains who wore wolf-tooth necklaces died in a miserable way. Even the necklace was bitten to pieces by you. Dirty broken ropes, and wolf teeth scattered all over the ground. This is revenge. So cruel. After completing all this, Ouyang Qianjin took the skeletons to the administrative building next door. This was her first time here. She had never been here before, whether it was when she was hospitalized or in the past few months of alien invasion. She only knew that there were people here. She came here very simply, just to see if anyone here was dead. After all the Drow in the outpatient building had been killed. And she didn't think the people here could be much better. Of course, the most important thing was to see if Li Mu was in there. If he was, she would take this opportunity to kill him. Nothing else. Just hope that he would be more careful in his next life. However, when Ouyang Qianjin entered the administrative building, she found that the battle here was more brutal than she had imagined. There were several human corpses in the cafeteria. Then there were the hall, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor. It seemed that they were abandoned when they were defeated. So Ouyang Qianjin searched one building after another. Finally, she found Li Mu's body on the top floor. Li Mu died peacefully, but his expression was a little hideous. I think Li Mu should have ended up like this in my previous life. No, that's not right. All my teammates should have ended up like this. As a result, I was the only one who survived the whole hospital after living again. To say more, it was actually because of my foresight in my previous life that I built fortifications. Otherwise, I might not even be able to withstand the first wave of attacks. And with him were 2 female mages from my previous life. Remember what they were called? Zhongxing and Jianhong? They seem to be Li Mu's lovers. Forget it. I can't control other people's affairs. Let's go and see the other surgical hospital building. After all, Ouyang Qianjin heard two howls that were different from the Wolf King's before. They all came from this direction. If this is a signal, then since the people in the administrative building are dead, the surgical building should not be much better. If there is only one thing in this administrative building that makes Ouyang Qianjin feel regretful, it is probably the staff from before. Now it is broken into two pieces, and I have used it a lot. It's a pity. Chapter 35 The upgrade mission is here. Sure enough, as Ouyang Qianjin thought, the surgical hospitalization building was still wiped out by the wolf pack. And judging from the corpses of the humans in the surgical building, I'm afraid they were not all blocked in a room and wiped out. They were even more miserable than Li Mu and the others. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't feel sorry for these guys. After all, everyone is trying to survive in this doomsday. Although he is a hidden profession necromancer, it seems to be much more advanced than many ordinary professions. But to be honest, in terms of strength, the early necromancer is really not as good as some ordinary professions. However, considering the growth potential in the later period, Ouyang Qianjin still gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Anyway, he didn't have 2 years to live. Before this, he found a hidden profession to treat himself, which was his prophet. If he didn't find it, he could only face death calmly. But this time she hoped that she could die less painfully. Now 3 of the 4 buildings in the hospital have been cleared by the wolf pack, which means that in the entire hospital, only the internal medicine hospitalization building where he is located still has Zhuer. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Qianjin decided to keep them for the time being. Although she was now at level 19 and could not go any higher, the drow were at least a stable source of weapons for her in the early stages. Although 1/10 was not much, but after accumulating a little, there was still a lot. For example, arrows and crossbow arrows were what Ouyang Qianjin urgently needed. After cleaning up the 3 buildings, Ouyang Qianjin had a good harvest. Although there was not much food, there were a lot of weapons and corpses. Especially the corpse of the blue wolf. What friendship! It's nothing but immediate interests. The Wolf King didn't want to waste his troops to kill himself, so he just put on a show to save his life. Any creature with a little wisdom knows this. In the following days, Ouyang Qianjin did nothing else, and commanding the skeletons to peel the skin took up most of his time. After all, there were too many corpses of blue wolves. The blue fur was so beautiful. If I don't keep it, and wait until it rots, how sad it will be. I can't stand it. Anyway, I can't stand this kind of waste. I can keep less meat, but all the wolf skins must be kept. Even those skins that were chopped by swords and knives were not spared by Ouyang Qianjin. The 2 things he repeated every day were skinning and using sundries to reinforce his fortifications. This time, Ouyang Qianjin redesigned it, using the tables, chairs and beds in the administrative building and the surgical inpatient building. He built the fortifications directly to the hospital gate. Then he built 2 transfer stations in the middle. If there is a big battle like the previous one in the future, Ouyang Qianjin only needs to command at the transfer station. In this way, he can also provide certain skill support to the skeletons on the front line. No need to fight so hard as before. However, in order to protect his own safety, Ouyang Qianjin still built the transfer station into a turtle shell that can only be opened from the inside, to prevent himself from being shamelessly attacked by people or other long-range monsters. Although Ouyang Qianjin is not afraid of death, he does not want to die so worthlessly. Another happy day has ended. I am in good shape today. I have peeled more than 100 wolf skins. After a day of hard work, Ouyang Qianjin returned to the small room in the supermarket. Now that there are no internal and external troubles, Ouyang Qianjin has basically returned to the state she was in the ward before. Every day, she sleeps until she wakes up naturally, then gets up to wash, and then directs the skeletons to start a day of work. Because of the work, Ouyang Qianjin only eats a little at noon. But after a day of work, she naturally has to eat better at night. Especially in recent times, Ouyang Qianjin feels that she seems to have gained some weight and her body has begun to grow meat. You know, when she was in the ward before, it was good for her to eat more fruit every day. But now she can spend 2 bowls of rice for every meal. Although it is just an ordinary bowl for home use, it is a great improvement for Ouyang Qianjin. so that her originally thin figure is now gradually becoming plump. This is also a good thing for a girl. After dinner, Ouyang Qianjin asked the skeleton to wipe her sweat with hot water boiled by wood, and looked at the pink mouse watch. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Today's work was going smoothly, but I didn't expect it to be so late. So Ouyang Qianjin lay on the bed, covered with a quilt, and prepared to go to sleep. Ding! The 3-month period has arrived. All professionals, please pay attention to your panel. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was a little dazed and about to fall asleep, the sound of the panel suddenly came from her mind. Ouyang Qianjin suddenly opened her eyes and checked her panel. The 19th level upgrade task is here, she yelled excitedly, then sat up, not caring about the cold air coming from the surroundings after the quilt slipped off her body, and stared at her panel. You have reached level 19. And now you start to assign advanced tasks. Assignment completed. The task is exploration. Search for nearby explorable areas. Search completed. Please click to explore the area about 58 meters behind you. Complete to directly upgrade to level 20. After level 20 is the real beginning. Please take it seriously. Exploration? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly, then turned her body slightly, and looked at the wall behind her. She is now in the staff lounge of the supermarket. The supermarket is behind her. And then the flat land at the entrance of the inpatient building. And then, outpatient building? Are you asking me to explore the outpatient building? I have searched the place several times inside and out. And now all that is left is the dust on the wall. Uncertain Ouyang Qianjin immediately ordered her skeleton to dress herself, then sat in a wheelchair and went to the outpatient building. As a result, she hadn't even entered yet. Just at the gate, she saw a vortex of black particles appear in the center of the hall opposite the outpatient building. This, according to normal and reasonable inference, it should be called the dungeon gate. Right? Really? Do you think it looks like the dungeon portal in the game? Ouyang Qianjin's smiling mouth twitched. Then she turned her head and asked the skeleton beside her. Of course, no one answered her. How could the skeleton understand this? I suspect you are embarrassing me, Fat Tiger. Ouyang Qianjin's question was just to directly say some questions in her confusion. To put it more directly, she hoped that someone could discuss it with her now. But obviously this was impossible. After all, except for her, no one in the entire hospital could breathe. But now Ouyang Qianjin finally knew why there was no reminder about the level 20 upgrade in the past 2.5 months. It turns out that it will only appear now. 3 months later. Chapter 36. Playing the experience server for 3 months? Ouyang Qianjin sat there, facing the thing that looked like a dungeon portal. Obviously, the exploration task on the panel was to explore it by herself. But she had no idea what was inside. If she rushed in now, she might fail miserably. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Think about what to do now. Ouyang Qianjin first thought of a question that bothered her. That is, why 3 months? Or why must this dungeon be opened after 3 months? Instead of descending at the first time like those descending monsters? The same is true for the previous experience that did not increase when she was playing alone. Putting aside the facts, based on Ouyang Qianjin's experience of about half a year in 2 lives, there must be something fishy in the middle. As for what the fishy thing is, Ouyang Qianjin is not sure. But no matter what, if she wants to continue to upgrade, she must complete the tasks given by the panel. This is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Now, opening the dungeon after 3 months seems to Ouyang Qianjin more like she was playing the experience server for the previous 3 months. With the opening of the dungeon, this game that can kill people has truly entered the official version. And there was no such thing as a dungeon before. In other words, now that the dungeon is open, it is very likely that there will be no more level blocking situations like before. Think about it. Before, when everyone was unfamiliar with it, some people leveled up quickly, while others leveled up slowly. But with the level being stuck, everyone, whether you have reached level 19 or not, must familiarize themselves with the new system within the 3 months stipulated. This is very similar to a hypothesis that Ouyang Qianjin put forward in his previous life when he was listening to his teammates chatting. The realistic game-like theory that reality is game-like, but not completely game-like, is actually to let them familiarize themselves with the new world system as soon as possible. Now it seems that this theory is becoming more and more possible. And if you think about it according to this theory, then now is the new beginning for everyone to be on the same starting line. But Ouyang Qianjin is not afraid of this at all. As we all know, the benefits of the dungeon are greater than the benefits of brushing wild monsters. In other words, Ouyang Qianjin, who can rely on the skeleton to brush the dungeon alone, has the innate advantage of exclusive experience compared to those who need to form a team. Although there may be no team bonus, the output of the dungeon can be monopolized by Ouyang Qianjin alone. This is an advantage. Everyone who has played the game knows it. After thinking it through, Ouyang Qianjin is no longer afraid. Immediately dispatched troops. This time they were heading to an unknown place. So Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to leave any skeletons behind and took them all away. But before that, she had something she had always wanted to do, but had not had the time to do. The undead wandering in this world returned to the earth. Following Ouyang Qianjin's spell, the 6 human skeletons under her command disintegrated on the spot and scattered into a pile of bones. Then she used the skeleton transformation on the skinned blue wolf corpses next to her. In a short while, 6 blue wolf skeletons appeared in front of Ouyang Qianjin. Does it take a spell to disperse the skeletons under your command? Obviously not. All it takes is a thought from Ouyang Qianjin. The reason she did this, in addition to the middle school mentality that Ouyang Qianjin would occasionally show, was that she felt that it was more ritualistic. Life is like that. There should be some sense of ritual. Skeleton wolf, with speed, strength and bite force far higher than when they were alive. They are the most dangerous hounds in the dark. Skill, quiet step. Ouyang Qianjin took a look. She felt that with the skeleton wolf, her assassin skeletons could be laid off. But the number of her summons was instantly full. But this was exactly what Ouyang Qianjin wanted. She ordered the assassin skeleton to ride on the skeleton wolf. The 1.4-meter assassin skeleton sat on the back of the sturdy skeleton wolf. And it felt like they were tailor-made. She didn't expect that the 2 enemies in life would be so compatible after death. And Ouyang Qianjin was shocked herself. Then his disposable number increased by 6. Huh. It seems that this disposable number is calculated according to combat units. Ouyang Qianjin wiped her sweat. Originally, she was just experimenting. If the disposable number could not be reduced by combining them together, then she would only take 2 skeleton wolves with her. Although it is still suitable for reconnaissance. But now it seems that this worry is unnecessary. Skeleton cavalry, an assault combat unit composed of a skeleton cavalry and a skeleton mount. Don't underestimate these bones. Their speed is even faster than some famous cavalry. Skill charge. Cavalry. Cavalry with charge skills. I finally got my own cavalry as I wished. It's a pity that the future is unknown. And I don't know if I can make my cavalry run in the dungeon. The advantage of the skeleton cavalry is speed. So some long-handled weapons are not suitable for them. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin thought about it, and finally set his sights on short-handled blunt weapons. Mace. A short-handled weapon with strong lethality. If there is no blood bar, it will be either dead or injured if it hits the head. With the blessing of speed, Ouyang Qianjin believes that if it hits, it will definitely be dead. With a small round shield, the defense is also guaranteed. Okay. This part is almost done. 6 skeleton cavalry with blunt weapons in both hands should be able to deal with it. If it doesn't work, just disintegrate it at that time. Not a big problem. After Ouyang Qianjin prepared 5 days of food and water for himself and put them on the wheelchair, he summoned all the skeletons. Each skeleton takes 2 weapons. Wait until you get to the dungeon and then change the equipment according to the situation inside. Anyway, I have a lot of extra weapons. Although not so many that I can just throw them away for fun. But if necessary, Ouyang Qianjin will not be as stingy as she was at the beginning of the apocalypse. Then let's go! Step onto a new battlefield. After taking a long breath, Ouyang Qianjin controlled the wheelchair and walked into the black particle vortex. The scene in front of her eyes flashed. The scene in front of Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally in the lobby of the outpatient building, turned dark. Forest. Or rather, a dark forest so dense that sunlight could hardly penetrate. Ouyang Qianjin's nose twitched a few times. Sniff. Sniff. The smell of dampness. The smell of rotting leaves. The smell of stinking soil. And what caught her eyes was the thick fog and towering trees, mixed with the smell of death. Ouyang Qianjin felt as if she had strayed into the forest where witches lived in fairy tales. Weird. Mysterious. But also yearning for it. How could she not yearn for it? For the Necromancer, this environment was like a resort specially prepared for her. There was no place more suitable for Ouyang Qianjin than here. Even she herself thought so. Chapter 37 Exploring the Dark Forest. But unfortunately, she now has to complete the task given by the panel. Otherwise it seems that it would be okay to take a careful look. It's strange. It's midnight outside. But it's daytime here. Sure enough. It's a bit mysterious. But it's unreliable. Ouyang Qianjin turned his head to look at the portal behind him. He found that the vortex that should have been composed of black particles has now turned gray. Could it be? Ouyang Qianjin stretched out his hand to try. But he found that his hand went straight through the gray vortex. He didn't return to the outpatient building at all. It seems that before the task is completed, he can't think of going back. Alas! Ouyang Qianjin sighed and waved his hand. And 6 skeleton cavalrymen rushed out in 6 different directions and began to scout the surroundings. Skeleton cavalrymen are very interesting. At least they are really interesting in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion. They are different from those cavalrymen who hold reins and weapons and gallop on the plains in movies and animations. At least for the current combination of 1.4 meters and skeleton wolf. They directly use the hand equipped with a small round shield to grab the ribs of the skeleton wolf under them to prevent being thrown off when running fast. But you have to say, the speed of these skeleton cavalry is really fast. The 6 cavalrymen rushed out more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. However, in a forest area like this, the cavalry charge can't play a big role. It can be used for reconnaissance and frontline guards, which is really suitable. After all, the range of activity of the skeletons is only 50 meters now. If it's farther away, it will disintegrate. Hurt. This range restriction is really too hurtful. Can't there be fewer restrictions and more sincerity like in the game? Even if you charge money, it's okay. Alas, in the end, it's still the level that's to blame. Don't let me know who made this panel. Otherwise I'll beat his dog head. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. And then swore fiercely. After all, if a game planner like this with a level card is placed in reality, he will definitely be the first to be killed. After sighing, Ouyang Qianjin opened his own identification eye to observe the surroundings. Although I don't know what the exploration on the panel task is. But after arriving at a location environment, Ouyang Qianjin first needs to know what kind of environment he is in now. Fortunately, the identification eye after being eroded by his talent is very powerful. Even ordinary flowers, plants, trees, and even the stones on the side can get information. And it's hidden information. However, although I can see more information than others, most of the information is useless garbage information. Hey! There are herbs! When Ouyang Qianjin's eyes moved to the left front, he saw some different information. Anorexia flower, a plant that emits a strange flower fragrance. It is named anorexia flower because many people do not want to eat for a period of time after smelling this flower fragrance. Hidden message, although the flower fragrance has some side effects, the plant itself is a good low-level pharmaceutical material. TSK, pharmaceuticals. So there should be something like herbal medicine in that other world. I'll see if I can get a copy later. It seems like it would be nice to learn it when I have nothing to do. Ouyang Qianjin thought to herself. Of course. As a game player and the daughter of a businessman, she naturally knows the value of consumables in real life. If she can learn it, she can make money in the pharmacy even if she is sitting in a wheelchair. Isn't it wonderful? After discovering the anorexia flower, Ouyang Qianjin found several other herbs. For example, swift grass, black sour fruit, and other things. But unfortunately, Ouyang Qianjin didn't have any containers to hold these herbs now. So she didn't pick them. After all, she originally prepared weapons for the skeletons based on fighting. Who knew she would encounter such a thing? After observing the situation around her, Ouyang Qianjin took out a drawing book and a pencil. Started to draw in the center. But it's called drawing. In fact, it's just drawing some of the more eye-catching landmarks she saw. For example, the vortex portal composed of great particles behind him. A simple map. Since it is an exploration, how can there be no map? At least that's what Ouyang Qianjin thought. After the map was drawn, Ouyang Qianjin continued to move forward. 6 cavalrymen led the way in the front, and the rest guarded beside him. After walking 50 meters, Ouyang Qianjin stopped and started drawing. In this way, half a day passed. Ouyang Qianjin walked almost all the places he could go. But he didn't find anything strange. To be honest, for a novice dungeon, this forest is a bit big. But it's not really big. At least they have arranged air walls for you very considerately. Yes. Whether it is centered on Ouyang Qianjin. There are air walls on the river on the east side, the cliffs on the west side, or the forests on the north and south sides. You can see the opposite side, but you just can't get through. Don't let you go the wrong way. This designer is pretty good. After a small circle on the map, Ouyang Qianjin came to the river and looked up at the sun in the sky. The estimated time is about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. So Ouyang Qianjin set up the tent he had prepared by the river. After all, it's out. Not as good as being able to squander at home. Ouyang Qianjin could only let the giant axe skeleton chop some dry firewood and take out a rice ball and 8 treasure porridge to heat them up. With the cold wolf meat, it was a simple meal. I had already worked outside the dungeon for a day, and I spent another half a day here. After eating, Ouyang Qianjin reset her pink watch and threw it to a skeleton, then went into the tent and fell asleep. After dark, the watch showed 12 o'clock midnight, and she was woken up. She found nothing during the day. That means that something here that needs to be explored will only appear at night. So Ouyang Qianjin began to explore again. As a result, just after packing up the tent and walking into the forest with the skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin noticed something wrong. During the day, there was nothing here except trees and grass. Now there are so many mushrooms, and they look pretty big. According to Ouyang Qianjin's observation, they must be about 1 meter long. The cautious Ouyang Qianjin immediately used the eye of identification to check the situation. Exploding mushrooms, nocturnal creatures that explode violently when stimulated by external factors. After the explosion, a group of pink spores are produced. They are very beautiful, but also deadly, because anyone who inhales those spores will die in a very short time. Hidden information. You can try to pull away the leaves around them to see what is underneath. Chapter 38. It's over. Good. You'll be shocked if you don't see it. So this is how these mushrooms are used? But then again, the action of pulling apart the leaves in this hidden message was something Ouyang Qianjin hadn't expected. She had been focusing on the ground. Now it seems that she was too young and didn't think it through. Ouyang Qianjin didn't even need to pull apart the rotten leaves under the mushrooms to know what was underneath. They must be the corpses that died after inhaling spores and became nutrients for the mushrooms. Go. 2 of you. Stimulate the surrounding mushrooms. Otherwise I don't dare to go this way. Ouyang Qianjin ordered 2 skeletons to go up and poke these mushrooms. Skeletons don't need to breathe anyway. It's a natural nemesis. So a campaign on how to turn the dark forest pink began. Bang, bang, bang. The originally dark forest was dyed pink because of the explosions. Although it's still black. But it looks much better than before. At least the weirdness has risen by several levels. However, this process did not last long. According to Ouyang Qianjin's calculations, the pink spores will dissipate in about 2 minutes. There will be no danger when she enters again. Huh? When Ouyang Qianjin was pushed into the forest by the skeleton, she saw a small bunch of white mushroom stems left after the mushroom exploded. White mushroom, the remains of the explosive mushroom after the explosion. No danger. Hidden information, good food. Very delicious when used to make mushroom soup, and has the effect of detoxification. But few people can eat it because everyone who gets close to it dies. Sure enough, the more dangerous it is, the more puzzling it is to find out what is hidden underneath. The top directly threatens life safety, but the bottom is delicious food. This somewhat aroused Ouyang Qianjin's damn curiosity. But fortunately, she knew her mission. After just a few more glances, she ordered a skeleton to step forward and dig up the rotten leaves next to the white mushroom. 1, 2, 3. Beside this white mushroom alone, Ouyang Qianjin counted 6 skulls. These bones are black, yellow, and white. And from the shape, they all belong to different animals or humans. It seems that they are not factory batches at the same time. The dungeon is really fresh in the early stage of land reclamation. Ouyang Qianjin sighed, and let the skeleton push her into the depths of the forest. Rustle. Rustle. What's that sound? Ouyang Qianjin had just entered the forest from the riverbank when she heard a rather unusual rustling sound. Then she saw 3 tall and thin figures rushing towards her. Bone-burning phosphorus fire. Ouyang Qianjin raised a flame in her palm, but did not throw it out. She just held it in her hand and used it as a light. Under the illumination of the blue phosphorus fire, Ouyang Qianjin could see clearly that the 3 so-called figures were actually 3 mushroom men. There was a big mushroom cap on the top of their heads, and their bodies and limbs were like twisted dead branches with dark green mold, covered with spikes and holes. It looked like an alien. Toxic mushroom men, nocturnal creatures. Just like the name. They are full of poison, and you will die if you get a little bit of it. Hidden message: if you are poisoned, you may want to try some mushroom soup made from white mushrooms at the end of your life. Have some mushroom soup before you die? Are you sure you are not telling a hell joke? Go back and eat something good. Right. Looking at the information on the panel, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help rolling her eyes. Oh no. The mushroom soup of white mushrooms seems to be able to detoxify. You can always find an antidote within 7 steps of the poison. Is that what it means? Chirp. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Originally, the 3 mushroom men were walking very slowly. But after seeing the flames rising in Ouyang Qianjin's hands, their temperaments changed immediately. They rushed towards the Ouyang family with their fangs and claws. Go! Ouyang Qianjin was too lazy to deal with these minions. After all, the skeletons under her command were not afraid of any toxins. Unless it was Aqua Regia that could dissolve. Otherwise, the poison would be useless to them. The skeletons rushed up with knives in hand with a Ga Gaga sound. In front of Tianku's skeleton, these poisonous guys couldn't make any waves at all. They were chopped to the ground in a few strokes and turned into a pool of mushroom slices. But what made Ouyang Qianjin headache was the green juice that flowed out of these mushroom people after they died. This must be poisonous no matter how you look at it. The evidence is that the dead leaves next to them were immediately corroded into holes after being stuck with these juices. Looking closely, even their own skeletons and the weapons in their hands have different degrees of corrosion. This flag was recovered a little too quickly. But Ouyang Qianjin's headache was not this. There were exploding mushrooms and mushroom men. Could this area that he was going to explore be a mushroom paradise? Although these poisonous guys could not cause any harm to his skeleton, but they were deadly to him. One by one, if he got stuck, he would either die or get injured. Isn't it obvious that he wanted to slow down his exploration progress? Just imagine. It took him half a day to go through the forest. If he really went on at this pace of stopping and starting, he might not be able to explore anything until dawn. It was a pity that these guys were nocturnal creatures. That is to say, if he could not explore it clearly in one night, he would have to wait until the next night to continue exploring. Although the panel did not have a clear mission time, but he only brought a few days of rations. Not much time for her. Eating daddy. Eating daddy. I should have brought more food earlier. Chirp. 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 Just when Ouyang Qianjin was feeling depressed, the sound of the mushroom man came from all directions in the forest. Wow. It seems there are quite a lot of these mushroom people. If I continue to fight, I will definitely not be able to complete the exploration in one night. But can I continue the next night? The answer is no. After all, these mushroom people can move. It is not that if you kill a group of them tonight, there will be no mushroom people in this area. Saving the exploration progress can only be realized in the game. In reality, Suddenly, Ouyang Qianjin thought of a solution. What? Isn't this a very easy thing? I almost got into trouble because of the mission. The smiling Ouyang Qianjin felt much more relaxed after thinking of a solution. Everyone, retreat. Without thinking much, Ouyang Qianjin controlled the skeleton that pushed her wheelchair, turned around, and left the dark and strange forest. He returned to the place where he had just camped. Want to stop me from moving forward, hinder my exploration progress, and finally starve me to death? I'm sorry. This game is over. Ouyang Qianjin, who retreated to the riverbank, grinned, and then threw the bone-burning phosphorus fire in his hand into the forest. Chapter 39 Fire. Panel. Skills like in the game. Percentage of skills. You can loot and pick up equipment by killing monsters. Although Ouyang Qianjin knew that this was reality many times before, she always used skills or faced some difficulties according to the thinking of the game. Whether it was strategy games, role-playing games, puzzle games, or fighting games, some shadows could be found more or less. So when Ouyang Qianjin entered the dungeon, she also directly brought in the thinking of the game. But now she came back to her senses, knowing that this was not a game, but reality. It was a reality where you would die as long as you died once. So, she took out the thinking she had when playing games, using a fire to completely ignite all the forests on the riverbank. Then the fire grew bigger and bigger in the cold wind with moisture at night, and it seemed to be out of control. Some people call this practice of completely destroying intelligent creatures and leaving only inorganic matter an evil war crime. But we usually call it efficient. Ouyang Qianjin, who was in the river with a group of skeletons and watching the fire, murmured, in the reflection of the fire in the distance. The smile on her face looked so calm and cruel. Chirp, chirp. The fire spread quickly, and the mushroom people in the forest were roasted by the hot flames and ran around and screamed. Even in the river, Ouyang Qianjin could see those panicked figures. Ouyang Qianjin even saw some mushroom people he had never seen before. There were vicious mushroom people who looked like they were baring their teeth and claws. There were bloody mushroom people who were round like strawberries. Ouyang Qianjin even saw a red-colored mushroom man with a net-like body structure. But what does this have to do with her? She is just a spectator now, in the cold river water, watching the fiery scene on the shore. Sure enough, the best way to deal with plants is to attack with fire. It was only half an hour, and the forest around the river beach where Ouyang Qianjin was located turned into charcoal. Oh. Fire tornado. It's actually a fire tornado. It's rare to see. No matter how the fire in the forest burned, no matter how the mushroom men howled, Ouyang Qianjin maintained her optimistic attitude towards everything, especially when she saw the fire tornado rising in the forest because of her own fire. She couldn't help but shout loudly. That is, there is no mobile phone, or the mobile phone is out of power. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin would have to take a picture of the circle of friends. Let the circle of friends eat first. But then again, even in the water, this heat wave still makes people feel uncomfortable. Ouyang Qianjin licked her sexy and slightly cracked lips with the tip of her tongue. Then she took out a towel from the cloth bag of the wheelchair, dipped some water in it, and rubbed her dry face to replenish moisture. 3 hours later, when the fire in the forest burned to the position of the air wall and gradually extinguished, Ouyang Qianjin came out of the river. However, although the fire was contained because of the air wall, the high temperature still existed. Once on the shore, the hot air that hit her face almost made Ouyang Qianjin breathless. Fortunately, the skeleton was blocking in front. Otherwise, I would have suffered, shuttled through the hot forest full of smoke and mushroom corpses. Ouyang Qianjin began to use her eyes of identification to explore the surroundings. Yes, in this situation, she no longer needs any map. Set an x-axis and a y-axis, and search from left to right and from right to left. The panel will not give meaningless tasks. Then, there must be something unknown in this forest. It is actually quite cost-effective to burn it with fire. At least it is bare. And some trees are still emitting sparks, allowing Ouyang Qianjin to see far away even in the dark. Hey! That is, inconspicuous small mound. Small mounds can be seen everywhere in the forest. Nothing special. Hidden information. If you look closely, you will find something interesting below. After seeing this information, Ouyang Qianjin was a little stunned. This is the only one with hidden information among so many small mounds. Out of curiosity and for the mission, Ouyang Qianjin took the skeleton up. From a distance, this small mound looked ordinary. It was like the ruins that were engulfed by fire that can be seen everywhere. But after walking in, Ouyang Qianjin found that this small mound had signs of collapse. Even this small mound itself looked like something that was covered casually. The skeleton soldier went up and kicked the collapsed place open. A downward ramp was revealed. The angle of this ramp was not very large, but the hole was very high, which could fully accommodate skeletons, and even those mushroom people who were doing something. If it weren't for Ouyang Qianjin's fire, this place should be covered with a lot of weeds, herbs, and moss. It would be even harder to find in this forest. It's really hidden deep. What's underneath? Ouyang Qianjin walked down the ramp with the skeletons with such questions. After going down the ramp, they saw a stone crack that could roughly allow one person to pass sideways. But the two ends of the stone crack, especially the lower part, looked smooth and round. It was like a bead that was polished with sandpaper and then coated with patina. There was no other way. In order to complete the task, Ouyang Qianjin could only let the two skeletons hold her arms on the left and right. Although the 18-year-old girl was carried by two skeletons like this, the scene looked a little funny. But it was also a helpless move for Ouyang Qianjin, who made her legs so disappointing. After coming out of the stone crack, the front was suddenly open. Although there is no sunlight underground, there are some small insects like fireflies, with blue light on their butts, flying together in groups or groups. under the reflection of these small insects. A shallow stream in the cave is reflected in a dark blue, which is very beautiful. The cave is an ordinary cave with an underground river. The area is about the size of a football field. It's just that there are some natural stone pillars or stone walls blocking it. So Ouyang Qianjin couldn't see through it at a glance. But this didn't prevent Ouyang Qianjin from noticing some abnormal things. Actually, it can't be said that way. Because people with discerning eyes can generally detect abnormalities when they see the situation in the cave. Grave firefly, a small insect that likes the smell of death and will gather in battlefields or cemeteries with a large number of corpses. Hidden information, no matter where you see these little things. It means that there must be a large number of corpses nearby. But don't worry. These little guys have no attack power except for being good looking. If this introduction doesn't explain anything, then the layers of bones piled on the ground illuminated by the dim light of the fireflies in these tombs might be more intuitive. Chapter 40 Swelling Mushroom King. Ouyang Qianjin kept scanning the cave. According to her preliminary estimate, these skeletons add up to at least hundreds of people. The same as what she saw under the self-detonating mushroom. Among these skeletons are those of unknown animals, humans, or other intelligent races. From the signs of the explosion in the cracks in the rocks before, Ouyang Qianjin knew without even thinking that all these corpses were brought in from outside. And it seems that it may be the work of those mushroom people. Ouyang Qianjin was speechless for a moment. There are these skeletons in the dead leaves above, which can be said to be nutrients for mushrooms. But why did these mushroom people take so much trouble to move the corpses into this cave? The answer seems to be easy to guess. So for the sake of caution, Ouyang Qianjin once again scattered her skeleton cavalry. And she also let a skeleton hold her and walked into the cave. The inside of the cave is also full of secrets. Those stone pillars and stone walls are covered with various mushrooms. Ouyang Qianjin even saw explosive mushrooms in the mushroom group. Not to mention, if these dangerous guys and the bones on the ground are removed, this cave can be called a beautiful scenery and can be used as a tourist attraction. I don't have much time left. I have to finish the exploration quickly. Ouyang Qianjin murmured, calculating the time. The monster appeared at 12 o'clock in the evening, and I first spent half an hour investigating those mushrooms. Then the fire attack took about 3.5 hours to 4 hours. Although I don't know how the time of this copy is calculated. But if I calculate it according to the outside world, I have at most an hour before dawn. No one knows whether there will be any changes here by then. But since I have come here, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't want to give up everything. Bang! Just as Ouyang Qianjin was slowly exploring the cave wall, one of his skeleton cavalrymen in front of him suddenly flew out from behind a stone wall. After drawing a perfect arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. It shattered on the spot. Your skeleton is dead. Ouyang Qianjin wanted to cry, but had no tears. What happened to make his skeleton cavalry fall apart in one round? Bang! 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 Before Ouyang Qianjin even had time to sort out his mood, he heard a series of dull sounds coming from behind the stone wall. Bang! 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 Every time this dull sound was heard, the cave trembled. Even Ouyang Qianjin, who was held by the skeleton, could feel that her skeleton's feet were clearly shaken off the ground. How big a creature must be to do this? Although Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled, she didn't let her wait too long. It was only about half a minute. A big guy that looked so fat that its back almost hit the top of the cave slowly crawled out from the stone wall. It was about 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. It was covered with ugly tumors, except for the front end, which was a little red. The rest of the body was white. You can describe this thing as a maggot without exaggeration. It's just a little bigger. Eye of Identification. Ouyang Qianjin immediately threw an Eye of Identification at it. Swelling Mushroom King, a carnivorous creature that often feeds on the carrion of animals or humans. Compared to fresh meat, it seems to prefer fermented meat. Hidden message: don't be fooled by its sturdy body and very clumsy. But be careful of the tumors on its body. It's hard to handle. Looking at the huge body, Ouyang Qianjin was in trouble. The hidden message said to be careful of those tumors. So this should be the opponent's killer move. But the problem is that this guy is covered with these things all over his body. How can I defend myself? Never mind. First, let's see what the move that just killed my cavalry is like. In order to achieve the same parabola effect as before, Ouyang Qianjin still let a skeleton cavalry rush up this time. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin knew the cause and effect. This is not a tumor. This is just a shrunken tentacle. Shrunk the tentacles into a ball. And when you need to use the knife, just eject them. This small impact. It smashed my skeleton in just one blow. There is no room for negotiation at all. Is my skeleton too fragile? Of course not. It is because the opponent is too strong. You know, even with the bite force of the blue wolf, my skeleton can resist it. This instant kill can only be said to be level suppression? Well, to be more precise, it is a level suppression of myself. Although I don't want to admit it. But Ouyang Qianjin knows how weak she is now. Otherwise, she wouldn't use her so-called strategy, which is insignificant to make up for these shortcomings. Looking at the Mushroom King gradually crawling towards him, Ouyang Qianjin broke out in cold sweat. Go around the stone wall. Pa! Pa! After the two sword and shield skeletons under his command were instantly beaten to death by the opponent's meat whip, Ouyang Qianjin had to order the skeletons to surround the stone wall next to him to block the vision, while ordering the skeletons to King Qin around the pillar. Ouyang Qianjin was also thinking about how to defeat the enemy. Calm down. Don't stop thinking. Such a big guy often has some weaknesses. Otherwise, it would not stay in such a dark place. Relying on the mushroom people outside to carry food for itself? Of course. It may also be because the body is too large, and it can't go out to find food. But now is not the time to talk about these. With the size and speed of this guy, it is definitely no problem for me to block the vision. But if you want to understand the reason here and complete the task, then you can't just move. You have to find a way to attack. What? You said retreat? No. Since we have decided to complete the task today, I will never retreat. It's not that Ouyang Qianjin is hypocritical or stubborn, but she knows that if there is a first time, there will be a second time. This real game has just begun. We must not set a precedent just because of this meatball. Otherwise, it will only create a path dependence in our subconscious mind. This is not a good thing. It's like when you open the background to input commands when playing a game. After trying it, everyone says it's fun. And then, they can't control themselves. When you encounter difficulties in playing games, you will want to open the background. How can this be? I am not afraid of death. So why am I afraid of these? It's funny. It means that my ability is a little weak now. And there are fewer skeletons. If I had so many skeletons on the ground, I wouldn't have to think about it. I can just push them straight away. Skeletons on the ground? When Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about it, he suddenly saw that the sword and shield skeleton that he had just died was pressed under the Mushroom King. The short sword and shield were abandoned on the side. Coincidentally, there were a few skeletons with some pieces of clothes hanging on their small bodies. They looked very new. Since his skills are based on corpses, these skeletons should be no problem. Right? With this idea in mind, Ouyang Qianjin used the transformation skill on the skeletons in that area. Chapter 41 Different Skeletons. Ouyang Qianjin's idea is this. Since his own skeletons cannot get close, then using the skeletons around it can get close directly. The key is whether his skills can work on the corpses in these copies. Although these skeletons have no meat on their bodies. But strictly speaking, they are indeed corpses. They are just skeletons without meat. That's why Ouyang Qianjin tried it. Of course, the result is also very obvious. When Ouyang Qianjin saw that one of the skeletons in the pile of skeletons moved, his excitement was beyond words. After the skeleton was resurrected, it waved its hand to grab the dagger that fell beside it. Then it stabbed the lower abdomen of the Mushroom King with its backhand. Swish! With just a scratch, the Mushroom King's body was instantly cut open by a hole about 1 meter long. The green oil, which was not sure whether it was blood or juice, flowed out. Then a pungent stench swept the entire cave. It was almost impossible to take Ouyang Qianjin away in one breath. Don't ask why such a big wound could be opened even though he was pressed to the ground. Ouyang Qianjin herself didn't know. However, what surprised her was still to come. The skeleton stretched out his other hand, without her order, and directly grabbed the fractured zone of the Mushroom King's wound. Then, taking advantage of the gap when the other party was squirming, he pulled out and came out from under the Mushroom King. However, this was not the end. After coming out, the skeleton quickly used the dagger in his hand to slash at the only part of the Mushroom King's abdomen that did not have a tumor. But from the distance of Ouyang Qianjin, she knew that the opponent was not just hacking randomly. Rather than hacking randomly, it was more like dismantling or decomposing. In short, the skeleton cut a few times, and a big hole was dug out of the fat body of the Mushroom King, then crawled in the shocked eyes of Ouyang Qianjin. The action of the skeleton was unexpected by Ouyang Qianjin. But it must be said that for a skeleton without flesh and blood, it seems that it is not a big deal even if it goes in. There is no sensory system anyway, if you really want to say it, compared to the skeleton that crawled into the cesspool. Ouyang Qianjin suffered more. The whole cave. There are so many guys who can move, but only she has a nose, and can smell the smell that can no longer be called sour. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin covered her mouth and nose with her hands, trying to contain the stench that was like a biological weapon. When has she, a delicate little girl, ever suffered such a punishment? But it was useless. Unless she wore a gas mask on her face, she could not resist the unpleasant smell that penetrated all the holes. Although she said a lot. But in fact, the whole process of the skeleton only took a few seconds. The Mushroom King did not even realize that someone had opened a window on his body until now, and he was still squirming there trying to get close to Ouyang Qianjin. Forget about that skeleton. After Ouyang Qianjin looked at the wound that was deeply oozing with green juice, he ordered the skeletons around him to throw all their weapons to the Mushroom King. Then he used the skeleton transformation again and again, trying to replicate the feat of the previous skeleton brother. It didn't work at all. The skeletons lying on the ground didn't respond to his thoughts at all. Or it didn't succeed at all. Jiao. Just when Ouyang Qianjin wanted to give up the skeletons and think of another way, the Mushroom King suddenly screamed. From the sound, you can tell that the other party is in pain. But this is none of Ouyang Qianjin's business. She just silently kept herself and the skeletons away from the Mushroom King. God knows what this guy suddenly got into a trance. Then when Ouyang Qianjin looked over after the transfer, she found that the other party was really having a twitch. The fat body twitched, just like a cockroach that had just been crushed and was still kicking its legs. The whole body was in pain and formed a U shape. It looked both funny and disgusting. Puff! While twitching, a sharp short knife and a skeleton arm suddenly stretched out from the back of the Mushroom King. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw the skeleton with juice crawling out from the only red forehead of the Mushroom King. Boom! With the appearance of the skeleton, the body of the Mushroom King also collapsed. A pile of bone sticks splashed. If it weren't for the sword and shield skeleton beside him, the bone stick would have hit Ouyang Qianjin's face. Hello. Beautiful. After jumping off the Mushroom King, the skeleton holding the dagger came to Ouyang Qianjin. Then, like a gentleman, he put his hand on his chest and bent down slightly to say hello. Please go over there and wash first. Ouyang Qianjin covered her mouth and nose, looked at the other party with disgust, and then pointed to the stream next to her. This is really rude. When Ouyang Qianjin reminded him, the other party looked down at the green juice on his bones. It's a dereliction of duty for the old servant to show such an embarrassed figure in front of his lady. It's simply too outrageous. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the skeleton, who looked a little angry, turned around and went to the stream next to him to wash his ribs inside and out. And looking at the skeleton washing his ribs in the river, Ouyang Qianjin knew that he had hit the jackpot. There is a 1% probability of transforming into a skeleton with wisdom. I guess this guy should be like this. Sure enough, what is destined to happen will eventually happen. No one expected that his first intelligent skeleton would be born in this place, under this situation and in this way. But it happened that because of the other party's transformation, he was able to get out of the previous dilemma. So thinking like this, Ouyang Qianjin checked the other party's status. Skeleton soldier. This is a skeleton with its own memories of its previous life. Perhaps you should use it and make it your right-hand man. See? I know. After watching the other party state, Ouyang Qianjin felt relieved. Then, let's talk about your problem. After the other party had taken care of his personal hygiene, Ouyang Qianjin asked him seriously. After all, it was the first time she encountered a skeleton with wisdom, and it was transformed in the copy. And it was definitely not a skeleton from her own world. This somewhat aroused the interest of Ouyang Qianjin. Since you are so wise, you should introduce yourself first. Right? Yes. My beautiful master. What you said makes a lot of sense. The skeleton nodded after listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, then stood there, stroking his left chest with his right hand. My name was Fried Eckerman before I died, and I was the full-time housekeeper of Count Eckerman's family in Windmill territory. I followed the Count during an expedition of the Empire against the undead mages of the Blood Plains, and eventually died on the battlefield. I was 53 years old when I died, but I didn't expect that I, who was killed by the skeleton before I died, would become a skeleton transformed by the undead mages after who knows how many years. And it was such a beautiful and elegant undead mages. It has to be said that life is full of excitement. Chapter 42 Takeoff. Enhanced Summon I. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the skeleton in front of him, who was talking freely. Whether it was his manners, conversation, or the fact that he explained his origins in just a few words, he won Ouyang Qianjin's favor. And from the other party's words, Ouyang Qianjin also heard that the other party knew his current situation. However, he was not panicked at all. Of course, the most important thing was that it called him master before. This means that the other party knew his current identity very well. But why the skeleton? If there is any difference compared with other skeletons under his command, it is probably that as a skeleton, the color of the bones of the other party is brighter than that of ordinary white skeletons. Although Ouyang Qianjin does not understand magic, and has not even graduated from elementary school, but he still knows some biological knowledge. Can a skeleton be white and gold? Ouyang Qianjin asked without thinking. Of course not. The skeleton shook his head. This may be related to my martial arts training. It may be that you, as a necromancer, are very capable, and have preserved some of my martial arts. It is precisely because of those martial arts that I was able to easily kill the monster. Is it because of my martial arts training? For example, bone beating, copper skin and iron bones? Ouyang Qianjin doesn't understand. But it doesn't matter. It looks pretty anyway. You just said that you killed the monster. Did you find anything unusual after entering the monster? I came here to investigate this matter. Ouyang Qianjin asked seriously. After all, this is related to her mission. She has come here now, and it is obviously the end. If she can't find anything, then maybe her mission will fail. Or wait until tomorrow. This is indeed there. The skeleton nodded. What is it? Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up. I noticed that the brain of this monster is like an empty shell, replaced by a soft-bodied worm like a conch. And it is connected by many meat nets around it. And this is used to control the meat balls on the surface of the monster's body. It is very likely that this monster has died a long time ago, or that it was parasitized by the conch and slowly ate the other party's brain, so that it became the center of this body. The old servant killed the worm and killed the other party completely. Hiss. After hearing the words of the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin took a breath of cold air. Is this something that needs to be explored by yourself? Where is the body of the bug? Take me to see it. No need to care whether it stinks or not. Ouyang Qianjin is now very anxious. Of course, Mississippi. With an elegant possession, the skeleton brought Ouyang Qianjin to the head of the Mushroom King. Juice was still flowing from the place where the skeleton came out, and on the ground was the dagger. On the tip of the dagger was a white spiral-shaped bug. This bug was only about half the size of a palm. Just looking at the surface, you can tell how soft this thing is. If she hadn't walked in to take a look, Ouyang Qianjin would not have noticed this guy. Parasitic worm. This is a worm that lives in the brains of other animals. They are disgusting, and will take over your body while slowly eating your brain. Hidden message, don't try to touch these guys. Of course, if you don't have a brain. I see. It's parasitized. In this case, the swollen Mushroom King that I encountered should not be the original appearance of the Mushroom King? The only red thing on the top of the head could not be the umbrella cap of the Mushroom King? If that's the case, how swollen would it be? Looking at the red that was sunken in the white flesh, Ouyang Qianjin was speechless. I have a lot of brainless skeletons under my command. So why am I afraid of this? Ouyang Qianjin, who complained in his heart, slapped a bone-burning phosphorus fire, and the parasitic worm on the dagger was burned clean in 2 breaths. Pa, as expected of a young lady. Very beautiful, clear phosphorescent fire. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin's trick, the skeleton behind him clapped his hands and praised. Well, not bad. Finally someone is here to support the joke. No need to control it yourself. Not to mention, the feeling came up immediately. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, and her body unconsciously sat up a little straighter on the skeleton. Nothing. Just a little proud. Ding! You have completed this exploration mission. You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 20, and get a skill choice. Under the influence of the skeleton transformation skill, your summons can be doubled. Oh! My mission is finally completed. Great. After hearing the voice in his head, Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. And then he couldn't help but cheer loudly. I worked hard all night just for this thing. Now it's finally completed? Well, so the thing that needs to be explored in this mission is this parasite. This is really mean. You might as well let me kill the Mushroom King directly. This way, I can understand this mission more or less conveniently. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to open his own panel. And couldn't help but complain in his heart. Optional skills, domination of will, ghost transformation, enhanced summoning eye. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. Domination of will, can freely control a summoned creature from the first-person perspective. Ghost transformation, ghost, a powerful mental attack unit, uses the soul of others as a medium to forcibly transform their souls into ghosts that can be driven. The number of disposables doubles every 10 levels. Enhanced summoning eye, passive. The number of disposable summons increases by 100%. Woohoo! Take off. When Ouyang Qianjin saw the skill introduction of enhanced summoning eye, the introductions of the previous two skills were automatically deleted in her mind. The number of summons that can be controlled increased by 100%. Does it mean that the number of skeletons that can be controlled has doubled again? And looking at the name of this skill, there is an I at the end. So does that mean there are 2 and 3? Not much. Even if it only increases by 50% every episode later, it will be incredible. Because of the excitement, Ouyang Qianjin, whose hands were shaking with excitement, directly learned this skill. Skill enhanced summoning I changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Erosion effect, 2% probability of retaining the elemental attributes of the corpse. 1% probability of transforming into a skeleton with wisdom. The effect of this erosion has increased by 1% compared to before. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't care at all. It has been said that probability is metaphysics. What is destined to happen will happen. And what is not destined to happen will not be forced. Isn't the butler skeleton in front of him the best embodiment? Let us not talk about this for now. Let us take a look at his personal information. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to open his personal panel. Chapter 43 Alchemist. Name, Ouyang Qianjin. Race, human. Occupation, Necromancer. Talent, corrosion. Level, LV20. Skills, Eye of Identification. Skeleton transformation. Curse of weakness. Burning bone phosphorus. Blessing of the dead. Enhanced summoning eye. Equipment, Poor Wolf Fong necklace. Rough sacrificial dagger. Owned units, skeletons 33 of 144. Good fellow. I am just a good fellow. This time, Ouyang Qianjin finally understood the meaning of the last sentence on the panel when he accepted the task before. Otherwise, the panel said that level 20 was just the beginning. It turned out to be the beginning. The beginning of my rise. Excited Ouyang Qianjin secretly clenched his fists. What is the concept of 144? To put it simply, it is a company of troops. With so many skeletons, he doesn't have to be as stretched as before. Even several weapon teams can be organized. What about sword and shield teams? Spear teams? Cavalry teams? Baggage teams and guard teams? At this moment, a small team organization has been formed in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. Come to think of it, what skill was there just now? Summoning ghosts. Right? A summoned creature that can use mental attacks. Forget it. No matter how powerful the mental attack is. How powerful can it be? Especially for someone with strong mental power like me. It is not easy to be attacked so easily. And now there is no such thing as ordinary people. They are all professionals. The mental power is generally raised by 1 level. I guess the shock is not as great as his own sea of skeletons. So Ouyang Qianjin did not regret not choosing that skill. Miss, what's wrong with you? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin staring at the parasites on the ground in a daze, the gentleman skeleton asked. No, nothing. It seems that these guys can't see the existence of the panel. Ouyang Qianjin got another useful information. It's almost time to leave here. Delicious meals. Soft little beds. Although it's only been out for a day, Ouyang Qianjin has begun to miss the temporary accommodation that is not very good and even a little disgusting. Anyway, now the tasks have been completed. And I have also reached level 20 and stepped over that hurdle. The next step is to upgrade. Upgrade. And upgrade again. Strive to reach the maximum level of 100 set by the profession as soon as possible. At that time, with the blessing of the skill-enhanced summoning, I will have tens of thousands of skeletons. That is the real sea of skeletons. And the Necromancer can really stand up. Hey! Why is there a light ball there? Yang Qianjin, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Just now, she was paying attention to the parasite and her own panel, and she didn't notice the area around the Mushroom King's body. When she suddenly wanted to leave, she took a quick glance and found that there was a light ball under the Mushroom King's body that was different from the previous talent and profession. This was an ivory white light ball. It looked a little inconspicuous. It was almost mixed with the pile of bones around it. It should have fallen after the parasite was killed. It was the same as getting the first kill on the first day of the alien world. So that's it. The occupational bead? I really encountered something rare. After following Yang Qianjin's eyes, the gentleman skeleton quickly stepped forward and picked up the occupational light ball on the ground. Then walked back and handed it to Yang Qianjin. Occupational bead? Yang Qianjin reached out to take the light ball and looked at the gentleman skeleton in confusion. Yes, this is something called a gift, which is given to people by God, but it is very rare. The old servant has lived for 51 years, and only saw it at a dinner party in the Empire with his former master. The rules or settings of the world in the alien world. However, Yang Qianjin sneered at the thing called God. It must be formed for some reason. For example, the rules of the two worlds, or even the collision of space. Otherwise, there would not be so many light balls in his world on the first day of the Advent. After all, God would not be so idle as to go to the factory to screw in screws and mass-produce these things. So some large-scale ceremony or phenomenon will occur. Although I don't know if this idea is true or not. But this Yang Qianjin, who dropped out of elementary school and knows nothing, thinks so? Bold assumptions. It's always right. Legend has it that there are 3 different colors of gifts. The blue one will give the user talents, allowing them to have all kinds of strange and unusual talents. The gold one will give the user a powerful combat profession. Even if they don't train, they can leave us warriors who train every day far behind. And this white one will grant the user a life profession. Even if you have never done a profession before, you will be able to do it with ease after using it. The gentleman skeleton told Yang Qianjin some of the legends he knew about the light ball. Humph! Grant. There is nothing in this world that needs to be granted and donated by others. Yang Qianjin snorted coldly with a fake smile. Then he slapped the light ball into his brain. You are right. The gentleman skeleton touched his chest and bent over, bowing slightly to Yang Qianjin. And Yang Qianjin, after slapping the light ball of this life profession into his brain, he immediately received all the information about the light ball. Get the life job transfer aura. Start searching for matching professions. Search completed. Get the alchemist profession. Now start loading related knowledge. Loading completed. Get the method of making energy gems. Get the recipe for making potion mixture. Get the process of making gargoyles. Get the production process of golem puppet. Get. Hiss. After hearing the voice in his head, Yang Qianjin couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this secondary profession too powerful? Give yourself so much knowledge at once? Look. This is potion, gargoyle, and golem puppet. This is no longer a question of whether it will take off or not. To put it simply, as long as Yang Qianjin has time and materials, he can make these things infinitely to increase his own military strength. Then I will combine it with my own sea of skeletons. Who else can compete with it? And there are also those potions and mixtures. Before, Yang Qianjin was still feeling sorry for those herbs. But she changed hands. Hey! I became a person who can make potions with herbs. There are some twists and turns. Money! It's all money. Even in this shitty Doomsday. But at least humans still have a survivor base. Right? Where there are people, there are trades. And my potion will definitely become a bestseller. After all, the recipe for making potions and mixtures is not a matter of a sentence. It contains a lot of potion recipes. What kind of violent potion? Acceleration potion, strength potion, etc. are all good things that can add buff to people. Chapter 44. The housekeeper should be called Seabass. Wow, ha ha ha. Ahem. Yang Qianjin couldn't help laughing when she thought of her bright future. However, at this moment, that Yang Qianjin had selectively forgotten came. The profession Alchemist changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Obtain the secret method of making artificial man. Obtain the secret method of making the ninth entity philosopher as stone. It's so exciting. What did I just hear? Ouyang Qianjin, who was still laughing, froze her smile instantly. Artificial man. Philosopher as stone. And all secret methods. What is going on? Well, don't panic. First, let us take a look at what the introduction says. Artificial man. A life form that is artificially cultivated with energy gems as its core. The eighth entity. Philosopher stone, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. The eighth element in addition to the 7 magic elements is a gemstone entity. It is also the first element synthesized by intelligent creatures that does not exist in nature. It is known as a panacea. Panacea? When Ouyang Qianjin saw these 3 words, his eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly what he needs? Since it is a panacea, it should be easy to treat his illness. Right? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but tremble all over. Miss? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin trembling all over, the gentleman skeleton thought something was wrong with the other party. So he asked, "It's okay. I just got an interesting life profession, which makes me a little happy." Ouyang Qianjin smiled faintly at the gentleman skeleton. Really? That's good. Seeing that his eldest daughter was fine, the gentleman skeleton also breathed a sigh of relief. You may not believe it, but I have already got all 3 colors you mentioned just now. Talent, combat profession, and the life profession just now. All. Ouyang Qianjin, in a good mood, couldn't help but share her joy with the gentleman skeleton beside her. Is this how you got your necromancer profession? The gentleman skeleton was shocked. You know, this kind of God's grace is not so easy to come across. And his master actually got all 3? In his cognition. This is simply an incredible thing. Yes, the necromancer is also. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and nodded. But unfortunately, there are some problems with your cognition. Or you just woke up, and you don't know that you and I are actually from different worlds. Or your world has invaded our world. This makes it seem that these rare light balls are basically available to everyone. You just need to kill a monster around you when you are an ordinary person. For example, the first monster I killed was the blue drow. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged, and then gave the gentleman skeleton a general science of the current situation, so that he could understand his current situation. Really? Another world? So it seems that I don't know what battles have happened in the years since the old servant died. After the previous surprise, the gentleman skeleton returned to the state of being calm in the face of things. You don't seem surprised at all that you are in another world now? Ouyang Qianjin was a little curious. Even if you are a housekeeper with great skills in cultivating qi, you should have some reaction. It makes me feel a little bit accomplished. In fact, phenomena like this are not uncommon in our world. Gentleman skeleton raised his hand slightly and introduced Ouyang Qianjin. Once a war breaks out in our world, this situation will occasionally occur. People from other worlds are either sucked into our world, or people from our world are sucked into other worlds and disappear. I see. An unstable world. That's really interesting. After listening to the words of the gentleman skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin nodded, expressing that he understood. If it weren't really interesting, it doesn't matter anyway. In Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, curing his own illness is the most important thing. As for the matter of whether it is a world or not, let other heroes complete it. Anyway, there are many fools who fight for the world, so there is no need for me to show my head. It would be good to study the Philosopher's Stone, which is called the Panacea. Let yourself survive first. Live in a colorful way and according to your own wishes. What is the world? For a dying person like her, the proposition is too big. What ability do you expect a guy who dropped out of elementary school to have to take care of these things? Can't handle it. Can't handle it at all. She doesn't want to handle it either. By the way, speaking of which, you said before that you were the butler of a count in your lifetime. Right? After fully understanding and absorbing the connection between her secondary profession and the world where the gentleman skeleton sat and her own world, Ouyang Qianjin finally shifted her attention to herself. Of course, when talking about her profession, the gentleman skeleton's tone became a little solemn. Then do you have no attachment to your previous life and your previous master? Ouyang Qianjin was a little curious about these skeletons with memories, their behavior patterns, thinking patterns, and so on. Now that she finally has one, she has to ask clearly. No. After being successfully transformed by the eldest lady, the old servant's soul already belongs to the eldest lady. Forced? No. There is a difference. It is something imprinted in the depths of the soul. It is not an order. Nor is it forced. It is more like natural loyalty. In addition, the gentleman skeleton naturally knew what Ouyang Qianjin was thinking. So he told him his feelings in detail. And Ouyang Qianjin breathed a sigh of relief after listening. It seems to be the same as other ordinary skeletons. It's nothing more than some extra memories and knowledge from his previous life. And even some combat skills. But unfortunately, just as Ouyang Qianjin had assumed before, no skills were left. Since you were a housekeeper in your previous life, then the corresponding management should be a handy thing. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the other party with a scrutinizing eye. Miss, please don't doubt the professional level of this old servant. The gentleman skeleton touched his chest and bent over again. The tone of his words showed absolute confidence and persistence in his profession. So Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Then I will appoint you as my butler now. I just need someone to handle some trivial matters for me. It is an honor for this old servant. After being reappointed as a butler by Ouyang Qianjin, the skeleton trembled all over and agreed. Very good. But your previous name is too long. I can't remember it. From today, you will be called Sebastian. With a wave of her hand, Ouyang Qianjin changed the names of others. Sebastian? The gentleman skeleton was a little puzzled. Does this name have any meaning? No. But I think the butler should be called Sebastian. Chapter 45, Ranking. Follow your will. Seeing his master being so willful, Sebastian did not bother about it. Just a name. Since he was dead, he was not even a human being now, but an undead. So it seemed reasonable for his master to give him a new name. Just treat it as a new beginning after a new life. No big problem. Special skeleton individual name named successfully. Occupation appointed successfully. Individual named Sebastian was officially appointed, and thus obtained the skill integrated management. Just after Sebastian accepted Ouyang Qianjin's naming, the sound of the panel sounded again in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. And Sebastian also felt this sudden power entering his body. What's the B movement? Ouyang Qianjin frowned and looked at his panel. As a result, he found that a subordinate officer option appeared in his personal profile. There is Sebastian's personal information on it. Name, Sebastian. Race, undead. Occupation, butler. Level, LV20. Skill, integrated management. Equipment, none. Well, level 20. And I am also 20. So, the skeleton should be directly linked to my level? I couldn't see the information of those skeletons before. But from Sebastian's information, Ouyang Qianjin could still guess a little. If it doesn't work, go to level up and find out if it is linked. This is not a big deal. Okay. Now that everything is done, let's go home. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and ordered to return the same way. However, when leaving, Sebastian was dumbfounded, because at this moment, his eldest daughter was being held high by two skeletons, one on the left and one on the right, ready to be stuffed into a crack in the stone. Pupils shaking, although Sebastian had no eyes and no pupils. But the blue soul fire in his eye sockets did exist. The swaying like a candle in the wind proved his shaking mood at the moment. This is much more serious than the world or not. This is simply. It is too inconsistent with the behavior of a noble. Yes. In the eyes of old Sebastian, magicians are all nobles. Although the Necromancer is an absolutely evil existence in his world, he is also a magician. Nobles should behave like nobles. In fact, the previous communication with Ouyang Qianjin made this old gentleman fully understand that his master has a certain level of cultivation. But why did he do this now? Miss, you? Excuse me. I'm not in good health. I'm sick. My legs can't walk anymore. Just make do with it for now. It will be over in a while. Ouyang Qianjin laughed, not taking it seriously, still commanding the skeleton to squeeze into the cracks. But as a newly appointed butler, old Sebastian would never allow such a thing to happen in front of him. Before, he thought that Ouyang Qianjin was held by the skeleton because the girl couldn't move her legs in such an environment. But now he knows that it turns out that his eldest daughter needs to be held because she can't walk at all. So I had wrongly blamed him. After all, he was disabled. So I couldn't blame Ouyang Qianjin for his lack of self-cultivation, poor etiquette, and unclear behavior. Miss, wait a minute. At this moment, old Sebastian was glowing. The hero stood up. What's wrong? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sebastian in confusion. Please wait a moment. Leave this to me. Sebastian didn't explain, but just walked up calmly, and then took a two-handed sword from the back of a skeleton. Sebastian walked to the crevice. He held the hilt of the long sword with both hands and brooded for a while. And then swish, he chopped out two swords. The crevice in front of him also collapsed. Oh! Ouyang Qianjin was shocked by Sebastian's move. I didn't expect that the sword breaking the boulder could really happen in front of me. But thinking that I am a necromancer and can summon skeletons, I should be able to understand what happened. Papa. Although she understood, Ouyang Qianjin still clapped her hands and gave a satisfactory evaluation of Sebastian's two attacks. Nothing else. At least the show looked good. Okay, Mississippi. Sebastian threw away the long sword in his hand that was broken by his own slash, then stood at the gap and bowed elegantly to Ouyang Qianjin, who was being held. It's good. Although you don't have any skills, at least you still have the feeling in your hands. When you go back, I'll find a chance to give you a sword that won't break with one cut. When passing by Sebastian, Ouyang Qianjin habitually painted a rosy picture for old Sebastian. In her opinion, the two-handed sword was originally a trophy seized from the Blue Drow. It's not a good thing. Maybe it's not as good as the mass-produced sword stamped by machines in my world. So this is not just empty talk. At least there is hope. Right? After the group came out of the cave, Ouyang Qianjin sat back on her wheelchair. Then she was pushed by Sebastian to the portal. You don't seem surprised by this portal? After arriving at the teleportation array, Ouyang Qianjin turned around and asked Sebastian, who was pushing her cart. Yes, miss. In fact, as long as there are enough materials, this kind of teleportation array can be built even by magic apprentices in our time. But it seems that this teleportation array is not made of used materials, but of stored space magic, Sebastian explained. Really? Space magic. It's really a lot of trouble. Ouyang Qianjin smiled bitterly and shook her head. It feels like there is something controlling this kind of alien invasion, but it has nothing to do with her. What she needs is to upgrade and have a sea of skeletons to protect herself. Then it was time to research and make the Philosopher's Stone. Forget it. Let's go out first. At this moment, the originally gray teleportation array turned black again, and Ouyang Qianjin, under the push of old Sebastian, passed through the teleportation array and returned to the outpatient building. Individual named Ouyang Qianjin completed the task, successfully reached level 20, and opened the level ranking list. You can check it yourself on the panel. As soon as he came out, the voice from the interface sounded in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. Level ranking list? This is really learning from others to playing games. But the result is a mess. And now there is a ranking list. Wouldn't that make the Liver Emperors and the Roll Kings desperately squeeze forward? Roll up? It turns out that after level 20, it's really just the beginning. Right? Okay. Let me see what the Liver Emperors and the Roll Kings on this ranking are like. With this mood, Ouyang Qianjin opened his panel. Sure enough, a branch interface of the ranking list appeared on it. But when Ouyang Qianjin clicked it, she was shocked by the news. Chapter 46 Try Alchemy. Global level ranking. First place, Dasha. Ouyang Qianjin. Female. Necromancer. Level 20. No more. Yes. Really no more. There is no one else on the entire ranking list except Ouyang Qianjin. This doesn't make sense? Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows. You know, I have been in the dungeon for so long, and even took a nap. As a result, there is no one else on the ranking list except me. It means that these people are still doing tasks, and have not reached the level 20 unlocking conditions. Speechless, Ouyang Qianjin never thought that she would become the top brother of the list one day. Doesn't that mean that no matter whether it is the second, third, or fourth place, they will see her name? And they know that someone is above them. Puff. It's a bit exciting to think about it this way. Not bad. Not bad. Ouyang Qianjin showed a satisfied and proud look when he saw that he won the first place. Hide? Why hide? I don't know how to hide my information on this broken interface. I didn't ask the interface. I just posted it. And even if I knew, I didn't plan to hide. The Great Xia Kingdom is so big. Who knows where I am? Even if someone knows where I am, Can he still call me through the network cable? There is no grudge. Who would go to such great lengths to come from somewhere else? Braving the streets full of aliens and beasts to fight me? Everyone is busy upgrading. Who has nothing to do but come to me? For Ouyang Qianjin, there is no human being in the hospital except herself. And the outside cannot enter because of the monsters on the street. It can be said that this is the safest place for her. There is a monster army opening the door for her. What is there to be afraid of? As for the inside, except for the blue drow in the internal medicine inpatient building, which was deliberately left by Ouyang Qianjin as a weapon manufacturer to make money, there are no other monsters. So she doesn't have to worry about other things disturbing her. She even feels happy because those people who may be jealous are helpless and furious after seeing that she is suppressed. Today is another irritating day. Happy. Is this the world where the young lady is? The first thing Sebastian did after coming out was to observe the surrounding situation. What he saw was a pile of tables, chairs and benches piled together in a mess, forming a fortification, and the tall buildings in the distance, and the piles of corpses that appeared at a distance. How to say it? I just dislike it. It's okay if there's no scenery. But why is it like a battlefield? Yes. Ahem. This is where I live. At least for the next few days. I have to live here. There are too many monsters outside. Ahem. Let's stay here for a while and develop a little. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. In her opinion, her strength has increased by more than double now. But the troops are still too few. Wait until I have 144 skeletons. And then make more gargoyles, golems and puppets to fill them up, so that we can almost go out. Didn't you see that the Blue Wolf tribe alone has tens of thousands of wolves? Even this, Ouyang Qianjin was able to hold on with great difficulty. As for what else is outside, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't even dare to think. There are 4 buildings in her hospital, and monsters have descended on all 4 buildings. What about other buildings? There are many large and small commercial buildings and residential buildings around this hospital alone. It can be said that each building is a demon cave, let alone other things. The number must not be small. If some buildings are not cleaned up, in these 3 months, more than 90 days, they may flood the streets, not to mention those parks, playgrounds, and places like mountains and rivers outside the city. It must be overcrowded. There's nothing wrong with hiding for a while. Is that so? Is it because of the invasion of monsters from another world? Sebastian nodded. Then he pushed Ouyang Qianjin towards the cafeteria, because it was transformed by Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin only needed to give the route in his mind. But after arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria, Sebastian couldn't hold it anymore. The ground was full of weapons, corpses, peeled wolf skins, and wolf meat hanging in the air. Old Sebastian would believe it if you said that this was a cannibal tribe. Is this the legendary Necromancer? Love it. This, ahem. Because I want to keep some meat for the spring. I tried to make jerky or something. Seeing Sebastian's shaking skull and scrutinizing attitude in the soul fire, Xiao couldn't help but blushing at Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't care about anything. Jerky? I see. But the young lady's technique is problematic, and the wolf skins are not dried. Leave it to me, Sebastian. These things are very easy for me. Sebastian smiled faintly at Ouyang Qianjin. Then he took over the work confidently. Okay. I'll leave these skeletons to you. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. There is another thing. I see that the young lady is always coughing. Is it because of physical discomfort? As the housekeeper appointed by Ouyang Qianjin, Sebastian asked with concern. It's not a serious illness. Just a little bronchitis. I will cough when I inhale cold air. Taking some medicine can relieve it. While talking, Ouyang Jia took out some medicine and water from the cloth bag of his wheelchair and ate some. I see. Is it this kind of disease? I don't know if the young lady has more of this medicine. Sebastian nodded and left. Since the young lady said it's okay, then it's okay. Let's talk about it. No matter what the disease is, it is not a serious disease for the Necromancer. Ouyang Qianjin naturally didn't know what her housekeeper was thinking. She just thought she was happy to see that her housekeeper finally started to work. After all, she is not the kind of person who likes to do things. But even if all these tasks are thrown out, Ouyang Qianjin still has other things to do. That is naturally the transformation of skeletons. There were more than 30 little Karami before, but now there are more than 100. They must be transformed quickly, with more manpower. Wouldn't it be easier for Sebastian to make jerky and cut skin? Yang Qianjin, who did what he said, raised 2 fingers directly. The corpses buried in the snow clicked and skeletons emerged one by one. In fact, Yang Qianjin did not transform randomly. Among the 144 skeletons, Yang Qianjin recruited 80 human skeletons and 60 drow skeletons. Among the remaining 4, one was Sebastian's position, one was to push his wheelchair, and the other 2 were used by Yang Qianjin as guards. After all, they can't all go to production. Someone has to watch the gate and give warnings of danger. After cleaning all the skeletons with the burning phosphorus fire, Yang Qianjin sent them to do things. Only one was left to push his wheelchair. Well, you go forward. As far as you can go, Yang Qianjin ordered. The skeleton pushing the wheelchair walked forward stupidly. It went a long way before it broke apart with a snap. After the other party broke apart, Yang Qianjin took a leather measuring tape and started to measure the distance. Because it was a 30-meter leather measuring tape. So after Yang Qianjin did it 3 times, he finally got an approximate distance. About 100 meters. That is to say, after upgrading to level 20, the maximum distance that his skeleton can lead him is about 100 meters. Although there is still a limit. It is double compared to the previous 50 meters. No more words. Start learning. How about trying the newly learned alchemy? Chapter 47 Frustrated Alchemy. Before, due to limited time, Yang Qianjin did not read the alchemy knowledge carefully when she received it. Now that Sebastian can help her command the skeletons to deal with those trivial mundane things, she can also have more time to study these things. What she needs most now is the method of making those gargoyles and golem puppets. As for potions and mixtures, let's talk about it later. After all, she has neither herbs nor tools in her hands. And she doesn't even have a container for potions. Besides, who will consume it after making it? Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to give herself an epic enhancement. However, when Yang Qianjin really began to understand the production of gargoyles and golem puppets, she found that she seemed to have taken it for granted. Indeed, whether it is the production method of gargoyles or golem puppets, it is actually not very complicated. What can be said is very simple. Gargoyles are made by fusing stones and corpses that can be found everywhere. The golem puppet can be made more simply using soil, stone, or steel. But before making it, there are 2 mountains in front of Yang Qianjin. One is the alchemy workshop. As the name suggests, it is a studio for making alchemical items, mainly requiring some bottles and jars, distillation equipment, and a workbench engraved with alchemy arrays. Alchemy arrays are easy to make in professional knowledge. But the second energy gem is not so easy to make. That's right. It is the energy gem that can be made by alchemists. You won't know until you see it. And you'll be shocked when you see it. It turns out that this energy gem is used in many of the alchemists' works. For example, the core of the gargoyle and golem puppets is the energy gem. It's not an exaggeration to regard it as the heart that enables them to move. Unfortunately, Yang Qianjin can't even make this thing. Because the synthesis of energy gems requires transformation water plus magic seal stone plus sun sand plus magic crystal. It seems that only 3 materials are needed to make it. Unfortunately, except for the transformation water, which is an alchemical product that Yang Qianjin needs to make by herself. Yang Qianjin doesn't have any of the other 2 things. It's difficult. Sitting in a wheelchair, Yang Qianjin rubbed her nose with her hand. In her opinion, alchemy is naturally powerful. But the problem is that power comes at a price. So where can go Erden? Oh no! It's these materials. Where can I get them? Yang Qianjin has no clue about this. After all, he only lived for 2.5 months in his previous life. And he didn't even leave the scope of this hospital. What else do you expect? Miss, do you have any instructions? Just when Yang Qianjin was in a state of confusion, Sebastian suddenly appeared in front of her. Sebastian, you walk without making any sound? The startled Yang Qianjin kept her smile and glanced at Sebastian. Aren't you commanding those skeleton soldiers? Why are you here? I noticed that Miss seemed to be in trouble. So I came to see. Sebastian still maintained his elegance as a butler. You can feel this? Is it because of the transformation? Yang Qianjin was dumbfounded. I just sighed. And you noticed it. This is a bit metaphysical. No. It's just the intuition of a butler. It's the butler's duty to help his master. Well, it seems to be metaphysical. After all, Yang Qianjin has never seen this kind of professional intuition. So she told Sebastian about the difficulties she encountered. I see. Miss Zhu. You got the profession of alchemist before. This is really a happy thing. Worthy to be happy? I'm tired of materials and workshops now. Yang Qianjin shrugged. What I want to say is that alchemists are powerful and wealthy in our world. Some nobles can even go bankrupt just to get a low-level alchemist to stay, which is enough to show their value. Seeing that Yang Qianjin seemed to have misunderstood what he meant, Sebastian immediately explained. You are right, but it doesn't have any effect on me now. Not entirely. Sebastian smiled. Wow. It seems that my housekeeper can solve some of my problems? Yang Qianjin leaned back tactically and leaned on the backrest of the wheelchair. If it's just a workshop, I know some materials and tools. If you don't mind, I can let Sebastian build the workshop. In addition, Sun Sand can be obtained by killing Sun Shell. As for the magic crystal, you need to find the magic crystal vein to mine it. Or you can kill the magic beast that likes to eat magic stones. Or find goblins and dwarves who like to mine. Ayo. Hearing Sebastian's words, Yang Qianjin's squinting eyes finally opened, and they became wider and wider. Her joy was revealed when she was worrying about what these materials were. A person who was very familiar with these things came over. It really is true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. It seems that the biggest gain of her upgrade mission, this time, may not be the life profession of alchemist, but this extremely elegant butler skeleton. After all, information is the most valuable at any time. According to Sebastian's information, she can collect these materials in a targeted manner, and then make gargoyles and the like to strengthen her own strength. However, the next sentence of old Sebastian brought Yang Qianjin's emotions, which seemed to fly to the clouds, back to reality. It's just that the magic seal stone is a little difficult to deal with. Why is it difficult? Yang Qianjin was a little dumbfounded. Magic sealing stone is a kind of residue left in the body of a magical creature after using magic. It is a kind of stone formed after years of accumulation. Residue left in the body. Stone formed over years. Obviously, Sebastian was talking about something very new. But why did Yang Qianjin always think of something bad? For example, well, is it a bit similar to the ambergris of sperm whales? Yang Qianjin said the most elegant thing she could think of very tactfully. Ambergris? According to the information given by the eldest lady, although it cannot be said to be very similar, it is exactly the same. Yes. After Yang Qianjin thought of ambergris, she transmitted some basic information about this world in her mind to Sebastian. After all, as a person from another world, Sebastian could not know what sperm whales are and what ambergris is, just like he did not know the things in those other worlds. However, this transmission is like a superior giving orders to subordinates. Subordinates, like skeleton soldiers, cannot spy on what is in the mind of the Necromancer. Chapter 48: The handsome old man at the door. In other words, if I want to get something like the magic seal stone, I must kill magic creatures, and then look for it in their bodies? Yang Qianjin asked after she roughly figured out what the magic seal stone was. This method is of course also possible, but the efficiency is too low. My suggestion is to find a magic creature's nest first, and then wait for an opportunity to go in and look for it. In fact, there are a lot of these magic seal stones in mini dragon caves, all spit out by giant dragons. After listening to Sebastian's words, Yang Qianjin rolled his eyes at him. He used the dragon cave as a metaphor right away. Do you think I am so powerful that all my subordinates are skeleton dragons? Why don't you go to heaven? The suggestion is very good. Don't mention it again next time. Of course, if the young lady finds it troublesome, you can also kill the demons of the demon clan. And there is a high probability that they have this kind of thing on their bodies. Seeing Yang Qianjin rolling his eyes at him, Sebastian also realized that his suggestion just now was a little too big. So he said the name of another race. Wow! A dragon and a demon. Sure enough, the butlers of the nobles have high standards. Yang Qianjin sighed. A little demon that is a little stronger than the blue drow and goblin, but not much stronger. Will do. Knowing that the young lady had misunderstood, Sebastian hurriedly added, if I can't give a satisfactory answer, doesn't it mean that my ability as a butler is declining? How can this be possible? These races that live in places with rich magic all year round have a high probability of generating magic seal stones in their bodies. Little devil? Just a little better than creatures like blue drow and goblins? This is feasible. Ouyang Qianjin thought about it and nodded unconsciously. And when Sebastian saw Ouyang Qianjin nodded, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he helped his young lady. The butler's ability has not declined, but he has not figured out his young lady's temper. Bullying the weak, in the words of this world, it means picking the weak persimmon. I understand. In the professional field of butler, Sebastian is a professional. It's just a conversation, and I roughly understand the character of my young lady. I will do it in this direction in the future. Speaking of it, how is it handled outside? Ouyang Qianjin asked about the production of meat and leather. It went very smoothly, compared to intelligent creatures with their own little thoughts. Skeletons that follow orders 100% do a very good job in this regard. Moreover, unlike other creatures, they don't need to eat at all, which saves a lot of trouble. This kind of street lamp speech seems very normal to Sebastian, and in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, there is nothing wrong with it. That's fine. But, Sebastian, Miss, do you have any other instructions? No. I just want to ask, how long do you want to be naked? Although you are just a skeleton now, you should also consider your image as a butler and feel that you are too exposed. After being reminded by Ouyang Qianjin, Sebastian remembered that he was now naked. So, after a little apology, he left the supermarket where Ouyang Qianjin was now. There are some clothes, shoes and hats that I collected next to the woodpile outside. You can just pick some. Ignoring Sebastian's predicament, Ouyang Qianjin shouted at him in a mischievous way. It was like pointing him in a clear direction. Originally, those clothes were picked up by Ouyang Qianjin to burn or make into cloth strips when necessary. Now that there is another person who can talk to me, I naturally can't let him go naked. Even if it's a skeleton, it's not okay. Although it's a bit embarrassing to wear picked up clothes. But anyway, the clothes I'm wearing now are also picked up. So it's harmless. Not long. About half an hour. Sebastian is back. Ouyang Qianjin opened her mouth slightly, looking at the handsome old man Sebastian standing at the door of the supermarket. A little speechless. Black square glasses, black tuxedo with a white shirt and a gray vest inside. The pants are with black and gray stripes. He wore a dark green tie around his neck, white gloves on his hands, and black leather shoes that were polished to a shine. After putting on the whole outfit, not only did he look more refined, but even his bones seemed to be whiter. But what shocked Ouyang Qianjin the most was that Sebastian had put a mustache on his upper jaw. Below his nostrils? You are? Ouyang Qianjin was dumbfounded and looked at Sebastian wearing this outfit. And she didn't know what to say for a long time. She knew the black glasses. She had seen them when she was matching them for herself. But she didn't remember that there was such a standard butler uniform among the clothes she had looted. It took a while to improve it. Sebastian said calmly. Improved? Clothes? Yes. What about the mustache on your mouth? Ouyang Qianjin was a little uneasy. Improving clothes is understandable, and wearing glasses is nothing. But the mustache on your mouth can't grow on its own. Right? This is made of the hair of the tail of a blue wolf. The beard is extremely important for a man. Don't mind it, young lady, Sebastian said, smoothing his mustache twice with his hand. That 503 glue is very effective. It is fixed on the bone, and the beard will not fall off no matter how you run. And that gel water is very convenient for shaping the beard. Sebastian talked about the beard alone. It can be seen that he really likes this mustache. How can I not care? He's dead and only a pile of bones are left. And you still care about this thing? Well, so in ancient times, whether in the East or the West, beards were extremely important. I think it must be a custom or an obsession. Forget it. Never mind. This little thing is harmless. And it looks pretty handsome. Especially with the blue soul fire in your eyes. The blue hair of the blue wolf tribe matches the blue soul fire blocked by the glasses. You have to say, it looks really handsome. It fits the aesthetic taste of Ouyang Qianjin very well. Thank you for your compliment. Sebastian was very happy with Ouyang Qianjin's compliment. After all, nothing can highlight the work of a butler more than the compliment of his master. Although it's just a set of clothes. But it is the face of the master's family. It is also a very important part of etiquette. Of course, it can't be sloppy. In that case, I'll give this to you. I hope you like it. As she spoke, Ouyang Qianjin picked out a top hat from the hats she had collected and handed it to Sebastian. After seeing the top hat, Sebastian naturally put it on his head. Chapter 49. I have so many subordinates. Why can't I enjoy myself? TSK. This dress is nice. Black and red. I like it very much. Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin pulled a black and red dress in her hand and said, "This is a style I found in the book given by the eldest lady. It says it is a steampunk gothic style. The key is this corset, which can perfectly show the curves of the eldest lady's waist and chest." Sebastian, wearing a tuxedo, stood with his hands behind his back beside Ouyang Qianjin, explaining the origin of this dress to him. This is the Ouyang Qianjin who knew Sebastian's craftsmanship in the past few days, and asked Sebastian to modify several sets of this kind of clothes for her. "Great, Sebastian. I like it very much." Ouyang Qianjin happily put the dress on her knees, then gave Sebastian a thumbs up and smiled. "It's my honor that the eldest lady likes it. I just didn't expect that you, a butler, would be so meticulous in needlework," Ouyang Qianjin said with some sarcasm. "Nothing. These are just some of my insignificant tricks." Sebastian accepted Ouyang Qianjin's praise modestly. "Oh, so my butler has some other advantages that have not been shown yet. As for this, I will slowly surprise the young lady later." Sebastian did not deny his other advantages. But after all, it is not for people to see, and he did not plan to show it now. "Okay then." Ouyang Qianjin shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. Anyway, the other party is now a skeleton who is absolutely loyal to him. And there will be plenty of time in the future. "Excuse me, old servant, but are you planning to go out recently?" Sebastian asked. "Why do you think so? You have been actively preparing food these days. I think there is no other possibility except going out." He. Ouyang Qianjin smiled faintly. She was indeed going out. After all, if she didn't go out, she would never get those alchemical materials in her life. Originally, she wanted to go to the dungeon to level up. But when she got everything ready and came to the outpatient building, she found that the portal of the dungeon was gone. She was a little frustrated and had to go out. Fortunately, there were still many blue drow in the internal medicine inpatient building, which allowed her to vent. By the way, she took back all her things on the 16th floor, although she didn't upgrade. But she got a lot of weapons, so that she could gather the weapons of the arm she wanted. "Not recently, but I am going to go out today." After picking up the clothes on her knees and handing them to Sebastian to fold them, Ouyang Qianjin said, "Do I need to prepare anything? Except for food. There doesn't seem to be anything to prepare. Just treat it as an outing." Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. Originally, she didn't plan to be out for long. She just wanted to go out to investigate the situation and see if there were any other monsters near the hospital. That way, we can analyze the specific problems. She had a lot of fun these days. But the professionals in that area were not so comfortable. As soon as they completed the task and upgraded to level 20, these people knew about the existence of the ranking list. I also knew the Necromancer Ouyang Qianjin, who was the top of the list at the first time. I don't know what other people think, but it was just as Ouyang Qianjin thought that day. The second, third, and fourth place people were very unconvinced. Ouyang Qianjin. Female. For those who know some of the naming methods of Daxia, they knew at first glance that this was a woman's name. Now the second and third place people were not happy. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? And it's a woman? No. Must be suppressed. In any case, the thought of losing to a woman made those male chauvinists feel uncomfortable. So a Roll King conference that swept the world opened. Everyone used their strengths. Some people didn't even take a rest and hurriedly started to level up. Until now, a few days have passed, and Ouyang Qianjin's name has long disappeared from the top 10,000 list. The first place is now John Sungwoo from Kimchi. Level 27. Male. A Void Warlock. The second place is Yen Shaoqing from Daxia. Level 26. Male. A Exorcist. The third place is Kobayakawa Daisuke from Sakura. Level 26. Male. A Hate Warrior. These professions are hidden professions as soon as you look at their names. It can even be said that most of the profession names on the rankings look so unorthodox. What goes Shooter? Holy Knight. Demon Hunter. Shadow Mage. In short, they are all professions that Ouyang Qianjin had never heard of in her previous life. However, with her 2.5 months of experience, It was impossible for her to know more. Moreover, she had not yet reached level 20 at that time. Maybe these were all the professions after the level 20 job transfer. But it would be you who would say it. The country that is known as the 3 major scroll kings in the world. The 3rd place is 2 levels ahead of the 4th place. The Gun Master of the United States. TSK. This is really one more level. You can squeeze out thousands of people. For the upgrade, Ouyang Qianjin naturally has her own desire. After all, one more subordinate will be added if you upgrade 1 level. And the number will double if you upgrade 10 levels. And the distance between the skeleton and the position can be expanded. She would not miss such a good thing. But if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. She used these few days to finally gather all the weapons for her team. Especially the square formation of 50 sword and shield skeletons and 40 spear skeletons. This square formation is a great killer in the field. The skeletons, who originally had no morale to speak of, just needed to push forward. They attacked day and night, and no one could stop them. The remaining 9 assassin skeletons, 20 double-blade skeletons, and 20 skeleton cavalry. Well, this formation is indeed directly effective. But what about the remaining 4? Sebastian looked at the 4 skeletons around him, who had no weapons in their hands, and looked at Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. These four are very famous. Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly, then waved his hand. Then, the 4 skeletons carried something out from the hall next to them. This is... Sebastian didn't quite understand what it was. A sedan chair. A human-powered means of transportation. Ouyang Qianjin raised her chin and said to Sebastian with pride, "You know I'm moving in a wheelchair now. But it's hard to get through some slightly more complicated terrains. So I thought of this. Isn't it good?" Ouyang Qianjin was proud. Although this would make her troops lose 4 combat forces. But in fact, these 4 skeletons also serve as her guards. So it's not a waste. Besides, I now have more than 100 skeletons. Can't I enjoy them? Chapter 50, a trivial trick. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, it was nothing to be in the hospital before. But this time, she was going out after all. If she was seen being held by the skeletons under her command, wouldn't she be killed on the spot? Ouyang Qianjin thought a lot about this matter. But Sebastian had less to consider. When old Sebastian saw the 2 long sticks and a wooden board of about 2 meters by 2 meters, he fell silent. As a former noble butler, it was nothing for Ouyang Qianjin to use manpower to carry the sedan chair when she went out. He even thought that this was the style that nobles should have when they went out. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin's legs could not move. This arrangement was also normal. Although he could understand what Ouyang Qianjin said. This so-called sedan was a little too simple. Wasn't it? Does this match the identity of his own eldest lady? Obviously. As a butler, Sebastian felt that it did not match. Very inconsistent. He felt that he had to stand up at this time. "Miss, if you allow me, please give me half an hour. No, 1 hour." The blue flame in the deep eyes of old Sebastian flickered, staring at Ouyang Qianjin. "Oh, no problem. There is still time." Ouyang Qianjin didn't know what Sebastian was going to do. But it didn't matter. So she waved her hand. Then she saw old Sebastian leave at a very fast speed. And when he came back, he had a toolbox and some wood in his hands. Sebastian rushed to the sedan chair and knocked it for a while. About 40 minutes later, under the stunned gaze of Ouyang Qianjin, Sebas wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and stood up. "Miss, it's done." Old Sebas threw away the hammer in his hand, and then smiled at Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting beside him and watching him operate. Very good." Ouyang Qianjin nodded blankly. However, in just over 40 minutes, old Sebas had changed the appearance of the sedan chair he had secretly made. The original 2 meter by 2 meter wooden board was widened a little, becoming about 3 meters wide, and the length became about 4 meters. On it was a stable and simple armchair that Ouyang Qianjin took out from the director's office. The armchair also had cushions and backrests made of dismantled sofa sponges and blue wolf skin. Behind the armchair was a canopy and gauze curtain to protect against wind and rain, in order to prevent Ouyang Qianjin from accidentally slipping during the violent bumps. Guardrails were installed on both sides. In addition, there are 4 weapon storages under the sedan chair, used to hold the short swords and shields of the 4 skeleton soldiers. When they need to escort, the 4 skeleton soldiers only need to put down the sedan chair and draw their weapons to fight. Well, Miss, I'm sorry. Saying so, Sebastian picked up Ouyang Qianjin and put her on the armchair on the sedan chair. Then old Sebastian brought a wooden foot pad to Ouyang Qianjin's feet. He also pulled out a warm wolf skin from somewhere to cover Ouyang Qianjin's legs to prevent her from freezing in the cold weather. It can be said that Sebastian's operation is meticulous. It makes Ouyang Qianjin a little confused until now. Really? Picked up a treasure. Sebastian, I didn't expect you to be a carpenter. Ouyang Qianjin sat on the soft sofa cushion, looking at Sebastian a little lazily. Originally, I just wanted to show off to old Sebastian. But I was shown off by old Sebastian. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little frustrated. Nothing. Just some tricks that are not worth mentioning. Sebastian said modestly. Yeah. Another trick. Right. That's good. Ouyang Qianjin wanted to say more of such tricks. But due to her status, she finally gave up. Forget it. Such words can be thought, but not said. Just send them out when specific matters are needed. I'm curious. How do you know about these canopies? After all, in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, the transformation of old Sebastian directly changed the flat panel that he was proud of into the specifications of the sedan chair that princesses rode in ancient times. She didn't remember transmitting all these things to Sebastian's brain. Yes, this is the result of my study in the library of the eldest lady in my free time. You also know that after all, the skeletons of the undead don't need sleep. So when you sleep, I will go to the library to read the books of this world, in order to better serve the eldest lady. Sebastian bowed slightly to Ouyang Qianjin and said lightly, that humble and respectful attitude is simply amazing. It is tens of thousands of times better than those nurses who pay for themselves. It makes Ouyang Qianjin very useful. I see. After listening to Sebastian's words, Ouyang Qianjin nodded seriously. Then he looked up and focused his eyes on the pile of books in the cafeteria. The so-called library of the eldest lady is just the books that Ouyang Qianjin looted from the hospital. The same thing. You can't expect a guy who dropped out of elementary school to have any awareness of human continuation or civilization capsule. She collected these just to read when she was bored, or simply to use them as materials for starting a fire. Well, the latter appears much more frequently. But look at it. Otherwise, he is the butler of the former earl's family. Cultivated people. The art of speaking is immediately reflected. It's just a pile of books on the ground. But Sebastian called it a library. TSK. This little face. I feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. Okay. For a housekeeper like you, this little trick is not good enough. Have you prepared the food and water? Ouyang Qianjin coughed twice to show her embarrassment. And then she returned to her faint smile. Yes. I have prepared some bread, dried meat, korok, and mineral water, and put them behind your seat. Mississippi. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and found that old Sebastian had prepared a trunk for her. It was full of food. With Ouyang Qianjin's current appetite, she would probably need to eat for a week. Right? Is it because she is afraid of being hungry? Shaking her head with a smile, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at the army standing in the snow in front of her. Tear down the fortifications in front. Let's go! Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand with high spirits, and the skeleton soldiers in front of her dismantled the fortifications one by one. It had to be at least 3 meters wide to allow Miss Ouyang's sedan chair to pass by. Chapter 51 Discharge. It was past 1 in the afternoon, when Sebastian was remodeling the sedan. Ouyang Qianjin had lunch. And now, sitting in the sedan, Ouyang Qianjin finally arrived at the hospital gate with great effort. After all, it was quite troublesome to open a road that could accommodate a sedan that could accommodate one person before. But fortunately, it was all skeletons doing the work. Ouyang Qianjin only needed to sit in the sedan and enjoy the tea that Sebastian made. According to Sebastian, afternoon tea is a compulsory course for noble ladies. Anyway, I'm free now. Why not drink tea first? Huh? Ouyang Qianjin held the teacup and exhaled fiercely at the bleak scene outside the hospital. Since her parents traveled to another world to be a hero, and she was sent to this hospital, she has never gone out. Now that she has taken the medicine and left, she is still a little worried in her psychological preparation. This is the fear of the unknown. Or it is the fear of the world outside the protective shield. Miss? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was a little hesitant, Sebastian, who was standing next to her and holding a tray and a teapot, bowed slightly and called out in confusion. Sebastian, you also know that I have problems with my legs and feet. So I haven't been out for a long time. This outside world is both familiar and unfamiliar to me. For a moment, I was a little dazed. Ouyang Qianjin grinned and showed a very sunny smile to old Sebastian. But in the eyes of old Sebastian, this smile was extremely dazzling and sad. As an octogenarian, who was over 50 years old Sebastian had seen many noble children in his lifetime. He had naturally seen many sensible children, like Ouyang Qianjin. So he also knew what smile and patience were. Miss, don't worry. It's just like going out to buy groceries. And this time it's just going out for some investigation. Maybe I can be back by dinner time. Old Sebastian comforted gently. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. That's right. I took some things too seriously. So when it came to the end, I was a little timid and not open at all. It is said that things will turn around when they reach the extreme. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin may not have realized that her longing for the outside world for many years, coupled with her death in her previous life, made her a little resistant to going out. And if she wants to upgrade and become stronger, this step must be taken. So she seemed so hesitant. But fortunately, there was the old man Sebastian by her side. One sentence dispelled Ouyang Qianjin's concerns. But to be more precise, it was that there was one more person around her. One more person she could absolutely trust. It was also one more person she could talk to and give her advice. Now Ouyang Qianjin didn't even realize that she was no longer the lonely person she used to be. Let's go! Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. The skeletons carried her out of the hospital gate and walked outside the hospital. Although the hospital is known as the largest hospital in Sea City, it is actually located in the suburbs on the west side of Sea City. Originally, there were only 9 wastelands here. Because of the development in the past decade and the increase in the number of people seeking medical treatment, this place has become a new economic growth point. But now it has become unusually desolate. Since the aliens came a few months ago, this place is like a dead place. Except for some wild beasts wandering outside. There are only those alien monsters attacking each other. In the first short month, humans died, fled, or mutated into zombies. It was okay at the beginning. The territory is large enough. There are not many people. And there is enough food. They are quite friendly to these aliens and beasts who came. But after a month, the refresh of a full 30 days made some smaller buildings or parks unable to accommodate these aliens. So fighting for territory and food has become their daily routine. Until now, 3 months is enough for these alien monsters to divide their own territories. As long as there are no accidents, everyone will live in peace and happiness in their own territory. But aren't accidents meant to happen? At noon that day, a group of armed skeletons appeared on the somewhat deserted street. In the middle of the skeletons was a sedan chair being carried. On it sat a pretty woman with narrowed eyes and a smile on her face. Beside the woman stood a skeleton dressed in a butler style, wearing a black top hat and dragging a teapot in his hand. That's right. This is Miss Ouyang and her skeleton army. Although there are only more than 100 of them now, it is not considered a legion. But they are also a domineering existence on the hospital avenue. These skeletons killed any living creatures they saw, and they killed them one building at a time. They would not go to the next building until they had killed all the creatures in that building. Ouyang Qianjin sat in her sedan chair, drinking tea and eating snacks very comfortably. Originally, she came out just to investigate the situation outside the hospital. But who would have thought that these alien races outside were just like that? There were not enough for her to kill. So Ouyang Qianjin, who was a little inflated, simply cleaned up all the way. Whether she encountered slimes or stinky mud monsters, she cleaned them all up. No wonder the monsters outside the hospital did not attack except the Blue Wolf tribe. It turned out that these monsters outside were too weak. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to find a suitable target to use their heads to upgrade herself and regain her status as the top brother on the list. But she did not expect these monsters to be so fat and spicy. She hasn't even lost a single skeleton so far. It's really strange. Why are there so many small things that are not worthy of attention? Ouyang Qianjin muttered in a lack of interest while drinking from her cup. Miss, you don't know? These monsters are territorial. And there are often some small monsters as buffer zones between 2 larger races, so that they don't have to fight and kill each other every day. Old Seabass explained after seeing Ouyang Qianjin yawn several times. Buffer zones? Monsters actually have this kind of thing that only exists between big countries and big countries. That is to say, there is another race opposite these small monsters. Right? I can't tell. I didn't expect that this other world also has its own set of operating rules. Oh, no. I didn't expect that the rules between the races in this other world would be so interesting. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought it would be like the endless battles between the races in the game for dignity, for interests, for survival, and so on. But now it seems that I thought too much. Chapter 52 Kill Monsters. Upgrade. Return to the top of the list. Speaking of which, the doors of some shops on both sides of this road are closed and not damaged. Ouyang Qianjin looked carefully at the streets on both sides. The shutters of some shops are tightly closed. Compared with the tattered shutters and glass windows of some shops next to it, there are no obvious signs of damage. At least from the outside, it looks intact. Yeah, there must be someone hiding inside. Right? Sebastian, who has just arrived in this world not long ago, said uncertainly. No, hiding should be impossible. It is not surprising that Sebastian, who has no panel and does not know that there are no ordinary people in this world except professionals, said such words. You should know that the entertainment industry in this world is very developed, especially games. Anyone who has played even one game will unconsciously embark on the broad road of upgrading after becoming a game character with real skills. So rather than saying that someone is hiding, Ouyang Qianjin is more inclined to say that someone closed the door when leaving. It's just that he didn't come back later. Or he died. Or he settled down somewhere else. In short, he never opened this place again. So the question is, why close it? Ouyang Qianjin smiled faintly. It seems that I need to find a time to go to $0 shopping. But not now. Anyway, the door is closed. If there is food inside, 3 months is enough for it to rot. And although Ouyang Qianjin has so many subordinates, except for herself, no one needs to eat, or even sleep, so she was not very anxious about food. On the contrary, she didn't think about food at all. What she needed now was something else. For example, toiletries, sanitary products, etc. Of course, since they were all bought for free, Ouyang Qianjin would naturally not dislike other things. After all, in this environment, who would dislike having too many things? Bang! Just as Ouyang Qianjin continued to move forward, the front row of her skeleton soldiers encountered monsters again. Fighting again. Can't these little monsters go around? Why are they so stubborn? After hearing the fighting in front, Ouyang Qianjin, who was leaning on the armchair, said lazily, in her opinion, these little monsters have no eyesight. They don't know how to hide even though they have so many skeleton soldiers. While wasting their own lives, they are also wasting their own time. No, miss, this time may be a little different. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's muttering, old Sebastian reminded on the side. Different? Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled. It's the Steelbeard Boarman, a branch of the Boarman, named because of the very hard beard on the face. Unlike most other Boarmen, the Steelbeard Boarman is brave and aggressive, and likes to fight. It can be said that each Steelbeard Boarman is an elite soldier on the battlefield. This is their advantage, but also their disadvantage. When fighting, they don't care about anything, and they are very easy to kill. Okay. Ouyang Qianjin spread her hands. She didn't even need to use the eye of identification. Old Sebastian told her the monster information he knew very competently. How are these Boarmen fighting against Blue Drow? Ouyang Qianjin was a little curious. After all, there is no harm without comparison. With the Blue Drow as a living reference, why wouldn't she use it? It's hard to answer this question. In terms of individual combat power, a Steelbeard Boarman can fight 10 at a time. But if it's a team battle, 100 Drow can kill 100 Boarmen. After all, compared to Steelbeard Boarmen, Blue Drow are much more cunning. After listening to Sebastian's fair evaluation, Ouyang Qianjin nodded. After all, there is a difference between fighting on the battlefield and fighting on the street. Being brave and fierce on the street and fighting each other are completely different things. And she is also aware of the cunningness of the Drow. In the last life and this life, she was almost killed by the Blue Drow. Now thinking about it, she is still a little scared, since you know their advantages and disadvantages. How about you command this battle against the Steelbeard Boarmen? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sebastian, although the other party is a butler. But anyway, It is enough for the Earl to follow him when he goes to the battlefield. I think this kind of battle should be no problem for Sebastian. Of course. The most important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin wants to see Sebastian's ability. At the same time, it also makes herself relax a little. Lazy or something. Just kidding. I am a dying man. Can't I relax? Of course, no problem. Knowing that his eldest lady wanted to rest, Sebastian led thousands of skeleton soldiers to fight with wild boars. And what Ouyang Qianjin had to do was to sit in the sedan chair. Then from time to time, throw a weakness curse to relieve the burden on the battlefield. You know what? With Sebastian, the housekeeper and fighter, Ouyang Qianjin is indeed much more relaxed. Is this a skeleton with wisdom? Love it. Give me more of these skeletons. Ouyang Qianjin, who doesn't have to worry about the opponent's loyalty, looks at her panel with shining eyes. This is just a short half-hour battle with the Steelbeard Boarman. I leveled up 1 level to level 21. As expected, you can only level up faster by fighting higher-level monsters. What about the blue drow? I hate it. I'll go back and clean up the ones on the 17th floor. Anyway, I don't like weapons now. Thinking like this, Ouyang Qianjin sat very comfortably in the back, admiring the battle of her skeleton soldiers. In her opinion, a necromancer should be such an existence. The fighting style of shouting the name of one's own skills and rushing up to bang a few times is really not in line with her concept. If there is something, you should go and settle it. Otherwise, what are you going to do with so many men? So, originally, Ouyang Qianjin, who was just planning to come out to take a look, investigate, and get some information about the surrounding area, got excited. Upgrade. Who would resist such a simple and exciting thing? 22, 23, 24. In one afternoon, until the sun sets and the sky gradually darkens, Ouyang Qianjin has already reached level 24. She is only one step away from level 25 to obtain new skills. Miss, it's so late now. Why don't we come back tomorrow? Sebas, who was worried about Ouyang Qianjin's comfort because it was dark, withdrew from the battle and returned to Ouyang Qianjin's carriage to propose. Night battle? What the Necromancer, am most afraid of his night battle. Today we will camp here, fight all night tonight, and go back tomorrow. Ouyang Qianjin, who has already upgraded to a high level, has no time to care about these. Anyway, there is food and drink. If all else fails, she can go to the closed door next door and try to buy for free. In a word, what she has to do today is to kill monsters. Level up. Return to the top of the list. Chapter 53, the skill that Ouyang Qianjin has always dreamed of. Early spring. Originally, in everyone's impression, early spring should be the season when the earth warms up and everything revives. But in fact, because City C is located in the northeast, even though it is already February, it is still snowing lightly. It is already late at night. Ouyang Qianjin is still sitting on her Phoenix sedan. There are just some burning oil drums around. Of course, the oil drums are not filled with gasoline, but with wood collected from the surroundings. And on the road to the left of the Phoenix sedan is a tent. This is the one that Ouyang Qianjin used in the dungeon before, which was prepared by old Sebastian. As a housekeeper, all possibilities of the master's family must be taken into account. Only in this way can we respond calmly to the sudden request of the master. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Although this kind of tent may have limited warmth on snowy days, it is okay to use it temporarily for one night. However, Sebastian is fully prepared. But Ouyang Qianjin had no intention of entering the tent that someone else might have used. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin was looking at her panel with her right hand shaking. She was already level 24 when the sun set. And after nightfall, she successfully reached level 25. It was time to choose skills again. However, among the skills given to the third brother this time, Ouyang Qianjin only liked the skill Life Absorption. Life Absorption. Absorb the enemy's vitality to heal injuries. Only effective for the person himself. After all, she is a necromancer. This skill that seems to be able to heal is very important for her. A weak chicken. If she encounters assassination or injury, then using it at the first time will definitely bring her unexpected benefits. And it is a life-saving skill anyway. She has no reason not to choose this. However, the problem arises here. After she chose the skill Life Absorption, she was naturally eroded by her talent. There was no surprise. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care at first. After all, her skills all have erosion effects. However, when the skill was eroded, Ouyang Qianjin realized how much she had neglected this skill before. Life absorption skill erosion effect. While absorbing life, it can also absorb the opponent's soul to strengthen its own soul, which is ineffective against the soul of a powerful creature. This ineffectiveness will gradually weaken as the caster's level increases and the soul strength increases. Doesn't it look very powerful? If you think so, you are right. This erosion effect made Ouyang Qianjin gasp and tremble with his hands. Miss, do you feel a little cold? Do you want more firewood? For skeletons without skin and body temperature, whether it is windy, rainy, hot or cold outside, it doesn't matter to them. But Miss Ouyang is a real human who can feel the temperature. This kind of shaking is definitely not a normal limb movement, no matter how you look at it. It must be cold. Old Sebastian, who was sure of this, immediately stepped forward and took out a blanket from the trunk of Miss Ouyang's armchair and put it on her. Fortunately, I have considered any situation and am well prepared. Otherwise, the young lady's impromptu night battle today might freeze her to death. Sebastian, can you catch a living boar man? Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally concentrating on looking at her own panel, was startled by Sebastian's action, but she immediately gave Sebastian an order. After all, even in her previous life, Ouyang Qianjin had never encountered such a soul-related matter, but when she thought of her identity as a necromancer, she felt that it was extremely reasonable. Death, soul, curse, darkness, corpse, these are the topics that necromancers can never get around. And it also has healing. Ouyang Qianjin attaches great importance to this. Soul healing, soul strengthening. I don't know if it can have a certain effect on my illness. Miss, please remove the 3 words can't. After saying this, Sebastian turned around and rushed into the battlefield in front again with his sword. After a while, he came over with a half-dead steel-bearded boar man in his hand. Not bad. Not bad. Quite neat. Looking at the short, fat, ugly-looking wild boar man in front of him, with blood gushing out of his body, Ouyang Qianjin praised Sebastian. Thank you for your compliment. Still as elegant as ever. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and shook her head, then attacked the wild boar man. Life absorption. Just by using this move, Ouyang Qianjin felt something unusual. The steel-bearded wild boar man suddenly paused, and then its vitality and soul left its body like a fish out of water, floating towards Ouyang Qianjin. At the moment when the vitality and soul sank into her body, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but moan in comfort. How to say it? It was as refreshing as the first sip of ice cola after running in the summer at 30 or 40 degrees. While Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and enjoyed this happiness, Sebastian beside her saw it for real. In his eyes, the vitality and soul of the steel-bearded boar man were a dark blue line. After being drawn out by Ouyang Qianjin, it continuously nourished her. I have heard that the necromancer would absorb people's life and soul, but he always thought it was a rumor. It turned out to be true. But for him, who is now a skeleton, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Instead, he was happy that his eldest lady had gained a new ability. Ding! A fresh soul was obtained. The soul of the individual named Ouyang Qianjin was nourished, and the erosion of his own soul slowed down. Ouyang Qianjin, who was enjoying the comfort, suddenly opened her eyes. What did the voice in her head mean? Ouyang Qianjin, who understood, immediately opened her panel and read the information several times. My soul was eroded? What is going on? Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't know what was going on, looked left and right, and then set her eyes on her legs. This disease was the only one she knew about. Could it be that it was not ALS? But because her soul was eroded? Wait. My soul was eroded 8 years ago. That's not right. After all, my illness started with a car accident 8 years ago. At that time, there was no such thing as a soul or no soul. Even the changes in the world and the invasion of alien races were only in the last 3 or 4 months. No way. Absolutely no way. Chapter 54 Cry. Excited heart. Trembling hands. Ouyang Qianjin didn't know what words to use to describe her mood at this moment, although she repeatedly denied her previous guess in her heart. But only this guess could explain the prompt sound of the panel in her mind just now. Why not ask the magical Sebastian at this time? Although I am a necromancer, which should be a profession dealing with souls, but my level is too low. And I have only been a necromancer for a few months. Compared to me, this old man who has lived in a different world with the term soul for 50 years must know more than me. Sebastian, Mississippi. I don't know how souls are viewed in your world, since there is such a precious source of information around her. Ouyang Qianjin has no reason not to use it, and she doesn't have to worry about the other party deceiving her. This is probably the benefit of skeleton transformation? You mean soul? Sebastian hesitated. Then Ouyang Qianjin told Sebastian about her illness, and the reaction after she absorbed the soul just now. I see. Now Sebastian finally knew why Ouyang Qianjin suddenly asked him this question. Then, after thinking for a while, old Sebastian said to Ouyang Qianjin, I don't know much about the soul, but from your description just now, there is no doubt that your illness should be related to the damage to your own soul. As a human being, and also the housekeeper of the Earl's family, Sebastian actually has access to a wide range of information, at least compared to Ouyang Qianjin. He knows much more. In our world, the discussion on the nature of the soul has never stopped. Whether it is the theory of power, mystery, holiness, or evil, they are all assumptions about the nature of the soul. But no matter which school of thought, there is a basic definition of the soul. Basic definition? Hearing these 4 words, Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly. What is that? That is the mirror theory. Mirror? Yes. Just like you outside the mirror, and you inside the mirror are the same. Of course, you can also understand it as the surface of the water, or anything that can reflect light. Isn't the shadow of the light similar? Ouyang Qianjin was a little confused. Of course it's different, because the shadow is something that can be seen and touched. And you in the mirror can only be seen, and not touched no matter what. Hearing what old Sebastian said, Ouyang Qianjin's mind was a little confused at first. Then I thought of the Shadow Mage class in the world of old Sebastian. The evidence is the Shadow Mage that appears on the leaderboard. So for them, shadows are not something that can be seen or touched. It is a real entity that can be used as a skill. Well, to make an analogy, it's like the story I saw in the library about a monkey catching the moon on the water at night. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's confused expression, old Sebastian thought she still didn't understand. So he supplemented the knowledge of this world he learned at night. I see. Flowers in the mirror, and the moon in the water? Yes, that's what it means. Sebastian nodded. But as you just said, there was no passage to our world 8 years ago. So there is only one possibility left. What possibility? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. Anchor point. The blue soul fire in Sebastian's eyes flickered. Use your soul as an anchor point, and then obtain the information or coordinates of this world from this anchor point. Anchor point, teleportation, coordinates, and so on. As a Force game otaku, Ouyang Qianjin is naturally familiar with these. But the question is, why is it me? If it is just an anchor point, anyone with more than 10 billion people in the world can do it. But it has to be me. So the car accident that caused me to get sick is probably an accident when I was anchoring in the other world. Is it the one with a very small probability of winning the prize? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at the car on the roadside that was burned to a skeleton and said lightly, It's a pity, but it's very likely. As Sebastian said this, the smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of coldness. Just like the snowflakes falling on my head now. Beautiful. But cold. That's it. Although I knew the answer long ago, I couldn't help but feel lucky. But Sebastian's words completely left Ouyang Qianjin no place to hide. Random. It's just so casual. Okay. Ha. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. But then she lowered her head suddenly. The long black hair covered the girl's side face, and her expression at the moment could not be seen clearly. Sebastian. Yes. I was originally diagnosed with only 2 years of life. The old servant knows. I was originally open-minded when facing the approach of death. The old servant can feel it. But now I don't want to die. Sebastian didn't reply here, but just quietly waited for Ouyang Qianjin. And Ouyang Qianjin stretched out her hands and grabbed the corner of Sebastian's clothes in front of her, so that Sebastian couldn't see her face. I want to live. Live. Find the guy who threw anchor randomly and killed my parents. Live. Find him and make him compensate me for all the losses I have suffered in the past 8 years. Mississippi. Necromancers can live forever. Seabass. Yes. As a skeleton, you don't have a throat or vocal cords. So why can you speak? Maybe it's because my throat is a little itchy. I didn't know that the elegant and serious old butler had such a humorous side. Humor is a required course for being a gentleman. Then go kill monsters. I will use the lives and souls of these monsters to become the immortal existence in your mouth. Ouyang Qianjin's tone when she said this was without any emotion. Very clear. It was the kind of pure white clearness. I'm happy to serve you. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin let go of the hand that was holding Sebastian's clothes. And Sebastian turned and left the Phoenix chariot. Ouyang Qianjin just lowered her head. Under the surrounding firelight and snowflakes, no one could see clearly what the girl's expression was at the moment. The only thing we know is that there is a little more red on the blue wolf skin covering the girl's legs. Cry? No way. Ouyang Qianjin will not cry. No matter what happens. Even when she is eroded by her soul. She will not cry. Since she can't cry, she can only endure it. Even if she bites her lips with her teeth. Even if blood drips on the wolf's skin. She will endure not to cry. Just like her parents who traveled through time. She wants to laugh. She wants to laugh happier than anyone else. She wants to laugh louder than anyone else. She wants to laugh brighter than anyone else. She wants to laugh to the end. Chapter 55 Roll Up. Oh my god. I've leveled up again. What the hell? Fuck. Is this woman crazy? It's been 5 days. Hasn't it? Is she spawning monsters 24 hours a day? The East Asian king of scrolls lives up to his reputation. Necromancers are great. Spawning monsters 24 hours a day? Bullshit. I'm a necromancer too. How come I don't know that necromancers can spawn monsters 24 hours a day? Cheating. This woman must be cheating. It took me 3 days to level up from level 26 to level 27. Time. This woman only took 1 day? What's that? Didn't you see that this woman rose to prominence and leveled up 3 or 4 levels in 1 afternoon? When did it become so easy to level up? 30. Just leveled up 29. And now it's 30. She's 2 levels ahead of the second place Quan Qingyu. Oh my god. How did she level up? Professionals from all over the world have basically stopped their work and stared at the first place on the leaderboard. Ouyang Qianjin. If this name was only known by some of the first people who upgraded to level 20 at the beginning. Now, her name can be called household name. This is not an exaggeration. After all, this name has slowly disappeared from the leaderboard since it was upgraded to level 20. Originally, those who knew that the first person to successfully upgrade to level 20 thought that this woman just happened to encounter a very easy upgrade task after seeing that the other party had no reaction for several days. Unexpectedly, in the next 5 days, this guy actually upgraded again and again. The speed was much faster than people imagined. At first, in 1 day, this woman reached level 25. She was directly squeezed into the top 500 of the rankings. Then everyone found that this guy was like taking Xianmai. And he couldn't stop at all. 26, 27, 28, 29. In a few days, it was like he didn't sleep at all. And he kept upgrading all the way. Just now it was 29. And now it has become 30. While becoming the first in the rankings. It also left the second place behind by 2 levels. Originally, when Ouyang Qianjin and Quan Qingyu and others were all level 28, everyone was just watching the fun. Talking and laughing and betting on who could reach 29 the fastest. However, when Ouyang Qianjin reached level 29 and reached level 30 in less than an hour, everyone couldn't laugh anymore. Because this sentence was beyond their understanding. You know, some level 25 people are satisfied with just 1 level up in a day by teaming up to kill monsters. But the other party leveled up twice in 1 day? And it was a high level like 29 or 30. Doesn't the other party have a level up task? That should be impossible. After all, after experiencing the level up tasks at level 9 and 19, everyone understands that every time you want to level up to 10, you should face a level up task. Because the skill selection after the level up is really good. It can be said to be a hurdle. Even if the profession is the same. There will be a world of difference between a level 29 person and a level 30 person because of the lack of 10 skills. Anyone who has chosen skills at level 20 knows this. TSK. This woman must have cheated. Otherwise how could she surpass the invincible Kimchi-born me? Smekta. At this moment, a man wearing a black robe embroidered with stars and holding a short staff in his hand stood in the ruins and looked at his panel and shouted indignantly. He has a young and handsome face full of technology. And his hair is combed like an adult. That's right. This person is Quan Qingyu from Kimchi. Originally, when he was drawing a profession, he was very lucky to become a powerful hidden profession Void Warlock. Quan Qingyu, who was originally just a little transparent, completely turned over and became a powerful professional. As a person who can play alone, he naturally learned from the characters in those novels to upgrade alone. After level 20, he has been steadily suppressing the second and third places behind because of the excellent skills he chose, which made him feel a little proud. But since Ouyang Qianjin returned to the list again, he felt boundless pressure. No way. Who made Ouyang Qianjin level up so fast? No matter how powerful others are, they will get tired if they don't form a team, play alone, and enjoy the experience alone. The result is good. These sisters are online 24 hours a day. Sometimes they level up during the day, and sometimes they level up at night. It caught people off guard. Originally, they attributed it to the special nature of the other party's Necromancer. After all, they are all undead. So it is normal not to sleep, not to eat, and not to go to the toilet, because there is no need. But since he learned from the grapevine that other Necromancers can't do this at all, Quan Qingyu, who thinks he is invincible in the universe, is confused. He racked his brains, but couldn't understand how this Ouyang Qianjin could stay awake for days and nights. Normal people, even a mage like him who is good at mental power, can't do it. Not to mention those warriors. I won't sleep today. I don't believe that she, Ouyang Qianjin, can rush to level 30 in one breath. But I can't. After saying this harsh word, Quan Qingyu walked towards the direction where the monsters were gathered. Quan Qingyu's idea is actually very simple. As long as he reaches level 30, with the help of the full 10 skills, he may be able to get better enhancement. By then, surpassing Ouyang Qianjin and returning to the first throne will be just around the corner. And like the universe invincible Quan Qingyu, in other places, there are also many people who hold this idea, especially the guys who used to be in the top 10 on the list. The gap between them is actually not big. It's just one level, or even half a level. If you, Ouyang Qianjin, are willing to donate, then everyone will donate with you. Isn't it just a matter of staying up all night to level up? Who hasn't worked 1 or 2 all-nighters when they were young? But among these people, there is indeed a group of people who did not take action, although they also want to level up and roll up. But now is not the time to act. They are thinking about whether there are any differences between people. Otherwise, why can't they do what Ouyang Qianjin, who is also a necromancer, can do? Reflection. Must reflect deeply. Do you think? Could it be the gap in talent? A necromancer sat by the campfire and asked his teammates next to him with blank eyes. Obviously, blind student found the highlight. After all, the profession is the same, so the skills are the same. It's nothing more than a deviation in the choice. But this will at most affect the profession you change to in the future. It has little to do with now. Then the only difference is this talent. However, how could they know? The reason why Ouyang Qianjin can kill monsters 24 hours a day is entirely because of the wise skeleton Sebastian in his hand. However, it is because of the talent that Sebastian can be transformed. So the guess is not completely wrong. While people were discussing and speculating about Ouyang Qianjin, Ouyang Qianjin was also staring at her level 30 skill choice and feeling depressed. Chapter 56 Undead Space. Ding! You killed the advanced quest monster Steelbeard Boar King and completed this quest. You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 30 and get a skill choice. Under the influence of the skeleton transformation skill, you can summon twice as many. Alternative skills: Furious Curse, Undead Space, Dark Curtain. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final profession. Please judge carefully. Furious Curse can increase the strength and agility of your own units, but at the cost of madness. Undead Space, a dark space that can store summons, and can be summoned at any time without consuming mental energy. Dark Curse, summon a black fog to cover a certain range, except for the caster. No one can see in the dark room, and the night vision ability is greatly reduced. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin has never been as entangled as she is now when choosing skills. Of the 3 skills, except for the slightly inferior Berserk Curse, the other 2 are what Ouyang Qianjin wants. No! It should be said that all 3 skills are what Ouyang Qianjin wants. Although the Berserk Curse is indeed a little inferior. but combined with her own innate skills, it will definitely have a strong erosion effect. This point weak curse has already confirmed. But she also wants the undead space that can store summons. She also wants the dark curse that can greatly increase the survival and combat capabilities of her skeletons. Oh, is this the trap of choosing one out of 3 extremes? Ouyang Qianjin sat on her phoenix carriage, holding her head with both hands and shaking left and right, painfully not knowing how to choose. Forget it. Let's give up the violent curse that can buff your own people. After twisting for a while, Ouyang Qianjin began to face the problem. Although adding buff is a good thing, but I can't use it for the time being. After level 30, my upper limit of skeletons doubled again, reaching 328. In terms of absolute number, the buff blessing is useless now. It's better to leave the quota empty first. If it appears next time, and the other 2 skills are useless, then don't waste this opportunity. If you think about it this way, the dark curtain seems to be the same. I'm basically looking for soft persimmons now. It doesn't matter whether there is a visual impact or not. Then the remaining is the undead space. Although this space is only used to store his own skeleton soldiers, Ouyang Qianjin has a different idea. She plans to try it. And the undead space can actually summon the skeleton soldiers stored in it at any time. Doesn't that mean that she is moving with a group of thugs? When she encounters danger, she can just release them directly. It can even be used to confuse the enemy, making the enemy have the illusion that she is just a few kittens. An absolute old 6 skills. So after finalizing the skills, she chose the skill Undead Space. The skill Undead Space changes due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. Summons can be repaired and strengthened in it. Oh! Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows, very satisfied with this erosion effect. After all, if the skeleton was missing arms and legs before, Ouyang Qianjin could only disband it and then recruit it again. But now it can be repaired by itself just by putting it in the undead space. Although it seems to be useless. But don't forget that Ouyang Qianjin can't always have fresh corpses to replenish her skeleton soldiers. What's more, the skeleton soldiers can be strengthened in it. Isn't this similar to the skill of strengthened skeleton that I saw before? Fortunately, I didn't choose any skill before. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot. Patting her chest, Ouyang Qianjin was scared. Miss, you are? Sebastian, who had just killed the Steelbeard Boar King and helped Ouyang Qianjin complete the upgrade task, walked to Ouyang Qianjin while wearing his white gloves elegantly, seeing Ouyang Qianjin's frightened expression. As a housekeeper, it is natural to share the worries of the young lady. Ah, it's nothing. Just got an interesting skill. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. However, this smile pulled a wound on her lip, and she twitched in pain. Miss, your wound is not healed yet. Why don't I go catch 2 more wild boar men to heal you? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's expression of pain, but trying to hold it in, old Sebastian said with some heartache. Although life absorption is a very strong skill, but it is impossible to heal the wound in one go. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin would absorb 2 from time to time in the past few days. On the one hand, it was to heal the wound on her lips. On the other hand, it was to maintain the stability of her soul and not be further eroded by the anchor point. Didn't you just kill the wild boar king? Just use its corpse. After all, it is a king, and it should have more vitality and soul power than ordinary wild boar men. Ouyang Qianjin thought about it. Previously, they used living wild boars. Now she wanted to see if these creatures could absorb life force and soul force after they died. As a result, when Sebastian brought the huge wild boar king to the Phoenix chariot, Ouyang Qianjin realized that her attempt was correct. But at least the dead body still has life force and soul force for a short time. And the stronger the creature, the stronger the life force and soul force. No wonder the skill introduction said that it is ineffective against creatures that are too powerful. It turned out that it was not because of the skill, but because the soul of the person using the skill is too weak. It is possible to be turned into a guest. In simple terms, it is to take over the body. If there is no such restriction, then the person with this skill can just go and absorb the dragon casually. As for whether it can be endured, there are 2 opinions. It is a kind of protection measure for the person using the skill. However, although Ouyang Qianjin understands this truth, but as the first victim, she sneers at this kind of protection. I feel that the person who made the panel is just a traitor. Yes. Now in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, the person who anchored her has been combined with the person Who made the panel? Both are mysterious. Both are from another world. Regardless of whether they are the same person or not, Ouyang Qianjin has thrown all her sufferings on them. In her opinion, none of them are good. Miss, now that you have acquired new skills, should we go back to the hospital first? After all, there is not much food left. Sebastian asked after seeing Ouyang Qianjin absorb the wild boar king. Originally, I brought some extra food when I came out just in case. But who knew that this was originally a reconnaissance trip? But it turned into a GI trip that didn't go home for 5 days. Although some of the surrounding shops can find food and water, it is not a long-term solution after all. So old Sebastian suggested. And you haven't taken a shower for a few days. Ouyang Qianjin was speechless. Chapter 57 Moving. The hospital can no longer accommodate us. After being reminded by old Sebastian, Ouyang Qianjin remembered that she had only been focusing on upgrading these days. She had forgotten that she had not taken a bath for 5 or 6 days. She sat on the Phoenix chariot all day long, with her skeleton soldiers fighting and killing beside her. She really just watched the scenery for a few days. So after using the wild boar corpses on the street to convert all the quotas, she went home. You know what? The skeleton transformed from the wild boar corpse looked much stronger than other skeletons. Not to mention anything else. The thigh bone was about 3 or 4 fingers thicker than the skeleton of a human or drow. It was a good material for swinging a sledgehammer. After returning to the hospital, Sebastian immediately arranged for the skeleton to boil water for Ouyang Qianjin to take a bath. Although it was the beginning of spring, but it was still snowing in the northeast. There was no shortage of water. If they really need it, they can also let the skeletons carry buckets and go to the distant river to get some back. Although Ouyang Qianjin has to go with them. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the distance of the management bureau. When Ouyang Qianjin was upgraded to level 30, he tested it and found that the range of the command was expanded to about 200 meters. That is to say, every 10 levels, not only the number of summons that he can command can be doubled, but also the range can be doubled. This makes him feel more at ease. After all, there are more than 300 skeletons, and she doesn't want all of them to run around her. While old Sebastian was boiling water for her bath, Ouyang Qianjin had already started her own experiment. This is a fantasy about the skill of undead space. As for whether it can be achieved by Ouyang Qianjin, it is hard to say. She only saw her open her own undead space, and then threw something into it casually. However, this thing seemed to be rejected by the undead space. It was directly spit out. There was not even a second before and after. Although Ouyang Qianjin was helpless about this, she had already prepared herself mentally. After all, it was different from the space ability in the novel. There was still the word undead in front. But Ouyang Qianjin was not panicked, because there was another thing waiting for her. Baggage skeleton. This was the first thing Ouyang Qianjin thought of after getting the skill of undead space. It was impossible to throw things in by yourself, so it should be no problem for the baggage skeleton to carry things in. After all, in the introduction of the baggage skeleton, they are responsible for logistics. Before, Ouyang Qianjin thought that skeletons could have any logistics. But now it seems that it is not entirely true. When a baggage skeleton carrying a large barrel entered the space and was not spit out by the undead space for a long time, Ouyang Qianjin's idea was further confirmed. After all, the transformation of the Necromancer is not as simple as transforming skeletons. As far as Ouyang Qianjin knows, there are already 2 types of ghouls and ghosts. Then, as the level of the Necromancer increases, can more things be transformed? Although the system is different, Ouyang Qianjin thinks this possibility is very high. That means other summons need food and other things. At that time, the importance of baggage skeletons will be revealed. Of course, even if there is no such thing later, Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer, has a lot of things he needs. For example, food, clothes, medicine, etc. This undead space is outstanding in one aspect. It is convenient for necromancers to act. But now Ouyang Qianjin has only more than 300 skeletons. Even if they all carry boxes or barrels to become baggage skeletons, they can't carry too many things. It seems necessary to find some larger containers. It just so happens that I have the sturdy skeletons of wild boars, so I guess they can carry more things than human or drow skeletons. Right? So, if I have a giant skeleton, then a giant baggage skeleton can carry a warehouse of things? Hey! Don't say it. Don't say it. This idea is great. It's a pity that I haven't met a giant yet. Otherwise, I have to compete. Even a giant skeleton can replace many small baggage skeletons. With endless reverie, Ouyang Qianjin shed tears of happiness. Miss, the water is ready. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was drooling, old Sebastian appeared from nowhere. Of course, it was not old Sebastian who took the bath. It was two human skeletons who did it all. If the skeletons were dirty, Ouyang Qianjin would clean them with a bone-burning phosphorus fire. But it was quite troublesome for Ouyang Qianjin to take a bath. After all, with the inconvenience of legs, many things would become inconvenient. But the most inconvenient place was naturally this place. Originally, this was the employee bathroom of the supermarket. If one person and two skeletons were in it, the place would seem much smaller. At least it is very inconvenient to wash. I have more than 300 skeletons now. If I work harder, I can reach level 40. It seems that I have to change a place to be my base. Ouyang Qianjin thought of this problem while taking a bath. Let's not talk about myself. Even those more than 300 skeletons are not so easy to place. Although I can put the extra ones in the space. But to be honest, Ouyang Qianjin does not think that the number of skeletons she has now is sufficient to fit into the space. In the end, she still dislikes this place. It used to be Xiao Tiantian, and now it is the kind of dislike of Mrs. Niu. Now that I have the skill life absorption, I can stabilize my condition and no longer have to worry about dying in 1 or 2 years. So why can't I be better to myself? Clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Now Sebastian makes clothes for me, and each piece is in line with my aesthetics. So I am satisfied in this aspect. Although the food is a little worse, the taste is slowly improving when Sebastian holds a cooking book to read. If it works, I already have a phoenix chariot. Then the only thing left is where to live. It is somewhat inconvenient to live in such a place all day long. So after taking a shower and changing clothes, Ouyang Qianjin came out and saw old Sebastian, and told this experienced butler, who was constantly making small tricks about his ideas, who knew that old Sebastian actually agreed with this matter with both hands. He originally thought that this place was temporary, and was not worthy of Ouyang Qianjin's identity. So he had no objection to changing the base. He even took out a map book from the library next to him very actively, and began to choose a place as Ouyang Qianjin's base. In his words, he wanted to find a place that matched Ouyang Qianjin's identity as a temporary or permanent residence. Although Ouyang Qianjin did not think that she had any identity. But she would not do things that would dampen the enthusiasm of her subordinates. For an old butler, choosing a suitable residence for the master was a matter of course. But Ouyang Qianjin also had his own ideas. Chapter 58 Theme Park. Miss, what do you think of this place? It seems to be pretty good here. But it's a little small. Why don't we choose this place? The terrain here is flat, and it's completely suitable for large-scale military operations. Even if someone attacks, we can face it calmly. Well, and this place is not bad either. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack. Old Sebastian was very entangled in choosing where to live for Ouyang Qianjin. He could find out some problems with many places one by one. However, as the former housekeeper of the Earl's mansion, it's normal to be picky. No need. I've already thought about where to go, and I guarantee you won't find any problems. Ouyang Qianjin, who had already made up her mind, said after waiting for old Sebastian to perform alone. Already thought about it? Where is it? With a curious look, old Sebastian's eyes kept scanning the map in his hand. Here, the theme park by the sea. Ouyang Qianjin pointed with her hand to a sharp corner on the map close to the sea. This theme park with the theme of Black Cat is located in a cape southwest of City C and southeast of City J. It is called a cape, but the area is actually quite large. It is about 3 square kilometers, about the size of more than 400 standard football fields. Theme park? Old Sebastian was stunned at first. And then he found the memory of this theme park in the memory given by Ouyang Qianjin in his mind. Because it is the relationship between Ouyang Qianjin's memory and knowledge. Old Sebastian can clearly feel Ouyang Qianjin's interest in this theme park. That was a long-forgotten memory. In the past, Ouyang Qianjin had been to this Black Cat theme park once. She was taken there by her father and mother. But it was not yet built at that time. So what they saw were some construction sites. Then something happened to the Ouyang family. And because of her illness and inability to move her legs, Ouyang Qianjin never went there again. Speaking of this theme park, Their Ouyang family also paid for it and had shares. So even if Ouyang Qianjin went there now, it would not be considered as a magpie's nest. Then when are we going, miss? After seeing the opening ceremony and some of the pictures shared later by Ouyang Qianjin in his memory, old Sebastian nodded. It is indeed a very good place there. It fits the identity of a young lady. Of course, there is no time to lose. Didn't you bring back a lot of big barrels from the street shops? You should pack up now and put all the medicines, weapons, food, water, and furs of the Blue Wolf tribe in them. After packing these, if there is still space left, take some clothes and the like. You can decide the details. Ouyang Qianjin yawned. Okay, miss. I will arrange the details. Old Sebastian didn't waste any words. After getting Ouyang Qianjin's permission, he began to prepare. Ouyang Qianjin turned around and went back to sleep. Over the past few days, although old Sebastian was commanding the battle, she was basically resting. But sitting on the Phoenix chariot and sleeping in a tent is not as good as sleeping on a bed. Besides, I had taken a bath. It was so cold. It would be wrong if I didn't lie down nicely. The next day, Ouyang Qianjin didn't wake up early in the morning as usual. Instead, she slept until noon and woke up from hunger. Perhaps because she was about to go to the amusement park she had been thinking about. The elementary school student Ouyang Qianjin was as excited as a child going on a picnic tomorrow. She tossed and turned until the second half of the night before she fell asleep. Miss, you're awake. When Ouyang Qianjin came out after washing up, old Sebastian immediately came up to her and poured her a cup of tea. How are the preparations? Ouyang Qianjin tilted her body and looked at the skeletons that had already stood in a square formation outside the cafeteria. Everything is ready, but a wild boar skeleton can only carry 2 large buckets. Sebastian answered humbly. How many did you use? 200 wild boar skeletons. Any more might affect the subsequent battle. 200. That is, 400 barrels. All the necessary things have been packed. There are still some left for clothes and daily necessities. The Blue Wolf skins take up too much space. So the old servant picked out 1,000 relatively intact ones to take away. Old Sebastian listed all of Ouyang Qianjin's assets. That's right. Wolf skins do take up too much space. Ouyang Qianjin nodded when she saw the wolf skins with holes that old Sebastian picked and threw aside. I guess old Sebastian didn't like them. And the skeletons he had were too few. If there were more, maybe he could take them all away. It's a pity. But there's nothing we can do about it. Since we're ready, let's go. Anyway, there's nothing worth staying for here. After a simple breakfast, Ouyang Qianjin took old Sebastian out of the cafeteria and prepared to go to the Black Cat theme park he mentioned. However, just after going out, Ouyang Qianjin was stunned when she saw something. This is pumpkin carriage. I know it's a pumpkin carriage. But why is it a pumpkin carriage? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head in confusion and looked at Sebastian, who looked proud, and then turned her head to look at the pumpkin carriage with a yellow pumpkin appearance. Unlike ordinary pumpkin carriages, this car is relatively large. Even from the wood exposed under the car body, Ouyang Qianjin could easily guess that this was a vehicle made on the basis of her previous Phoenix chariot. The 4 wheels in front and back, small in front and large in the back, make the entire pumpkin carriage look high. I don't know where Sebastian found it. And in front of the car body is a seat for the driver. There is even a trunk made of 2 wooden boxes side by side at the back as usual. I wonder what should be inside. This is the inspiration I got from a picture book in the library after I learned the theme of the theme park yesterday. Sebastian raised his bony chin slightly with great pride. This time we are going on a long journey. Although from the map, the straight line distance from here to the theme park is only about 50 kilometers. We have to pass through half of City C, as well as the airport and the wilderness. It must be full of dangers in the middle. The battle is inevitable. And the young lady will definitely have to sleep outdoors. So I built this pumpkin carriage in my spare time last night. This way, even in the wild, the young lady doesn't have to worry about the cold wind and snow outside. Chapter 59 Pumpkin Carriage. Listening to Sebastian's explanation and looking at the big pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin didn't know what to say. She certainly knew that old Sebastian did this for her, especially since he saw her sleeping rough a few days ago. She who would definitely make some adjustments. But she never expected that the other party's adjustment would be to give her a live. Yes, I really yearn for the activities in the theme park. Whether it is the daytime entertainment performances or the nighttime parade. She wants to see it. But seeing it doesn't mean she has to ride it. This has to go through half of the city, and then through the survivor base at the airport. How many people will see her along the way? If this is not social death, what is it? After racking her brains for a while, Ouyang Qianjin spoke with difficulty. Sebastian, this pumpkin carriage has no windows in the front and back. How can I support the skeleton soldiers at that time? You can't let me walk out. Right? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, Sebastian turned his head and looked. It was true. I opened doors on the left and right and left windows. But there was nothing in the front and back. It would be inconvenient for the young lady to use magic skills at that time. Last night, I was only focused on building the pumpkin carriage according to the picture book. But I forgot this. It was really a loss of composure. Young lady, please wait a moment. That is to say, he has no shame. Otherwise old Sebastian's face would be very blue now. Then Miss Ouyang saw Sebastian quickly remove the front coachman's seat. Then he opened holes in the front and back of the pumpkin carriage. He took out the glass glue he found from somewhere, and embedded the glass removed from the cafeteria. Don't tell me. When old Sebastian scratched the glass, Ouyang Qianjin was amazed. With a few slashes, the tempered glass that couldn't be broken even if it fell was the size he wanted. How to say it? It was very sharp. Very awesome. And very neat. Just these two strokes. It's not difficult to see what kind of swordsman Sebastian was when he was alive. Then Sebastian took off his shoes and entered the pumpkin car to tinker with it. After about 3 minutes, he came out very elegantly. Miss, it's okay. Yeah. Ouyang Qianjin nodded heavily. After all, old Sebastian was doing so much for himself. So it was natural to show respect. However, when Ouyang Qianjin was carried by the skeleton to the pumpkin lantern, she felt that something was missing. What's wrong? Miss? Seeing that the skeleton did not move forward and Ouyang Qianjin also looked at the pumpkin carriage with a scrutinizing eye, old Sebastian asked a little nervously. Wow. I just feel like something is missing. Ouyang Qianjin murmured as she looked at the pumpkin carriage. What is missing? After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's murmur, old Sebastian was also a little puzzled. My pumpkin carriage is 100% reproduced according to the picture book. There will be no mistakes. The window thing was an accident. Right. After looking around, Ouyang Qianjin's eyes shifted a little and looked into the distance. It's the lights. There are no lights on this pumpkin carriage. Cut 4 of the hexagonal lights on the street lamps over there and install them, pointing to the retro hexagonal lamp on the street lamp not far away. Ouyang Qianjin said. So it's a lamp. That's true. Not to mention the outside. There's nothing inside. It's a small matter. Old Sebastian rushed over with a knife and a few moves. And with a big jump and slash, he cut off the 4 hexagonal lamps on the street lamp, thinking of the possibility of damage in the later stage. The old guy even cut off a few more hexagonal lamps on the street lamp as spares. According to his meaning, there must be one in the pumpkin carriage. Right? Otherwise, if the young lady wants to read a book at night, wouldn't it be very inconvenient? After Sebastian installed the street lamp, Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. It tastes right. This is what a pumpkin carriage looks like. Burning bone phosphorus fire. It is used to burn unclean existence. Originally a means of physical attack, but after being eroded by Ouyang Qianjin's talent, it has the ability to attack the soul. But don't forget it. The introduction of this thing also includes the characteristics of can be used for lighting and can be used in water. Throw it into the hexagonal lamp. As long as Ouyang Qianjin does not define the hexagonal lamp as unclean, it will not burn. It is so convenient. The pumpkin lantern finally took shape under Ouyang Qianjin's burning phosphorus fire. It also means that she must now enter this car that is like a fairy tale. Forget it. Who is not a baby? Ouyang Qianjin was ruthless. It's a matter of gritting teeth and stomping feet. Why bother so much? Besides, after all, I am well-deserved and the big brother on the list who is far ahead of others. No matter who laughs at me, I have to think about it. Dare to laugh. Your teeth will be knocked out. However, when Ouyang Qianjin was fully prepared and boarded the pumpkin carriage with double doors for the skeleton to carry her in and out, she found that there was really a lot of secrets inside the pumpkin carriage. The Phoenix chariot, which was originally 3 meters wide and 4 meters long, was changed into a pumpkin carriage with a width of 2 meters and a length of 3 meters. The space seemed a little smaller under the wrapping of the pumpkin outside. But everything that should be there was available. Under the rear window of the car was the quilt that had been laid out. And there was an alarm clock hanging on the wall at the foot, which seemed to be nailed to the wall. Under the front window was a low table, and a row of books with a fixing belt. It allowed Ouyang Qianjin to read books on it when she had nothing to do. There was also a small cabinet next to it, which contained Ouyang Qianjin's medicine, water, and some snacks. In addition to the quilt, there was also a wolfskin carpet on the floor. No wonder Sebastian had to take off his shoes just now. It turned out that the carpet was all made of blue wolf skin. In addition, there is a small iron cabinet at the entrance. Ouyang Qianjin took a closer look and found that it was a small stove. Looking along the chimney of the stove, it turned out that the pumpkin handle on the top of the pumpkin carriage outside was used to exhaust smoke. It can be said that old Sebastian was very thoughtful about the layout of the carriage. At least it was very comprehensive. Even if Ouyang Qianjin sat in it for 3 to 5 days, or even a week, it would be no problem. Perfect integration. Seamless, and pleasing to the eye. Ouyang Qianjin exclaimed. Sebastian stood under the carriage without answering. But from the jumping soul fire, it can be seen that he is in a happy mood at the moment. It's good, but there's still some smell. While saying this, Ouyang Qianjin asked the skeleton holding her to open all the windows around to ventilate. Of course. How could the smell of yellow paint and glass glue not be strong? Even after half a night and a morning, there must still be some smell. Of course. I'm not blaming you. After all, you don't have a nose and can't smell these smells. Ouyang Qianjin smiled at Sebastian, then asked, Sebastian, can you draw? Draw? Old Sebastian was stunned by Ouyang Qianjin's sudden question, and then answered, I know a little bit. What does the young lady need to draw? I know a little bit. That's fine. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up, and then the smile on her face became even bigger. Chapter 60 The Flag of Love and Peace. The pumpkin carriage is too eye-catching and too high-profile. Ouyang Qianjin is very clear about this. But as a person who has been forced to be low-key for a long time, after suddenly being able to move freely, Ouyang Qianjin, who has rebounded from the bottom, does not know what low-key means. Low-key? Why should I be low-key when it's the end of the world? Why should I be low-key when I'm the top brother? High-profile. You can be high-profile. It's just a pumpkin carriage. Since my subordinates have made it, then use it. It's no big deal. Use it. But you need to use some other means to hedge it. In this way, even if others see it, they will not focus on the pumpkin carriage you are riding. This is why Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian if he could draw. Since you can draw, then do me a favor. So Sebastian, under the guidance of Ouyang Qianjin, found several purple tablecloths and cut them into rectangles about 1 meter wide and 1.6 meters long. Then he found some paint and started painting on it. A few pieces of cloth. Sebastian finished the painting in about half an hour. Miss, do you think this is suitable? Ha ha ha. It's suitable. It couldn't be more suitable. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the paintings on the purple tablecloths on the ground and laughed. Although the smell of paint is quite strong, it is still his own idea. Come on. Find a few poles and put up our flag. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and called a few skeletons to put up their own flag. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin wanted to use the flag to cover her pumpkin carriage. After all, compared to something eye-catching like a pumpkin carriage, the flag is obviously more eye-catching. What is a flag? It is a symbol and also a face. Especially it belongs to the top brother on the list. Who dares not care? Looking at the flag erected by the skeletons and fluttering in the cold wind, Ouyang Qianjin was indescribably satisfied. There is a skull on the flag. To be precise, it is a white skull with a black crown. Under the skull are crossed skull arms. The middle finger and ring finger of one hand are bent to make a gesture representing love and peace. The thumb, middle finger and ring finger of the other hand are bent to make a metal salute gesture representing devil. Purple represents nobility. The crown represents royal power. The skull represents death. The gesture represents love and peace, as well as the devil, who will not be merciful. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin has created her own logo very perfectly. It fits her identity as a necromancer very well. With this flag out, who would care what they are sitting on? Let's go. Let's go. Carrying the big flag. With the flag, Ouyang Qianjin no longer disliked the pumpkin carriage. Although half an hour of ventilation could not dispel some of the smell inside, it was still bearable. That's it. For skeletons pulled the rope hanging in front of the pumpkin carriage and walked towards the lane that had been cleared long ago. On the street, the monsters seemed to have reached some kind of deal and did not invade each other. However, this balance ended with the arrival of a group of skeletons. This group of skeletons is tireless and only knows how to keep moving forward. While moving forward, they also did not forget to clear some car wreckage and corpses on the road to the sides, in order to facilitate the passage of a pumpkin carriage behind them. Sebastian, don't you think it looks funny to use 4 skeletons to pull the carriage? Ouyang Qianjin sat in the pumpkin carriage, and next to her was old Sebastian, who was also sitting cross-legged and pouring tea for her. Don't worry, Mississippi. I used your telescope on the 17th floor to check before. There is a group of flaming horses on the road to the Black Cat Paradise. We can go and borrow 2 horses. Old Sebastian said it very tactfully, but Ouyang Qianjin still heard the meaning. What is borrowing or not borrowing? Can the matter of the Necromancer be borrowed? Wouldn't it be better to arrange the skeleton horse directly? It just so happens that his wolf cavalry is only suitable for reconnaissance. If we can get a skeleton horse, wouldn't it be great if human skeletons could sit on it and hold lances and spears? Oh, so there is such a thing? Then let's go find those flaming horses first. Miss, don't worry. The place where the flaming horses are active is almost here. Oh! Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. I have only been out for half a day, and the sky has just turned yellow. I have arrived here? So with doubts, Ouyang Qianjin glanced out the window and found that her skeleton brigade had already reached the river bank. The South River, together with the North River next to the hospital where Ouyang Qianjin worked before, passes through the city and is called the 2 rivers of City C. However, compared with the development on the North River side, the South River side was originally an old town that was demolished. After the development, a large area of green land was vacated on the river bank to be used as a wetland park. In the past, Ouyang Qianjin heard that after the wetland park was developed, every spring, people would go there with their families for outings and picnics, enjoy the warm spring breeze. At that time, Ouyang Qianjin was always envious every time she heard it. But now she is not envious anymore. After all, she can do what she wants anytime and anywhere. Now that everyone is changing jobs, they should envy themselves. The big brother on the list. Now it is a bargain for the group of flaming horses. Sebastian, what is the special thing about this flaming horse? Looking at those horses with fire on their tails and hooves on the wetlands on the edge of the city, Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian. The native. The flamingo is a magical beast that can use fire attributes. It has a somewhat violent temperament. Apart from living in a group, it rarely acts alone. But what? Because it is a magical beast, magic seal stones will occasionally appear on its body. I want to see if I can find a few for the young lady after killing it. Magic seal stone? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Then he smiled and nodded. Indeed, the matter of alchemy should be put on the agenda earlier. One reason why I came out this time is that the hospital canteen is no longer suitable for me to hide. The second reason is that my current strength has increased. Of course, the most important thing is that if I just stay in the supermarket like this, I will never be able to make any achievements in alchemy. But there is another layer that Ouyang Qianjin did not say. That is, J City and C City are on the upper left and upper right of Black Cat Paradise respectively. The survivor bases of these 2 cities are all over there. Whenever I want any materials in the future, I can even go to the base to buy or exchange them. Anyway, I am the only one who needs some daily necessities in the whole park. The expenses are low, and there are 2 cities where I can move some supplies when I am free. So for Ouyang Qianjin, there is really no shortage of supplies. The only thing she lacks is those strange alchemical materials. Chapter 61. 2 people spying in secret. Brother. In a riverside apartment building near Nanha, a shabby, skinny man in dirty clothes woke up another person who was sleeping on the floor next to him and dressed similarly. What's wrong? Is it dark? The first thing the man said when he woke up from his sleep was to ask the time. Unfortunately, it was just sunset now. No, but there was movement from the group of flamingos. The skinny man said to his big brother, "What's going on?" When he heard the word flamingos, the big brother immediately got up from the ground. Without even waiting for his little brother to speak, he took the telescope from the other party, and then looked at the location of the flamingos on the riverside outside the window. The two are brothers. The skinny man's name is Zhang Yuan, and the big brother he mentioned is Zhang Yamo. Although they both have the surname Zhang, they are not brothers. They are the kind of relationship that has been playing since childhood. The two were originally workers in a sugar factory. When the aliens invaded, the two happened to be slacking off. The two were frightened and hid in a warehouse first. Zhang Yamo saw someone fight back in panic and kill a monster, and then two light balls burst out. So the next day, the two shot and killed a lone monster. After Zhang Yamo got the profession, he knew the function of the two light balls, so he gave Zhang Yuan a set, relying on the weapons found in the warehouse. The two brothers gathered a group of survivors in the factory and successfully left the factory, and then joined another group of people who were going to the temporary station at the airport and went to the airport base later. The purpose of their leaving the airport base this time was for the fire horses. After all, there is still a lot of fuel now, but the fuel in the base is now a controlled item, and not everyone can get it. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan chose the profession of animal trainer after his job change, so theoretically, he can control all the monsters. Now the base lacks large-scale transportation means in terms of manpower, material resources, and other fields. So the two of them remembered that the person who led them to the airport base said that there was a group of fire horses on the banks of the Nanha River. Not to mention more. Horses are something that the two brothers can bring back, and they can exchange a lot of supplies. Not to mention that if they are stable, they may become the horse-catching man that various forces in the base are vying to win over. You must know that even if horses are not monsters, they have a wide range of uses. Whether it is transportation or as a means of transportation, many people will pay for it. Not to mention, as a mount for some warrior professions. So the two brothers made a plan. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. They simply left the base, crossed many obstacles and dangerous areas, and came to the banks of the Nanha River. They found a house without monsters and began to observe. However, after a few days of observation, they found that things were not as simple as they imagined. These fire horses would not act alone, and when they encountered danger, they would use fire magic skills to attack in groups. However, at night, these fire horses would still sleep. So Zhang Yamo thought of waiting until night to take action. As a result, it was only the second day, and an accident happened. That should be the skeletons. Right? Zhang Yamo said with some difficulty, looking at the skeleton army fighting with the fire horses below with a telescope. Yeah. Zhang Yuan stood aside, squinting his eyes, and watching the battle in the distance outside the window. TSK. Could it be a new batch of monsters? Zhang Yamo was puzzled. I don't know, but I just saw that when the skeletons launched the attack, they were surrounding a pumpkin carriage. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Nan. Pumpkin carriage. Zhang Yamo turned his head and looked at his brother with a slightly open mouth, with an unbelievable face. Why didn't I see the pumpkin carriage? Hey! It's really gone! Oh no! Brother, look at the side of that office building. There is a very abrupt iron handle. That is the pumpkin carriage. Seeing that his elder brother actually said that he didn't see it, Zhang Yuan immediately took the telescope from his hand. Then he found the pumpkin carriage he had just seen in a corner of the office building. But now the pumpkin carriage is hidden in. Let me see. It's really... Brother, what should we do now? Looking at the posture of those skeletons, these flaming horses are probably unstoppable. If they are all wiped out, our adventure will be in vain. Zhang Yuan asked anxiously. After all, the two of them came out with their heads on their belts. If they are really killed, they can only grope blindly. The initial investment, that is, the investment in buying food, water and camping props will be wasted. What else can we do? Let's see the situation first. If the situation is not right, we will retreat immediately. Ah! We need to retreat. Nonsense! It's better than dying. Zhang Yamo rolled his eyes and cursed. That's right. Zhang Yuan nodded. It's better to live than to die. Although he didn't get anything by retreating, at least he was still alive, with his skills as a tamer. The worst that could happen is to start a new business. No big deal. You take a nap first. I'll watch you. If the situation is not right, you will have the energy to escape. At the moment when the situation was unclear, Zhang Yimou chose the most conservative plan. After all, they were facing the undead like skeletons. And they were lucky that the two humans could run away. And the weapons of these skeletons were so complete. They really had swords, spears, swords and shields. He even saw two skeletons holding bows and arrows. Just like an army. There was no fight. And no way to beat them. Brother. The obedient Zhang Yuan called Zhang Yimou after sleeping on the cardboard on the ground. Do you think there is a possibility that these skeletons are the skeletons of the Necromancer? How do you say that? Zhang Yimou frowned slightly and looked at his brother. If it is coming, there is no need for a pumpkin carriage. Unless we encounter a boss-level existence. Otherwise there is no need for such a thing. But if it is a boss-level existence, then these hundreds of skeletons are a bit too few for creatures like skeletons. So I think it may be that some profession is the skeleton summoned by the Necromancer. The most important thing is that among these descending monsters, there are guys who know what the pumpkin carriage in fairy tales is? Zhang Yuan said his analysis. Have you seen a Necromancer? Yes. I have seen it too. On the ranking list. Right? Zhang Yimou ignored his brother and looked at the iron handle of the office building in the distance with a telescope. After all, he has never seen a pumpkin carriage. So he can't be sure whether Zhang Yuan's analysis is correct. He can't gamble with his own and his brother's lives. I can't afford to gamble. Chapter 62 Skeleton Horses with Elemental Attributes. In fact, he had participated in many operations at the base in the previous few months of survival. He was also well informed about battles. But battles would kill people. So Zhang Yimou was terrified by the desperate fighting style of these skeletons. After all, there is a big difference between killing a monster with one knife and not being able to kill it with several knives. And these skeletons don't seem to be the simple skeletons in our impression. Not only did they cooperate very well when facing the flame attacks of these fire horses. And no matter how you look at it, these skeletons seem to be able to use skills, let alone anything else. Just now, he saw a skeleton holding a shield blocking a fireball. And a skeleton holding a double-edged axe jumped up from behind and chopped it down. Just chop it down. There is nothing wrong with this fighting style. But the attack that split the flaming horse in half with an axe and left a hole on the ground should be a warrior's heavy attack skill. Right? And the skeleton cavalry riding on the dog bones. Even the flaming horse can't keep up with that running speed. He has only seen this speed in Thieves and a knight with a mount. It's unfair. If the hundreds of skeletons he saw had skills, then Zhang Yimou felt that the skeletons would definitely win the battle. After all, in addition to these skeletons that looked well equipped, there was also a skeleton dressed in a tuxedo, and a butler holding a sword in both hands to harvest the lives of the flaming horses. It's just that this butler skeleton doesn't seem to use any skills. All of them are techniques. Could he be the commander of these skeletons? For example, a skeleton general or something? Butler skeleton in a tuxedo. These are obviously the costumes of this world. Are they really skeletons summoned by the Necromancer? Zhang Yimou is not sure. He plans to take a closer look at the situation. Nothing else. At least he has to see the pumpkin carriage and the people on the pumpkin carriage. After all, if it is really a skeleton summoned by the Necromancer, then the other party is just a professional. A human. It's impossible that he will also become a skeleton. What he said? There is nothing wrong with it. Anyway, it's already dusk now. At the speed at which the skeletons are killing the flamingo now, this battle will end in 1 or 2 hours at most. If there is really a Necromancer at that time, then we should be able to see the guy who is so elusive. After all, even if the pumpkin carriage is parked at the corner of the office building and he can't see it, he can't not come out to eat. Or set up a tent to sleep. Right? If the situation is not right, let Zhang Yuan get up. 2 hours of sleep is enough to replenish some energy for running. It was night, when a bonfire was lit by the river. It also indicated the end of the battle. Sebastian, how is it? Ouyang Qianjin sat in her pumpkin carriage, eating the dinner brought by Sebastian, and asked Sebastian beside her. The battle is over. 42 flame horses were killed, and 113 skeletons died. I am very sorry that most of the flame horses ran away. After reporting to Ouyang Qianjin, Sebas apologized to her. After all, if the horse ran away, it means that the possibility of producing the magic seal stone will be greatly reduced. Well, let it run away. We are here to replenish the skeleton horses. As for the magic seal stone, It is just a bonus. Besides, my troops are not enough. It is normal for such a large group of fire horses to run away without being surrounded. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care much about these. There is still a long way to go, and there will definitely be many monsters to encounter by then. She wants the magic seal stone. But everything should be based on safety. That's right. Your own safety is the first. This mission has actually ended long ago. If she hadn't heard the sound of upgrading one after another, she might have let the skeleton run away with the bodies of 2 fire horses. Anyway, what she needs now is the skeleton horse, not the magic seal stone. Then let's go clean up the battlefield. After finishing her meal, Ouyang Qianjin put down her bowl and chopsticks and began to control 4 skeletons to pull her pumpkin carriage out. More than 100 corpses of fire horses have been collected together. Just wait for me to transform into a skeleton. It has to be said that the magic beasts that can use magic skills are powerful. When my skeletons are fearless and some of the baggage skeletons are used, the opponent can achieve a casualty ratio of nearly 3 to 1. Although they are outnumbered, Ouyang Qianjin can't help but sigh at the power of magic. As for the dead skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything. There are plenty of dried corpses of humans and monsters around. If there are none, just transform them again. This is why Ouyang Qianjin was willing to take out her baggage skeletons during the battle. If there were no corpses around, she would not be willing to consume them like this. Although these skeletons can be sucked into the undead space for repair and strengthening even if they are determined to be dead by the panel. But Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to do so. So many extra vacancies are naturally for transforming the corpses of the fiery horses first. All 42 skeleton horses were transformed by Ouyang Qianjin in just a flick of the finger. What surprised Ouyang Qianjin even more was that among the 42 skeleton horses, there were actually 2 skeleton horses that were red all over and would occasionally emit a pinch of flame. Fire skeleton horse. A skeleton horse that perfectly retains the elemental attributes of its life, with extremely high resistance to fire magic, but extremely vulnerable to water and ice magic. Hey. Skeleton horse with element. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes widened. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing after so many transformations. Although the wolves of the Blue Wolf tribe belong to the category of animals, there are actually many mutated wind-attributed wolves among them. The swift wind that almost killed her was actually a wind-attributed magic beast. However, it is a pity that she could not transform even one skeleton with element out of so many swift wind. Is it because of the difference between innate and acquired? There is a difference between magic beasts that are born as magic beasts and magic beasts that mutate and become magic beasts after strengthening? Ouyang Qianjin is not sure. I wanted to ask Sebastian, but since this was the business of the Necromancer, he didn't know much. So I simply stopped thinking about it. Again, the same thing. When it comes to card drawing, everything depends on luck. By the way, these monster corpses should be edible, right? Ouyang Qianjin asked suddenly. Of course. And the meat of monsters is a very good recovery agent for both warriors and magicians. Sebastian explained to Ouyang Qianjin using his knowledge from another world. Then after you find the magic seal stone, please help me get some roasted horse meat for midnight snack. I haven't eaten this stuff yet. As you wish. Mississippi. Chapter 63 2 Magic Sealing Stones. But then again, these 2 horses are really good looking. Ouyang Qianjin controlled the 2 flaming skeleton horses and walked to her window. Just now, she only saw red from a distance. But when she got closer, she realized that this was not as simple as dyeing the bones. That was completely revealed from the bones. Just like agate. Although it is not as full as agate. But the crystal clearness is also unique. Especially with the blue soul fire on both sides of the horse's head. It looks more like a work of art. Of course, the most important thing is that these 2 skeleton horses are going to pull her carriage. Good looks always make people feel proud. As for the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin no longer cares. That's right. How can a standing skeleton soldier holding a flag look as impressive as a skeleton soldier riding on a horse holding a flag? Thinking of the face problem, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly realized that she seemed to be very young in the way of pretending to be a good person and needed to learn and think more. So she asked her human skeletons to pick up the flags that were thrown aside at the beginning of the war. And then, they all rode on their horses. Sure enough, it is said that people rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold clothes. Although this human skeleton was not wearing armor or anything like that, but just sitting on the back of the skeleton horse. His temperament was instantly different. And unlike the wolf cavalry, these human cavalry obtained the skill of charge. They can also be regarded as serious cavalry. If I had cavalry with the skill of charge before, I would not have used wolf cavalry as harassment. Just go ahead, and maybe you can take away a lot of flaming horses. 42 skeleton horses. 2 to pull carts. 2 to carry flags. And the remaining 38 for human cavalry? That's what Ouyang Qianjin thought at first. But she suddenly thought of a problem. Horse. This is a rare means of transportation in ancient times. Why don't you try it yourself? You know, the weight of a carriage is much more reliable than manpower. Just do it if you want to. Ouyang Qianjin first asked the skeletons to collect wood and tires around, and then asked the omnipotent Sebastian to stop looking for the magic seal stone and make several carts of different sizes to put on the skeleton horses. Skeleton Transport Pack Horse has a strong transportation capacity and needs to be equipped with a baggage skeleton to use. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. After seeing the skeleton horse loaded with a cart, Ouyang Qianjin was secretly happy. However, unlike what I imagined, it actually needs to be equipped with a baggage skeleton to use it. Is it used as a coachman? Ouyang Qianjin didn't quite understand. But since it was something I saw on the panel, it shouldn't be fake. After equipping the carriage with a wild boar skeleton baggage soldier, Ouyang Qianjin began to load the goods. The carriage was loaded with 30 large barrels before it stopped. The reason for stopping was not because of anything else, but because it couldn't be loaded. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to try a larger wooden cart. It turned out that this was the only one that the skeleton horse could pull. But Ouyang Qianjin was also satisfied that 2 people could carry 30 large barrels. It was much better than the previous 2 people who could only carry 4 large barrels. In this way, at least half of the combat power was released. The carrying capacity was also greatly enhanced. What could be better than this? So Ouyang Qianjin gave up the idea of forming a cavalry. All the skeleton horses except the 4 skeleton horses that pulled the cart and carried the flag were used for transportation. 38 pairs of transport pack horses can carry 1,140 barrels. Anyway, the army is an inexhaustible thing for me, and the transportation capacity is the hard truth. 0 yuan purchase. All the surrounding stores that were abandoned before because of the transportation capacity problem were lit. You can always take away a lot of good things, especially grocery stores, supermarkets, and drugstores. Ouyang Qianjin will never miss these places. So Ouyang Qianjin immediately ordered to start looting the surrounding stores. Miss, I have fulfilled my mission and found 2 magic seal stones. Just when Ouyang Qianjin asked some skeletons to plunder the surrounding street stores, Sebastian also brought back good news. Ouyang Qianjin took the magic seal stone from Seabass and observed it. The magic seal stone was very clean. It was obvious that Seabass had cleaned it before giving it to her and wiped it dry. Or else, he would say it was a professional. Ouyang Qianjin was very satisfied with these small details. The 2 magic seal stones were about the size of a thumb, and the surface was a little bumpy. It looked like a coal ball that had been burned out. Gray and dull. Magic seal stone, a substance condensed from the magic residue in the body of a magical creature. It is an alchemical material that is not precious, but not easy to obtain. Thank you, Seabass. By the way, the skeletons are now moving goods from some nearby shops. Go and see if there is anything useful. After all, they have no thoughts, and they will bring back whatever can be used or not. Ouyang Qianjin, holding 2 magic seal stones in her hand, smiled at Sebastian. Then she issued a new order. Then about the roasted horse meat. Wait a moment. We just finished eating, so there's no need to rush. Yes, sir. Adhering to the principle of using him to death as long as he doesn't die. Ouyang Qianjin didn't give Sebastian any time to rest. In fact, skeletons don't need to rest. When Ouyang Qianjin didn't give orders, Sebastian would try his best to enrich himself, whether it was reading or preparing 3 meals a day. Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew that this was because Sebastian suddenly became a skeleton and couldn't integrate into his new identity for a while. So when necessary, Ouyang Qianjin would constantly assign him some tasks to distract him. After all, if I became a skeleton who didn't need to rest, breathe, or eat to survive, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. Forget it. Time always gives its own answer. Putting these questions aside, Ouyang Qianjin placed the 2 magic seal stones on the low table in front of him and began to think about what he needed to do next. First of all, Gargoyles are definitely needed. Although his wolf cavalry can now play a very good reconnaissance effect. But after all, the range is too small. It can only conduct reconnaissance and defense around him. But gargoyles are different. That is a type of soldier with the ability to fly. And it can also leave its range limit for reconnaissance. It is perfect for searching or avoiding some monsters. For example, if there is a large group of monsters in front of him that are more numerous and powerful than his skeleton soldiers, then he can only passively defend. But with gargoyles that can search over a large area, he can avoid these risks in advance. Ensure your safety to the maximum extent. Don't look at Ouyang Qianjin now as the big brother on the world rankings. But she didn't get arrogant. She knew very well that her current strength could be ranked in the world. But it was nothing in front of these monsters. Especially after seeing the Mushroom King. Even more so. Chapter 64. Abnormal Movement and Alertness. Ouyang Qianjin didn't know how outsiders would view this alien invasion. Maybe they would treat it as a life and death game like she did before. Maybe they would hide in fear and survive cautiously. But since she was reborn and gained the talent of erosion, and could see more information than in her previous life, Ouyang Qianjin's mentality has changed. Especially after resurrecting Sebastian. She clearly knew that there was a world, civilization, and intelligent creatures on the other side. Of course, this was not because Ouyang Qianjin thought of intelligent creatures like herself. But she was worried. As a girl who had lacked a sense of security since she was 10 years old, the first thing she thought of when encountering something was basically how to improve her sense of security to ensure her safety. There are also intelligent creatures in the other world who know how to use their IQ. Then it means that they are on par with the humans on this planet. If you underestimate these guys, you will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Fortunately, the people you are encountering now are all inconspicuous small races. For example, blue drow, wild boars, blue wolves, fire horses, and mushroom people. Strictly speaking, these races are not considered big races. But I suffered a lot at the hands of these guys. Indeed, I am weak now, so it is normal to suffer. But the problem is that these guys have fully utilized the combat talents of their races. I suffered a lot. Not to mention the higher level races that I may encounter as my level continues to rise. It is better to be safe than sorry. Ouyang Qianjin kept reminding herself in her heart. The formula for making energy gems is magic sealing stone plus transformation water plus sun sand plus magic crystal. Now I have the magic sealing stone in my hand. Transformation water can be made at any time. As for sun sand, according to Sebastian, you can find sun shells in places with water such as the seaside, lakeside, and riverside. It is not a rare thing. The key is still the magic crystal. Ouyang Qianjin still has no clue about this thing. Mineral veins? Please. It's not that I traveled to another world, but that monsters from another world landed on this planet. How could there be mineral veins? Then the only thing left is to look for races or monsters with magic crystals. TSK. If you think about it this way, doesn't it mean that I have to wait until the end of time to make those arms in alchemy? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly, feeling a headache, with a faint smile on her lips. She looked like she was in a life or death situation, and was very entangled. Hey! Although I may not be able to make those soldiers for the time being, I can still make potions. Right? Alas, it's fate. When Ouyang Qianjin thought of the potion problem, she couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, there were a lot of herbs in front of her, but she didn't cherish them. Now she wants to make potions, but has no materials. Why did I use fire attack at the beginning? Regret? But it's useless. That was in the dungeon. I haven't seen those herbs outside. Wait! There's no rule that herbs can only be found in the dungeon. Right? Although I didn't look carefully here before. There is a large wetland in front of me now. Why don't I go out and see if I can find herbs? Anyway, it's okay now. The dangers outside have basically been cleared by my skeletons. Thinking of this, the excited Ouyang Qianjin immediately ordered a skeleton to take down the wheelchair hanging behind the pumpkin carriage, and carried her to the wetland with a bonfire. There are no creatures in the wetland now. The warm bonfire burning to a crackling sound. The piles of fire horse corpses, and the occasional cold river wind. Ouyang Qianjin checked after opening her eye of identification, but found nothing. Disappointed? Sure enough, I took it for granted. It seems that I can only wait until I find a dungeon next time. Ouyang Qianjin was a little disappointed, But then he thought about what would happen next. There seems to be a lot of land near Black Cat Paradise. It would be nice to develop it into a medicinal field. When Ouyang Qianjin thought that she would occupy the entire Black Cat Paradise in the future, she couldn't help but start to enjoy the future. After all, the area of the entire Black Cat Paradise is quite large. If it can't be fully utilized, it will be of great benefit to her in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that she no longer has to worry about dying suddenly due to an illness. The worst thing is that she will use other people's life to exchange for her life from time to time. Although the statement is a bit evil, but Ouyang Qianjin never thought there was anything wrong with this. This world is originally a world where people eat each other. Moreover, now is the Doomsday environment of alien invasion. So I don't think there is anything wrong with my behavior. Copy! Copy! Ouyang Qianjin looked up at the Nanha River in the dark night. She has never been so eager for the appearance of a copy as now. After all, if she wants to cultivate medicinal fields, plant herbs, and make potions, then she can only get them from the copy. Even, the magic crystal that she urgently needs now may also be produced from the copy. It's a pity that the copy is not permanent. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin might stay in the hospital for a while longer, and directly pull out the copy of the Mushroom Man like wool. I don't know what the conditions for the creation of the copy are. Or can you only enter it when you are assigned a related task during the level 10 upgrade task? Headache. This kind of thing can only be left to nature. Ouyang Qianjin scratched her brain that was about to grow, and then let the skeleton push her back. After all, it was still quite cold outside. Clang! Just as Ouyang Qianjin was pushed from the wetland to the concrete embankment by the skeletons, the skeletons around her suddenly drew their weapons and surrounded her in the middle to take a defensive posture. Huh? Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin also frowned. You know, the first priority of the skeleton soldiers is to protect themselves in the first time when there is danger. Now it seems that something has triggered this order of the skeleton soldiers. Miss. Just as Ouyang Qianjin's mind was racing, Sebastian, who was originally directing the skeletons to move goods in the store in the distance, also rushed to Ouyang Qianjin with a two-handed sword. It's okay, Sebastian. I haven't determined who the enemy is yet. Smiling, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the direction where the skeletons were guarding. Just an uncertain enemy. Compared to death, it's still a little worse. It's not worth making Ouyang Qianjin feel fear. Chapter 65 Encountering a Living Person. Once faced death for a long time, Ouyang Qianjin, who had even died once, had a very high resistance to fear. If it were an ordinary 18-year-old girl, let alone being outside at night, I'm afraid even walking out would be an unimaginable thing. Right? Of course. This kind of girl who is a little bit disturbed would probably become a zombie on the third day of the alien's arrival. Who can survive now doesn't have at least one monster's life in his hands. Although there are inevitably such people here, it is obvious that Ouyang Qianjin is not among them. Now Ouyang Qianjin is smiling. Smiling at the unknown enemy ahead. What could it be? When investigating before, there should be no other monster tribes in the vicinity, except some harmless slimes. Is it because of the night? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin's pupils suddenly shrank. You know, in the game, none of the things that only appear at night get along. Although it has brought in some thinking patterns of the game. But Ouyang Qianjin, who had already experienced the shock brought by the Mushroom Man once before, knew that there must be many such creatures in the other world. Damn it! How could she forget this? As a necromancer, her vision is much sharper than that of normal people at night. Night battles are also commonplace. But if possible, she doesn't want to fight this kind of encounter battle without full preparation. But since it has become an encounter battle, there is nothing we can do. It turns out that things in life are often not as we wish. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Then she used her mind to summon back all the skeletons that were moving things. But the ones in the undead space remained still. This was a trump card used as a backup force and for unexpected situations. She was not stupid enough to reveal her trump card in the preparation stage. Miss? Hearing Ouyang Qianjin talking to herself just now, Seabass looked at her in confusion. It's okay. Be alert. Ouyang Qianjin kept smiling and waved her hand. What is the general style? This is it. Fearless in danger. Ready to die. And calm in the face of change. And standing next to Ouyang Qianjin, holding a sword to protect her. Old Saba also nodded imperceptibly. As a warrior, although Old Seabass was a butler in his lifetime, he went to different battlefields as a mercenary to train his skills when he was young. He also saw many commanders on the battlefield. There is no doubt that what Ouyang Qianjin is showing now is something that many veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time can do. Everything is ready. Ouyang Qianjin sat in her wheelchair and stared ahead, just waiting for the other party to show up for a tough fight. However, when two people suddenly jumped out of the embankment in front, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't hold it anymore. They must be being chased by some powerful enemy. After seeing the tattered clothes on the two people, Ouyang Qianjin comforted herself like this. You think so? She has already done enough work. She has made the necessary decisions. If there is no powerful enemy who can make her feel the threat of death at this time, what is the point of her decision just now? Right? However, sometimes things just go against one's will. The more you expect something, the less likely it will happen. When the two had already run to him, there was no powerful enemy behind them. Disappointment. Stretching her neck to look behind the two, Ouyang Qianjin, who was full of expectation, was completely disappointed. No. Really no. In other words, her awareness was a complete waste of emotion. You are? Beat them first. Just don't beat them to death. Disappointed Ouyang Qianjin almost ruthlessly gave orders to Sebastian before the other party opened his mouth. It's the eldest lady. After saying that, Sebastian threw away the weapon in his hand, rushed forward in a few steps, and started punching and kicking the two. After Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan ran to Ouyang Qianjin, they didn't even have time to say anything when they saw the butler's skeleton suddenly rushing out of the pile of skeletons. Then he attacked the two of them. What's going on? The two shocked people didn't waste words, and each showed their own magical powers to fight back. After all, you can't get beaten for nothing. Right? Zhang Yuan summoned two white wolves from his pet space, and Zhang Yimou drew out the two daggers on his waist. The three of them fought back and forth in the battle. Of course, this was when old Sebastian let him go. Otherwise, with Sebastian's skills, the two would have been killed by him long ago. Hey! Wait! We are not here to fight! While fighting, Zhang Yimou also wanted to resolve this misunderstanding. Well, indeed, just as Zhang Yimou thought, this is indeed a misunderstanding. But unfortunately, this misunderstanding is not very beautiful, and it is even a bit embarrassing. For example, now, Ouyang Qianjin's face, which was originally pale due to a long-term illness, is red as if she has a fever. It doesn't look normal. And what is even more abnormal is her smile at this moment. It is different from that spring breeze smile. It looks a little dark. A little sick? Be careful. Unexpectedly, such an embarrassing thing still happened. If Ouyang Qianjin's feet could move, I believe that a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house would have been built on the wetland embankment. After all, she really didn't expect that it has been 3 or 4 months. And there are still human activities in this sea city. You know, since the beginning. After a large number of people died, many people fled outside the city. And the survivors' base has been leaving the besieged city in different ways. From the fact that Ouyang Qianjin didn't meet anyone during the 2 times she left the hospital, it can be seen that the people in the city are either dead or have run away. The people who can still stay in the city now are at least like herself, who can play alone and enjoy the experience alone. But today, 2 guys who are no match for Sebastian ran out. Of course, this is not to belittle Sebastian, but the 2 of them can fight like this without Sebastian using weapons. Obviously, they are not VIP level hidden professions. One is probably a tamer profession, and the other is probably an assassin profession. They actually ran to such a place. You know, the straight line distance from here to the airport base outside City C is at least nearly 20 kilometers. What are they doing here? Are they going to die? It is obvious that Ouyang Qianjin does not think they are here to die. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin's bored eyes saw the deboned body of the fire horse next to him. They are not trying to capture the fire horse back. Chapter 66. I didn't force you. You did it on your own will. Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the 2 people standing in front of her with bruised faces and noses and fell silent. After being beaten by Sebastian, the 2 men finally let it go. They couldn't beat him, and they couldn't run away. Fortunately, the other party seemed to hold back everywhere, so they simply surrendered. After being beaten by Sebastian, he was kicked in front of Ouyang Qianjin. In other words, you came back to the city just to catch 1 or 2 horses? Yes, that's it, Zhang Yimou answered. Although Ouyang Qianjin had guessed before, she didn't expect it to be true. I don't know whether I should be happy that I guessed right, or admire these two daring guys. You have to know that being able to pass through the airport is not something that can be done with courage alone. The reconnaissance of the road ahead, one's own skills, and the formulation of the route are all indispensable. It can be seen that although these two people are a little worse in combat, they are still remarkable in intelligence collection. What level are you all? You are so brave. Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. Zhang Yamo, I'm level 26. Zhang Yuan, I'm level 25. After hearing the levels of the two, Ouyang Qianjin nodded and had a rough idea in her mind. She is now level 32. The top 300 people below her on the list have basically reached level 29. If nothing unexpected happens, the second one, Quan Qingyu, will probably reach level 30 tonight or tomorrow if he works hard. More and more people will be promoted later. Once this threshold of 10 is crossed, it will be easy to upgrade. The main reason is that they have an extra skill of 10, which allows them to challenge higher level monsters. So levels 25 and 26 are now just the backbone of professionals all over the world. It can't be said to be high, but it's definitely not low. The most important thing is that both of them have level 25 skills. In this way, the difference between them and the second and third place is just the level. Not everyone is like Ouyang Qianjin, who can get a little improvement every time he levels up. Then why are you here? The flaming horses are running over there. Ouyang Qianjin pointed in a direction. Since you are here to lead the horses, it seems unnecessary to come to me. Right? This? Following the direction of Ouyang Qianjin's finger, the two brothers Zhang Yamo and Zhang Yuan looked over. And Zhang Yamo didn't know what to say. How could he not know which direction the flaming horses were running after looking at the apartment building for a long time? Although he complained in his heart, Zhang Yamo didn't say it out loud. There was no way. The two brothers couldn't even beat the empty-handed butler skeleton next to them. What else do they want? They can't just fight back. Be honest. If you tell the truth, there might be some chance of survival. Isn't there an old saying that a man who knows the current situation is a hero? Alas, we brothers can see things clearly. I wonder if you are going to the airport base. Miss? If so, I wonder if it is convenient for us two brothers to follow you. The title of Miss was given by the butler skeleton who beat him next to him. I don't know her name, so I can only call her that. Although being called this way makes one look inferior to others. But it doesn't matter. It's not a shame to save one's life. Zhang Yamo had thought about it when he was on the top of the apartment building. If the creatures below were pure descended creatures, they would run away. If they were professionals, they would see the situation. As a result, at night, he really waited for the necromancer that his brother had mentioned. But it was different from the old man or man he imagined. He saw a girl sitting in a wheelchair, with a blanket covering her legs and being pushed by a skeleton. Although this girl could also be a relative of the necromancer or a survivor rescued on the road. But as an assassin with the gift of intuition, he felt that this person was the necromancer himself. So he immediately woke up his brother Zhang Yuan, and the two of them ran down. Relying on his perception of danger, he rushed to Ouyang Qianjin at the fastest speed. The result was a beating. But there was no other damage besides the beating. This once again proved the strength of the skeletons under Ouyang Qianjin. So he wanted to follow this necromancer. After all, the way back would be the same as the way here, and there would be no danger because of his talent. But after all, it is better to be safe than sorry. He believed in his talent, but he did not believe in these monsters. If a monster that was immune to his talent suddenly appeared, the two brothers might have to explain themselves. But following this person would be different. They would definitely reach the base safely, and they might even get some benefits. After all, the two brothers' reconnaissance ability was still very good. It will definitely bring some effect to the other party. If it's safer, why choose to take risks? Huh? You mean you want to follow me? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. She didn't expect these two people to have such an idea. No. Without thinking, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and rejected Zhang Mo's proposal. Why? Humans have selfish desires and small thoughts. I don't trust them. If you want to go with me, it's not impossible. You just need to become like them. Let me go! My skills have a 1% chance of allowing you to retain your memories before you died. Ouyang Qianjin pointed to the skeleton next to him very bluntly. Become them? And 1%? Does this crazy woman know what she is talking about? Isn't it because I am worried about encountering some difficulties that I propose to follow you? As a result, you want our lives right away, and retain the memories before you died. 1% chance. No one dares to gamble. Zhang Yimou has a face. It seems that this girl's legs and wheelchair must have suffered injustice, which made her distrustful of humans. Is it because of this mentality that she changed her job to become a hidden profession? The Necromancer? If it is true that she can easily obtain a hidden profession, then she can also despair of humans. Really? You can become desperate even if you are not desperate. This is nothing. That? Miss, what else do you want to say? If you have something to say, please tell me. I am in a hurry to go back to sleep. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was about to leave, Zhang Yimou gritted his teeth and immediately stepped forward to stop Ouyang Qianjin. Of course, the result was that he was stopped by Sebastian and a group of skeletons. Miss, we two brothers are good at reconnaissance. If you don't mind, we can go to the front of the team to explore the way for you. Zhang Yimou, who was stopped by the skeleton soldiers, shouted at Ouyang Qianjin's back. You want to go ahead to explore the way for me? Ouyang Qianjin turned his head slightly and looked at Zhang Yimou suspiciously. Yes. Yes. I just hope that the young lady can help in the battle. Seeing that Miss Ouyang stopped, Zhang Yimou nodded immediately. I didn't force you. You wanted to do it yourself. Of course. Chapter 67. Zhang Yimou wants to gain experience. Does Ouyang Qianjin lack people for investigation? Of course she does. But no matter how much she lacks people, she has no habit of keeping two strangers around her. Of course, even if they are familiar with each other, it won't work. But there is no doubt that the abilities of these two people are what Ouyang Qianjin needs. That's why she played such a play. After all, Ouyang Qianjin would never ask them to stay and take the risk for herself. If that's the case, it would be better for her to slowly move towards the Black Cat Paradise. But now others are begging her. That's another matter. Well, rest tonight and leave tomorrow. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin was carried to the pumpkin carriage by a skeleton in the astonished eyes of the two. There really is a pumpkin carriage. When the skeletons moved away and defended each side, Zhang Yimou finally saw the pumpkin carriage his brother mentioned. At this moment, the pumpkin handle on the roof of the pumpkin carriage was emitting wisps of green smoke. You can tell at a glance that something should be burning inside. It should be warm. Standing on the embankment, surrounded by darkness and skeletons, Zhang Yimou shivered. The main reason was that the scene was too scary. After all, no one had ever been in a situation where there were skeletons everywhere. Brother, let's set up the tent quickly. It's cold. Zhang Yuan muttered with his arms folded. I didn't feel anything when I fought before and met Ouyang Qianjin afterwards. After all, I was nervous at that time. But suddenly I relaxed, and the coldness came from all directions. It's a bit cold. Let's go to the campfire and set up the tent. Zhang Yimou nodded. Then the two of them carried their tents and went to a campfire to set up the tent. Originally, the two thought that their actions might be restricted. But they didn't expect that the skeletons around them didn't come to care about them until the tent was set up. So they were relieved. Brother, I can't sleep. Zhang Yuan slept in the tent with his eyes open. And he couldn't sleep because of limited resources. The two brothers only exchanged one tent this time. The conditions are already difficult now, so it's okay to squeeze together. But there are so many skeletons patrolling outside. Although I know that they are the summons of the Necromancer, miss, I still feel a little nervous. After all, I haven't experienced this kind of battle. Of course you can't sleep. You have slept for an afternoon, Zhang Yimou said casually in a deep voice. He actually didn't feel sleepy. Now he just closed his eyes and thought about what happened today. He always felt that there was some important information in the conversation with the young lady just now. But he didn't grasp the key points for a while. So he wanted to recall it. No, brother. I mean, there are skeletons all around. But why do I have an indescribable sense of security? Zhang Yuan explained. Sense of security? Zhang Yimou, who was still thinking, was stunned when he heard the words. Don't mention it. If Zhang Yuan hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed that he was sleeping so soundly now. You know, before, the two brothers were one sleeping and the other guarding. But now they actually forgot this. Just like that, both brothers came in. This shouldn't be the case. How could I have forgotten? Ah, Zhang Yimou sighed. What's wrong? Big brother? Nothing. I just think the profession of necromancer is really convenient. That's right. You can sleep boldly and safely without even needing a sentinel. Isn't it very convenient? No wonder a girl dares to wander around in this city full of monsters alone. No wonder she can get through unimpeded even when sitting in such a conspicuous pumpkin carriage. It turns out that she doesn't take these monsters seriously at all. Big brother. Do you think we are meeting the big brother on the list? What big brother on the list? Zhang Yimou frowned. This is not the era of giving 4,800 yuan to internet celebrities, with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Where does the big brother on the list come from? Look! This is a girl. And a necromancer. Isn't this exactly the same as the first on the list? Ouyang Qianjin? Zhang Yuan stared straight at the top of the tent and said softly, Zhang Yimou was stunned again. Ouyang Qianjin? This name is now a household name. Everyone who has reached level 20 knows this person. She is known for her abnormal upgrade speed. When others are working hard to kill monsters, the other party upgrades as easily as drinking water, and never stops for 24 hours. Wait! It seems that the big lady said before that people who have turned into skeletons can retain their memories before they died. Although there is only a 1% possibility, it does not mean that there is no possibility. The butler skeleton among those skeletons is different from the others. Not only is he wearing clothes, but he also doesn't use any skills. When fighting with me, every punch and kick is a skill. So that butler skeleton is a being with memories of his previous life? This possibility is very high. And if there is a butler skeleton, this young lady doesn't need to command 24 hours a day. She can completely hand over part or even all of the command power to the butler skeleton when she sleeps. In this way, it is possible for her to fight monsters and level up 24 hours a day. And now the level of Ouyang Qianjin on the leaderboard is already 32. It was just upgraded not long ago. Not long ago, he saw the young lady killing the fire horse with his own eyes. And then Ouyang Qianjin was upgraded. Now the skeletons are not moving. And the young lady has gone to sleep. Ouyang Qianjin has not upgraded again on the list. Doesn't that just mean that this young lady is the Ouyang daughter who ranks first on the list? So the two brothers have teamed up with the big brother on the list all of a sudden? Thinking of this, Zhang Yimou sat up suddenly. What's wrong? Big brother? It's okay. I'm a little thirsty. Drink some water. Now Zhang Mo's mouth is dry. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought that the two brothers were now with the legendary Ouyang daughter. You know, teaming up is not like submitting an application, popping up a window, or something like that in the game. All you need to do is to fight monsters together within a range of 200 meters. This is a conclusion drawn by many teams in the base after experiments. It is precisely because of this that many teams have the profession of scouts. Their role is not to fight monsters. One is to detect the situation of monsters and obtain intelligence. The other is to cruise within a diameter of 200 meters of the main team to ensure that other people don't steal experience. Zhang Yimou has played this role in 2 or 3 teams. So I know very well how to get experience more effectively. TSK. This is a necromancer. He can play solo. If they divide the experience among the 3 of them, how much can they get? Won't the upgrade be very fast? Chapter 68. After all, I am not a demon. She is a person who wanders around in the city and kills monsters to level up. So she must not know about this. As long as I don't say anything and inform Zhang Yuan later, it should be no problem to get some experience. I am not greedy. As long as I reach level 29 and get the upgrade task, it will be fine. Just thinking that I can level up as fast as drinking water tomorrow. Zhang Yimou can't help but want to sing a song excitedly. However, when he turned his head and looked at his brother, who had just woken up and fell asleep again, he was silent. How could this person sleep so well before? Zhang Yimou was happy. However, when he walked out of the tent with 2 dark circles under his eyes the next day, he was at a loss. You just need to keep a distance of more than 200 meters from my skeleton. Don't come over unless you encounter any danger. I hate humans. Early the next morning, when Zhang Yimou, who was excited all night, walked out of the tent with 2 dark circles under his eyes and met Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin's first words made him at a loss. Miss, we. Zhang Yimou was so nervous that he couldn't find anything to say to Ouyang Qianjin. You can't just go up and ask her if she is the Ouyang Qianjin, who is the top brother on the list? A fool would know there is something wrong with asking this. But how did the other party know about the distance of 200 meters? Wouldn't his plan to gain experience be in vain? Wait. No. The distance of our team is 200 meters in diameter. But what this miss said just now seemed to mean a radius of 200 meters. Miss, do you mean we are 200 meters away from you? Zhang Yimou asked cautiously. He was afraid that the other party would see something wrong. Yes. 200 meters away from me. Pa! Ouyang Qianjin slapped the lace folding fan in her hand, looked at Zhang Yimou and his brother, and nodded with a smile. She asked Sebastian to find this folding fan after she got in the car last night. Sebastian found more than a dozen fans at that time. In the end, Ouyang Qianjin chose this transparent black lace folding fan with gold edges. After all, she was wearing a gothic outfit. There were also skeletons and tuxedo butlers around her. This can unify the aesthetics. In her words, this folding fan is a weapon for pretending to be cool. And it is the place of coolness. Before, it was okay to be alone and surrounded by skeletons. But now when there are outsiders present, this must be pretended. And it must be pretended to be real. You ask why? Then Ouyang Qianjin will answer you very formally. It is to make myself look strong. After all, if a person walks in the world without some momentum, he will definitely attract villains. This can be regarded as a layer of protection that Ouyang Qianjin gave herself. Of course, there is another most important reason. That is, it feels good to show off. Very good. It makes this guy, who has not been able to get out of the hospital for several years, feel so happy. Well, then we will go to the front to clear the way for the young lady. Others have said it so clearly. Zhang Yimou has no choice. He can only respond and prepare to clear the way for Ouyang Qianjin. Of course, he doesn't know that the reason why Ouyang Qianjin said 200 meters is because the maximum distance between her and her skeleton is so far. Otherwise, he would have to cry. But it was obvious that he had long lost the opportunity to get some experience from Ouyang Qianjin. After all, Ouyang Qianjin didn't trust humans much. In her opinion, only dead people were good people. Only the skeletons transformed by her could give the maximum trust. Don't worry. Last night my skeletons moved a lot of good things out of the surrounding shops. After all, I'm not a demon. You go pick some, and take the things you need. Seeing Zhang Yimou so obediently preparing to drive away, Ouyang Qianjin smiled, and then pointed to a pile of supplies not far from her pumpkin carriage with her folding fan in her hand. These were all picked and moved by the skeletons under the command of Sebastian last night. Since you want to let the horse run, you naturally have to give the horse some grass to eat. It's just a matter for two people. How much can they get? Just think of it as some hard-earned money. And the eyes of Zhang Yimou and his brother lit up after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said. Why? Let alone anything else. Just looking from here, the two brothers can see that there are quite a few good stuff in that pile of things. Can we really take it? Zhang Yimou asked cautiously. Take it. Take it. As long as it can be put in. Take it all. Ouyang Qianjin seemed very generous. With a big wave of her hand, the two brothers rushed forward. The two brothers didn't ask much about other things. Just pointed at the two things. Cigarettes and alcohol. Cigarettes and fine wine. These two are the hard currency in the base. It's not easy for the two brothers to come out. The fire horse was not caught. It's good to get some cigarettes and alcohol to recover blood. Rotten wood. After seeing the two people putting things into their bags, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help shaking her head. Miss, what do you mean by this? Sebastian, who was serving beside her, didn't quite understand. I asked them to take things just to see what they would take. But they only took some cigarettes and alcohol. I was a little disappointed. Ouyang Qianjin was indeed disappointed. Originally, she thought that these two people were so brave to go deep into Nanha. And they must be smart people. When taking things, they would definitely give priority to things that would be useful for the return trip. At the very least, they would have to take some food or something. But they saw that both of them were taking cigarettes and alcohol. Although cigarettes and alcohol can indeed be used as items to stop bleeding or disinfect, and calm people in an emergency. But it is obvious that these two people don't think so. Maybe they want to sell them after returning to the base. Pack so much. Isn't it slowing down their own speed? It seems that these two people are of no use. For Ouyang Qianjin, things that have no use, value, or waste. Zhang Yimou and the others should take some useful things like food, water, warm clothes, disinfectants, and healing medicines. Maybe Ouyang Qianjin will give them something else after arriving at the base. It seems unnecessary now. Kill them when we are close to the airport. And then take the things back. Forget it. They should know their own affairs best. Why worry about it? Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and put the two people's questions behind her. Sebastian, is the cart you made ready? It's ready. There are 37 vehicles in total. We are just waiting for the order from the young lady to load them, and then set off. Sebastian answered respectfully. Did you find any barrels or anything like that last night? No barrels. But we found quite a few cartons, wooden boxes and oil drums. Well, let's load them. At the command of Ouyang Qianjin, all the skeletons started to work. With the actions of hundreds of skeletons, the supplies were loaded into the boxes in different categories. Cigarettes, fine wine, rice, canned food, milk powder, dry goods, instant noodles. Ouyang Qianjin saw it clearly. Sebastian even used 2 carriages to load the gasoline, diesel, coal and some bundled wood collected from various vehicles. It's no wonder that Sebastian is a good housekeeper. Even if he doesn't use these things in the future, he can throw them to the base in exchange for alchemical materials. What's more, the wood is burning in his pumpkin carriage now. It can be said that the pumpkin carriage can be so warm, all thanks to these woods. When you have nothing to do, you can bake some sweet potatoes or boil some water for tea. Miss, I found some good jasmine tea in the supermarket last night. Oh, I must try it. I'll make it now. Chapter 69, the respect that should be given to the number 1 brother on the list. On the dilapidated road of City C. 2 red skeleton horses are pulling a pumpkin carriage slowly on the road. About 100 meters in front of the pumpkin carriage, a group of skeletons are fighting with a group of wild boars. But it did not affect the slow progress of the pumpkin carriage and the people in the car at all. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin is fiddling with a Rubik's Cube in her hand in the pumpkin carriage. To be honest, she doesn't know how to play with this kind of thing. But in her words, she can't sit in the car all day and do nothing. That will only make her brain dull, which is very dangerous. Sebastian, what do you think about installing a generator behind the pumpkin carriage? I always feel that playing with this broken thing is not as interesting as a remote sensing watch. Bored Ouyang Qianjin murmured while fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in her hand. Compared to fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in her hand, she prefers to play PS games or something. Miss, this is probably unrealistic. Sebastian smiled bitterly. In fact, when he modified the pumpkin carriage, he also thought that his young lady might be bored. So he also tried to install a generator. But later he gave up this plan. What's wrong? Ouyang Qianjin put down the Rubik's Cube in her hand and turned to look at Sebastian in confusion. Miss, the generator is too loud. Although the pumpkin carriage old servant adopts a sandwich design that can keep warm in winter and cool in summer, the sound insulation effect is still a bit poor. Ouyang Qianjin was also stunned when he heard it. That's right. The diesel generator is so loud that it affects me no matter where I put it on my pumpkin carriage. I don't know if I can reach Black Cat Paradise today. Ouyang Qianjin, who packed up and went out early in the morning, is now eager to reach Black Cat Paradise as soon as possible. After all, only after arriving there can I continue playing games. To be honest, after not playing games for a few months, Ouyang Qianjin, who is now bored, is really addicted to games. Puff puff puff. Just when Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window next to him, a white pigeon flew to the windowsill. Ouyang Qianjin was not surprised at all, and reached out to take a note from the small bucket hanging on the pigeon's neck. This pigeon belongs to Zhang Yuan. As a trainer, his control over animals is like Ouyang Qianjin's control over his own skeleton, and he knows it like the back of his hand. And this pigeon is specially used by him to transmit information. According to Zhang Yuan's boasting, as long as it does not exceed 100 kilometers, he can control the pigeon to transmit information. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin thought the other party was joking. But even though she didn't believe it, Ouyang Qianjin was still envious. After all, she didn't have such investigative means. It said it was noon now. Do you want to eat first? Ouyang Qianjin held the note with a subway, old people, and mobile phone expression on her face. She was very confused. See, I told them to take the food before, but now I guess they want to eat my food. Well, then stop the car and eat first. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head to look at the surrounding situation and gave an order. The carriage stopped, but the skeletons fighting the wild boars in front did not stop. There seemed no need to stop cooking on the spot. Anyway, didn't Ouyang Qianjin come through this when she was trying to reach level 30? They fight their own battles. And they eat their own. After seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was going to have lunch, Sebastian immediately got off the car and started preparing lunch. And the two brothers Zhang Yimou, who were 200 meters away, also came back slowly after receiving the note sent back by Ouyang Qianjin. To be honest, Zhang Yimou was quite depressed. Now he was very sure that this young lady was Ouyang Qianjin herself. After all, Ouyang Qianjin was still level 32 when they did not leave. But after walking all the way, Ouyang Qianjin upgraded to level 33. If the young lady was not Ouyang Qianjin, it would be too coincidental. Here you are. When the two brothers Zhang Yimou came back, Ouyang Qianjin had already gotten off the car and was sitting in front of the dining table carefully prepared by Sebastian waiting for the two of them. The two were also polite. After returning, they did not immediately sit opposite Ouyang Qianjin, even though the tableware had been placed there for the two of them. They still asked, "Just kidding. This is the number one brother on the list. Who dares not to respect him?" Even Zhang Yimou, who has his own little tricks in mind, has no dissatisfaction or disrespect towards Ouyang Qianjin. After all, he is the number one brother on the list by his own ability. If he did not get the experience, he could only say that he was unlucky. As for whether he hated her or not, it was impossible. The cigarettes and alcohol in the bag were enough for them to make a fortune when they returned. There was no way. He gave too much, too generous, or even too casual. To put it bluntly, it's okay if other people don't give him the things they collect. But Ouyang Qianjin did it. This spirit alone is worth his willingness to work for the other party. In this world, working for anyone is not working. Since you want to be a worker, it's more realistic to work for a generous boss. What's more, it's a boss like the first brother on the list. You know, the scene of the carriages pulled by skeleton horses and skeletons disappearing in the black hole this morning shocked the Zhang Yimou brothers. With this kind of space, how much can it hold if it is used to hold things? They dare not even think about it. "Miss, the food is ready." At this time, old Sebastian came up and saluted Ouyang Qianjin. "Then let's eat. You two stop standing and come sit down to eat. I tell you, I haven't eaten with others for a long time." Ahem. After Ouyang Qianjin nodded, she asked Zhang Yimou and his brother to sit opposite her, although her words were a bit like chatting. But in fact, it has been a long time since she had eaten with others. If you don't count the 2.5 months in the previous life, it must have been several years. "Thank you, Mississippi." "Thank you, Mississippi." The two answered and sat opposite Ouyang Qianjin. At this time, Sebastian also brought a few skeletons and brought up the prepared food. Each person had a plate of barbecue, a dish of dried chili dipping sauce, a plate of vegetable salad made of soaked dehydrated vegetables, and a small bottle of 300 milliliters lay by. There were both meat and vegetables, and the nutritional combination was fine. But Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan couldn't stand drinking lay by in such a cold day. "Miss, let's just drink. Drinking some wine will keep us warm." Zhang Yuan shuddered as he looked at the bottle of lay by, and then took out a bottle of rice wine that was at least 1/5 full from his bag. He then poured half a cup for himself and Zhang Yimou with great skill. Old Sebastian brought a few pills to Ouyang Qianjin after serving the dishes. After taking the pills, Ouyang Qianjin began to eat. "Hey, what kind of meat is this? It's very chewy." Chapter 70 Use magic to defeat magic. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin had already started eating, Zhang Yimou started to eat. As a result, he liked this plate of barbecue right away. But he didn't know what it was. "It's the horse meat of the fire horses from last night. The weather is cold, and eating some fire horse meat can drive away the cold," old Sebastian introduced on the side. "Huh? Fire horse meat has this function?" Zhang Yuan said with some surprise while wolfing down. "The meat of monsters is generally good. There are also some blue wolf jerky here. You can grind your teeth when you are scouting ahead." Ouyang Qianjin smiled, then took out a handful of wolf jerky from the cloth pocket of her wheelchair and put it on the table. Ouyang Qianjin was very familiar with the meat of monsters, although most of the wolves of the blue wolf tribe were not monsters. But it was still good to use it as jerky to kill time. "Haha. I'll give you some dried meat to chew on. Miss is really a very extraordinary person." "Thank you." Seeing that there was another benefit, the two Zhang Yimou brothers were not polite. "Miss, What are you going to do this afternoon? We just did some reconnaissance ahead and found a tribe of swamp lizardmen. About 3,000 or 4,000 of them. After collecting the dried meat, Zhang Yimou asked. Swamp lizardmen? Ouyang Qianjin had never seen them before. So she turned her head and looked at Sebastian with an inquiring look. Swamp lizardmen are similar to wild boar men. But generally speaking, their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of wild boar men who like to fight alone. They will rush together to fight together. And their personalities are more cunning than blue drow. Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly after hearing this. What kind of high-end version of the blue drow is this? I almost lost my life when I met this cunning guy before. But now I don't have to worry too much with Sebastian by my side. But it should be no problem to use the lives of these guys to upgrade myself. Now I am level 33. And thousands of them should be able to upgrade to level 35. Right? Ouyang Qianjin calculated like this. Then he looked at the Zhang Yimou brothers. Speaking of which, I have been on the road all morning. After dinner, I will have a new task for you. Of course, it's up to you whether to accept it or not. Ouyang Qianjin did not show any disgust about the two brothers drinking during work hours. After all, it's normal to drink some wine to warm up in the snow. What is more, their lives are their own. And as scouts, they are also very clear about this. No matter whether drinking will cause trouble or not. Anyway, they are the ones who died. And it has nothing to do with Ouyang Qianjin. Haha. Miss, you are joking. Since it is Miss's task, there is no need to accept it or not. Just say it. It is not easy to find a boss like Ouyang Qianjin who can give you meat at any time. Forget about meat. Sometimes, it is good to have a piece of bread. Although he did not get any experience. Zhang Yimou is very satisfied now. After all, he is a person who follows the number one brother on the list. The pattern needs to be opened. And Zhang Yuan on the side naturally did not know what his big brother was thinking. Anyway, now there is meat to eat. So he will not stop until he finishes it. And you don't say it. This fire horse meat. Eating it. I feel a little hot. It seems that monster meat can really play a role. What is the mission? Miss? After eating and drinking, Zhang Yuan looked up at Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly, and then pointed to a building across the street. This building is not much different from other buildings. They are all made of reinforced concrete. If there is any difference, it is probably the 3 words on the door on the first floor. Patrol? Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yimou, who turned their heads to look at the building, were somewhat exceptional. They did not understand what Ouyang Qianjin meant. We are still fighting with the wild boars in front. I want you to go in and see what's going on inside. Go and see what's going on inside the patrol. Zhang Yimou was thinking at this moment. What do you think is in the patrol? Ouyang Qianjin asked with a smile. Inside the patrol? Guns? Zhang Yuan said blankly. That's right. If my skeletons are equipped with these things, then it will be very easy to swipe monsters? This is a question that Ouyang Qianjin had been thinking about before. You know, the times are no longer about fighting with swords. Maybe that's the case in the other world. But in their world, this thing is still more reliable. His own skeletons were holding guns and firing a few times. Thinking about that scene, Ouyang Qianjin felt it was wonderful. He was just short of saying to these alien creatures, Sir, times have changed. Not very good. Zhang Yimou shook his head. Huh? What do you mean? Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised to see Zhang Yimou say that. The people of the airport patrol team were also equipped with guns and cannons at the beginning. If they were only used to fight pig-headed people, it would be fine. But when encountering magical creatures, such as some monsters, they are not as useful as swords. After listening to Zhang Mo's explanation, Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. It doesn't make sense. How could it be? Ouyang Qianjin was a little dumbfounded. That's because you didn't go out to see it. Mississippi. Zhang Yimou smiled bitterly and shook his head. The blue drow, wild boar people, and lizard people you meet in the city are all children's play. The real powerful ones are in the wild. Skin that bullets can't penetrate, and bodies that 155 caliber cannons can't move. But swords can hurt them. To use a joke from the survivors in the airport base, only magic can defeat magic. It's quite strange, but it's extremely reasonable when you think about it. After all, even monsters are coming now. What else is unreasonable? After listening to Zhang Mo's explanation, Ouyang Qianjin had nothing to say. She really had no say on this point. In her previous life, she had never walked out of the hospital at all. And even now, she was just wandering around in City C. Is the wild really as bad as you said? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Zhang Yimou with hope in her eyes. She was not afraid, but very excited. After walking in the city for a while, there were only those monsters, big and small. Other than that, Ouyang Qianjin really didn't encounter anything challenging. In her opinion, challenging monsters mean high experience, and high experience means fast upgrade. Even the advanced tasks with 10 full levels may be selected nearby. This is great news for Ouyang Qianjin, who is determined to upgrade. But she still wants the weapons in the patrol team. Nothing else. Even if she doesn't use it to deal with those alien monsters, it should be okay to use it to protect herself and deal with those humans who may attack her. Ouyang Qianjin used a dagger when fighting Zhuer in the hospital before. But that time was completely the result of her own deliberate calculation. If she really encounters a human assassin who can be invisible to assassinate her, wouldn't she be at a loss on the spot? Of course. The most important thing is that Miss Ouyang didn't believe what the Zhang Yimou brothers said. Just imagine. Who would believe someone they just met for less than a day? Isn't that stupid? Chapter 71 Searching for the Patrol Team. Using people is one thing. Trusting people is another. Although Ouyang Qianjin is also very clear about Zhang Mo's words. After all, Ouyang Qianjin can create creatures that are not afraid of bullets. For example, it is impossible to kill a gargoyle with a rifle. To kill a gargoyle, at least a large caliber anti-material weapon is needed. And the golem is even more so. It probably can't do anything with a 155 caliber cannon. At least a 300 kilogram bomb or something is needed. But Xiao is like this. Ouyang Qianjin still has to get the gun. After all, who would dislike having more trump cards? Although this trump card may not be very good, there is still a possibility of winning by surprise. In this case, let's go to the front line after eating. We will set off again after half an hour of rest. Ouyang Qianjin, who has thought about his next move, nodded. It is indeed a bit ill-considered to let them search for the patrol team. It is better to do this kind of thing yourself. Half an hour of rest time was enough for me to plow through the patrol team with only 2 floors. Or should we take the road of the swamp lizardmen that we found before? Zhang Yimou asked carefully. Yes, and level up while we're at it. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. That? Miss, I have something to discuss with you. At this time, Zhang Yimou looked at Ouyang Qianjin with an extremely sincere look. What is it? Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled. When the fight starts later, can we two brothers get some experience within 100 meters? Zhang Yimou scratched his head embarrassedly. He also let it go. That kind of secretive thing is not suitable for him to do. In this case, it is better to be open and clear. According to Ouyang Qianjin's generosity, there should be no problem. Tell me more. Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't quite understand what the other party meant, raised her hand and very coolly signaled the other party to talk about the experience. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin understood the experience, but he didn't understand what the 100 meters meant. Then Zhang Yimou told Ouyang Qianjin about the distribution of team experience. I see. A radius of 100 meters? I really don't know about this. After listening to Zhang Mo's explanation, Ouyang Qianjin scratched his head, looking silly. In the previous life, everyone was wandering around in the hospital. They never left a distance of several hundred meters from each other. Not to mention when killing monsters. That's a life-threatening job. Who would run so far for no reason? They weren't afraid of being ganked. But now that the two brothers Zhang Yimou mentioned the experience, Ouyang Qianjin was a little unsure. To be honest, instinctively, she wanted to refuse. After all, this kind of experience sharing is like someone else taking away the meat from her body. It's quite uncomfortable. But after thinking carefully, Ouyang Qianjin didn't intend to refuse. Why? Because Ouyang Qianjin had an idea in her mind and wanted to verify it with Zhang Yimou and the other brothers. And Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan stared at Ouyang Qianjin nervously after seeing her silence. How could she not be nervous about this matter? After all, if they could get some experience from the top brother on the list, it would be the best thing for them. As long as they follow Ouyang Qianjin. Maybe they can reach level 30 tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This is really not a joke. Okay. If that's the case, you will be within 100 meters when we fight the lizardmen later. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and finally agreed to Zhang Mo's proposal. Huh? Zhang Yimou breathed a sigh of relief. He is very lucky now. He is very lucky that he told this matter instead of trying to get some benefits secretly. It seems that this boss is really generous. Since this is the case, there is no need to think about it in the future. If you have any ideas, you can just say it directly, because the benefits of this are far greater than doing it secretly. That would not make much sense. After discussing the next things, Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan left after dinner. Miss, eat something first. When the few people were discussing just now, Ouyang Qianjin didn't move a chopstick, and the roasted horse meat had already cooled down. Look! Sebastian took away Ouyang Qianjin's plate of meat at the end of their discussion of the details and replaced it with a hot plate. Thank you, Sebastian. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and picked up a piece of roasted horse meat with chopsticks and started eating. This was her first time eating horse meat. Originally, she was supposed to eat it last night, but it was put on hold because of the sudden appearance of Zhang Yimou and his brother. So it was moved to today. You've got to say, although I heard that horse meat was sour and hard before, it tasted nothing like that now. Fragrant and chewy. After eating, Ouyang Qianjin took more than 50 skeletons to the patrol team's building. Although this building has more than 10 floors, only 1 or 2 floors belong to the patrol team. After entering, Ouyang Qianjin began to clear out the small monsters and zombies inside. After all, with such a big commotion outside, even if there were other monsters inside, most of them would have been attracted out and killed long ago. The current work is just to wipe the clean table with a wet cloth again. Smash this open. After cleaning up all the monsters and zombies in the patrol team, Ouyang Qianjin came to an open door with a slogan: "Warehouse is a restricted area. No entry for idle people on it." Obviously, whether it is from the zombies outside, the patrol team's bodies on the ground, or the open door, Ouyang Qianjin can easily guess that at the first moment of the advent, these patrol team members, who protect the lives and property of the citizens, had also resisted. I just don't know how many survived in the end. Alas, push me in. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Then, under the push of old Sebastian, he entered the warehouse. Hiss. After entering the warehouse, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he looked at the weapons inside. Otherwise, it is worthy of being the largest non-HUD district general office in City C. Ouyang Qianjin saw dozens of special guns used by the patrol team. It was just different from the neatly placed weapons racks in the video introduction. Now it was a mess. Many weapons and ammunition were scattered on the ground, and there were even some black drag marks. If nothing unexpected happened, these should be bloodstains. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't mind these. He immediately ordered the skeletons to collect all the guns and ammunition in the warehouse. Rifle X11. Shotgun X1. Sniper Rifle X1. Pistol X13. Heavy Machine Gun X2. Hundreds of thousands of rounds of various bullets, grenades, and flash bombs. This was Ouyang Qianjin's final harvest. A district headquarters must have more than these, but most of them have been taken away, or only these are left. There were also some on the bodies of the patrol team members outside, but most of them have been destroyed. Ouyang Qianjin could only recover some bullets. Judging from the remaining weapons, it is obvious that most people seem to prefer shotguns. However, compared to these people, Miss Ouyang cared more about the pistol. Chapter 72 upgrades one after another. After all, she knew her current physical condition very well. There was no room for the long gun to dodge. It was obviously difficult for her to take other guns, not to mention shooting for self-defense. But the pistol was different. Because of the professional characteristics of the patrol team, pistols were to be used in downtown or crowded places. So basically, a pistol for each person needs to have several characteristics such as high accuracy, strong reliability, short range, and easy to carry. Obviously, these characteristics can also be matched one by one for Ouyang Qianjin now. So she chose the patrol team's pistol as her self-defense weapon. And because the arrival was too sudden, most of the people who came to search later took away bullets from rifles and shotguns. So Ouyang Qianjin looted a lot of pistol bullets. About 20,000 rounds. Most of the rest were machine gun bullets. Enough for her to train slowly. After getting these things, Ouyang Qianjin quickly left the building where the patrol team was located with his men. After all, the purpose of looting guns is to keep a trump card for herself. It was nothing more than running into a general office. Otherwise she would not have remembered that she needed this thing. The real thing is to strengthen her own ability. Upgrade. This is the most fundamental capital for her to stand in the world now, and in the future. Move. Move. The skeletons of the eldest lady are starting to move forward. After Ouyang Qianjin came out, the skeletons in the front row began to move. The two brothers Zhang Yimou, who had been waiting on the side, quickly followed after seeing the skeletons move. The experience of being the top brother on the list. Is there anything more wonderful than this? The answer is no. Can others do it? The answer is still no. This is luck. Zhang Yimou kept sighing in his heart. But he didn't expect that they were just a part of Ouyang Qianjin's experiment. From this position to the position of the swamp lizardmen in front, it was only 1,000 meters away, and the skeletons arrived there in a short time. No problem. Both sides took up their weapons and started fighting. And this time, Ouyang Qianjin didn't sit in the pumpkin cart at the back. Let old Sebastian push himself to the front line. Bang! Bang! Ouyang Qianjin used his curse skills to support his skeleton soldiers, while holding a pistol with a capacity of 15 rounds in his hand to conduct shooting training on the swarming lizardmen. Anyway, his skeletons are fleshless, so it doesn't matter if they are accidentally injured. If you are really lucky enough to get a headshot, you can just convert it from the lizardman corpse on the ground. No problem. I have the advantage. Sebastian on the side was very diligent in loading the magazine for Ouyang Qianjin to use. Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan originally wanted to hide behind the skeleton to gain some experience. But now that their boss and young lady Ouyang Qianjin has come up, they naturally have no reason to be idle. How can they not make good use of this opportunity to perform? So they followed closely and began to use their own skills to perform fancy performances. They wanted to compete for a performance in front of Ouyang Qianjin. However, Ouyang Qianjin is now fully focused on practicing her gun skills, so she has no time to watch their performance. But for the two brothers, this is actually secondary, because this time, the battle to eliminate the lizardmen has brought them real benefits. Leveled up. Leveled up. Big brother, I've leveled up again. While calling on his white wolf to fight, Zhang Yuan excitedly shouted to Zhang Yimou, who was always moving and attacking. Beast, leveled up. What's the point of being happy? Although he cursed, Zhang Yimou's speed did not slow down at all, and the dagger in his hand was the same. After giving a lizardman a kidney shot, Zhang Yimou also took the time to look at the level on his panel. The thousands of lizardmen here have now been killed, and only about 1,000 or so are left. And he has also leveled up from 26 to 28. However, just a few thousand lizardmen have been upgraded by 2 levels, which makes Zhang Yimou very happy. He also wants to shout like Zhang Yuan. But now the big brother on the list is not far away. If I shout a few times in joy, wouldn't it be a waste of the persona I have established in front of Miss Ouyang? Forget it. Forget it. I have to maintain my own persona even if I have to kneel down. Just hold it in. This battle lasted from a little after 1 p.m. to a little after 4 p.m. It took more than 3 hours to end with the escape of 100 or so swamp lizardmen. You have reached level 29. And now you will be assigned advanced tasks. Assignment completed. The task is kill. Search for nearby task monsters. Search completed. Please kill XXX at XXX. Killing can directly upgrade to level 30. Haha. Level 29. Just when he got rid of the last lizardman, Zhang Yimou laughed. Isn't it for this that he shamelessly begged Ouyang Qianjin? After all, the level of the swamp lizardman is much higher than those monsters they killed before. As expected, if you want to upgrade quickly, you have to kill monsters of higher levels. No wonder the top guy on the list upgrades quickly. Now my buddy has also experienced the flying feeling. In the past, if you wanted to upgrade to a level within a few days, it was simply nonsense. But now that he has tasted the sweetness, Zhang Yimou knows the power of the hidden profession. Take the top guy on the list in front of him. He doesn't even need to move while sitting there. The curse state comes when he raises his hand. Not only does he hit a large group, but even if his skeleton falls apart into a pile of bone sticks, he can immediately summon another one from the corpse next to him. Pick up the weapon on the ground and continue fighting, looking at the many lizardman skeletons with mincemeat hanging on the bone frames. Zhang Yimou sometimes even has the illusion that Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons are getting bigger and bigger. That's right. As an assassin, he naturally doesn't know that the Necromancer can only get one more skeleton for each level up. This is indeed his illusion. But it doesn't matter, because he received the task. He can upgrade to level 30 after completing it, and get an extra skill. Or it can be said that he has climbed over the mountain of 10. Upgraded? At this time, Ouyang Qianjin came to Zhang Yimou under the push of old Sebastian. Yes. Thank you, Mississippi. Zhang Yimou has no opinion on Ouyang Qianjin now. After all, she has helped you level up. If you still have any opinions in your heart, wouldn't you be an ungrateful wolf? What is the mission? Ouyang Qianjin stared at Zhang Yimou with her bright eyes. It's a killing mission. Just kill XXX and XXX. Oh. Ouyang Qianjin replied with some disappointment. Then go and kill it. It's not far away. However, when the mission monster that killed Zhang Yimou was directly upgraded to level 30, Zhang Yuan, who had been silent just now, laughed. I also upgraded. What mission? It's Chapter 73. Aren't dungeons used for leveling up? Haha. I've leveled up too. Zhang Yuan laughed as he completed his leveling up task for Zhang Yimou. What task? Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and asked the other party. It's an exploration task. Where is it? Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up. About 100 meters to the right. It's there. The dungeon. Zhang Yuan looked at the location indicated and saw a black portal in the shallow water area of the river beach not far away. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the portal with shining eyes and felt very kind. Yes. The reason why she wanted to help Zhang Yimou and his brother level up was for this dungeon task. When Zhang Yimou proposed to use Ouyang Qianjin's experience, she instinctively wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, if both of them were upgraded to level 29, they could get 2 tasks. If one of them is a mission to explore a dungeon, can I go to their dungeon to get a copy? If that's the case, is it difficult to upgrade myself? You know, dungeons are used to upgrade. The previous dungeon was my own, so I didn't even feel anything, let alone upgrade. This made Ouyang Qianjin very disappointed. So I wanted to upgrade in someone else's dungeon. Of course, the most important thing is the herbs and possible magic crystals in the dungeon. This is what Ouyang Qianjin wants most now. According to Sebastian, at this stage, if I want to get magic crystals, I can only get them from the origin or from the monsters with them. Although this kind of dungeon exploration mission is not triggered every time, it has been proven that Ouyang Qianjin is quite lucky. Now it depends on whether their team relationship can enter the dungeon. If they can enter, according to the specifications of the previous Dark Forest dungeon, they may be able to upgrade to level 40 in one dungeon. Let the second place behind them eat dust behind their wheels. The kind where you can't even see the taillights. Dungeon? This is the first time I've encountered it, Zhang Yimou said as he looked at the black portal of the dungeon. First time? Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. She thought it shouldn't be the case. After all, there are so many people in the airport base. There should be many people who encounter dungeons when upgrading. Yes, I've heard of it a few times, but this is the first time I've seen it. Zhang Yimou shrugged. I heard from those who have been to the dungeon that the monsters there are of high levels, and there are a lot of good things like herbs and ores, which are very suitable for upgrading or making a fortune. Oh, so there should be a lot of herbs and ores in the base? Hearing these two things, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sit up straight. Yes, there are some, but they are scattered in some teams that have entered the dungeon. And most of these things can only be used by alchemists. And there is no alchemist profession in the base now, Zhang Yimou said with some regret. Well, it's really a pity. Ouyang Qianjin nodded silently. Nonsense. Although I don't know how many people in the world have obtained secondary professions now. There is no doubt that people in the airport base don't know that alchemist is a living profession. Maybe they don't even know the existence of the secondary profession. There's a way. The lack of intelligence can help me collect more materials. When I go to the airport base, I won't rush to the Black Cat Paradise. I'll make some money first. Wait, you just said that it is in the hands of some teams, which means that the team members can enter the dungeon together. Ouyang Qianjin grasped the key. Yes. Otherwise, considering the level of the monsters in the dungeon, who would dare to go in alone except for you, the eldest lady? Zhang Yimou smiled at Ouyang Qianjin. While answering the question, he also flattered her a little. Sure enough, the IQ of people who have entered society is not low. And Zhang Yimou's flattery is also very useful to Ouyang Qianjin. He raised his chin with a little pride. Then let's go. Help Zhang Yuan complete the task, and we will go to the base when we reach level 30. As he said, Ouyang Qianjin took the lead and walked towards the portal 100 meters away. It looked like this dungeon was hers. Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan followed silently, with a big boss helping them with tasks. Why should they be polite? Especially Zhang Yimou. He was very happy. Think about it. Originally, he just wanted to get some experience to level 30. Unexpectedly, he could make a copy. Needless to say, if he didn't die in this copy, his level would definitely rise quickly. This is beyond doubt. What are you doing? Hurry up. The eldest lady has already entered. When Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to lead his men to wade into the copy portal, Zhang Yuan was hesitating by the river. As a result, Zhang Yimou called him. Here I come. Zhang Yuan ran over without stopping after hearing Zhang Yimou calling him. After entering the dungeon, the three people and a group of skeletons immediately found that their vision became extremely wide. Or in other words, there was no obstruction in front of them. This is an endless grassland. It's just that there is no grassland scenery of cattle, and sheep can be seen when the wind blows the grass low. Or at least there are no large creatures in front of them. Explore Pyrian Plateau? Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, frowning and looking at her panel with some suspicion. Pyrian Plateau. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's whisper, Sebastian on the side was also a little surprised. Why? You know? Yes. Mississippi. Then tell me what you know. I have no clue at all now. Ouyang Qianjin was a little helpless. Originally, I thought I would kill monsters after entering. Who knew it was an endless grassland and undulating mountains in the distance? Pyrian Steppe is also known as Centur's Steppe. As the name suggests, this is the territory of centaurs. Old Sebastian explained. Centaurs? Ouyang Qianjin and Zhang Yimou were both stunned when they heard Sebastian's words. Is it the disgusting creature with a horse's lower body and a human's upper body? Yes. They usually form a tribe of hundreds or thousands of people, grazing on this plateau for a living. Basically everyone is a soldier, and their personalities are quite violent. Wow! Everyone is a soldier violent personality. This fits the description of grassland creatures very well. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Then why didn't I see a centaur? Maybe it's because there is no pasture where we came from. But it is said that there is a magnificent city in the mountains of the Pyrian Plateau, where the centaur's royal court is located, and the centaur's royal family also lives there. Ouyang Qianjin was speechless. City in the mountains? How can I find it with these endless mountains? And the dungeon has a boundary air wall. Who knows if the exploration mission this time is the city in the mountains? And to put it bluntly, Ouyang Qianjin even felt that with Zhang Yuan's level 29 upgrade mission, it shouldn't be necessary to ask you to explore the royal court, which is a very dangerous task. Chapter 74. What's the point of picking herbs? Everyone who has played the game knows this. Any level with the word king is not too low. For example, the previous level 29 upgrade task. That was just to kill the steel-beard wild boar king, and the wolf king of the blue wolf tribe. This is still a monster in the wild. If you really want to calculate, this king who can live in the city must be much higher than the wild child outside. Ouyang Qianjin smiled bitterly, and shook her head. Throw away the mess in her mind. Miss, what should we do next? Seeing that there was nothing around, the dumbfounded Zhang Yimou brothers completely lost their minds. Even if this was Zhang Yuan's own copy. Let's go in one direction first. In the direction of those small hills. Ouyang Qianjin thought for a while and said, after all, Sebastian said the existence of the city in the mountain. So anyway, go to the direction of the mountain first. If you encounter an air wall, just walk in the direction of the air wall. Anyway, this time I have the baggage team of the undead space, so I don't have to worry about the problem of food. Even if the plateau is very large, we can always reach the bottom after walking for a few days. Right? Okay. We listen to you. The two Zhang Yimou brothers, who were originally blind, did not object and just followed. Then when you walk, open your identification eyes and observe the surroundings at any time. If you find anything wrong, give an alarm immediately. If you find herbs and minerals, collect them immediately. As he said, Ouyang Qianjin threw 2 backpacks over. By the way, he also put backpacks on several skeletons. Isn't this coming in just to upgrade and collect herbs? Now it is a large grassland. Although there are mostly weeds, there should be some herbs. It is simply a natural collection site. There is no reason for Ouyang Qianjin to miss this place. And Zhang Yimou and his brother also knew that Ouyang Qianjin might want to collect more herbs and planned to stock up. So they carried the backpack without any objection. Seeing that both of them had carried the backpack, the whole team started to set off. A team of more than 200 skeletons moved slowly on the grassland. Hey! There is a herb here. There is also one here. You know, there is no shortage of herbs on this grassland. Just collect more. Brother, what do you think the young lady wants these things for? Maybe she plans to sell them to alchemists later. After all, these are things for refining medicine. Yes. 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 I think they should be good things. Of course. The two brothers were happy to collect. And the skeletons on Ouyang Qianjin's side were not to be outdone. Ouyang Qianjin also opened the eye of identification all the way. And she was holding a telescope. When she saw the herbs, she would let her skeleton go to collect them. But unlike Zhang Yimou and his brother, she dug out the soil that covered the roots. Mississippi. Pushing the cart. Sebastian was contacting Ouyang Qianjin with his mind. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned when she heard Sebastian's voice in her mind. You know, most of the time Sebastian was talking to Ouyang Qianjin with a voice that came from nowhere. There are very few ways to use mind directly like this. Just now, there was an outsider who didn't tell me that there is actually a kind of cave dweller on the Pyrenean Plateau. Caveman? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly and looked at Sebastian. Just now, there was an outsider who didn't say anything. Does that mean that this caveman is superior to the Centur in Sebastian's eyes? She was also wondering why Sebastian used the way of saying just now. Yes. Sebastian nodded. Please elaborate. Knowing that there should be some important information in it. Ouyang Qianjin sat in her wheelchair and became interested. This is actually because you are lucky. Mississippi. How do you say it? Cavemen are a variant of dwarfs. They are ugly and have bulging pustules on their backs. They live in caves and are good at digging. They are slaves of the Centur tribe. The city in the mountain is said to be built by the Centur royal family using cavemen. Ouyang Qianjin didn't quite understand what this creature had to do with her luck. Miss, in addition to building cave houses for centaurs, cave dwellers are also responsible for mining for centaurs. Mining? You mean? Ouyang Qianjin was alert. There is a magic crystal mine on the Pyrenean Plateau. Hearing the words magic crystal, Ouyang Qianjin's eyes widened. The thing she had dreamed of was unexpectedly right in front of her eyes. How could Ouyang Qianjin not be happy? No more picking herbs. You two get on the horses. Ouyang Qianjin shouted at the two people in front. Huh? Ah! Before the two brothers could even react, they were kicked onto the backs of horses by two human skeleton cavalrymen. Afterwards, Ouyang Qianjin herself got on the pumpkin carriage, moving quickly towards the hill. Why would they collect herbs now? This thing will definitely be found in future copies. But you may not be so lucky to encounter magic crystals. So she immediately ordered her skeletons to speed up and run towards the hills. This made it hard for Zhang Yimou and his brother, who were riding on the skeleton cavalry. You know, they had never ridden a horse before the end of the world. Now they have such a chance to ride a horse. So they naturally want to experience it. However, when they really sat on it, they found that it was not as comfortable as they imagined. After all, they were riding skeleton horses, bones without meat. Now they were just like riding on a horizontal bar. And their legs were still stuck by the ribs of the skeleton horse, which was bumpy and hard, and almost broke their buttocks into 4 pieces. Now when they accelerated, the pain was even more intense. No more riding. They swore in their hearts that they would never ride a skeleton horse again in their lives. With the full acceleration of the skeletons, the distance that was originally looking at the mountain and running to the dead horse was reached in about half an hour. Brother, are you okay? Fine. Fine. Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in the pumpkin carriage, opened the window and laughed heartlessly at the two brothers, whose legs were still shaking even when they were sitting on the grass. Hee hee, you guys take a rest here first. I'll take people to find clues. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't hold back and laughed. And then, in the resentful eyes of the two brothers, she led the skeletons to search the hillside. Hope to find a mine or something. Brother, the eldest lady is a bit of a stab in the back, Zhang Yuan said with a bitter face while massaging his legs. Forget it. As long as the eldest lady is happy, it's good to make her laugh. Compared to the heartless Zhang Yuan, the somewhat scheming Zhang Yimou is more open-minded. After all, the two brothers have to rely on others now. Although they were robbed of a copy, Both brothers benefited from it. At most, they just took what they needed. So there is nothing to complain about. After resting for about an hour and a half, Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton came back. Chapter 75. What's in the wooden box? The two parties looked at each other, staring at each other. Then the skeleton turned and left. And the two had no choice but to follow immediately. After climbing up the hill, they found that Ouyang Qianjin and others were behind the hill. Miss, have you found a clue? The two walked quickly to Ouyang Qianjin, who had gotten off the car and was sitting in a wheelchair. Found it. Ouyang Qianjin raised her chin and pouted. And the two turned their heads to find a cave in the valley behind the mountain. This cave is about 3 meters high. It's just that it's covered with weeds all around. And you can't really find it if you don't look carefully. Then let's go in and take a look. Very consciously, Zhang Yimou took Zhang Yuan and prepared to go in. After all, the role of the two of them in Ouyang Qianjin's team is not the role of scouts. For this kind of thing, they must go in and find out the truth before the big brother on the list can act. Right? But at this time, Ouyang Qianjin stopped them. No. Come in with me. Let the skeleton cavalry go in first to clear the way. And then you go in, Ouyang Qianjin said, and commanded the wolf cavalry to go in. After all, Zhang Yimou is not counted. If Zhang Yuan, the task NPC with a mission, dies, will this copy disappear? Ouyang Qianjin is not sure about this. It is precisely because she is not clear that she dare not let Zhang Yuan take this risk. After the wolf cavalry went in, Ouyang Qianjin received her pumpkin carriage into the undead space. Before, because there was no skeleton horse pulling the carriage, the pumpkin carriage was not bad as an existence with undead attributes. But now there is a skeleton horse pulling the carriage, and her pumpkin carriage has become the skeleton carriage on the panel. It can be stored in the space of the dead. This brings a lot of convenience to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, she is not at ease leaving her boudoir outside. This lamp. Each of you takes one. It's dim inside. It's more convenient with the light. After handing the lantern with burning bone phosphorus to the two brothers Zhang Yimou, the three of them entered the cave. This should not be the cave where the centaurs live. After entering the cave, Ouyang Qianjin had not had time to open the eyes of identification. And Sebastian behind her said this. Oh! Why? It is said that the caves where the centaurs live will at least have fences for raising horses, cattle and sheep to prevent them from running out and freezing to death in winter. So that's it. The living habits. Ouyang Qianjin nodded in agreement. After all, it's not a game. And the lifestyle of creatures like this is the easiest to see flaws. Does that mean this is a cave where cave dwellers live? No. It's more likely to be a mine. Sebastian shook his head slightly. What do you mean? It's not a cave where centaurs live. But the entrance is more than 3 meters high. So it can only be a place where centaurs need to enter and exit. There is no need to open such a high entrance for cave dwellers. And? Although it's very slow so far, we are indeed going down. Old Sebastian said all his guesses in one breath. After listening to it, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked. And then she found that the road she and others came from was indeed uphill. Although it is not very steep, it can still be easily seen. This is a somewhat winding cave. The area is very humid, with moss, weeds, and of course herbs that Ouyang Qianjin has never seen. For example, Baifankeo thorny flower fluorescent grass, etc. They are all used to make potions. Ouyang Qianjin was naturally not polite. Although the two brothers Zhang Yimou are not collecting now. The skeleton carrying a backpack under her has never stopped. It's just that it has changed from a few before to one now. It was originally a matter of convenience. In addition to being in a hurry, if Ouyang Qianjin could collect more, she would naturally be willing. Strange. Why does it feel like there is nothing in this cave? After walking for a while, Zhang Yuan in front said this. Well, it feels like an abandoned cave that has been abandoned. Zhang Yimou looked at the road with weeds growing under his feet. If there were people living here, even the middle of the road should not be covered with weeds. Obviously, no one has walked here for a long time, which is why this situation has occurred. Never mind. Let's go down to the bottom and see what's going on first. Ouyang Qianjin didn't have any idea. For her, she came down just to find the magic crystal. As for whether there are people or monsters, that's secondary. Although she also wants to upgrade. If she can get the magic crystal, then this dungeon will be worth the trip. Yes. Even if she can't upgrade as planned, she doesn't mind. After all, this is just an experiment. An experiment to see if a hurdle can be used to take advantage of other people's dungeons. Now the experiment has come to a conclusion. Even if she can't level up here, at most she can go to the airport base to find a group of 27 or 28 people and level them up. For Ouyang Qianjin, this is not a big deal. In her opinion, since they are all tools, it is natural to find the one that suits her more easily in the toolbox. Miss, there seems to be a cave going deeper ahead. After arriving at the platform at the bottom of the mine, Zhang Yimou brought back such a message. Did you go in and take a look? Ouyang Qianjin, who had just reached the bottom platform, asked. I went in a little, but didn't dare to go deeper. Zhang Yimou answered truthfully. Then let 2 wolf cavalrymen go with you to take a look. If you encounter monsters, don't fight them. Just bring back the information. Yes. After Ouyang Qianjin gave the order, Zhang Yimou took the 2 wolf cavalrymen assigned to him by Ouyang Qianjin into the cave. And Ouyang Qianjin was waiting here on the platform. By the way, observe some of this mine. In fact, there is more than one cave around the platform. However, the one Zhang Yimou entered was wider, still about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. The other caves were about 1 meter and 4 meters high, and could only accommodate a drow skeleton. I think these should be caves of cave dwellers. I just don't know if they are mines or places to live. Ouyang Qianjin, who opened the eye of identification, kept scanning left and right. Finally, he set his sights on a bush. Go and clear that bush. After receiving the order, a skeleton soldier stepped forward and used the axe in his hand as a sickle to cut the weeds in the bush. A severely corroded wooden frame was revealed. In the wooden frame were some mining tools that looked equally corroded, such as pickaxes, shovels, etc. In addition, there were several earthen plates that seemed to be used to hold something. However, they were all broken and had no value at all. But what Ouyang Qianjin wanted was not these, but another thing in the wooden box. Something that could appear on the eye of identification. Chapter 76 Centur's Fortress. Magic crystal powder. This is an enchantment, forging, and alchemy material that can be easily obtained after mining or crushing magic crystals. When Sebastian pushed Ouyang Qianjin to the wooden box, Ouyang Qianjin reached out and scraped some of this stuff from the side of the pick. Although the amount was small, about 2 grams, it was undoubtedly what Ouyang Qianjin was looking for. Now, she began to look forward to what news Zhang Yimou, who was exploring the way ahead, would bring back. In fact, Zhang Yimou did not disappoint her. Because of the distance that Ouyang Qianjin could control now, he could only explore a depth of 200 meters in total. So Zhang Yimou came back soon. How is it? After Zhang Yimou came back, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to ask. It's about 150 meters in, and you can get out. There is a huge fortress on the other side, guarded by 4 centaurs. Zhang Yimou wiped his sweat and said quickly. Fortress? Yes. It's called Centur's Fortress. Centur's Fortress? It seems that this exploration mission may be in it. Ouyang Qianjin squeezed her hands on her knees. No matter what. At least now. Is there any way to attract the 4 centaurs? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Zhang Yimou and asked seriously. Not very realistic. Zhang Yimou shook his head. What do you mean? Ouyang Qianjin frowned. It's too far away. The cave we are in is probably just one of the passages leading to the underground city. Zhang Yimou smiled bitterly. Ouyang Qianjin heard this and understood it in general. It is estimated that this passage is not so much a passage as it is one of the mines dug by cave dwellers. Perhaps most of the 1.4 meter caves around can lead to the Centur's Acropolis. Mining. Isn't the fishbone mining method the most efficient, safest and easiest way to implement? Then let's go and take a look. Not much to say, since the other party said so. Ouyang Qianjin naturally had to go and see it with her own eyes to be sure. So the group slowly walked out of the cave. When Ouyang Qianjin arrived at the entrance of the cave, she knew what Zhang Yimou meant by that sentence. Ouyang Qianjin was at the moment where a large slope led directly to the fortress opposite. The entire large slope was surrounded by such densely packed caves. These caves were spaced at different intervals. Some were more than 10 meters apart, and some were hundreds of meters apart. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, if these caves are the same as the small hills he found, doesn't that mean that the centaurs can quickly move troops from here to any small hill? Across the cliff is a fortress that looks very magnificent and has a certain classical atmosphere. The entire fortress was dug out from the underground mountain. It fits perfectly. And there is no trace of splicing. Ouyang Qianjin even suspected that those cave dwellers dug out the entire underground to build this fortress. And Ouyang Qianjin thought that if nothing unexpected happened, the fortress wall they saw now should not be the main gate, but maybe a side gate dedicated to mining. Centur's fortress, as a satellite city of the Orc King city, it has the responsibility of defending external attacks. It has a large number of garrisons, and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Hidden message. The Fortress of Centaurs is also one of the magic crystal mining and refining bases of the Centur Kingdom, storing a large number of finished magic crystals and magic crystal ore. Woohoo! After reading the feedback on the Eye of Identification, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help shouting in her heart. This has a large number of defenders and a large storage capacity. Is this a copy tailor-made for me? Whatever I need, you can give me? She wanted to shout loudly, but she couldn't. After all, she was still in someone else's territory. It would be bad if all the orcs in the opposite fortress were attracted. But Ouyang Qianjin started to have a headache as soon as she turned around. It is not easy to capture this fortress, or to complete Zhang Yuan's mission. Such a fortress, plus such a terrain, unless you have an absolute advantage in military strength. Otherwise, if you want to capture the fortress of the Centaurs, you will probably be attacked from front and back in various senses. Even if you defend the cave you are in now, the opponent can also go out from other caves, and then go around to attack behind them. Go around again. Cut the back row again. Can't you races from other worlds come up with more tricks? Miss, what should we do? The two brothers Zhang and Mo were a little anxious. They could naturally see the information that Ouyang Qianjin could see, but they were anxious because they saw the large number of defenders, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack. After all, one wanted to upgrade, and the other wanted to complete the task. If they couldn't complete the task, then they could only waste time here. However, because they didn't have Ouyang Qianjin's ability to see hidden information, they didn't know whether this fortress was a metallurgical fortress. Don't panic. Stay calm. I'm here. Why panic? Ouyang Qianjin was also using her gaming brain to think of a solution. She was a little unhappy when she heard Zhang Mo's panicked voice, and Zhang Mo immediately shut up after being scolded. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes were fixed on the magnificent fortress in front of her. She wanted to find some flaws in it. After all, it was unrealistic for her 2 or 3 little cats to block so many holes in the back. Even if a skeleton blocked one, it couldn't block all. In the end, it was still surrounded, and the huge fortress also had 4 gates, with the current control range of 200 meters in radius. At most it could only support 2 gates. Even if the grenades obtained from the patrol team were used to blow down 2 of the gate holes, it would not last long. After all, there must be cave dwellers who are good at digging holes in the other city. Even if it collapsed, it would probably not last long. Alas, if I had known this earlier, I would have found more explosives. Ouyang Qianjin muttered with a headache. Explosives? What do you want explosives for? Miss? Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. Blow down 2 of the 4 city gates, so that we can rush up and block their way out at the city gate. Why do we have to blow down 2 city gates to prevent the other party from coming out? Huh? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and stared at Zhang Yuan. Yes, you found the point. Ouyang Qianjin grinned. Indeed, just like Zhang Yuan said, it is not necessary to use bombs to prevent the other party from going out. There are many ways. It depends on whether I can turn the corner. If Zhang Yuan hadn't reminded me, I almost didn't have a brain hole. In this case, let's formulate a battle plan for the next battle. Ouyang Qianjin waved at the 2 people, summoned them over, and then began to arrange the next battle plan. Chapter 77 Fortress Attack and Defense. Fortress of Centurus. A Centur fortress built underground. The side wall of the fortress has a total of 4 doorways. And now, Ouyang Qianjin and the other 2, including all the skeletons, sat on the carriage and charged towards the opponent's leftmost doorway. This time, Ouyang Qianjin's tactics were very simple. That is to win with speed. So she took out all the carriages in her undead space, loaded with all her troops. They rushed down the slope and rushed to the leftmost doorway. These doorways were guarded by a Centur guard holding a spear, and next to them was a big gong. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin and others rushing down. The four immediately picked up wooden sticks and started knocking on the big gong. For a while, the alarm bells of the fortress rang loudly. But Ouyang Qianjin and others didn't care so much. After rushing down, 2 skeleton soldiers jumped up and killed the half-orcs about 3 meters high. And then some skeleton soldiers were seen throwing things from the carriage down. Zhang Yimou also jumped down. Then Ouyang Qianjin's convoy rushed to the second doorway on the left. After arriving, it was still the same operation. But this time it was Zhang Yuan who jumped down. When Ouyang Qianjin reached the third doorway, some centaurs had already rushed out with their weapons. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't care much. After leaving 150 skeleton soldiers as a blocking force, they went to the fourth doorway. And the first 2 doorways also ignited a raging fire under the operation of the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. That's right. The things thrown down were all gasoline, kerosene, and diesel that Ouyang Qianjin had collected during this period. Before, Ouyang Qianjin thought of blowing up the doorway to block the opponent's progress. But then Zhang Yuan's words were like a brain teaser, which made Ouyang Qianjin abandon that idea and use fire attack instead. It's just that this time, they are fighting in the dungeon. If they were in a place like the Dark Forest before, maybe fire attack would have a better effect. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. In this case, Ouyang Qianjin's fuel can at least guarantee that Zhang Yimou and his brother will burn for a few hours. As long as you upgrade quickly in these few hours, it will be fine. Fortunately, the city gate is only about 4 meters wide, which can only accommodate 2 centaurs entering and exiting side by side. Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons defended it. It's just that there are a little more centaurs pouring out of the fourth doorway. It took Ouyang Qianjin about 30 or 40 skeletons to kill before the opponent was blocked back into the doorway. However, the centaurs' attack did allow Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons to exchange for 30 or 40 centaur skeletons. It was a small profit. Now Ouyang Qianjin was in the middle of the third and fourth doorways, because only in this way could he guarantee his own control range. And even so, it was still very difficult. If Ouyang Qianjin walked a few more meters, maybe one side of the skeletons would collapse immediately. So he couldn't count on Ouyang Qianjin's curse support. But although the skills could not support, Ouyang Qianjin still had other ways. For example, guns. Now Sebastian is holding the only sniper rifle to provide physical support to the number 3 doorway. And Ouyang Qianjin is holding a rifle to support the skeletons in the number 4 doorway. Generally speaking, the current scene is very weird. There are magic, skeletons, and flying bullets. It makes people wonder where they are for a moment. But in fact, the role of guns is very limited. Ouyang Qianjin saw that some centaurs even use their weapons to cut bullets. There are also shields or blades to block. There are even centaurs who can continue to fight after being shot dozens of times. It has to be said that the physical fitness of these races in the other world is really abnormal to the point of being outrageous. Ouyang Qianjin's scalp is numb when he sees it. No! I have to wash my hair after this battle. Otherwise, I don't know when the goosebumps on my scalp will disappear. Ouyang Qianjin was shooting while thinking about random things. And from time to time, she took the time to reload the empty magazine. She was busy and happy. Compared to Ouyang Qianjin's random thoughts, Sebastian's situation was much simpler. After all, he was using a sniper rifle. There was no need to think too much. All he had to do was put the head of the centaur rushing out of the door into the 8-fold scope and then pull the trigger. After all, as intelligent creatures, very few can survive even if their brains are smashed. Of course, in addition to this, Ouyang Qianjin also controlled the skeleton soldiers to drag the bodies of the centaurs over. If there is anything to be thankful for now, it is probably that Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton transformation skill can now be used within a range of 100 meters. It is much better than the weakness curse that can only be used within a dozen meters. Otherwise, if Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton is killed and wants to transform, he can only let the fast-running centaur skeleton drag the centaur's body to the front. What sound? Amid the centaur shouts and the gunshots echoing underground, Ouyang Qianjin heard a strange sound. Then she felt something fall on her head. Puzzled, she looked up and saw a very horrifying scene. An extremely ugly caveman with big dead fish eyes, small nostrils, and a big mouth that can grin to the ears is digging on the fortress wall above Ouyang Qianjin's head. And it seems that he has dug a cave about 2 meters deep. Zhao. The city wall is just being dug randomly. No sense. Cursing secretly, Ouyang Qianjin raised his gun and shot the caveman. However, after the caveman died, another caveman with a shovel came up from behind. This is not a solution. Ouyang Qianjin knew that there must be a lot of caveman slaves in the city. Even if he killed them, the other commander would use the lives of the cavemen to fill the gap. And he would eventually be able to dig the hole. Once the other party opened a hole above, and the centaurs fell from the sky, his plan would be aborted. What to do now? Ouyang Qianjin was thinking, while shooting the cavemen above with a rifle to buy himself time. Just what Ouyang Qianjin really couldn't think of any good solution. The wonderful and friendly voice of Xingjia rang in his mind. Ding! You have leveled up. And you can use +1 summon creature. You have reached level 35, and get a skill selection. Alternative skills: Violent Curse, Summon Shadow Blade, Dark Figure. Note: your skill selection will directly affect your final career, so please make your decision carefully. Chapter 78. Frenzy Curse can increase the strength and agility of your own units, but the price is madness. Summon Shadow Blade. Summon a sharp shadow blade from your own shadow as your weapon. Dark Shadow can blend into the darkness, achieve the effect of invisibility, and can block any sound made by yourself. It must be used in the dark. Ouyang Qianjin happily opened her panel and checked the 3 skills this time, but found that there was no summoning system. Although there is a skill to summon Shadow Blade, as someone who can't fight in person, this skill is useless. The same goes for the Dark Figure. Frenzy Curse. Although it doesn't have much effect on Ouyang Qianjin's current situation, but it's better than nothing. And it's better than the other 2. At least it can add status to your skeletons, making them more brave in battle. And this is the second time the Frenzy Curse has appeared. If not this, what else can I choose? There is no choice. As for what price is madness? They are already brainless skeletons. What else can they go crazy about? It's just groundless worry. Ouyang Qianjin chose the skill of Violent Curse without caring. The skill Violent Curse has changed due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. Additionally improved defense and damage. Double the effect until exhaustion. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the effect of her talent Erosion on the panel, and her mouth formed an O shape. She didn't expect such a result. You have to know that all her subordinates are skeletons, and there is no such thing as exhaustion. In other words, if I buff my subordinate skeleton once, the Berserk effect will last forever? After all, exhaustion is the premise for the disappearance of this buff. Without this premise, there will be no time limit. Right? Although I don't know whether my guess is right or not. Ouyang Qianjin plans to give it a try. Berserk Curse. Ouyang Qianjin gave Sebastian next to her a buff without even saying hello. Miss. When Sebastian felt the power that improved his abilities in all aspects, he immediately turned his head and looked at Ouyang Qianjin in surprise. How do you feel? Ouyang Qianjin asked with a smile. It feels so good. I feel that my strength and speed have increased by at least 50%. Now I can't wait to pick up my sword and fight those centaurs. Old Sebastian said with a little excitement. Are there any side effects? Ouyang Qianjin asked. Now the only thing she is worried about is the crazy debuff. After all, everything is just her guess. If there are signs of madness, then I should stay away from them. Or simply don't use this skill. No. It feels good. There is no discomfort or side effects. But it will take some time to observe. Sebastian answered conservatively. Just now, it was because he felt the benefits of this power that he looked at Ouyang Qianjin with some surprise. After all, he knew that any way of gaining power with the help of external forces has obvious side effects. Well, according to the skill introduction, there may be side effects such as madness and exhaustion. But you are skeletons. You may be immune to these side effects. You can observe it and see. Seeing that Sebastian was fine, Ouyang Qianjin was relieved. And old Sebastian was also stunned after hearing Ouyang Qianjin's explanation. I didn't expect that after becoming a skeleton, these side effects would be self-destructed because of being a skeleton. This made Sebastian a little bit amused. Okay, miss, but how should we deal with it next? Sebastian raised his hand and shot the newly appeared caveman above. Easy to solve. Now with this skill that increases strength, speed, defense, and attack power by at least 50%. We don't have to fight the opponent so poorly. The strategy of blocking the door was originally a tactic that he came up with when he had no other choice. Now with this new buff that can be used for a lifetime, Ouyang Qianjin no longer has any scruples. Isn't it just encirclement? Now he hopes that all the skeletons will form a circle with him as the center, so that his weakness curse can also come in handy. With the superposition of the two buffs, he has a certain chance of winning. After all, the centaurs probably don't have the racial skills of the blue drow that can revive their own personnel. So Ouyang Qianjin stretched out his hand and pushed his wheel, and came to a cart, because it was a siege operation. Ouyang Qianjin could be said to have taken out all his tricks, except for the two rare element skeleton horses and Seabass pulling the pumpkin cart. All other skeletons are now on the front line, so the cart can only be parked outside the fortress. After searching the cart with the opponent's weapons, Ouyang Qianjin took out a signal gun with a thick barrel from it. After installing the flare, Ouyang Qianjin fired one into the air. The flare gun can fire at a distance of about 150 meters. But the height of this underground city is only about 100 meters. So when the red flare touches the top of the underground city, it begins to slowly descend. But it doesn't matter. What Ouyang Qianjin wants is to notify the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. Ouyang Qianjin discussed it with them when making the battle plan before. Once there is any emergency, use the flare gun to contact. Once they see their flare, no matter what they are doing, they must rush to Ouyang Qianjin's location immediately. That's why Ouyang Qianjin put Zhang Yimou, who ran the fastest, at the first doorway on the far left, and the two brothers Zhang Yimou, who saw the flare, did not hesitate. According to the plan, after tying the bundle grenades and throwing them into the doorway, they immediately rushed to the third and fourth doorways where Ouyang Qianjin was. As for those who stayed behind and didn't have time to dump the fuel, they could only stay where they were. There was nothing they could do about it. The total distance between the first and fourth gates is only 1,200 meters. For professionals with greatly improved physical fitness and skills, it only takes a few tens of seconds. After joining Ouyang Qianjin, Ouyang Qianjin immediately asked his centaur skeletons to pull all the carts to the far right of the fortress. Those skeletons also quickly retreated in this direction. In the end, the three of them used carts as a wall at this corner of about 80 degrees, and assisted the skeletons in front, and started the tower defense mode. This was something Ouyang Qianjin had thought of before, but she originally thought of blocking the gate for a few hours. Wait until the fuel runs out before coming back. But she never thought that the commander of the fortress would directly let the cavemen dig a hole in the wall as an entrance and exit. Sure enough, these races from other worlds cannot be underestimated. Chapter 79. Now outside the fortress, the shouts of killing are deafening. Although Ouyang Qianjin and others can't understand what the other party is shouting. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they must defend this place now. After all, this is their last way out. Miss, why don't I go to the front line? Standing on a cart, Sebastian looked at the battlefield and felt itchy. Now Ouyang Qianjin and others are defending in an 80-degree fan-shaped manner. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin did not hesitate to put all his skeletons on it, and with his own skills support in the rear, it is no problem to maintain the front line. This is the power of the Necromancer. As long as there are still enemy corpses, he can continuously obtain troops. And under the blessing of his violent curse, those originally white skeletons turned blood red one by one. Not only did the combat effectiveness increase, but even the defense of the bone stick also increased a lot. For example, the bones that the centaur could originally break with a mace now need 2 hits to break. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not add the status to Zhang Yimou and his brother. After all, it is better for them to stay awake as they are smart. Ouyang Qianjin does not rely only on skills. She still has a rifle in her hand. When she is free, she will fire a round to reduce the burden on the front line. No need. Sebastian, have you forgotten that they have cavemen? Now there is a city wall and a mountain behind us. If the other party digs in a roundabout way, you will need to hold them off. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and rejected Sebastian's request. It is said that every failure makes one wiser. Although Ouyang Qianjin said that she was uncertain, but in her heart, she had already begun to be wary of the opponent's tactics. After all, she was the commander who could order to dig holes in the city wall, and it was only a matter of time for her to think of this roundabout tactic. Now what Ouyang Qianjin has to do is to kill as many of the opponent's living forces as possible without being surrounded. Although for other professionals, this world may be an RPG-type role-playing game. But for Ouyang Qianjin, who has changed his job to become a necromancer, this game is an out-and-out strategy game. From the beginning, her role was the height of a commander, rather than a soldier who charged forward. So what she needs to do is to put herself in the right position and think about her own and the opponent's commander's tactics as much as possible, so as to put herself in a favorable position. From the fact that the opponent used cavemen to dig the city wall just now, it can be seen that the commander of this fortress is not the kind of pedantic and conservative person. So she needs to be extra careful. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin is not a person who likes taking risks. But this time, she had to take risks. After all, the so-called defenders are different from those small karamis that exist in the form of tribes. As the saying goes, a single move can affect the whole body. She didn't think that she, or the two brothers Zhang Yimou, had the ability to kill the 4 guards guarding the other side without anyone noticing. So she could only adopt this extremely risky fighting method. In fact, this was also a helpless move. After all, no matter what tactics she and others used, the final result was that they were surrounded, which was beyond doubt. So what Ouyang Qianjin had to do was to delay the time of being surrounded as much as possible, reduce the enemy's troops as much as possible. After all, she had leveled up again. She only needed to hold on to level 40. It had to be said that the rewards for killing monsters above her level were rich. She had just retreated to the corner and leveled up again, reaching level 36. Of course, the corpses of the centaurs on the front line and the bone sticks scattered on the ground by her skeleton were the best proof of her leveling up. Now she was looking forward to what the skill choices would be at level 40. After all, she was in the dungeon now, and the leveling tasks she would receive at level 39 would definitely be tasks in this dungeon. It would be much easier to do it then. Compared to Ouyang Qianjin's excitement, the two brothers Zhang Yimou were not so relaxed. At this moment, they were both holding rifles or pistols obtained from Ouyang Qianjin and firing bursts. Although Zhang Mo's level was also increasing, and now he had reached level 33. But he was not as happy as he thought. On the contrary, he was reflecting on himself. After all, he also saw how Ouyang Qianjin upgraded. It can be said that this was completely desperate. Level up quickly by killing monsters above your level sounds good, but the risk is there. He had also heard about some dungeons, and knew that the monsters in the dungeons were usually higher level than the people who received the quest. But after actually entering the dungeon and fighting the monsters, he understood what this so-called high level meant. Am I upgrading quickly now? Of course. It took less than a day to level up 3 times, which is basically the same as taking a plane if you haven't counted it yet. But now Zhang Yimou no longer has the envy of Ouyang Qianjin that he had before. Before he met her, he just thought that she was lucky, and it was natural that she could level up quickly after obtaining a hidden profession. In fact, there are many people who hold the same mentality as Zhang Yimou. But now I know that this is all about risking your life. Looking at the crowded centaurs on the front line, Zhang Yimou thinks that if he can go back alive this time, he should not bother with this big brother on the list. There is no way. The strength is there, and the two brothers can't play any role in this kind of battlefield. They can only hold guns and play physical attacks. If they are not based on the same strength, the two brothers are not even worthy of hugging thighs. Well, or it can be called dragging their feet. Listen, how ugly it is to say this out. Although Zhang Yimou has a cunning mind, he is also a person who wants to face. Of course, the most important thing is that he really feels that he is not worthy of this level of battle. I am afraid that I will be able to upgrade, but not be able to show off. As a human, it is important to know one's own limitations. Right? Zhang Yimou was thinking wildly while holding the weapon in his hand and firing at the centaurs in front of him. Although he had never used a gun before, but the density of people made him a sharpshooter who could hit one with one shot. According to Ouyang Qianjin's order to him, he should use the gun in his hand to effectively kill the centaurs as much as possible. Miss, there is movement behind. Here, when Ouyang Qianjin changed a magazine and was about to continue shooting, Sebastian said something on the side, then put down the gun in his hand, drew out the long knife and jumped to the side of the mountain wall. And Ouyang Qianjin immediately turned her wheelchair to face the city wall. She left a distance of about 10 meters there, so that she could cast the weakness curse to help Sebastian later. Of course, in addition to this, she also prepared a fun secret weapon for the centaurs. Chapter 80 Rearmed Centaurs. After rushing down with a long sword, old Sebastian slashed at the caveman who had just dug through the mountain, directly split him in half. But after learning from the last lesson, The fortress commander also opened up a new track and changed his own fighting style. Let the cavemen dig the cave from 3 meters x 3 meters in one go. So even if Sebastian killed the caveman, there would still be a steady stream of centaurs rushing out of the cave. However, as the first person in combat skills under Ouyang Qianjin, Sebastian fought with ease when facing the centaurs. Even if the cave entrance could only accommodate 2 centaurs fighting side by side at a time, he seemed to be at ease. Sebastian, let the centaurs out to fight. Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to fight by blocking the road this time. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's order, old Sebastian quickly retreated a few meters to let the centaurs out. The centaurs blocked at the cave entrance rushed out excitedly when they saw this good thing, and the ones behind them followed with a howl. As a result, every centaur was hit by Ouyang Qianjin's weakness curse. Then he was killed by Sebastian with a few clicks of his two-handed sword. In this way, the offensive and defensive battle between the two sides lasted for more than 2 hours. During this period, the centaur commander asked the cavemen to dig several more caves, but they were all firmly blocked by the centaur skeletons transformed by Ouyang Qianjin in the defense circle 10 meters away. TSK, Ouyang Qianjin had a headache. This was not to say that he encountered any difficult problems, but the nearly 3 hours of high-intensity fighting made her a little exhausted. If she hadn't always been supporting with a gun, her mental strength might have been exhausted. It seems that she still needs some mental potion to replenish herself. Otherwise, once the intensity of the battle increases, her mental strength will be. Ouyang Qianjin has made up her mind. After this battle, she must take a good rest and use the herb she collected this time to make something before going on the road. Otherwise, she doesn't know what will happen next time. It's always good to have more means to save her life. Obviously Ouyang Qianjin is modest. If other magicians knew that Ouyang Qianjin could fight continuously for 3 hours, they would probably jump up in surprise. Originally, mental strength cannot be digitally seen like the blue bar HP in the game. So most magicians will sit down and rest for half an hour or an hour to restore their mental strength after feeling that they are exhausted. But their endurance is mostly about 1 hour. And some better hidden professions can last for 2 hours. But this is already the limit. And now Ouyang Qianjin is only tired after 3 hours, and has not reached the limit. If you tell others, no one will believe it. But in fact, although mental strength is somewhat related to the profession, it depends on the individual. For someone like Ouyang Qianjin, whose soul has been tortured for 8 years, it seems reasonable to be stronger. It seems that a secret weapon is needed. After taking a short break for 2 minutes, Ouyang Qianjin reached out and grabbed the side of her wheelchair, moving to something covered with dark green canvas. Now the mountain and the city wall behind her were basically hollowed out by the cavemen. The centaurs also swarmed under the mountain and wanted to rush in and kill her. There were more than 200 skeletons and Zhang Yimou brothers fighting on the other 2 sides. On this side, there were only herself and Sebastian, and 100 newly transformed centaurs. But it doesn't matter. Ouyang Qianjin did a lot of work to prevent the rear front from being broken. She reached out and pulled down the green canvas in front of her, revealing a brand new heavy machine gun. It has a 12.7mm LM3 heavy machine gun. The theoretical rate of fire is 600 rounds per minute, and the combat rate of fire is at least 80 rounds per minute. The capacity is 60 rounds. With a buttstock and an adjustable tripod, Ouyang Qianjin adjusted her wheelchair and put the butt of the gun on her shoulder. Her mouth curled up. With a grin, Ouyang Qianjin pulled the trigger on her finger. Boom! 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 Different from the pop sound of a pistol and the da-da sound of a rifle, the sound of the heavy machine gun seemed thick and long. The centaurs hit by the 12.7mm bullets had the same feeling. Those who were hit were basically cut in half. No one was spared. The most important thing was that the powerful penetrating power made each bullet take more than 1 life. This really scared the attacking centaurs. Of course, not only the centaurs were scared, but also the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou who were defending on the other 2 sides. Zhang Yimou, who was still shooting with his rifle, was startled by the sudden sound beside him. He turned his head and looked. Wow! While he was shooting in frustration, the young lady was already shooting cannons. Although the 12.7mm caliber machine gun cannot be called a cannon, but a bullet hitting a centaur is definitely a level of intestines pierced and belly broken. Look at the centaurs that were hit. Hey! I dare not look at it. Zhang Yimou did not expect that Ouyang Qianjin actually had such a killer weapon. although it may be slightly inferior to some wild monsters. But it is more than enough for some fleshy centaurs. Huh? Just when Ouyang Qianjin was shooting, she suddenly saw a caveman corpse lying on the ground with a backpack on her back among the centaur's corpses with the eyes of identification. Of course, this is not an important thing. The important thing is that there is a hint of magic crystal on the corpse. That's right. It was not magic crystal powder, nor magic crystal ore, but magic crystal. And there was more than one. It was a full tin or a basket. It's a pity that there is no sun sand. And I haven't even seen sun shells. Otherwise I might be able to make an energy gem. And then? Ouyang Qianjin said with some disappointment. But he still commanded a skeleton in front to grab the basket containing the magic crystal and the body of the caveman. Ouyang Qianjin listlessly pressed the trigger to take away one centaur after another. Dang dang dang. When Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally listless, saw a group of centaurs wearing heavy armor and holding more than 3 meters long broadswords walking out of the crowd, he knew that the other party had changed their fighting style again. TSK. His 12.7mm bullets did not cause any damage to them. Whose subordinates are these? They are so fierce. Heavy centaurs. They are armored monsters that are immune to most physical damage. Hidden information. The armor they wear is a magical equipment made by dwarven technicians using amethyst iron and a small amount of mithril, which has a very high damage absorption effect. Chapter 81 Lucky Guy. It seems that my weakness of not having magic attacks has been seen through. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head slightly disappointed. Of course she has magic attacks. Bone-burning phosphorus fire. It's just that she hasn't shown it until now. And what the hell is that dwarf technician? Wasn't it agreed that there were only centaurs and their slave cavemen? Why is the matter of dwarves involved now? Could it be that these armors were bought from the dwarves by these centaurs? But the hidden information says tailor-made? Ouyang Qianjin now really wants to call Sebastian back and ask him about the dwarves. But obviously, it is impossible under the current situation. As long as Ouyang Qianjin calls Sebastian back, the battle line here will collapse immediately. After all, Sebastian is now entangled with those heavily armed centaurs. With her machine gun useless, she can only choose to retreat. After all, his men can no longer handle the current situation. But he can still escape. He will find another way after he gets out. Anyway, he has already upgraded to level 38 after a few hours of fighting. There is only one more level to accept the task. He will hold on. When he reaches level 39 and gets the upgrade task, he will leave. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin glanced at the exit on the slope in the distance that was blocked by the centaurs. He wanted to find a breakthrough so that he and others could escape. However, this sight made Ouyang Qianjin overjoyed. The centaurs that were supposed to be guarding the entrances of those densely packed mines are gone now. Or they are all running towards this place. What does this mean? It means that the fortress is running short of manpower. After all, the battle has been going on for several hours. Even if there are tens of thousands of centaurs in the fortress, they should have been killed almost all. Alas, it would be great if there were sun shells. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin felt a little regretful. If I had sun shells, using alchemy should be able to inject a shot of cardiac stimulant into my army at this last moment. After all, there are many good things in alchemy. If I can make 1 or 2 of them, I might be able to get through this difficult time. Miss, you said you wanted sun shells? Zhang Yuan came up at this time. Oh, you scared me. Why don't you come here to defend? Do you have any? Zhang Yuan's sudden appearance scared Ouyang Qianjin, who was giving orders in his mind. Then he rolled his eyes at the other party in a bad mood. Yes. Look. Zhang Yuan reached into his trouser pocket and took out 5 sun shells that looked like clams. Sun shell. A shellfish that likes to bury half of its body by the river to bask in the sun. The shell can be ground into powder, which is an indispensable but not rare thing in alchemy. Hidden information. The shellfish meat is very fresh and chewy. Whether it is fresh scallop tofu soup or casserole baked shellfish meat, it is a very delicious dish. Where did you get this? Ouyang Qianjin was a little dumbfounded. Let's not talk about eating in the hidden information. Just the fact that Zhang Yuan could take out this thing surprised Ouyang Qianjin. Just before entering the dungeon portal, there are a lot of them by the Nanha River. I picked some up because they looked pretty when I came in. Zhang Yuan said happily. It must be said that the appearance of the sun shell is really good. With vertical white lines on the golden shell, it should be very beautiful to use it as a decoration. You are such a lucky guy. Can you give me 2? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the sun shell in Zhang Yuan's hand and asked with surprise. Sure. If you need them. You can take them all. I picked them up anyway. Zhang Yuan said happily. I didn't expect that the things I picked up casually could actually help Ouyang Qianjin, which made him somewhat relieved of the psychological burden of using Ouyang Qianjin's experience. At this critical moment of life and death, Ouyang Qianjin was not polite. Immediately asked a skeleton to find a metal medicine grinder on one of the carts, dig out the shellfish meat, and then grind them into powder one by one. Don't mix them together. Without caring about Zhang Yuan's astonishment, Ouyang Qianjin began to instruct Zhang Yuan. After all, they have no use except shooting now. It's better to do something practical. Zhang Mo. Don't shoot the gun. Come and play with the heavy machine gun. It's powerful. Support Sebastian's side. Although the heavy machine gun has no killing effect on the heavy armored Centur, but it can still be used to contain it. Zhang Mo looked at Zhang Yuan, then looked at Ouyang Qianjin, then nodded silently, and put down the rifle in his hand to receive the heavy machine gun. He also wanted to know what Ouyang Qianjin was going to do now, but wisely did not ask. Anyway, since it is a work, there will be results. Just wait and see. Oh, okay. Zhang Yuan, after being confused by the shouting, began to do as Ouyang Qianjin said. Didn't the eldest lady want to retreat? Why did you suddenly ask me to grind shells again? Zhang Yuan felt a little strange when he saw a few centaur skeletons begin to put the rope around themselves. After Ouyang Qianjin gave Zhang Yuan instructions, he asked the skeleton to pull out a leather scroll tied with a rope from the cart with wolf skins. After opening it, there were several wolf skins with complex alchemical magic arrays of different shapes and specifications such as circles, triangles, and squares. Some of these shapes are single and look very simple. Some are a combination of several shapes, which look very complicated. And the carriers of the shapes. Those wolf skins are also large and small. The large ones can be 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, but the small ones are even as big as a palm. After receiving a palm-sized wolf skin and a stainless steel shaker for bar cocktails with an alchemical magic circle engraved on it, Ouyang Qianjin ordered the skeleton to go to the battlefield not far ahead and pick up a finger bone of a transformed centaur skeleton. Pour a little mineral water into the cocktail shaker. Then put the finger bone in it. And Ouyang Qianjin began to shake it like a bartender. While shaking, he kept muttering. Dancer of flames. Duke of the stone tablet. Elf of mercury. Giant bird with wings spread. Feel the pain in your body. Listen to the thunder of horse hooves. Mask. Wheel. Wine glass. Giant sickle. Animal bones. The sheep with 7 colors of light and darkness interweaves. All become my body, my God, and my will. As Ouyang Qianjin shook, the magic value on the shaker began to glow. The tapping sound that was originally emitted due to the shaking gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared. Ouyang Qianjin is now using the most basic alchemy. She is chanting a spell. But this spell is just a spell. It has no meaning and no other effect. If there is any meaning in this, it can only be pretending. Chapter 82 Energy Gem. That's right. There's no need for spells in alchemy. It's just a meaningless passage that Ouyang Qianjin recited to fool people and make them feel powerful. But even so, some people still feel that it's impressive. For example, Zhang Yuan, who is working hard now. Originally, he didn't know what Ouyang Qianjin was going to do. But after Ouyang Qianjin's operation, coupled with the blessing of the spell, the atmosphere suddenly became sacred. It looks very high-end. It's not something that mortals like them can understand. Sure enough, after the light of the shaker dissipated, Ouyang Qianjin opened the shaker and poured the water in it onto the palm-sized wolf skin with 2 misaligned squares and an upward arrow in the middle place between her knees. Bang! In an instant, wisps of green smoke rose from the wolf's skin. After a burst of green smoke slowly dissipated, a silver-white gel-like substance, like jelly, appeared on the wolf's skin. Ah! Where is that small bone? Zhang Yuan stared at the gel-like substance on the wolf's skin with some disbelief. You know, Zhang Yuan saw Ouyang Qianjin put that finger bone into the shaker with his own eyes. But after a burst of green smoke, a ball of gel came out? This doesn't seem like something that can be explained by science. Right? So Zhang Yuan used Eye of Identification, transformation water, alchemical product made from water, and the body parts of the transformed organism. Transformation water? Alchemical product? Zhang Yuan had a face full of black question marks. Isn't this young lady a necromancer? How can she do alchemy? Wait! Isn't alchemy something that only alchemists can do? Am I too excited? The skill creates an illusion? There's no reason. Ouyang Qianjin looked at Zhang Yuan silently. Of course she knew that Zhang Yuan was looking at the transformation water with the eye of identification at this moment. But she was not angry. After all, this is the result she wanted. The proud Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and raised her chin slightly. Sure enough. It feels good to show off. That's right. The transformation water is made from the body of the transformed creature, which is not a valuable thing. If Ouyang Qianjin was just a simple alchemist, it might be a little difficult. But as a necromancer, she can make as many of these things as she wants. The only thing is that shaking the cup when making it is a bit tiring. Of course, it doesn't mean that only necromancers can transform creatures. In fact, there are many hidden professions, and even ordinary professions can do this. It's just that the combination of alchemist and necromancer is more compatible. After all, many alchemical products require corpses or souls as a medium. For example, gargoyles, philosopher's stone. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin's main profession and secondary profession are perfectly matched. What are you standing there for? Is the sun sand polished? After feeling the pleasure of pretending, Ouyang Qianjin asked Zhang Yuan to take action. Ah! Oh! It's polished! Zhang Yuan, who was still surprised, was awakened from his astonishment by Ouyang Qianjin's shout. Then, according to Ouyang Qianjin's instructions, he poured the sun sand in the medicine grinder onto Ouyang Qianjin's open palm. It's a bit rough, but use it. Using the thumb of the other hand to rub the sun sand with some particles in the palm. Ouyang Qianjin sighed, but did not blame Zhang Yuan. After all, time is short. It is not easy to do this. Gently pour the powder slowly on the gel. The original silver-white gel turned golden after a golden light that blinded the dog's eyes. Hiss! It seems that I have to wear a pair of sunglasses when refining in the future. Ouyang Qianjin squinted her eyes, and the tears in the corners of her eyes were enough to show how much damage the light just now caused her. Then Ouyang Qianjin took out a magic crystal from the backpack on the caveman's corpse next to her. This crystal is about half the size of a palm. Hexagonal, 2 fingers thick, and milky white and translucent. It looks like a large square diamond. Ouyang Qianjin picked up the gold gel with her index finger and evenly applied it on the magic crystal. Finally, she took out the magic sealing stone and clapped her hands. It was done. The magic crystal changed from a milky white translucent object to a golden color. Inside, you can clearly see something flowing toward the energy gem in the middle of the magic sealing stone. Energy gem, a consumable made by alchemy. A kind of magic energy, which can provide continuous magic output for many things. Hidden information, as an energy source. It is qualified. But as a heart it is fragile, and can be easily destroyed. So it needs to be well protected. After looking at the information of the energy gem with the eye of identification, Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. He only has 2 magic sealing stones now. He can only make 2 energy gems at most. He must make good use of them to overcome the current difficulties. Ouyang Qianjin, who succeeded in making alchemical products for the first time, breathed a sigh of relief. It is not as difficult as he imagined. In fact, making energy gems is very simple. It is nothing more than integrating all the required materials together. And then it is done. The working principle of energy gems is also very simple. The magic sealing stone fused into the magic crystal will continuously absorb the natural magic inside the magic crystal, and then release it through the conversion hydrogel wrapped outside. As for the size of the release power, it depends entirely on the amount of energy required by the carrier. Fully automatic. It is so convenient. Of course, although it is said in the introduction that energy gems can continuously supply magic power, but in fact, they still need to rest. It is equivalent to a power bank. When resting, it will absorb natural magic power from the air and store it. If you really use too much at one time, the magic power inside the energy gem will still be exhausted. Zhang Yuan, help me. Put this thing into the pile of weapons and armor. Ouyang Qianjin handed the energy gem to Zhang Yuan. Then he raised his chin slightly, indicating what the other party needed to do. Zhang Yuan took the energy gem in a daze. and then turned his head to look at the pile of weapons piled on the ground, which was 6 or 7 meters high. And below the weapons was the largest 3 meters by 3 meters wolf skin with complicated runes and alchemical magic circles painted on it. Some of these weapons were taken from Ouyang Qianjin's cart, and some were just collected by the skeleton soldiers on the front line. After all, now in the corners of the entire fortress, apart from corpses and bone sticks, the most weapons are weapons. It doesn't matter how much you want to collect. But now time is tight. Even if Ouyang Qianjin lets the skeletons throw the weapons on the ground into the defense circle after fighting, and then a skeleton collects them, they can only collect so much. If you give her a little more time, maybe she can make your pile 10 meters high. Chapter 83 Steel Silver Golem Puppet. Okay. Zhang Yuan, who didn't know how to be powerful, wouldn't think too much now. Anyway, it's right to listen to the first brother on the list. Even though he still couldn't forget about alchemy, his brain capacity didn't allow him to think too much. Jumping off the cart where Ouyang Qianjin was, Zhang Yuan quickly came to the pile of weapons piled up by skeletons. Then he carefully stuffed the half-palm-sized golden energy gem in his hand into the pile of weapons. There was no other way. Let's not talk about the half-body armor that the skeletons pulled off the centaurs. The rest of the weapons were knives and swords, and they were all sharpened. If it was just a slight cut, it wouldn't be a big deal. But these weapons, especially the weapons of the centaurs just pulled back from the battlefield, looked very sharp. If you don't do it well, you might lose your fingers. After stuffing the energy gem in his hand a little bit and poking it in with his fingers twice, Zhang Yuan stopped. However, when Zhang Yuan just took his hand back, the pile of weapons 5 or 6 meters high began to tremble slightly. Then, in Zhang Yuan's astonished eyes, it slowly turned into a pool of molten iron, reshaped. In just 3 or 4 seconds, a figure with a height of 5 meters and a shoulder width of about 2 meters, which looked like a medieval heavily armored knight, appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. The knight's armor was shiny black, and there was an iron sheet on his helmet that spread out like fan blades. There was a sharp protrusion on each ear that looked like an earphone. It held a straight-bladed giant sword without a tip. The eye area on the mask on his head is a straight line with golden light. It looks both technological and retro, very beautiful and violent. The most important thing is that there is a white skull logo with a black crown on the shoulder armor of this knight. Zhang Yuan has seen this logo before. He has seen it on the purple flag held by Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton cavalry. The shocked Zhang Yuan quickly used his eye of identification. He figured it out. As long as he follows Ouyang Qianjin, he can use the eye of identification immediately if he encounters something he can't understand. Don't ask. The question is the mysterious power from the end of the world. Purple Silver Golem Puppet, alchemical product. A combat puppet made of energy gems with extremely high melee ability. When Zhang Yuan saw the information of this golem puppet clearly, he realized that it was really an alchemical product. All those swords and armor turned into the body of the golem puppet in front of him. It's too scary. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, this 5-meter-tall golem puppet was invincible. However, the golem puppet ignored Zhang Yuan, and immediately after it was formed, it jumped from the defense circle to the vicinity of Seabass, and then swung the giant sword in its hand to ruthlessly attack the heavily armored centaurs. That's right. The weapon in its hand was not used to cut people, but to swing people. Several of the heavily armored centaurs, who were immune to most physical attacks, were swung away at the first sight, although it still failed to break the defense. But the creatures inside the armor are living creatures. This level of impact and fall is enough to cause internal bleeding in the centaurs. However, because of the sudden appearance of the golem puppet, Sebastian and Zhang Mo, who supported him, were both shocked. They almost thought that the centaurs had some new soldiers. How is it? This golem puppet is not bad, right? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the golem puppet that was showing its power and asked the heir. But Zhang Yuan knew that this was a question to him. It's really not bad. If it goes on like this, we should be able to clean up this fortress. Haha. Of course. Go and prepare the sun sand. We can make another one. As he said, Ouyang Qianjin directed the skeletons to continue collecting weapons and armor on the battlefield, and put another finger bone of the transformed skeleton into the shaker to start making transformation water. The information that Zhang Yuan could see, Ouyang Qianjin could naturally see as well. But she had one more entry than Zhang Yuan. Why is the golem puppet called Purple Silver Golem Puppet? because it uses the iron weapons that Ouyang Qianjin collected along the way. It also uses the weapons and armor of the centaurs on the battlefield. These equipment made of iron ore, purple crystal iron, and mithril, under the fusion of alchemy, make her golem puppet have the same defensive ability as the heavy armored centaur. The ability to resist physical attacks is very good, and because it is fused with a lot of mithril without any impurities, the ability to resist magic attacks is also quite good. It is considered as the first thug under Ouyang Qianjin now. That's why she is so eager to make a second golem puppet. This is a dungeon. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have another one. If you don't plunder these equipment mixed with mithril now, you may not have a chance in the future. But no matter whether there is a chance in the future, at least now, Ouyang Qianjin still needs a golem puppet. After all, the opponent has so many heavy armored centaurs. One golem puppet can't handle it. It's still the same operation. The same method. Ouyang Qianjin, Zhang Yuan, and the skeletons who collect weapons and armor are busy. After crushing the sun sand, Zhang Yuan also consciously went to the battlefield to collect weapons with his summoned beasts. This time it is still 6 or 7 meters high, but compared with the previous ones, there are many inferior weapons outside. This time, the golem puppets are all fused with the weapons and armor of the centaurs. So this golem puppet number 2 looks more purple than number 1. It looks like black and purple, although it is not much more purple than no 1 foot. But it looks more expensive, precious, and noble. But the appearance is still the same. After all, this is a person made by Ouyang Qianjin himself. It combines the advantages of Gothic armor and Milanese armor, and borrows the design of the Roman helmet with mane on the helmet, as well as the steampunk-like earphones on the left and right ears. This makes the whole golem puppet look a little more artistic in terms of sturdiness. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to design a square shield for the golem puppet. In the end, he gave up because of the lack of materials, although it can also sacrifice the height and weight of the golem puppet. But when facing a centaur of about 3 meters, Ouyang Qianjin feels that the 5-meter Gundam. Oh no! The 5-meter golem puppet is more advantageous. However, with the effects of mithril and amethyst ore, it seems that his golem puppet no longer needs defensive equipment such as shields. Chapter 84 Fortress Commander. For a golem puppet with such defensive power, no matter what enemy you encounter, just rush forward. But that giant sword is pretty good. It can chop, cut, and smash people. With 2 golem puppets guarding the door, you can sleep for an extra hour. The highlight is that you can rest assured and feel safe. When I get 2 purple cloaks to wear, I will stick them at the door. The left and right door gods with good looks and power will appear. Ouyang Qianjin is still very satisfied with the 2 golem puppets he made, especially now that they can knock away 1 or 2 heavily armored centaurs with 1 sword. He is even more satisfied. Everyone is immune to physical attacks. Then it's all about strength. Obviously, a 3-meter centaur is not as strong as a 5-meter all-metal golem puppet. Even if a batch of heavily armored centaurs rush up, they are all defended by the 2 golems. Although it doesn't mean that every time the flying man dies, people will die. But it is obvious that even if the centaurs are not dead, they are probably not much better. Now Sebastian has returned to Ouyang Qianjin's side, and Zhang Yamo, the guy who plays the heavy machine gun, has also loaded the bullet belt and pointed the muzzle at the direction where the centaurs are not reloaded. Boom! 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 The sound of the heavy machine gun echoed again in this empty dungeon. He was having a lot of fun. But the centaurs on this side were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, there were almost no centaurs left to fight. So he regretfully released his finger on the trigger and took out the dagger to fight. Now the situation of being surrounded on all sides has been resolved. Or in other words, in the 4-hour high-intensity battle, there are not many people left in the fortress now, because of the heavy casualties. The opponent's commander even sent some cavemen to the field. You have reached level 39. And now you start to assign advanced tasks. Assignment completed. The task is kill. Search for nearby task monsters. Search completed. Please kill the fortress commander in the Centur fortress. Kill completed to directly upgrade to level 40. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was relieved because the crisis was resolved, the voice of upgrading came from his mind. Hearing the voice suddenly coming from his mind, Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows. Finally, he upgraded when the centaurs were about to die. There were not many centaurs on the field. Even the heavily armored centaurs that were blown away by the golem puppets were not left. If he didn't upgrade again, Ouyang Qianjin could only go outside the dungeon to think of a solution after helping Zhang Yuan complete the task. Fortunately, she finally broke through. All that was left was to complete the task. As expected, not only was the leveling fast in the dungeon, but she also didn't have to accept any exploration tasks. To be honest, she was now very tired of this kind of exploration task. After entering the Dark Forest dungeon for the first time, she vaguely realized that this kind of task was probably not much better. Although she still had to help Zhang Yuan complete the exploration. But the psychological burden of other people as tasks and her own tasks was completely different. It's decided. I'll be doing this from now on. It's nothing more than asking a few people to come and get some experience. The dungeon is so big. How can I miss the experience of these few people? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin smiled happily. Then he focused his attention on the hole in the wall between the third and fourth doorways that the caveman had dug out before. There stood a half-orc wearing armor all over his body, staring at him. The commander of the Centur fortress. In fact, this man appeared when the heavily armored Centur was blown away by his golem puppet just now. He just kept watching there. He didn't mean to come down. But Ouyang Qianjin could feel the angry breath from the other person from a distance. Just think about it. A good fortress with 10,000 or 20,000 defenders. Originally, they were eating hot pot and singing songs. But suddenly they were worn to death by the skeletons they were staying with. Who would be angry if they were in the same situation? The most important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin blocked the door as soon as he came. Then they went to the corner of the city wall and squatted. The charging speed that the centaurs were proud of could not be fully utilized. They had tried to charge over and completely defeat the more than 300 skeletons piled up in front of Ouyang Qianjin. But it was useless. The entire defense circle was so small. More than 300 skeletons could not break through the defense with one charge. On the contrary, the opponent raised his hand and replenished as many skeletons as the dead skeletons. And they directly replaced the weak human skeletons with centaur skeletons. This was really a bit bullying. It was strange. More than 300 skeletons should have been able to break through. The commander of the fortress couldn't figure it out. Of course, he couldn't figure it out. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's violent skill had been corroded and mutated. A full 30% defense bonus. Plus, there was no side effect at all, because it was a skeleton. It was really bullying. But the commander of the fortress couldn't do anything to her. Otherwise, he would have attacked again when he made the golem puppet. Bang! As the last centaur was smashed away by the golem puppet. It also announced that the fortress attack and defense battle ended with the victory of Ouyang Qianjin. Then Ouyang Qianjin let Sebastian push her slowly, and walked to the commander with two golem puppets, looking up and smiling. Provocation. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't do anything, but her current behavior itself was provoking the other party. And the centaur, as the commander of the fortress, had no way out at this moment. From the moment, he was helpless against the skeleton of the Necromancer in front of him. The commander of the fortress knew that something bad was going to happen. But now he had no soldiers to use. The only thing he could do was to fight this evil Necromancer. Even if he died, it would be worthy of the king's salary. Thinking of this, the commander of the fortress tightened the double-edged axe in his hand. And then he jumped down with anger. While in the air, the commander of the fortress did not forget to raise the double-edged axe high above his head, intending to use the force to split Huashan on Ouyang Qianjin. However, how could the two golem puppets give him this opportunity? They jumped up together, and then one on the left and one on the right. The two giant swords clanged. The fortress commander, including the armor on his body, instantly changed from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. There is no way. This broken game has no health bar. Otherwise, as a boss-level existence, he would be able to struggle for a while. What a pity. Ouyang Qianjin shook his head as he looked at the fortress commander, who was deformed by the golem puppet on the ground. After all, even if he was transformed in this state, it is estimated that nothing could be transformed. Recycling armor and weapons is just a gesture. However, Ouyang Qianjin is not picky. Even if the opponent is in this state now, he still has vitality and soul. One life is absorbed. Ouyang Qianjin felt warm in his body and felt very uncomfortable. Ding! You killed the advanced task monster fortress commander and completed this task. Chapter 85 Centur? Isn't this a natural baggage carrier? Ding! You killed the advanced quest monster fortress commander and completed this quest. You have upgraded. And you can summon +1. You have reached level 40, and get a skill selection. Alternative skills, Dark Curtain. Nether Spirit Fire. Enhanced Summoning 2. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Under the influence of the Skull Transformation skill, your available summons double. After the vitality and soul of the fortress commander were drained by Ouyang Qianjin, he died completely. And Ouyang Qianjin's quest was successfully completed. Reached level 40. But after seeing the 3 alternative skills, his eyebrows raised and he was ecstatic. Dark Curtain. Summon a black fog to cover a certain range. Except for the caster. No one can see in the dark room. And the night vision ability is greatly reduced. Netherworld Spirit Fire. A blue flame is emitted from the palm, which can burn and deal with powerful souls, but cannot cause damage to the body. Enhanced Summoning 2. Passive. The number of summons that can be controlled increases by 200%. Is there a choice? No. You don't have to choose at all. Ouyang Qianjin didn't even consider it, and directly chose Enhanced Summoning 2. The skill Enhanced Summoning 2 has changed due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. 4% probability of retaining the elemental attributes of the corpse. 1% probability of transforming into a skeleton with wisdom. Ouyang Qianjin was ecstatic. The erosion effect was just SOSO. Similar to before. But the elemental attributes that could be retained increased by a few percentage points. But this is not what makes her happy the most. Are you kidding me? What does 200% mean? Adding the doubled skeletons at level 40. There are more than 1,000 places. Can't wait to open her personal panel and check her information. Name: Ouyang Qianjin. Race: human. Profession: Necromancer. Talent: corrosion. Level: LV 40. Skills: Eye of Identification. Skeleton Transformation. Curse of Weakness. Burning Bone Phosphorus. Blessing of the Dead. Life Drain. Dead Space. Violent Curse. Enhanced Summoning 2. Equipment: Poor Wolf Fong Necklace. Rough Sacrificial Dagger. Subordinate Officer: Butler Sebastian. Available units: 301/1044 Skeletons. 2 Golem Puppet. There is no change compared to before. In addition to the increase in the number of skeletons, the original Enhanced Summoning I disappeared and became Enhanced Summoning 2. Ha! Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin sighed to the sky. Thousands. His troops finally numbered thousands. Excited heart. Trembling hands. Now Ouyang Qianjin wanted to transform all the piles of centaur corpses beside him into skeletons. Especially those heavily armored centaurs. Although the transformed skeletons will not change because of their race. But the armor equipment on these skeletons is really useful to skeletons. After all, skeletons have no flesh and blood. This is their advantage. But also their disadvantage. The ability to resist attacks is too low. If you encounter a really strong enemy, you will be killed in a few strokes. Although Ouyang Qianjin can replenish at the same time, the quantity is indispensable. But this will consume her mental power. Ouyang Qianjin fully understood this in the battle of a few hours just now. She had never been so mentally exhausted before. But now, especially after creating 2 golem puppets, her mental power was almost drained. If there were no finishing touches to be done, she would even want to fall asleep now. But unfortunately, there are still many things waiting for her to deal with. Zhang Yuan, have you completed your upgrade task? Ouyang Qianjin asked. Not yet. It should be in the fortress. I will go in and take a look later. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly with regret. Then go and take a look. There should be no monsters in the fortress now. If you encounter danger, leave immediately. Don't fight. Then miss you. Zhang Yuan, who thought Ouyang Qianjin would be with him, didn't expect her to say that. For a moment, he was a little undecided. I'll do what I should do. Ouyang Qianjin didn't waste any words, and led the skeletons under his command to the corpses next to the 4th gate. Brother. Zhang Yuan looked at Ouyang Qianjin's back in shock, and then turned to look at Zhang Yimou. The young lady contributed a lot in this battle. I'll go with you to find her, and I'll take care of her. Although he didn't know what Ouyang Qianjin meant by what he should do. But looking at the empty carts, Zhang Yimou had some guesses in his mind. So after the two nodded, they each held their weapons and walked into the fortress. As for Ouyang Qianjin, after arriving at the corpse of the orc, he immediately commanded the skeletons to drag the corpses of the heavily armored centaurs in front of him. Most of them were killed by the giant sword of the golem puppet, or fell from a high altitude. So, except for a few who were crushed, most of them were bleeding internally. It is very convenient to transform. Now there are exactly about 300 in his hand. There are still 700 to be transformed. Ouyang Qianjin, who has never fought such a rich battle in his life, can't wait to start the transformation. The only thing that can bother Ouyang Qianjin now is probably the problem of arms. Before, he had cavalry and infantry. But now after a big battle, he basically only has centaur skeletons. Although these centaurs have the body of a horse, they cannot become cavalry, or the speed is still there. But after taking the weapon, they can't get the cavalry's charge skill. In other words, after Ouyang Qianjin lost more than 30 skeleton horses, all he got were infantry. Now she was thinking about whether to find some more horses for the human skeleton soldiers to ride on after she went out. As for the cavemen, Ouyang Qianjin converted 50 of them after thinking about it, and prepared to use them for digging when farming in the future. Although the centaur skeletons could not become cavalry, they had an advantage. And it was a huge advantage for Ouyang Qianjin. That is, if the centaur skeletons were used as baggage soldiers, they would not need to be as troublesome as before. With one horse and one baggage soldier to pull, one quota is used as 2 quotas, which makes Ouyang Qianjin pick up a great bargain. It means that now all she needs is her own cart. 100 centaur baggage skeletons can pull 100 carts, which means 300 large wooden boxes or large wooden barrels. They are simply natural baggage skeletons. The carrying capacity is greatly improved. But I don't know if there are carts in the fortress. There should be some. Ouyang Qianjin seemed to be questioning. But in fact she didn't care at all. Such things should still be found in a fortress with 10,000 or 20,000 defenders. Miss, look what we caught! Just when Ouyang Qianjin was excitedly planning, Zhang Yuan's equally excited voice came from behind. Chapter 86 Goblin Skeleton Cannon. Miss, look what we caught! Just when Ouyang Qianjin was excited, Zhang Yuan's equally excited voice came from a distance. What? Did you pick up gold? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head, and found that Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yamo were pushing a group of strange humanoid creatures towards her. These creatures are similar to cavemen, about 1 meter tall. They have big ears and high noses. Their skin is gray all over, and their big eyes are bulging out of their eye sockets like dead fish eyes. Their hands and feet are shackled with iron shackles, and they look like prisoners. They are wearing coarse, linen clothes with no design aesthetics. Ouyang Qianjin once thought that it was just a sack on their body. The most impressive thing is that the arms of this creature are very long. They can almost touch their calves. This is goblins. Gray-skinned goblins. We caught them in a dungeon in the city. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's doubts, the two brothers stopped after pushing the goblins close to them, and then explained the origins of these goblins to Ouyang Qianjin. It turned out that the two found the fortress empty after entering it, so they thought that instead of exploring without a goal, it would be better to find a valuable target first. Then they went straight to the most luxurious house in the fortress. As a result, after searching around, they encountered these imprisoned goblins in the underground prison. Originally, they could just kill them, but Zhang Yamo thought that killing or not didn't seem to have any effect on his two brothers. It's better to let Ouyang Qianjin suppress them. Although I can't understand what these gray-skinned goblins are saying, but at least it makes Ouyang Qianjin know that his two brothers are not the kind of people who will destroy the bridge after crossing the river and make decisions on their own. Right? So these gray-skinned goblins came to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin, who was already exhausted, was speechless when she saw these goblins, who were surrounded by her own skeletons, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed to her, and chattering. Originally, in her opinion, there should be no one in the city, but low-level creatures like goblins appeared. The key is that they are imprisoned? You know, with the force of the centaurs. These guys who, according to Sebastian, are about the same combat power as the blue drow can be crushed to death by any one of them. Why do they need to be imprisoned? I don't understand. Gray-skinned goblins. Why? Sebastian. You know? Just what Ouyang Qianjin couldn't understand. Sebastian on the side was surprised. Yes, miss. The Grey Goblins are a branch of goblins that live in the far north according to legend. And they are also the smartest of the many goblin subspecies. Even in a world of ice and snow where there is nothing, these guys can live well with skills comparable to those of the Black Dwarves. They rarely come out of the far north, And I heard about them from the bard. I didn't expect to meet them here. And there are so many of them. Sebastian was surprised by this. Because this creature, which is even rarer than a dragon and only exists in legends passed down by word of mouth, actually exists. This alone was enough to shock him a little. Oh, really? Then kill them. After listening to Sebastian's words, Ouyang Qianjin, who understood roughly, nodded, and then with a thought, the centaur skeletons guarding nearby rushed up, ignoring the goblins' pleas for mercy, and directly stabbed the gray-skinned goblins to death one by one with their weapons. This, miss, isn't it a pity? Of course. Zhang Yimou also heard Sebastian's introduction, and knew the value of this kind of gray-skinned goblin. Although I don't know how much of the legend is true, and how much is false. But a tribe can live comfortably under the ice, and snow where there is nothing. It must be a skill. If these gray-skinned goblins with technology can be brought back, they may bring some different impacts to the current chaotic world. However, Ouyang Qianjin killed them without even raising her eyelids. Waste? I don't quite understand what you mean by waste. Seeing Zhang Yimou say this, Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly and looked at him. Well, I mean the technology of these gray goblins. If the young lady takes it back, she may become the richest person on the spot. Zhang Yimou was stunned for a moment, and then said what he was thinking. Ah, Mo. It seems that you haven't understood the essence of this. Ouyang Qianjin sighed deeply. Well, what do you mean? The word smart often represents cunning. Among the hundreds of goblins here, most of them may be kind. But among so many goblins, as long as there is even one guy with bad intentions, it will be a threat to me. A guy who lacks a sense of security will not keep a smart person around him. Unless. You also know that I am a necromancer. In my eyes, only dead summons are the safest. And my skill is to have a chance to let the transformed skeletons retain their memories. So this is a gamble. A gamble that does not lose anything for me. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In fact, these goblins are an extra gain for Ouyang Qianjin. It is better to kill them and transform them into skeletons directly to ensure safety than to bring them out alive and possibly cause trouble for yourself. Although the probability of 1% is almost equal to 0. But Ouyang Qianjin believes that if there are goblins among these goblins that can become goblins like Sebastian, who have memories of their previous lives, then he will make a fortune. They are both skilled and obedient. This is Ouyang Qianjin's employment standard. Of course. No. That is. No. I haven't seen such a fierce battle before. Ouyang Qianjin transformed more than 10,000 centaur skeletons. But none of them had memories. This kind of thing depends on luck and destiny. It is not something that can be achieved by Krypton gold or padding. Thinking like this, Ouyang Qianjin used his skills to transform all the goblin corpses on the ground into skeletons at once. My great master, your loyal servant Cannon salutes you. When all the goblin skeletons crawled out of the corpses, a goblin skeleton suddenly rushed out and slid to Ouyang Qianjin with an extremely smooth sliding speed that Sebastian didn't react. Then he kissed Ouyang Qianjin's instep and socks with his teeth. The excitement of the skeleton with memory just now disappeared instantly. Of course, she knew that this was a way of expressing submission and loyalty. But the problem is that you still have the flesh and blood you just took off on your mouth. Chapter 87. Wow. Rush in, and don't stop for 3 days. Split it open for me. Looking at the blood on the back of his feet, Ouyang Qianjin waved his fingers with a dark face. The two centaurs used their spears to spear the guy who called himself Cannon 3 meters away. Then Ouyang Qianjin slapped Cannon with a bone-burning phosphorus fire. Ah. It's so hot. Master. Spare me. It's not that hot. At the moment of being ignited, Cannon rolled on the ground, shouting for mercy while rolling. But after coming to his senses, and finding that the fire did not hurt him, he knelt down again. After a while, the residues on his body disappeared. Thank you, kind master, for giving the servant the baptism of holy fire, although he didn't know what this fire was. But Cannon still knocked his head on the ground and bowed to Ouyang Qianjin. Your name is Cannon? Ouyang Qianjin asked seriously, while Sebastian was changing her socks. Yes. Cannon is your most loyal servant. Cannon, the goblin skeleton, crawled on the ground and answered humbly. What can you do? Or what do you think you can do for me? Master, Cannon can do a lot of things, including mechanical repair, manufacturing, sales, transportation, weapon and armor production, maintenance, or exploration, mining, refining, house design, site selection, construction, and a series of crafts. When he heard that Ouyang Qianjin wanted him to show it, Canon said everything he knew like pouring beans. Ouyang Qianjin was overjoyed. Gray-skinned goblins are indeed worthy of their reputation. A gray-skinned goblin can actually understand so many things. But they shouldn't be very specialized. Right? Ouyang Qianjin glanced at Canon indifferently. Hee. You are worthy of being my great master. You can see through me so easily. After all, I was only 50 years old when I died. I am still very young. If I am given another 100 years, I will definitely be able to master these skills. Canon looked at Ouyang Qianjin with his blue soul fire. Okay. Ouyang Qianjin is not very interested in the lifespan of these creatures from other worlds. Anyway, she is a necromancer. Theoretically, lifespan can reach eternal life. As for how old others can live, she doesn't care. Why are you and your people in this fortress? Didn't you say that you are all in the far north? Ouyang Qianjin asked a question that Sebastian and herself wanted to know. Master, my Grayskin tribe left the far north 300 years ago. Canon scratched his head a little embarrassedly. As for why we came out, I don't know. I only heard from the old chief that it was because another tribe occupied our hometown, and we couldn't beat them. So we escaped. As for why my former tribesmen and I are here, it's because we were caught by the slave capture team a few years ago. I see. 300 years? It's been so long since we came out? Even Sebastian didn't know. So, it should have been after Sebastian's death. Otherwise, he couldn't have not known, and couldn't have not told me. Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, and swayed slightly. She roughly knew some of the information she wanted. As for what happened 300 years ago, that made these gray-skinned goblins leave their hometown, she was not interested. After all, as long as she lived well, it would be fine. Besides, this guy hasn't been born yet. Even if he wants to ask more, he probably doesn't know. Then you should be familiar with the current situation in this fortress. Right? Ouyang Qianjin asked the topic that she was most interested in. Of course. These barbaric centaurs have been forcing us to work after catching us. But they don't trust us slaves. These damn beasts actually let us gray-skinned goblins maintain the weapons and armor made by the black-skinned dwarves for them. This is simply an insult to us. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Canon was furious. What gray-skinned goblins? Black-skinned dwarves? You are now a skeleton. A skeleton of the undead. Ouyang Qianjin didn't mind hitting this newcomer, who couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings. However, Canon's answer dispelled a doubt in her mind. Why are these centaurs using dwarven equipment, while Zhang Yimou and his brother pulled out a bunch of goblins? It seems that others are just like me, and don't trust these guys. But think about it. No matter whether these goblins have real skills or not, I think no one is willing to use weapons and equipment produced by a group of slaves. Otherwise, if you meet a stubborn person who is not afraid of death and gives you some defective products, it will cost you your life. Yes, of course. My life is given by the master. After being enlightened by Ouyang Qianjin, Canon immediately woke up. Then he kowtowed to Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, very smoothly and obediently to show his loyalty. Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew this guy's loyalty to him. Or it could be said that he was originally a creature transformed by himself. And it was a skeleton. So the loyalty was infinity at the beginning. But as a superior, Ouyang Qianjin was still very willing to give his brothers a chance to show their loyalty. Especially when he only had 2 talking brothers under him. Then do you know the location of the warehouse and the fortress? Especially those food, ores, weapons and the like. Ouyang Qianjin was concerned about this. I know it too much. Okay. Now I'm short of 200 carriages pulled by centaur baggage skeletons. The kind of carriages used to load spoils. Ouyang Qianjin gave Canon the first test, because he didn't know how many good things there were in this fortress. Ouyang Qianjin directly changed the original 100 carriages to 200. I see. Do you need these things? Master, leave them to me. It's just a few hundred carriages. There are large tent cars in the fortress. Canon patted his chest. Oh no. His ribs. After looking at the wooden carts behind Ouyang Qianjin, which seemed very simple to him. Sure enough, the fortress is so big. How could there be no such things? Ouyang Qianjin expressed satisfaction. But if the master allows? Your loyal servant Cannon thinks that some of the machines used to repair weapons and armor in the fortress can be dismantled and moved away, and a little modification can turn them into machines for manufacturing equipment. In this way, the master can also make these weapons and armor on his own territory. Of course, it will be faster if your loyal servant can take these skeletons to do it. Cannon looked at the skeletons that were his own people a few minutes ago. If he had seen these before, he might have cried. But now his heart was at peace. And he was even happy that his people could become undead. Wakaka. Okay. Take these goblin skeletons and charge into the fortress immediately. Don't stop the sword for 3 days. Chapter 88 Countless Spoils. Haha. Sure. Charge into the fortress with these goblin skeletons. Don't stop fighting for 3 days. Ouyang Qianjin laughed loudly. Then she waved her hand like a general who broke through the city in ancient times. And she shouted a customary slogan in a very childish way. In fact, her subordinates were all skeletons. And there was no need to use this method to boost morale. There were no defenders or other creatures in the city. The so-called "don't stop fighting for 3 days" was just a slogan for the 0 yuan purchase. Thank you for your generosity, my beautiful master. Cannon's big hand touched his chest again. And then he took the 100 or so goblin skeletons into the city. Ouyang Qianjin and others followed them in. Although he was now level 40, the range he could control had increased to a radius of 400 meters. But just looking at the outer walls of this fortress, you can tell that it must be very large. So Ouyang Qianjin had to follow in after transforming all the centaurs. And, as a commander after a battle, it is very reasonable to look at his spoils and the cities he has conquered. After entering the fortress, Ouyang Qianjin looked around the city. The entire fortress was built by hollowing out the ground. Stone houses, stone pavilions, stone tables. It seems that the whole city is made of stone, especially the huge stone sculptures of centaurs that stand everywhere in the fortress, which made Ouyang Qianjin nod repeatedly. Don't mention it. This fortress is built in a staggered manner. Ouyang Qianjin praised it with appreciation. After all, she rarely goes out. And seeing this city built underground and on stone, it is inevitable that she will have a feeling of encountering exotic customs during travel. It's nothing. If the master wants to build a city, I can do it, Cannon said unconvinced. Don't make a fuss. I don't have any plans to build a city yet. I don't know how to do it. Where is the warehouse? Why haven't I arrived yet? Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes at Cannon, who was like a lackey next to him. It's almost there. It's in the center of the city. The Centaur commander likes to use a layer of soldiers to surround these things in the middle to prevent problems with the warehouse, Cannon explained, and then did not forget to despise the Centaur. But there is no problem in placing the baggage in the center of the army. At least it can prevent someone from burning the food. Agreeing is agreeing. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care. After all, she is a person with the undead space. And the baggage and other things are placed in the space. It's not a big problem. Speaking of these centaurs, why don't I see any archers? Looking at the stone sculptures of centaurs with bows and arrows in the fortress, Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian next to him. Centaurs are very good at archery. But there is only one kind of people in the country who are qualified to use bows and arrows. Are you talking about the centaurs living in Pillion? Yes. According to the centaurs, only the royal descendants of Garong, the god of centaurs, are qualified to use bows and arrows. Really? It should be a diversion. Right? Ouyang Qianjin said indifferently. No wonder there was not a single arrow shot in this battle. It seems that people need to have a bloodline to use bows and arrows. Not everyone is qualified. But in Ouyang Qianjin's view, this is a way of diversion and a symbol of decentralization. If you can use bows and arrows, how can you show the greatness of your bloodline? Since you can use them, just limit the level of qualifications. But it is this system that finally benefits me. Ouyang Qianjin was secretly happy. Master, that is the warehouse area. What do you think of the vehicles next to it? If you think they are too small, I can bring people to refit them. After arriving at the central area, Cannon pointed to a row of cars parked not far away and said to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin looked up and found that these vehicles were similar to those caravans. They were covered with canvas. There is no problem for loading and transporting. Can the cars in the fortress move all the supplies in these warehouses? Ouyang Qianjin asked, looking at the rows of warehouse doors. With so many warehouses, she suddenly felt that 200 carriages might not be enough. so she was thinking about expanding them. Theoretically, as long as her Centur skeleton can pull it. No matter how big the car is, it will be fine. It should be possible. How about letting a Centur skeleton come and try to see how much it can pull? Cannon was not sure. After all, this was his first time as a skeleton, and he had never been exposed to these things before. Wait a minute. Tell me which warehouse is the magic crystal. Ouyang Qianjin was not so concerned about other things. But when it comes to magic crystals, she was very concerned. Here, this is the warehouse for storing magic crystals. Next to it is tungsten steel. And next to it are warehouses for finished products such as mithril, amethyst, sky red copper, black stone, and lapis lazuli. There are also warehouses for some ores. There are several warehouses in that row over there that are filled with weapons and armor. The rest are all wheat flour, sugar, salt, and monster jerky. Oh, that's right. Those 2 warehouses are filled with dried herbs. And Cannon went around and introduced all the warehouses around. What are you waiting for? Move. Move everything onto the wagons. If 200 are not enough, fine 400. If there are not enough wagons in the fortress, collect planks to make wooden wagons. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up. This was her favorite $0 shopping session. How could she resist hearing so many good things? Immediately, she happily ordered the skeletons to open the warehouses and load the boxes onto the wagons. Watching the neatly stacked boxes of hexagonal magic crystals being moved out by the Centur skeletons, and then handed over to the Goblin skeletons for loading, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Happiness came so suddenly that she was a little overwhelmed for a moment. I'm a little hungry. Sebastian, please make something to eat. After getting tired of watching the transportation, Ouyang Qianjin simply. After several hours of high-intensity fighting, she is now sleepy and hungry after relaxing. But no matter how sleepy she is, she still has to eat. Otherwise, she will easily get stomach problems. I finally escaped from the hands of the disease. Although I still can't walk on my own. But I can't get other diseases again. Be nice to yourself. There's nothing wrong with it. What do you want to eat? Miss? I feel a little sleepy. Let's make something light and convenient. Eat early, and go to bed early. Ouyang Qianjin yawned after returning to her pumpkin carriage. How about 3 vegetables, fried shrimps, and a bowl of millet porridge? Okay. It took only about 10 or 20 minutes before and after. And Sebastian brought the food. After eating and drinking, Ouyang Qianjin fell asleep. She was really too late. And the 2 brothers Zhang and Mo also left after entering the city. After all, Ouyang Qianjin was going to collect the spoils, while they were still going to carry out the exploration mission. Ouyang Qianjin even killed the tens of thousands of defenders of Datu. Such a small matter of exploration naturally did not need to bother Ouyang Qianjin. Chapter 89 Sour. Sourer than the old vinegar hanging on the lemon tree. Although the 2 of them were also envious of the spoils. But after all, the entire fortress was conquered by Miss Ouyang. So it was only natural to collect some spoils. Of course, even if they licked a face and let go of their hands and feet, they couldn't take much. There were only 2 people and 4 hands. How many pieces of ore could they take? How many kilograms of wheat could they carry? It would be better to give it to her brother Ouyang. And maybe she could get some scraps back after going out. And with the generosity of brother Ouyang, even if it was scraps, he would definitely pick up the good ones for her. So the 2 brothers should not disturb other people's elegance. Completing their own tasks is the most important thing. Brother, the eldest lady is an alchemist, walking in the streets and alleys of the fortress. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Yimou, who was walking in front of him without thinking. Alchemist? Alchemist? Zhang Yimou, who hadn't reacted at first, suddenly turned back to look at his brother after taking 2 meters. Yes, the 2 5-meter golem puppets were made by the eldest lady, and I participated in it. Zhang Yuan nodded. A little proud? This is alchemy, a field that no one has touched yet. You know, the base is offering a high price to find the profession of alchemist, but it has never been found. After all, according to the description of those ores and herbs, it can be inferred that alchemists can make alchemy and potions. These are all things that everyone urgently needs to upgrade now. Unexpectedly, the top brother on the list is actually an alchemist. Wait, isn't the eldest lady a necromancer? How did she become an alchemist? Zhang Yimou came to his senses and looked at Zhang Yuan in a daze. Just now, he was in a hurry to fight and walk fast, And he didn't take a close look at the golem puppet. That thing was actually made by an alchemist. I dare not imagine how powerful Ouyang Qianjin is now. Looking at the ranking list and the third place, Quan Xiaojiang, who was 9 levels higher. He was confused. The reason for the confusion was not only because of the gap between Quan Qingyu and Ouyang Qianjin. There was also the gap between Quan Qingyu and himself. I, now 35, ranked second in the ranking list, 4 levels higher than Quan Qingyu. He could already foresee what kind of bloody storm he would face after returning to the base. No one has stipulated that necromancers cannot be alchemists. Zhang Yuan's words blocked Zhang Yimou. Indeed, no one said that necromancers cannot be alchemists. You mean dual profession? Apart from his own affairs, Zhang Yimou is still very interested in this dual profession. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin's upgrade routine, he even pursued hidden professions. If I can also get a hidden profession, wouldn't it be the same as Ouyang Qianjin? Even if it is different, as long as it can be 50% similar, my future life will be better. But obviously, Zhang Yuan, the participant in this matter, has more say. I think it may be a main profession and a secondary profession like in the game. Or a combat profession and a life profession? Zhang Yuan tilted his head and asked back. This is possible. Touching his chin, Zhang Yimou nodded silently. Forget it. This matter is too involved. At least before the young lady leaves the base. This matter should be kept to yourself and not told to anyone. Okay? After thinking for a while, Zhang Yimou said to Zhang Yuan. After all, Miss Ouyang had asked them to dig herbs before. And now she is going to take over the assets in the fortress. What she wants to do is obvious. When she goes to the base, she will definitely buy up the ores and herbs from the people in the base. Since the other party did not reveal her identity, it means that Miss Ouyang is likely to want to buy at the bottom. The two brothers should just pretend that they saw nothing. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Only idiots would do this. And the two brothers would not do anything that offends people. After all, even if there was a 90% chance that the young lady was Miss Ouyang, there was still a 10% chance that she was not. But now, after a few hours of fighting, I have rushed to the top 5. So it is self-evident who the big brother of the 40-level list who is dominating the list is. I can't afford to offend him. He is even in existence that I can't even hug. I'm not a fool. How can I tell others about this kind of thing? Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at his big brother, while the two brothers were looking for the exploration mission. Ouyang Qianjin had fallen asleep. Sebastian was guarding, and Cannon was directing the transportation. Outside, it was a mess. No, that's not right. It can't be called a quarrel. It's better to say that it's all kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred. That's right. Ever since Ouyang Qianjin and the other two entered the dungeon, they have been constantly upgrading. The first 1 or 2 levels were fine. After all, Ouyang Qianjin left people with the impression that she upgraded quickly. But as the upgrades became faster and faster, people came to their senses. This abnormal speed naturally attracted the attention of survivors from almost all over the world. So everyone stopped fighting monsters and upgrading. Those in the city stopped their needlework. And those in the wild found a safe place to cook tea around the stove. How could they miss the upgrade of a famous person like Ouyang Qianjin? Especially after they had been dithering for a few levels before. The result was good. In 4 hours, they directly upgraded from level 32 to level 40. Even the upgrade task from 39 to 40 did not stop. And it was even faster than the normal level upgrade. It was upgraded in about half an hour after level 39. Everyone's scalp was numb. What can you do in 4 hours? If you ask someone this, he will tell you that you can upgrade from level 8 to level 9. As a result, he went directly from 32 to 40. Of course, this incredible method is not something that everyone can imitate. But there was a problem in the middle. If we talk about what the problem is, it is about the rise of another person. Zhang Yimou. This person must have not existed on the list before. And his level also soared up like Ouyang Qianjin. So everyone came to a conclusion. Zhang Yimou, teaming up with Ouyang Qianjin. When this result, which is not difficult to infer, came out, it directly exploded. Some people said that Zhang Yimou was clinging to someone else's thigh. And some said that Zhang Yimou was Ouyang Qianjin's boyfriend. Or husband. Of course, some people think that it is Zhang Mou's profession that caught the attention of the boss. It is still necessary to investigate some dungeons. But no matter what, everyone has no good impression of Zhang Yimou. After all, they also want this kind of good thing. As for Ouyang Qianjin, he is a boss. If the boss can't hate him, you have no right to hate him. So more people are jealous of Zhang Yimou, who suddenly jumped out of some unknown corner and rose to the second place. If it were you, would you not be jealous? That's more sour than the old vinegar hanging on the lemon tree. I hate you. But I want to be you. Chapter 90. Why are there so many caravans? Who wouldn't he want to hug someone's thighs? Who wouldn't he want to level up 2 more levels and get 2 more skills to save their lives in this world full of monsters? But you are the one. It hasn't been long since you leveled up to level 30. And you're already rising. Who else would you be jealous of? Look at the profession called Swift Scout. There are 2 in my team. If you tell me that Swift Scout can level up so quickly, then we'll be the first to disagree. Anyone knows what this means. Especially when you level up with Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list. Even a blind man can see the problem. Aren't you envious? If you're not envious, then there is nothing wrong with that. But compared to these people, at most it's just for fun. And being jealous is over. But the top few on the list are not so easy to talk to. Especially when Quan Qingyu is always chasing after Ouyang Qianjin's back. This man who claimed to be the best in the universe thought that he was blinded by staying up too late these days, after seeing that he suddenly became the third. But after a closer look, he was indeed the third. And he was 4 levels behind the second place he had never seen. He finally stayed up late yesterday and reached level 30. And in order to prevent Lao Lu from stealing his home while he was sleeping, he forced himself to level up before returning to the base to sleep. As a result, he became the third when he woke up? So powerful. Whose general is so brave? Quan Qingyu, who had not recovered from his daze, left his luxurious room in the base and asked anyone he caught. Only then did he know that Zhang Mo's level was raised by holding the thigh of Ouyang Qianjin. At the same time, I also noticed that Ouyang Qianjin was already level 40. Was it a blow? To be honest, it was quite a blow. It was like the male god you had been chasing. But someone just came over from the corner of the street and said that he was richer than you. You were not convinced and refuted. As a result, the goddess took out more money than you and gave it to the man on the spot. And then said that he was richer than you. Now you can't refute it. After all, Quan Qingyu was just a low-level slave in Kimchi country before. Similar things happened too many times before the end of the world. And he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was really at this moment. Just like that moment. How could he not be angry? So he stretched out his hand and punched and kicked the person he asked. What was prominent was impotent rage. But what can be done? I am only 31. Can I still go across the ocean to seek justice from Ouyang Qianjin? Or should I get rid of that passerby named Zhang Yimou? Ashiba. These damn Daxia people have no martial ethics. After going out, Quan Qingyu put on his clothes and pants, took his dry food and sleeping bag and went out. Isn't he just a role? As the first role king of the universe country, can he be worse than that person who clings to his thighs? I am a void warlock. I can't. And the beaten person can only curl up on the ground and groan in pain. There is no way. The Kimchi country is like this. Never reasoning with you. As for the others, except for those who are still sleeping, they all rolled up again unconsciously. It's okay for Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list. After all, everyone is a hidden profession. The identity is there. But you, a little Karami who came out of nowhere, are worthy of being on the same list with us? Squeeze out. This person has to squeeze out no matter what. That's right. Everyone's mentality has changed from chasing Ouyang Qianjin's first place on the list to squeeze Zhang Yimou out of the list. After all, everyone is a hidden profession. If you suddenly come with an ordinary profession, doesn't that make us look stupid? This is probably human nature. This is probably the rank. No matter when. Humans can always give you this or that rank to ensure the benefits of their own segmentation. Even if it's just a matter on the list. They have to do this. After this group of people started a new round of the life of the king of the role. Ouyang Qianjin just woke up from his sleep. It is said that sleeping until you wake up naturally is a great pleasure in life. But although Ouyang Qianjin slept for 7 hours this time, she didn't sleep well. After all, there was something on her mind. Who could sleep like this? The first thing Ouyang Qianjin did when she woke up was to lift the curtains to check the loading situation outside. As a result, this one look was 10,000 years. No! This one look directly made Ouyang Qianjin dumbfounded. Why are there so many caravans? The center of the fortress is now filled with caravans. It's just a little different from the caravan she saw yesterday. The chassis is higher, and the body is wider. It can be said that except for the big tent covered with cloth, everything else seems to have been modified. Of course, the most important thing is not this. It's the number of caravans that are densely packed and the wooden boxes on them. Miss, you're awake. After Ouyang Qianjin woke up from her shock, she immediately let the skeleton carry her down and sit on the wheelchair. At this time, Sebastian and Cannon also came over. Miss? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Cannon. Yesterday he called me master, but today he changed to miss? Butler Sebastian said that you prefer others to call you that. Cannon looked very quiet. No longer had the irritable feeling of yesterday. I guess Sebastian did some surprise training after I fell asleep. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what happened. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and then looked at the vehicles. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care so much about the title. But if I had to say it, I would prefer the title of Miss to the title of Master. The main reason is that one sounds very rustic, and the other has a sense of luxury. I'm not sleepy when you say that. Miss, since you generously gave me the knowledge of this world, I have accurately reviewed some of my academic problems, discovered a new track, and completed a set of my own. When it comes to his major, Cannon became as irritable as yesterday. Then he talked eloquently. Stop. Forget about the jargon that people don't say, and talk about something practical. Ouyang Qianjin interrupted Cannon's nonsense, looking at Sebastian's helpless look next to him. Ouyang Qianjin knew that he hadn't trained well yet. Sorry, Miss. Cannon is good at other times, but when it comes to his professional field, no need to say. I understand. It's not bad to have a little personality. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care about these. After all, if there is such a live treasure in the team, the atmosphere can be driven. The most important thing is to please yourself. To put it simply, I used the knowledge from the Missy's world to process some of my own theories. These vehicles were temporarily modified last night, with shock absorption systems and rolling bearings added. At the same time, the car bodies were modified to be lightweight without affecting the structure.